The Lord's Empire Chapter 2059 to Chapter 2143. Zhao Fu's body stopped, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. His expression became serious, but Zhao Fu did not use any other power. If one wanted to obtain the core god's legacy power, they had to use godly spirit power. If they used the power of other races, they would not be able to obtain the 24 core gods' legacy power. This was why the 24 core gods rejected other races. For example, when entering the secret realm, one had to have a godhood. Those without a godhood did not even have the right to enter the secret realm. If Zhao Fu used wind god's power now, it would be easier for him to obtain the stone statue's recognition and obtain the core god's legacy power. Boom! Zhao Fu unleashed all of the godhood's power, and countless rays of black light shot out in all directions, covering the heavens and earth. The air suddenly sank, and in that moment, the world seemed to turn black. Seeing this scene, Jiao Yun, the fierce-looking man, and the others felt incredibly shocked. This was the first time they had personally seen Zhao Fu unleash such terrifying power. Zhao Fu grabbed out with his hand, and countless traces of black wind gathered in his palm, continuously condensing and compressing, forming a long spear made of wind, giving off a massive sharp aura. The stone statue once again raised its hand towards Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive azure whirlwind shot out from the stone statue's palm, bringing with it terrifying wind power. It shot towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly, bringing with it a powerful gust of wind. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear at all, and he held the 3-meter-long wind spear as he rushed towards the massive azure whirlwind. Just as the massive azure whirlwind was about to hit Zhao Fu stabbed out with his black wind spear. Boom! The wind spear in Zhao Fu's hand turned into a terrifying black gale, and it gave off a power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as it stabbed forwards. As it slashed out, it pierced through the massive azure tornado, causing it to dissipate. Zhao Fu took this opportunity to quickly fly forwards, arriving in front of the massive stone statue. In that instant, a massive azure formation appeared beneath the stone statue's feet, giving off a massive aura. Boom! Zhao Fu, who was flying in the sky, felt an unimaginable force pressing him into the spirit formation on the ground. The ground cracked, and Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood. The massive power was still weighing down on his body, and Zhao Fu's body released a massive black storm to resist that massive power as he stood up from the ground. This was a sovereign formation, and also the final test. As long as he passed this test, Zhao Fu would be able to acquire sovereign's might. In actuality, if he could use other powers, Zhao Fu would have an easier time, such as the 6 paths demon images power, celestial modes power, divine bloodlines power, evil spirit abyss flowers power, etc. It was a pity that he could only use the power of his godhood and participate in the trial as a member of the god race. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain the power of the master god's inheritance. After resisting the massive pressure and standing up, Zhao Fu's body continuously gave off black storms as he continued onwards. As Zhao Fu walked forwards, the massive might became stronger and stronger, and the black storms that Zhao Fu gave off became more and more powerful, blowing away some rocks and weeds. Half an hour passed. Zhao Fu finally came in front of the stone statue, and the massive pressure disappeared. The black storms that Zhao Fu gave off stopped, and in that instant, countless traces of azure wind flooded into Zhao Fu's body. The massive stone statue looked down at Zhao Fu, and its forehead gave off boundless azure light as a massive wave of ancient wind god power spread out. Boom! A ray of azure light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, giving off a massive aura as it shot into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body trembled as he sensed that ancient wind god power, and he smiled. This was the power that Zhao Fu wanted. Zhao Fu quickly absorbed the massive wave of ancient wind god power and fused it into his black godhood, which gave off a black wind within Zhao Fu's mind. The azure light from the stone statue's forehead landed on Zhao Fu's body and continuously absorbed the ancient wind god power. After a while, the light gradually weakened. Zhao Fu was not satisfied with just this bit of ancient wind god power. He looked up at the stone statue and shot out a ray of black light. Boom! A massive black aura exploded out as an otherworldly power that reigned above that of an emperor spread out. At that moment, Zhao Fu started to use his divine bloodline's power. The black aura that exploded out turned into 9 savage black dragons that circled around Zhao Fu's body, and a supreme aura spread out. The people on the viewing platforms looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously and started to wonder what Zhao Fu's identity was. The 9 black dragons all gave off a trace of fate, causing them to be filled with a trace of spirituality. This was something that only a sovereign's fate could have. Was this cloaked man in front of him the emperor of a heaven and earth? What surprised them even more was that the 9 black dragons around Zhao Fu roared at the massive stone statue. Boom! Zhao Fu's body gave off an even more intense black light as he turned into a ray of black light and gave off a terrifying aura as he shot towards the stone statue's forehead. Is this person crazy? He dares to forcefully absorb an ancient Lord God's power? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would dare to do such a thing. Indeed, Zhao Fu was forcefully absorbing the stone statue's ancient Lord legacy power. Even though the ancient wind god's legacy power that the stone statue had just given him was of great help to ordinary godly spirits, it was not enough for Zhao Fu. Boom! After the black ray of light hit the stone statue's forehead, Zhao Fu immediately started to absorb the ancient wind god's power. A massive wave of ancient wind god's power flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and a massive wind uncontrollably exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. The stone statue looked at Zhao Fu, and its gaze seemed to be able to see through Zhao Fu's body. Boom! The stone statue's forehead gave off an even more intense azure light, and an even larger azure ray of light containing immense power shot towards Zhao Fu. Even more ancient wind god's power flowed into Zhao Fu's body. This caused Zhao Fu's body to give off a piercing azure light, and the 9 black dragons all turned azure and gave off a wind aura. Everyone looked quite confused. He had succeeded just like that. Why did the stone statue not react at all and seem to be allowing him to absorb it? What was going on? Zhao Fu was also quite surprised. He had never thought that something like this would happen. Even if he had not forcefully absorbed the ancient wind god's power, the stone statue would have given him even more ancient wind god's power. As the massive ancient wind god's power flowed into him, Zhao Fu felt that his entire body was becoming wind attributed. After a while, the ancient wind god's power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and the beam of light gradually weakened. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a berserk azure gale exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, blowing out ferociously. Zhao Fu's skin, hair, and eyes all contained a trace of azure light, and his body gave off azure light, making him look like an ancient wind god. Zhao Fu was delighted as he sensed the ancient wind god's power. This power was incredibly powerful, and it was definitely a top-tier wind attribute power. Now, Zhao Fu could use all sorts of wind attribute attacks and defenses, and it was as if he had grasped the source of wind. He was the ruler of the wind domain. Moreover, after fusing with this powerful ancient wind god's power, the 10,000 gods' power had risen by quite a few stages, and it was equivalent to fusing with thousands of ordinary godly's power. However, this caused the 10,000 gods' power to lean towards the wind attribute, as it took up too much of it. Even though the quality of power was important, quantity was also very important. After shooting out the beam of light, the stone statue's body gradually disappeared, and an orb giving off intense azure light within the secret realm turned into an azure ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the azure orb exploded, and an azure shockwave spread out with unstoppable force, bringing with it a powerful gale. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off an azure light, making it seem as if the circle was filled with azure light. Seeing this scene, countless people felt quite startled. The reason for this was because a core god's legacy land had bestowed all of its legacy power. Under ordinary circumstances, the ancient wind god's legacy power would be split into 10 portions and given to 10 people. Of course, according to the trials of the legacy land, the power of the 10 portions would vary. The most outstanding people would receive the most powerful wind god's power, while the most ordinary people would receive the weakest wind god's power. This meant that all 10 of them had obtained the primordial wind god's power. In the distance, Tianyu and the other terrifying prodigies were rather surprised when they saw the green light in the huge formation in the sky. How did the 10 of them obtain Overgod's power so quickly? The tests of the Overgods were no ordinary tests. Not only did they require great power, but they also required great talent or unwavering willpower. It was impossible for ordinary deities to obtain the sovereign's might. Only those with outstanding talent and great willpower could obtain it. It hadn't even been too long since the sovereign's legacy lands had opened, but 10 people had suddenly acquired sovereign's might. No one had expected this to happen so quickly. However, they did not know the truth. The people who were guarding outside the sphere looked at the sky in astonishment. They hadn't even entered yet, so how did everything end? He didn't give them a chance at all. There were also Zhao Fu and the other two. Together with the fiendish man and the other 5, there were a total of 7 people. That meant there weren't 10 people left. What was going on? The many powerhouses on the viewing platform were equally shocked. They could see the legacy lands, so they naturally understood what was going on. It wasn't that the others had obtained any inheritance power, but that the wind god's inheritance power had been completely absorbed by one person. Although this kind of thing did happen, it was very rare. Usually, the stone statues would only give all of their wind god's power to someone else because they thought that they had unparalleled potential. When 10 people's ancient wind god's power fused into one person's body, that person would naturally obtain the most powerful wind god's power, far stronger than the other wind gods. Moreover, this was the inheritance power. It would grow stronger as the person grew, and they might even grasp some of the overgod's abilities. Who was that person now? Everyone started to suspect Zhao Fu's identity after receiving such attention from the stone statues. Zhao Fu smiled as he retracted the wind god's power. His body also returned to normal. Now, Zhao Fu and the others were still in the legacy lands. They still had 3 hours to leave this place. Once the time was up, they would be forcefully sent out. Next, they would naturally search for all sorts of treasures. Jiao Yun looked at Zhao Fu with admiration and joy. The more she understood Zhao Fu, the more she understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. She liked him more and more. 3 hours later, after Zhao Fu collected many wind attribute treasures, everyone was forcefully teleported out of the legacy lands. After Zhao Fu was forcefully teleported out, he wasn't at the same place as before. Instead, he was teleported to another place. When they were teleported just now, Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun were together, so they were teleported to the same place. As for the fiendish man and the others, because they were searching for treasure separately, they didn't know where they were teleported to. Zhao Fu found a flat place to sit down and take inventory of his gains. There were countless wind attribute spirit fruits and spirit herbs, as well as all sorts of materials and unique wind attribute treasures. After seeing all of this, Zhao Fu was very happy. Jiao Yun also leaned against Zhao Fu and hugged Zhao Fu with both hands, smiling. She had gained a lot this time. At that moment, Jiao Yun asked with a smile, "Lord, what should we do next?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "After I recover my strength, we'll go find the legacy lands of the overgods. There will be many deities gathered there, and there might even be worldly gods. I also need some ordinary deities' power to neutralize the power of 10,000 gods." If he fused all 24 gods' powers, Zhao Fu's 10,000 gods' power would reach an extreme. It would definitely become the most terrifying power in Zhao Fu's hands, and it would be unimaginable just how terrifying it would be. As such, he needed the power of many other deities to neutralize it. Zhao Fu's power was 10,000 gods' power, and he could not just represent one or a few types of power but the power of countless deities. If he could truly fuse those powers together, it would be the time when Zhao Fu awakened the god race's emperor star. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel excited. After recovering the power that he had used up in the battle, Zhao Fu quickly fused with the divine power orbs that the fiendish man and the others had given him. Because Zhao Fu had obtained the overgod's legacy power, he had obtained many points, and the Pantheon seal on the back of his hand was blue. Following this, Zhao Fu brought Jiao Yun and continued to fly in search of the overgod's legacy land. Within a grassy area, the various deities looked at the center, looking nervous and expectant. At the center, there was a 10-meter-tall tree that looked like a poplar. Its branches and leaves were silver, and there was a dark, square-shaped fruit at the top of the tree. There was a picture of a palace on each side of the fruit. This fruit was called the God Emperor fruit. The God Emperor fruit was a fruit from a God Emperor tree, and it contained the God Emperor's power. Anyone who ate the God Emperor fruit would obtain the God Emperor's power. To ordinary deities, this was an incredibly precious item. Moreover, the God Emperor tree would only bear one God Emperor fruit each time, making it even rarer and making everyone want it even more. Now, the God Emperor tree was protected by a restriction. This was the same as before, spirit trees that had lived for many years would be protected by the secret realm for the sake of the secret realm's continued development. Otherwise, after taking the fruits, most people would definitely dig up the tree and bring it back. After all, they would be able to continuously plant and harvest fruits, while leaving the tree here would be for others. The God Emperor fruit had not ripened yet, but it was very close, so the godly spirits could only wait here. Suddenly, the God Emperor fruit at the top of the tree gave off a silver light and the 4 paintings hung in the air. Heaven and earth power continuously gathered and the restriction around the God Emperor tree became smaller and smaller. This meant that the God Emperor fruit was about to ripen. Everyone gave a trace of a smile and their eyes were filled with anticipation. At the same time, they warily looked around. There were now 50 or so godly spirits present, but there was only one person who had obtained the God Emperor fruit. There would definitely be an intense fight over it. By now, the 4 paintings in the air returned to the God Emperor fruit and the restriction around the God Emperor tree was about to disappear. Boom, a massive sound rang out as the restriction around the God Emperor tree disappeared and the God Emperor fruit gave off an even more intense light, illuminating the entire sky. A massive God Emperor's might spread out, causing the surrounding space to sink. At that moment, the godly spirits guarding the surroundings gave off powerful auras as they quickly rushed forwards. There was only one God Emperor fruit, and only one person had obtained it. Given how precious the God Emperor fruit was, no one wanted to give it up. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a violet ray of light flew out and a massive aura spread out. A figure appeared next to the God Emperor tree. It was an arrogant-looking young man dressed in violet robes. Everyone felt quite startled. The God Emperor fruit was going to be obtained by that young man. Everyone wanted to explode out with even more power and rush over to snatch it. However, sensing the violet-clothed young man's aura, they immediately hesitated. The violet-clothed young man's power was incredibly terrifying, and even if they rushed up, they would not be a match for him. Some people stopped with ugly expressions, but others were not willing to give up and wanted to go over to snatch it. They felt that there was nothing to be afraid of with so many people around, and they continued to try to snatch it. The violet-clothed young man looked quite arrogant as a noble violet aura appeared around him. He took out a saber and sent large amounts of power into it before vigorously swinging it. Clang, a massive violet saber light, bringing with it massive saber chi and terrifying power, flew out incredibly quickly. The 10 or so godly spirits rushing over felt quite startled and felt an intense sense of danger. They hurriedly unleashed their defenses, but they were still sent flying by the saber, and a trace of blood leaked out of their lips. The other gods that were charging over immediately stopped when they saw this. Their expressions were quite grim. The purple-robed youth said in disdain, "How dare a bunch of you snatch the God Emperor fruit from me? You're overestimating yourselves." Sensing the aura coming from his body, some people recognized him and said, "He's from Emperor God." The God Emperor's faction was also very powerful in the God realm. Although this purple-robed young man was not the God Emperor's godson, he should still be a very respectable person. Now that the purple-robed young man was so powerful and had such an esteemed status, everyone was hesitant as to whether or not they should continue fighting for it. At this time, attracted by the light emitted by the ripening God Emperor fruit, more deities quickly gathered here. The dozens of godly spirits immediately became over 100, and this number was still increasing. As such, the purple-robed young man did not waste any time. If there were too many godly spirits, he would not be able to stop them all by himself. Just as the purple-robed young man stretched out his hand and was about to pluck the God Emperor fruit, swish, a white ray of light containing immense power and extremely fast speed streaked through the air, shooting towards the purple-clothed young man. The purple-robed young man's expression fell and he immediately unleashed a defensive barrier to block that ray of light. He turned and saw a fair-skinned man and a sweet-looking young woman appear. Seeing the God Emperor fruit, the young woman happily said, "Big brother, help me obtain that God Emperor fruit. You have to help me get that God Emperor fruit. With that God Emperor fruit, my strength will improve greatly." The fair-skinned young man lightly laughed and said, "No problem," before looking at the purple-robed young man. Some of the people in the surroundings recognized the fair-skinned young man because he was quite famous in the god realm. He was a purification god called Cleanwater, and he came from a powerful faction in the god realm. Now that another terrifying person had appeared, everyone's expressions became even more unsightly. Their chances of obtaining the God Emperor fruit once again decreased. However, now that there were people suppressing the purple-robed young man, they still had a slight chance of obtaining the God Emperor fruit. With how precious the God Emperor fruit was, they would not give up so easily. Cleanwater looked at the purple-robed young man and gave a trace of a confident smile as he said, "Friend, did you not hear what my little sister said? Please move aside." The purple-robed young man's expression changed and he stretched out his hand towards the God Emperor fruit. After obtaining the God Emperor fruit, he would act against Cleanwater. Seeing him act, Cleanwater's palm gave off an intense white light and he grabbed out with his hand. A white laser containing immense power shot out and sent the purple-robed young man flying dozens of meters. The purple-robed young man looked furious as he roared, "You're seeking death." Boom! The purple-robed young man exploded out with a powerful aura and gripped his saber as he ferociously rushed at Cleanwater. Only by defeating Cleanwater could he obtain the God Emperor fruit, and the purple-robed young man wanted to beat him up. Cleanwater smiled and did not look afraid at all. He took out a sword and gave off a white light as he rushed at the purple-robed young man. Seeing the two experts start to fight, everyone grinned. Their opportunity had come, and just as everyone was about to go up and snatch the God Emperor fruit, boom, a yellow ray of light giving off a massive aura landed here, resulting in a massive explosion and causing a powerful wind to blow out. The person who had arrived was a muscular man with short, red hair. He gave off a terrifying power that could make people feel terrified. Seeing him appear, everyone could not help but cry out, "He's Xianxia. His big brother is a genius that defeated a God Emperor's image." Hearing that it was someone related to defeating a God Emperor's image, everyone instinctively retreated in fear and did not dare to advance. They looked quite nervous. Those who could defeat a God Emperor's image were undoubtedly the 24 most powerful people in the godly world. They could only look up to them and did not dare to offend them, or else they would suffer terrible consequences. The appearance of the well-built man caused Quan Shui and the violet-clothed young man to stop fighting. The violet-clothed young man frowned. Now that such a powerful competitor had appeared, his chances of obtaining the God Emperor fruit had greatly decreased. He no longer had the confidence that he had before. Quan Shui's expression became serious and his smile disappeared. He did not have the confidence to defeat the well-built man. The well-built man looked at the two of them and loudly laughed as he said, "You can continue fighting. I want this God Emperor fruit." After saying this, the well-built man rushed towards the God Emperor tree. The violet-clothed young man furiously called out, "Keep dreaming." As he spoke, the violet-clothed young man gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards the God Emperor tree. He could not let anyone else take what he wanted. Quan Shui coldly harumphed and turned into a ray of light as he shot towards the God Emperor tree. If it was his big brother, Quan Shui could only retreat because he was not a match for such a terrifying person. However, since it was just the well-built man, Quan Shui did not fear him. There were 300 or so godly spirits gathered in the surroundings, and they had all been attracted by the God Emperor fruit. They also wanted to obtain the God Emperor fruit, but they could only wait for an opportunity. If they rushed over now, they would not be able to obtain it. The three of them rushed towards the God Emperor tree. Because the well-built man was closer, he was a bit faster. He quickly came to the God Emperor fruit's side and gave a wild smile. Seeing that the well-built man was really going to snatch the God Emperor fruit, everyone could not help but explode out with powerful auras as they rushed towards the God Emperor fruit. If they did not act now, they would not be able to snatch the God Emperor fruit. The well-built man wildly laughed, and just as he stretched out his hand to grab the God Emperor fruit, a figure appeared beside the God Emperor fruit and stretched out his hand to pluck the God Emperor fruit. "Bastard!" The well-built man felt a wave of rage rush into his head and he furiously cursed as he exploded out with powerful power. He punched out with shocking power towards that figure, seeming to cause the air to explode. Seeing that the God Emperor fruit had been taken by that person, the violet-clothed young man also looked furious. He sent a large amount of power into his saber and vigorously slashed out, causing a massive saber light to give off terrifying saber chi as it slashed towards that figure. Quan Shui's heart tightened and he quickly acted. He waved his hand and a white ray of light containing immense power shot towards that figure. However, that figure did not seem afraid at all and instead gave a condescending smile. Bang! The muscular man who punched out was sent flying by the man's kick. His body flew backward like a rubber ball before he stopped and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The saber light and the white light attacked, and the figure of that person disappeared. The violet-clothed young man sensed immense danger and quickly retreated. However, a person appeared in front of him and punched out with terrifying power, striking the violet-clothed young man's chest. Crack, many of Ziyi's ribs were broken, and her body was sent flying by the punch. She coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Clean Water was startled and felt a wave of fear as he quickly retreated. The figure once again disappeared, and in the next second, it appeared behind Clean Water. Clean Water quickly turned around and cast a defense, and his body gave off countless rays of white light, forming a white defensive barrier. Even though there was a defensive barrier, Clean Water did not feel safe at all. The person's lips curled into a condescending smile as he clenched his fist and punched towards Clean Water with shocking power. Boom, the punch directly shattered the defensive barrier and landed on Clean Water's body, causing him to fly back. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and his face became pale. Everything had happened in an instant, and that person had suddenly appeared and taken the God Emperor fruit. Moreover, he had also defeated 3 experts, causing the godly spirits to quickly stop and look at that person in terror. That person stood in the air, wearing a black cloak. That black cloak fluttered in the wind, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from him. The atmosphere in the surroundings became incredibly heavy. Who was this person? How could someone have such terrifying power? Moreover, he had never seen anyone like this before. Zhao Fu looked at the 300 godly spirits around him and gave a trace of a smile as he said domineeringly, "Hand over your divine power and I can let you all leave." He had not come here for the God Emperor fruit, as eating it would only give him God Emperor's power. To Zhao Fu, God Emperor's power was not very attractive, and after all, Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline. Zhao Fu's goal was to obtain the godly spirit's divine power. He had absorbed too much of the ancient wind god's power, so he needed to devour other godly spirits' power to neutralize it. This was to make his 10,000 godly power stronger, and he also wanted to find the time god. It was a pity that after looking around, Zhao Fu could not find the time god. Now that he had entered the secret realm, even if his identity was exposed, no one would be able to do anything to Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu did not have any fear, or else he would not have done such a brazen thing. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the godly spirits looked quite confused. They could not understand why Zhao Fu wanted their divine power. However, sensing how terrifying Zhao Fu was, some people immediately agreed to hand over a portion of their divine power in exchange for safety. It was worth it. However, some people felt that with so many people on their side, there was no need to fear Zhao Fu, and they wanted to take the God Emperor fruit from Zhao Fu's hands. A savage-looking young man yelled, "There's no need to be afraid of him. With so many of us attacking together, the God Emperor fruit will belong to whoever can snatch it." Hearing this, the godly spirits could not help but feel greedy, and they gave off massive auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a cold smile and grabbed out with a hand. A berserk god-killing power turned into countless bolts of lightning that blasted towards the young man who had just spoken. The blood-red lightning blasted over, blasting the young man into countless pieces. He did not even have a chance to escape from the secret realm, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere, splattering on the people around him. Crackle, countless blood-red lightning bolts appeared around Zhao Fu and continuously collided, giving off massive sounds. A terrifying god-killing aura spread out, causing the godly spirits who wanted to charge over to feel as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies started to tremble. Zhao Fu gave a cold smile as he said, "I'll say it again, hand over your divine power and I can spare your lives." The godly spirits all looked terrified. Thinking about how they were only handing over a portion of their divine power, this was nothing compared to their lives. At that moment, Clean Water wanted to take her little sister and leave. It was quite unfortunate for Jing Tian to meet such a terrifying person. The well-built man and violet-clothed young man understood Zhao Fu's terrifying power and cold-bloodedness. They did not doubt that they would be killed by Zhao Fu if they stayed, so they wanted to leave as well. Zhao Fu called out to the 3 of them, "If you want to die, then keep going." Zhao Fu's words caused the 3 of them to freeze. If they moved, Zhao Fu would definitely kill them. Clean Water gave a dry laugh as he said, "Sir, I'm also willing to hand over my divine power." Please let me and my little sister go. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and looked at the remaining two people. The violet-clothed young man's expression was quite unsightly. Even though he did not want to submit, this person was simply too terrifying. Under Zhao Fu's oppressive gaze, the violet-clothed young man could only obediently say, "I'm also willing to hand over my divine power." Seeing that the two of them had given in, the well-built young man did not care about his face and also expressed that he was willing to hand over his divine power. He thought to himself that with how powerful Zhao Fu was, he definitely would not be a match for him and that he needed his big brother to defeat Zhao Fu. Seeing that these three people were so powerful and had extraordinary statuses, the others naturally became even more well-behaved and did not dare to resist at all. As such, a strange scene appeared. Hundreds of people with divine power obediently stood in the sky and stretched out their hands. Countless traces of divine power gathered in their hands, forming divine power orbs that gave off different lights. The people on the viewing platforms felt quite confused. They could not understand why Zhao Fu did not want anything else other than the godly spirit's divine power. They still did not know what Zhao Fu wanted the divine power for. After all, if Zhao Fu did not appear in front of them, he would not be able to see what Zhao Fu was doing. Zhao Fu stood in the sky and gave a trace of a smile. After absorbing so much divine power, he would most likely be able to neutralize the 10,000 godly powers attributes and raise it by a stage. Now that this secret realm was filled with godly spirits, there was no need for Zhao Fu to go out of his way to find them. Moreover, he only needed to threaten them a few times and he would be able to obtain a large amount of divine power. This was a great opportunity for Zhao Fu. Following this, the godly spirits condensed divine power orbs and lightly tossed them out, causing them to give off different lights to fly in front of Zhao Fu. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Fu collected them all into his storage ring. Then, with a trace of a smile, he quickly flew to the side and disappeared. When everyone saw that Zhao Fu had disappeared, they all heaved a sigh of relief. How could such a terrifying person suddenly appear? It seemed that there were quite a number of hidden experts this time, and there was no lack of peerless geniuses among them. Zhao Fu returned to the previous place, where Jiao Yun was waiting. He took out the Divine Emperor fruit and threw it to her. He said with a chuckle, "This is for you. It's your reward for submitting to me." Jiao Yun still did not know what had happened. At that time, Zhao Fu only said that there was an abnormality ahead and asked her to wait here. Then, he flew into the sky and disappeared. Now, it seemed that Zhao Fu had snatched the thing that had caused the commotion. However, when Jiao Yun obtained the information about the Divine Emperor fruit, she was pleasantly surprised. She had not expected Zhao Fu to give such a precious thing to her. Jiao Yun smiled as she leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and hugged Zhao Fu with both hands as she said happily, "Sir, I like you more and more. Why didn't you capture me earlier? That way, I could have become Sir's woman earlier." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "This thing is useless to me. Also, eat the Divine Emperor fruit and increase your strength. I also want to absorb the godly power of many godly spirits and 10,000 godly power." Jiao Yun smiled and nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged by the side and took out 300 or so divine force orbs. A formless energy caused the 300 divine force orbs to float in the air and fuse into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to give off boundless divine light. Beside him, Jiao Yun also ate the Divine Emperor fruit, and a massive wave of Divine Emperor power exploded out as Jiao Yun quickly refined it. After half a day, Zhao Fu had absorbed 300 divine power orbs, and his myriad deities' power had become slightly stronger. Moreover, his attributes had also become more balanced, unlike before when he was leaning towards the wind attribute. At the side, Jiao Yun had also refined the Divine Emperor fruit and possessed the power of a Divine Emperor. Her hair and eyes had a hint of silver, and her aura had become noble. She looked a little more beautiful, and her strength had become very powerful. Zhao Fu got up from the ground. Jiao Yun looked at Zhao Fu and asked with a smile, "Lord, shall we continue to search for the land of the Lord of Gods and the many deities?" Zhao Fu replied. Right now, that was Zhao Fu's main goal. He wanted to earn points, find the Time God, and obtain more godly spirit power. It was killing two birds with one stone. Somewhere in the sky, many godly spirits were fighting, giving off massive sounds and powerful ripples. It's not clear what they're fighting about. Boom, however, at that moment, a massive aura descended, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The many fighting godly spirits were given a big fright and hurriedly looked up at the sky. They saw a mysterious and terrifying person wearing a cloak standing in the sky, giving off a massive aura. There were over 100 godly spirits here, which was within the range that Zhao Fu could handle. If there were too many godly spirits, Zhao Fu would not have been so unrestrained. Zhao Fu looked at these people and did not care why they were fighting. He said in a dignified and domineering voice, "Hand over your divine power and I'll spare your lives." Hearing these words, some people could accept it and felt that they would only lose some divine power, and they would still have the other things and points. However, some people were not convinced and furiously called out, "Who are you? Don't think that we'll be afraid of you just because you're a bit stronger than me." Zhao Fu did not even look at him and casually waved his hand, and a terrifying bolt of lightning containing shocking power blasted towards those people, blasting them to pieces and causing blood to spurt everywhere. Everyone was given a big fright, and seeing how terrifying Zhao Fu was, they could only hand over their divine power. After obtaining their divine power, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Boom, elsewhere, a group of roughly 30 or so godly spirits were about to fly towards the lake, but a massive aura suddenly descended as a figure giving off great power blocked in front of them. "Hand over your divine power." Sensing the terrifying aura from Zhao Fu's body, the godly spirits did not know why Zhao Fu had stopped them. However, hearing these words, they looked quite confused. Everyone looked at each other and hurriedly nodded. Between their lives and divine power, their lives were definitely more important. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a group of godly spirits were in a forest, digging up god spirit grasses on the ground. They suddenly felt a terrifying aura descend, causing their expressions to fall. "Hand over your divine power." A dignified voice sounded out in the sky, sounding out in all directions, making it impossible to refuse. The godly spirits were not surprised and immediately chose to hand over their divine power. After obtaining the divine power, Zhao Fu did not say anything and turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon, searching for another godly spirit gathering place. A day or so passed, and Zhao Fu continued to brazenly rob godly spirits of their divine power. There were roughly 4,000 or so of them, and Zhao Fu had already absorbed 4,000 or so divine power orbs. As Zhao Fu continuously robbed godly spirits of their divine power, the news quickly spread, and many godly spirits knew that there was a terrifying cloaked figure who went around robbing godly spirits of their divine power. Most people did not know how terrifying that person was, and when those who had their divine power robbed by that person thought about the terrifying power that that person gave off, they felt a chill run down their spines. Such a terrifying person could definitely rival one of the top 10 geniuses, and such people were usually high and mighty. They would not have anything to do with ordinary godly spirits, yet this terrifying person was going around robbing godly spirits of their divine power. This made many people feel quite confused, and they could not understand why he was robbing so much divine power. However, after hearing that there was such a person who specialized in bullying ordinary godly spirits and robbing godly spirits of their divine power, the ordinary godly spirits became wary and tried their best not to encounter such a terrifying person. Because of what Zhao Fu did, he attracted more and more people's attention. Now, most people, including ordinary people, only cared about those who had defeated Lord God images and did not pay much attention to ordinary godly spirits. Zhao Fu was the first person who had aroused their interest. The experts on the viewing platforms could guess Zhao Fu's goal. Since he had taken so much godly spirit's divine power, it was definitely very important to him. This meant that he had the ability to fuse many godly spirits' divine power or something else. Thinking to there, the experts could not help but look at the God Demon Emperor's people. Ordinary people would not be able to devour and fuse so many types of divine power, as there was a great conflict between different types of divine power. Ordinary godly spirits having a few types of divine power was already their limit. It was impossible for a person to have hundreds or even thousands of types of divine power. This had never happened before in the God world. And now, such a terrifying person had appeared in the God Demon Emperor, and he could devour countless godly spirits' divine power. This caused them to feel incredibly shocked. How could the God Demon Emperor's emperor have such terrifying power? Many people were also quite curious about the emperor's identity and why he had such an ability. However, Kerr had not revealed any information, so they could only secretly investigate. Kerr had used this ability to grow so much in just 10 years, and his potential was no less than that of those with Emperor stars. Even now, everyone felt quite envious. Looking at this person who could devour so many types of divine power, everyone immediately thought of the god-demon emperor because their emperor also had this ability. Even though that person could only devour other people's divine power, Kerr could directly devour the divinity of other people's divine power. They were still quite shocked. This was because this ability was extremely rare. Now, two of them had appeared. Seeing the mysterious cloaked figure, Zhao Fu felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing that person wearing a cloak and looking quite mysterious. It was also possible that that person was a supporting chess piece sent by the demon emperor. His goal was to make Kel's divine power the lord of the gods. That was why he was devouring the power of other divine powers to strengthen his divine power. Just thinking about how much divine power he had plundered and assimilated into his body was enough to tell how terrifying it was. There might be a huge change in the future. Everyone looked at the god-demon emperor with a trace of wariness. They did not know that the god-demon emperor was just as shocked. They had thought that only their emperor had such terrifying abilities, and now, a second person had appeared. The god-demon emperor did not know why Kerr had such an ability, and they wondered if there was some connection between the two of them. However, from the current situation, it seemed that their emperor was definitely more powerful. Even though that person had such an ability, he definitely could not surpass their emperor, and they were completely confident in this. However, none of them knew that God Kerr's current accomplishments were all because of Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu found another god's legacy land. A massive ball of water appeared in front of him, giving off an intense light and giving off a massive aura that covered the heavens and earth. The sky was dark and drizzling as if it would never stop. There was a layer of mist on the ground, blocking one's vision and making it seem like an illusion. The place where Zhao Fu was standing was bright and sunny, and it was like a completely different world compared to the drizzling scene in front of him. There were already many people gathered here, and Zhao Fu saw that there were too many people and did not try to steal their divine power. After all, if there were too many people, Zhao Fu would be on the losing side. At that moment, there were also people who tried to enter the water ball, but they were unable to enter its range. The originally soft and weak rain would suddenly change, turning into ferocious marbles. Just now, a person's body had been pierced by the countless marbles, and his body was covered with blood, looking quite wretched. However, this did not affect Zhao Fu much, and Zhao Fu hugged Zhou Yun as he smiled and said, "Let's go in." Zhou Yun smiled and nodded. Boom! An explosion sounded out, and before anyone could react, a black ray of light giving off a powerful aura rushed towards the ball of water. The raindrops falling from the sky contained immense power as they flew towards Zhao Fu. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them clearly. Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura as a black dragon-patterned barrier appeared around his body. Bang, 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 countless water droplets landed on the black dragon inscription barrier, giving off sounds. The black dragon inscription barrier trembled. These water droplets were quite powerful. However, these raindrops did not cause any substantial damage to the black dragon-patterned barrier, and Zhao Fu and Zhou Yun successfully entered the ball of water. Their surroundings blurred, and Zhao Fu arrived in another space. Just like the outside world, the sky was covered by gray clouds, and it was drizzling non-stop. There was a layer of mist on the ground, and the air was very humid, with sufficient moisture. It felt like their clothes would be soaked if they stayed here for a while. There was a 1,000-meter-tall statue of a woman on a platform. She wore a palace dress and had a beautiful face and a slim figure. She gave off a gentle aura and gave off a powerful aura. This was the legacy land of the rain god, and one could obtain powerful rain god power. It was not just Zhao Fu and Zhou Yun here, there was also a woman who was undergoing the stone statue's test. The woman had a graceful figure, a pretty face, and fair skin. She wore a light green dress and gave off a flirtatious aura. She also gave off a powerful aura, and she was also a rain god. At that moment, the stone statue gave off a massive ancient rain god power, and the raindrops turned into flying daggers that continuously shot towards the woman. The woman used her own power to defend, and countless water whips gathered around her. These water whips were all condensed from water, and each whip was as thick as 2 fingers. There were hundreds of them, and they continuously lashed out. Water-flying daggers continuously shot towards the woman, and the water whips continuously lashed out with immense power, causing the flying daggers to turn into splashes of water and fall from the sky. Looking at this battle, Xiaofu estimated that it would take some time, and he did not want to wait here. As such, he said to Jiao Yun, "Search for treasures here as soon as possible, don't be as busy as last time." Jiao Yun smiled as she replied, "I understand. Lord, you should be careful." Following this, Jiao Yun left Zhao Fu's side and searched for treasures in the surroundings. As a core god's legacy land, there were many good things here. Zhao Fu flew forwards. When Zhao Fu entered the area controlled by the stone statue gave off a massive wave of god power. The countless raindrops in the surroundings instantly turned into countless flying daggers that quickly shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately turned his 10,000 god power into rain god power, and a massive aura spread out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed out, causing countless black liquids to appear and condense in Zhao Fu's hand, forming a 100-meter-long black water sword. Boom! Zhao Fu grabbed the black water sword and vigorously swung it, causing the 100-meter-long black water sword to give off a terrifying sword energy as it slashed forwards with unstoppable force. Bang! 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 Massive sounds sounded out as the countless flying daggers were instantly turned into splashes of water and fell from the sky. Zhao Fu directly flew forwards, surpassing the flirtatious woman. The woman's expression fell. She had never thought that Zhao Fu, a latecomer, would have such great power, surpassing her in an instant. Now, she was waving the water whips and could not advance much at all. Zhao Fu ignored the woman and quickly flew in front of the stone statue. The stone statue gave off a massive might and gave off intense water light as a massive square formation appeared on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Fu felt a massive might press down on his body as he quickly fell. Because of his previous experience, Zhao Fu was prepared this time. Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura and resisted that might. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Zhao Fu half knelt on one knee, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly everywhere. This time, Zhao Fu was not as wretched as before. He directly created a large crater in the ground. After landing on the ground, Zhao Fu felt a powerful might. His expression was serious and he did not dare to be careless. He circulated his power to resist that might, stood up, and walked forwards. Zhao Fu's expression was serious and he did not dare to be careless. He circulated his power to resist that might, stood up, and walked forwards. The woman had easily seen Zhao Fu pass the final trial, and she looked quite shocked. This had been too easy. However, she did not want to admit defeat, and she exploded out with a powerful wave of power. Countless traces of water appeared in the surroundings, forming even more whips that lashed out in all directions. Bang! Bang! Massive sounds rang out as the water blades were smashed into countless splashes by the water whips. The water whips continuously twisted and turned, giving off ferocious auras. The woman used this power to quickly fly forwards. By now, Zhao Fu had arrived in front of the stone statue, and the boundless rainwater energy flooded into Zhao Fu's body. The massive stone statue seemed to come to life and looked down at Zhao Fu as if it was sizing up Zhao Fu. Its gaze seemed to be able to see through Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the stone statue's forehead shined with intense water light, and a massive wave of ancient rain god's power swept out. Boom! A beam of water shot out from the stone statue's forehead, bringing with it a massive aura as it shot towards Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body trembled, and he sensed the ancient rain god's power continuously flowing into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu continuously absorbed this massive wave of ancient rain god's power and fused it into his black godhead. Within Zhao Fu's consciousness, black rain started to fall as a concept of rain spread out. Boom! This time, there was no need for Zhao Fu to forcefully absorb the sovereign god's power, and the stone statue gave off an even more powerful wave of rain god's power. The beam of water from the stone statue's forehead became even more intense, and even more ancient rain god's power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body, forming an incredibly terrifying aura. Boom! Before the stone statue could stop, an even more powerful wave of rain god's power shot out from the stone statue's forehead, and an even more intense beam of water shot towards Zhao Fu's body. The beautiful woman, who had been undergoing the test, had a look of shock on her face. She had no idea what was going on or why the stone statue was continuously sending waves of ancient rain god's power into Zhao Fu's body. Boom, an even more powerful aura spread out, and the stone statue's forehead shined with even more intense light. An even more intense beam of water shot towards Zhao Fu's body, and rain god's power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. It wasn't just the woman who was shocked, the many experts on the viewing platforms were also shocked. They understood Zhao Fu's situation better than anyone else. Last time, the wind god had done the same thing. The wind god had sent 10 strands of inheritance power into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to obtain the most terrifying ancient wind god's power. However, the ancient rain god stone statue had done the same thing. Just what was so special about that person for two ancient god statues to care so much about him? The people on the viewing platform's expressions became quite serious. The more they thought about this person's identity, the more suspicious they became. Could it be that this person was the legendary second King of Kings? They could not be sure if the King of Kings had come or not, so they first searched everywhere before personally standing guard at the entrance of the secret realm. If the second King of Kings had come, they would definitely have sensed it. However, they did not sense anything off this time. Perhaps the second King of Kings had used something to hide his aura and stealthily entered the secret realm. He understood that once he entered the secret realm, they would not be able to do anything to him. However, despite this, most people were unable to confirm Zhao Fu's identity. Moreover, there were a few other suspicious people in the competition. Now, everyone's expressions became serious as they thought about what to do next. Boom! Boom, massive sounds sounded out as the stone statue gave off waves of ancient rain god's power that continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Under the massive amounts of ancient rain god's power, Zhao Fu's body started to become a rain god. Zhao Fu's skin, eyes, and hair all became watery and gave off a watery light. He gave off a powerful rain god aura, and water droplets condensed around Zhao Fu and floated around him. After the stone statue gave Zhao Fu all of the legacy, it also gradually disappeared. Boom, within the secret realm, the massive ball of water gave off an intense light and a massive aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky with countless water droplets. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the ball of water exploded, and a water-colored shockwave spread out with unstoppable force. A powerful aura swept out, and countless water droplets shot everywhere. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a watery light as if the circle was filled with water. Now, there were 2 circles in the sky that had been filled up, and they gave off different lights. This scene caused everyone in the secret realm to feel quite surprised. How could it be so fast again? The rain god had also found 10 legatees and given them the legacy power before disappearing after completing her task. This speed was much faster than before. The Master God's test was incredibly difficult for ordinary people, and ordinary people would not be able to pass it at all. As such, there would not be so many people obtaining the Master God's legacy power at once. Could it be that there were many people with extraordinary talent hidden in the crowd and were only revealing their strength now? Apart from this guess, no one else could think of a second possibility. Within the rain god's legacy ground, as the stone statue disappeared, the ripples also disappeared. The woman looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had worked so hard to obtain the legacy, but this person had obtained it so easily without leaving a single one for anyone else. She could not understand why this was happening, and she felt quite displeased. However, when she thought about Zhao Fu's terrifying power, she had no choice but to accept it. This person was much more terrifying than her, and he definitely had a prestigious identity. Sensing the massive amount of ancient rain god's power within his body, Zhao Fu grinned. This rain god's power was undoubtedly the most powerful type of rain god's power, and it controlled the source energy of rain and ruled over the rain domain. Relying on a kind of power, Zhao Fu could control the weather at will. If he wanted it to rain somewhere, it would rain there. It would rain as heavily as he wanted it to rain. At the same time, Zhao Fu fused the rain god's power into his godhead, causing his myriad god's power to rise by a large degree, becoming even more terrifying. In addition, Zhao Fu now had 2 types of sovereign's power. The powerful sovereign's power allowed Zhao Fu to also have 2 types of sovereign's constitutions. In other words, the state where his body had changed color just now was the sovereign's constitution. Zhao Fu's hair, eyes, and body started to turn green as well. His body started to emit a green glow as well. This was the state of the Windmaster celestial body. At this time, Zhao Fu's wind god's power would become even stronger, and all of his moves would contain a powerful wind force. Zhao Fu's hair, eyes, and body started to turn green as well. This was the state of the Rainmaster celestial body. At this time, Zhao Fu's rain god's power would become even stronger, and all of his moves would contain a powerful rain force. After withdrawing the rain god's power, Zhao Fu returned to his normal state. The woman thought for a moment before coming up and saying, "May I know who you are?" It was impossible for her to obtain the sovereign's power, so she was thinking that if she could make friends with a terrifying existence like Zhao Fu, she might be able to gain some benefits. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That's a secret." The woman paused and smiled as she said, "Then let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Zhu, and I come from the Divine World Jusen faction." Zhao Fu lightly nodded. For this woman to be able to come here, she was quite strong. However, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to tell her his true identity, so he smiled as he said, "It's not convenient for me to tell you who I am, please understand." Seeing this, Yu Zhu did not continue to ask. A person like Zhao Fu's identity might be beyond her imagination, so she smiled as she said, "Sir, you obtained all of the rain god's power. This is enough to prove that Sir is quite ordinary, and I greatly admire you." Jiao Yun went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she smiled coquettishly as she said, "Don't talk about these useless things. My lord's identity is incredibly noble, and you can't even imagine it. Right now, you can only be my lord's woman and serve him with me." Yu Zhu's face became slightly red as she looked at Zhao Fu and felt quite shocked. Hearing Jiao Yun's words, it seemed that Zhao Fu's identity was even more terrifying than she had imagined. However, even so, she would not easily take the initiative to serve someone else. Zhao Fu hugged Jiao Yun and smiled as he said to her, "The core god's legacy land is about to close, so let's take advantage of this time to search for treasures." Yu Zhu also smiled apologetically at Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu brought Jiao Yun around the rain god's legacy land to search for rain attribute treasures, and Yu Zhu did the same. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and Jiao Yun teleported out. Zhao Fu told Jiao Yun to wait while he continued to loot godly spirits' divine power, as it was quite inconvenient for him to bring her along. Soon, the godly spirits heard about Zhao Fu robbing many godly spirits' divine power, and they became even more careful, not wanting to run into Zhao Fu. However, as more and more victims appeared, the news spread, and it attracted the attention of the top 10 geniuses. However, even though they paid some attention to this person, they did not intend to do anything because Zhao Fu had not offended them. Some of the people who had been robbed by Zhao Fu were quite dissatisfied and wanted to get a group of godly spirits to attack Zhao Fu. They wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson and not let him be so arrogant and fearless. However, very few godly spirits were willing to attack Zhao Fu, as Zhao Fu had only robbed them of their divine power and had not taken anything else. They did not want to lose their lives over some divine power. A while later, a group of godly spirits used up a lot of divine power and obtained a precious ore. They then sat on the ground and rested, recovering their divine power. Boom, a massive aura spread out, causing the air to become heavy. The godly spirits looked quite afraid as they looked at the sky and saw a person wearing a black cloak appear in front of them. Before Zhao Fu could speak, the godly spirits on the ground already knew who Zhao Fu was, so they immediately said, "Sir, don't attack, we'll immediately condense divine power for you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Was he really that famous now? However, this was a good thing. He did not have to go through so much trouble and could quickly and continuously obtain divine power. Moreover, these people were not very resistant, and Zhao Fu did not want to become a public enemy. After a while, the godly spirits condensed orbs of divine power and lightly tossed them out, causing different colored orbs of light to fly towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and put away the orbs of divine power before leaving. The godly spirits on the ground all let out a sigh of relief. As expected, that terrifying person only needed to steal some god power. After handing over the god power, nothing would happen to him. With that person's power, if he wanted to kill them, they would not be able to resist at all. Zhao Fu wanted to find a place to fuse the divine power that he had plundered. Suddenly, Zhao Fu seemed to sense something and his expression froze before he quickly flew to the side. The three-legged golden crow within Zhao Fu's spirit pet ring also became quite excited. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a white orb of light appeared in the sky, giving off blinding light. It was like a small sun illuminating the heavens and earth, and a searing aura spread out. This was another entrance to a core god's legacy land. Based on the aura that it gave off, this core god was most likely a sun core god. Before participating in the god competition, Zhao Fu had obtained ancient sun god power from the sun pond and had also obtained the sun god body. As such, he was very sensitive to ancient sun god power. The orb of light gave off intense light in the sky, and anyone who came close would be burned by the intense light. The light was very powerful, and it caused the ground in front of him to crack. Flowers, grass, and trees all died in an instant, and the scene was quite terrifying. Zhao Fu came to this place and saw that no one had come yet. Zhao Fu thought about it and a golden energy barrier appeared around his body. This golden energy barrier gave off the aura of sun god power. This was the sun god power that Zhao Fu had unleashed. Because Zhao Fu already had powerful ancient sun god power, it was quite easy for him. When the searing light landed on the barrier, it easily blocked the light, and Zhao Fu's body directly flew into the orb of light. The scene changed, and Zhao Fu arrived at another place by himself. There was not a single cloud in this place, and the sun gave off intense light that shone down on the ground. There were many large trees on the ground, and their leaves were dark green. Steam rose from the ground, making it seem like a steamer. On the same platform, there was a huge stone statue. This stone statue was 1,000 meters tall and looked like a valiant-looking young man. He wore a long robe and had a pair of wings on his back that gave off intense white light and a massive sun god aura. A strong thought came from the spiritual pet ring. Zhao Fu thought about it and released the golden crow's corpse. Hell! As soon as the huge golden crow came out, it happily let out a loud cry that resounded in all directions. The golden crow skeleton flew in the sky. It liked its surroundings very much, because this space was filled with intense sun god power. There were a few experts on the viewing platforms who looked quite confused. Back when there had been abnormal movements at the Sun Lake, they had gone over to take a look, but they had not found anything. Now that they had seen the golden crow skeleton, they understood that everything had been caused by Zhao Fu. They regretted not having been more careful back then. Perhaps they would have been able to capture Zhao Fu and investigate his identity. That way, they would be able to understand just who Zhao Fu was, and they would not have to keep guessing. Moreover, it was evident that Zhao Fu was not simple at all. His ability to devour the power of 10,000 gods was enough to shock them. If he was nurtured, even though he would not be as terrifying as God Kerr, he would still become an extremely terrifying person. The appearance of the golden crow skeleton attracted the stone statue's attention, and a strange expression appeared on its face. Zhao Fu suspected that these stone statues had their own consciousnesses, and perhaps they contained a trace of an ancient god's remnant soul. The sun god in front of Zhao Fu felt that it was one of the three golden crows because its aura was quite similar, and it also had a pair of wings on its back. The golden crow skeleton flew in the sky and looked at the stone statue, looking quite happy. Even though it did not have any memories, it felt quite close to the stone statue. Boom, the stone statue gave off a trace of a smile and slowly raised its hand towards the sun in the sky. A powerful wave of sun god power flowed out and shot into the sky, giving off a massive explosion. The sun in the sky gave off an even more intense white light, making it impossible to see it with one's eyes. A massive wave of sun power covered the heavens and earth. The world became a blazing white, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Even Zhao Fu could not take it and used his arm to block the white light. The golden crow skeleton became even happier, and it seemed to understand the stone statue's intentions. It gave a massive cry and flapped its wings as it flew towards the white sun in the sky. The golden crow skeleton's massive body became smaller and smaller before disappearing, as if it had flown into the sun. Following this, the light from the sun dimmed and the surroundings were no longer as hot. Everything returned to how it had been before. Zhao Fu did not know what had happened. He sent his consciousness into the golden crow skeleton's body and found that it was within an enormous white orb of light. The golden crow skeleton was absorbing boundless ancient sun god power. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu could not help but give a trace of a smile. Absorbing such powerful sun god power was a great thing for the golden crow skeleton, and it would be of great help to him. Zhao Fu looked at the stone statue. He planned to accept the stone statue's test and obtain the sun god's power. Even though Zhao Fu had already obtained the ancient sun god power, it was evident that the ancient sun god power was much more powerful than ordinary ancient sun god power. Boom! As Zhao Fu came closer, the stone statue retracted its hand and instinctively gave off countless rays of white light. Enormous orbs of light appeared. There were simply too many of them to count. They gave off searing auras and the scene was quite terrifying. Zhao Fu also gave off the sun god power. A golden light shone from Zhao Fu's body, illuminating the surroundings. This was the sun god's inheritance ground. Using the sun god power was very beneficial, and it was easier to obtain the sun god's inheritance. But after Zhao Fu released the sun god power, something unexpected suddenly happened. The stone statue looked at Zhao Fu and felt Zhao Fu's aura. Its expression suddenly froze, and it retracted the sun god power. The enormous white orbs of light also dissipated. Zhao Fu, who had wanted to fight, was also surprised. Seeing the stone statue retract the sun god power, he did not know what it wanted. He waited where he was, but nothing happened. Then, Zhao Fu flew forward. He did not receive any attacks and went directly to the sun statue. The might from before and the magic formation did not appear, so Zhao Fu did not go anywhere. The stone statue lowered its head and looked at Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to see through everything about Zhao Fu. The many experts on the viewing platforms felt quite confused. Why did the stone statue not need to undergo any tests? This was the first time they had seen something like this. However, some people quickly discovered the reason. It was most likely because of that sun god power. After sensing that ancient sun god power, the sun god core god stone statue had taken back its sun god power. That massive golden crow skeleton seemed to have a great connection with the sun god core god. Perhaps they had the same bloodline, or perhaps they didn't. No one knew what that connection was. Boom, as expected, after the stone statue looked at Zhao Fu, its forehead also gave off boundless white light, and a searing aura spread out. A searing white light giving off a powerful aura landed on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of sun god power flow into his body, and Zhao Fu quickly absorbed it and fused it into his divine spark. The divine spark continuously absorbed sun god power, and its power quickly increased. Boom, the stone statue's forehead gave off an even more intense white light, and an even more searing energy spread out. A searing white light giving off a powerful aura quickly landed on Zhao Fu's body, and an even more massive wave of sun god power flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Seeing this, everyone's expressions became somewhat serious. Could it be that the sun god core god power had also sent all 10 legacy energies into that person's body? Boom. Countless blinding white lights shot out from the stone statue's forehead, illuminating the surroundings. An even more searing energy spread out, and a searing white light giving off even more powerful sun god power entered Zhao Fu's body. Just who is this person? Seeing this, everyone no longer doubted that the sun god core god stone statue would once again give all 10 legacy energies to that person. But just what was that person's identity? What terrifying things did he have on him, and why did the sun statue value him so much? More importantly, it wasn't just a single stone statue. Earlier on, the Wind Master God and the Rain Master God statues had viewed Zhao Fu with great importance as well, and had channeled all of their legacy power into Zhao Fu's injured body. They could accept one or two of them, but now that 3 sovereigns had acted in such a manner, they truly found it hard to accept. It was now much more likely that that person was the second King of Kings. After all, apart from the second King of Kings, who had shocked the entire world, no one could think of such potential. Boom boom boom, explosions continuously sounded out as beams of blazing white light containing immense sun god power continuously entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body, under the powerful sun god power, once again changed. Zhao Fu's eyes, skin, and hair became slightly white, and his body gave off a white light as his body gave off an aura of sun god power. As expected, Zhao Fu once again obtained the sun god body. In this state, his sun god power was at its strongest, and all of his attacks contained sun god power. Sensing the sun god power within his body, Zhao Fu felt as if he could turn into a true sun and shine down on the world. After obtaining 10 traces of ancient sun god power, Zhao Fu's 10,000 godly power became even more powerful. However, because he had devoured 2 gods' power, Zhao Fu's 10,000 godly power once again became unbalanced. Luckily, Zhao Fu had not used the god power he had obtained from robbing 2,000 or so godly spirits, so he could use it now to balance out the 10,000 godly power and maintain its balance. 2,000 different colored orbs of light flew out of Zhao Fu's spatial ring and floated around him, giving off different colored divine power as a massive wave of divine power spread out. Following this, all of the divine power orbs fused into Zhao Fu's body, and he stood there with his eyes closed as he absorbed the god power. The experts on the viewing platforms all looked incredibly shocked, so that person had the ability to devour 10,000 godly power. It wasn't something that could devour 10,000 godly power, he was robbing those godly spirits' god power in order to absorb it. Within the Legacy Land, there was no such thing as a personal barrier. Now that everyone had personally seen Zhao Fu devour so much god power, they all understood what was going on. Everyone could not help but look at the God Demon Emperor. It seemed that this person was definitely related to the God Demon Emperor, and he definitely was not a pawn of the God Demon Emperor. It seemed that this person's potential was not below God Curse. Even though the God Demon Emperor was very powerful, he definitely would not use such a terrifying person as a pawn. With how he was continuously becoming stronger, he would have to fight with God Curse sooner or later. The two of them both had terrifying abilities, and only one of them could win in the end. It felt as if they were mortal enemies. The God Demon Emperor and the others' expressions became serious. Now that such a powerful person had suddenly appeared, they could not help but feel worried. If that person met with their legatee, what would happen? Within the Legacy Land, Zhao Fu spent some time devouring and fusing with god power. The balance of 10,000 godly power had been restored, and it had become even more powerful. If he continued to grow like this, even Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. Scree! A massive bird's cry sounded throughout the sky, and Zhao Fu opened his eyes. He looked up and saw a massive white crow fly out from the sun, giving off a massive wave of sun god power and an intense sense of suppression. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked as he looked at the white crow. Before, the crow had only been bones, but now, not only did it grow flesh, but it also had pure white feathers. Before, its power had been golden, but now, both its body and power had become white. Zhao Fu felt that even though the three-legged white crow now had flesh and feathers, it had not recovered much of its power, and it would most likely take a long time to recover. However, now that the three-legged white crow had a body, it was a delightful thing. It would allow the three-legged white crow to recover even faster and not waste time growing flesh. The three-legged white crow happily flew down from the sky and landed in front of Zhao Fu. Its body was 100,000 meters long, and Zhao Fu could only look up from the ground. After landing, the three-legged white crow was quite disappointed that it did not see the stone statue, but its gaze quickly fell on Zhao Fu's body. Right now, it was closest to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he examined the three-legged white crow's body, and he found that its power was already quite terrifying. If it recovered to its peak state, it would be even more terrifying. This power belonged to the ancient sun god Core God, and it was no longer its own ancient sun power. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied and allowed it to happily play outside while he searched for sun attribute treasures. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the massive orb of white light within the secret realm gave off an intense white light and gave off a massive aura as it turned into a ray of white light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the orb of white light exploded out, and a wave of white light spread out with unstoppable force. A powerful aura spread out as countless rays of white light shot everywhere. In the sky, there were 24 magic formations, and one of them gave off a white light, making it seem as if a circle had been filled with white light. Now, there were 3 circles in the sky that had been filled, and they gave off different lights. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. How could 10 people obtain legacies at once? If it was the first or second time, they might have believed it, but this was the third time. It was impossible for 10 people to obtain the power of inheritance at the same time. Something must have happened to cause the current situation. There was also another possibility, which was that a single person had obtained all of the legacies, which was why the 3 legacy lands had been filled so quickly. If it was the first possibility, everyone could accept it, but the second possibility was quite terrifying. Who could obtain all of the legacies from 3 god lords? Before, no one could think of anyone who could do such a thing, as it was simply impossible. Moreover, god lords' power conflicted with one another. Even though everyone knew that God Kerr had the ability to devour tens of thousands of other gods, the statue itself had been tested and tested for potential. God Kerr was quite terrifying, but no one believed that he could obtain all of the legacies from 3 god lords. Suddenly, everyone thought of an incredibly terrifying person, and only that person had such potential. Otherwise, no one could think of anyone else. Could it be that the second King of Kings had really come to the secret realm? How had he snuck in? He had been able to fool so many experts. All of this was just speculation, and no one could be sure that the second King of Kings had come to the secret realm. Perhaps the person who had obtained all of the 3 god lords' legacies was not the second King of Kings. No one knew if this was true or not, but this gave everyone a sense of pressure. It was possible that an incredibly terrifying figure had appeared in the secret realm. Even the 2 Emperor stars were no exception, and they also felt a wave of pressure. There was also the huge 24 circles in the sky. Now, 3 of them had been filled with light. Once all 24 circles were filled, the competition would end early. In the past, the 24 spheres had not been filled so quickly. In fact, some sovereigns had not even obtained all 10 legacies, causing the 24 spheres to be unable to be filled. Everyone seized the time to do all sorts of things, already having some expectations. At this time, some of the top 10 geniuses had already entered the Lord's inheritance ground and obtained the Lord's inheritance. However, because there were only 24 core gods, they represented 24 different attributes. If one was not a god of one of the 24 attributes, it would be difficult to obtain the core god's legacy power, and it would not be able to satisfy the needs of the many gods of different attributes. After Zhao Fu collected a pile of treasures in the secret territory, he brought the 3-legged white crow out of the inheritance ground and returned to the secret territory. Zhao Fu then put away the 3-legged white crow because it was too big and the aura it emitted was too terrifying. Others would be able to sense it from far away, which was not beneficial to Zhao Fu's movements. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to plunder the godly spirit's divine power to neutralize the 10,000 godly power. Boom, in another core god's inheritance ground, a handsome man dressed in green robes and giving off a powerful aura walked towards a core god statue. This core god statue was of an elder who looked around 60 years old. He wore long robes and held a wooden staff. His hair seemed to have many leaves, and his body gave off a powerful godly spirit's aura. Boom, as the green-cloaked man came closer, the statue gave off an intense green light. Leaves appeared in the air, each of them giving off a trace of cold light and seeming to be incredibly sharp. Swish, 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 green leaves quickly flew towards the green-cloaked man. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them clearly. They filled the entire sky, creating a terrifying scene. However, the green-cloaked man did not show any fear. He stretched out a hand and a powerful energy flowed out, forming tree roots around him. These roots were incredibly straight and tough, and they gave off a terrifying aura. Bang, bang. Bang, the tree roots gave off terrifying power as they shot towards the incoming leaves. The immense power shattered the countless leaves, causing them to turn into motes of green light and dissipate. The green-cloaked man quickly flew forwards and entered the statue's domain. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the statue gave off boundless green light and a massive might. A massive green magic formation appeared on the ground, giving off a faint green light. The green-cloaked man's expression changed, and his body was affected by the immense pressure, causing him to quickly descend. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the green-cloaked man's body crashed to the ground, opening up a large crater and causing rocks to fly everywhere. The green-cloaked man crawled up from the ground, his expression quite grim. He seemed to have underestimated the statue's power, which was why he was in such a wretched state. This ancient core god was incredibly powerful. After crawling up from the ground, the green-cloaked man resisted that massive might and continued to walk forwards. In the end, he came in front of the statue. The statue looked down at the green-cloaked man and its forehead gave off an intense green light. A powerful aura exploded out as a beam of light filled with the aura of a tree shot into the green-cloaked man's body. The green-cloaked man stood there and closed his eyes as he absorbed the ancient tree god's power. With his identity, ordinary godly spirit's legacy power would not have any effect on him at all. However, this was the power of an ancient god, one of the gods who had created the era of gods. His power was still extremely terrifying. Even though the green-robed man had a divine bloodline, the power of the ancient tree god was still very useful to him. Sensing this ancient tree god's power, the green-cloaked man put away his previous carelessness and underestimation. He came from a saint-tier faction, which was located in the half-celestial world. From the start, he had always been filled with disdain and contempt towards people or things from a lower world. He felt that they were too weak. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the statue's forehead gave off an even more intense green light, and a powerful green beam of light shot towards the green-cloaked man's body. Sensing the endless power of the ancient tree god entering his body, the green-cloaked man's lips curled into a confident smile. With his divine bloodline and identity, he was confident that he could obtain all of the legacy power of the ancient tree god. The green-cloaked man knew about the person who had obtained all the legacies of the three overgods. It was exactly because of this that he had entered the land of legacy as well. He wanted to prove that he had that kind of potential. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the statue's forehead shone with an even more intense green light. A powerful beam of green light continued to land on the green-cloaked man's body, and even more legacy power entered his body. The experts looked at the green-cloaked man in surprise. Seeing the streams of ancient god power continuously enter his body, they wondered if this person had the ability to obtain all of the legacy power of the overgods. Before, everyone had noticed this green-cloaked man because he was one of the experts hidden in the crowd. They had long since sensed that he was not ordinary. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sounds rang out as countless rays of green light shot out from the statue's forehead. The rays of green light containing great power landed on the green-cloaked man's body, and massive waves of the ancient tree god's power entered his body. The experts could not help but feel nervous and expectant. Did this green-cloaked man have the potential to obtain all of the legacy power of the overgods? If he did, he would become another terrifying person. The green-cloaked man was very confident. He did not believe that with his bloodline and terrifying identity, he would not be able to obtain all of the legacy power of a overgod. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as a ray of green light giving off a massive aura landed on the green-cloaked man's body. This was 7 overgods legacy power, and he was only missing 3. The green-cloaked man gave a confident smile as he closed his eyes and focused on absorbing the power. He believed that he would not be weaker than that person. Suddenly, the ray of green light on the green-cloaked man's body gradually weakened, causing the green-cloaked man to feel stunned. He opened his eyes and looked at the statue, and he found that the amount of ancient god power entering his body was indeed decreasing. The green-cloaked man did not believe it. After waiting for a while, the ray of green light disappeared, and the green light from the statue's forehead disappeared as well. The statue's massive aura also weakened. It really had stopped. Given his bloodline, his status, and his tremendous amount of karmic luck, he had only been able to acquire 7 strands of sovereign power from the primordial tree. The green-robed man felt extremely dissatisfied. That person had been able to acquire 10 strands of sovereign power, so why couldn't he? Boom! The green-cloaked man exploded out with a powerful aura, and a massive green aura flowed out, forming a massive green vortex behind him. A powerful suction force shot out towards the stone statue. Boom! A massive wave of power exploded out from the statue's body, forming a massive shockwave that spread out with thunderous power. Sensing this terrifying power, the green-cloaked man's body felt cold and he felt terror. He hurriedly defended and used his hand to block in front of him. His arm gave off a green light and formed a semicircular barrier. Bang! A muffled sound was heard as the green energy shield was instantly shattered. The green-robed man's body was sent flying and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The green-cloaked man was still a bit behind, and he looked at the stone statue in shock and terror. This stone statue was not as simple as he had expected, and the power that it had just given off seemed to belong to a celestial. The other experts were also quite surprised. That person had also tried to forcefully absorb the sovereign power like the green-cloaked man, but that person had not reacted at all, while the green-cloaked man had been attacked. Fortunately, the sovereign power had not been too powerful, or else the green-clothed man would have been killed. This was how terrifying the sovereign power was. If it really could be offended, they would not have been so shocked when they saw Zhao Fu forcefully absorb the sovereign power. The green-clothed man came back to his senses, and his expression became quite unsightly. He had only obtained 7 strands of sovereign power, which was a miracle to others. However, he had not obtained all of the sovereign power, which meant that he was inferior to that person. Thinking about that, the green-clothed man felt quite angry. With his status and bloodline, how could he be inferior to someone from the Heaven-Awakened world? Before, he had looked down on the people and things in the Heaven-Awakened world, and he had never thought that there would be someone even more terrifying than him. Just what kind of person was that person, and what sort of status did he have to obtain all of the sovereign power? Now, the green-clothed man was quite curious about that person's identity. The many experts on the viewing platforms felt both disappointed and relieved at the same time. They were disappointed that this person did not have the ability to obtain all of a core god's legacy power, while that person had obtained all of the power of 3 core gods. There was no way for them to compare. The reason they let out a sigh of relief was that even though the green-clothed man had been able to obtain 7 sovereign gods' legacies, which meant that he was quite terrifying, it was not too terrifying. It was still within an acceptable range, unlike that person, who had long since surpassed their expectations. The green-cloaked man stood up and became much more respectful towards the stone statue. He did not dare to do such a thing again, and he directly left the legacy land. Lil Jiao. Hee hee. A young girl happily hugged a purple cat that was as fat as a pig and affectionately rubbed her face against the fat cat's face. This young girl was the future time god Xianxia. The other 2 time gods also smiled as they looked at the fat cat. This was because the fat cat had done a great service this time, finding the entrance to the Time Master God's legacy land. Out of the 24 time gods, 1 was a time god. Because time gods were extremely rare, the entrance to the Time Master God's legacy land was incredibly difficult to find, and even ordinary time gods would not be able to find it. This fat cat was quite skilled in finding things, and after searching for so long, he had finally found the entrance to the Time Master God's legacy land. The entrance was located within a hidden valley, and the few of them stood in midair within the valley. The fat cat was also very happy to hug its owner. It had caused great trouble before by going to the Holy Sun's place to steal wine, causing its owner to offend a terrifying person. Now, it was time to make up for it. Xianxia said with a trace of a smile, "Let's enter the Time Master God's legacy land to take the test." The other 2 women smiled and nodded. Their goal in coming to the secret realm was for the Time Master God's legacy power. Following this, Xianxia flew to the front and stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of time power to spread out like waves of light. A golden, noble bell gave off a massive aura as it appeared in the air, giving off golden light and ripples of time. The entrance to the Time God's legacy land was even more special than the entrances to other legacy lands, and it could only be opened by those with Time God power. Xianxia looked at the massive golden bell in front of him and sent a massive wave of Time God power into it. The hands of the golden bell started to spin and a wave of time power spread out, forming a golden vortex. Following this, Xianxia and the other 2 flew into the golden vortex. The scene before them blurred and the 3 of them came to a golden region. There were golden bells in the sky, covering the entire sky. The ground, forests, mountains, and rivers were all covered with a golden color. Everything here seemed to be in a state of stillness. The flowing water, the falling leaves, the moving beasts, and the dancing butterflies were all still. There was a 1,000-meter tall stone statue on a golden platform. The statue looked like a noble woman and was tall and slim. She wore a palace dress and there was a bell necklace around her neck. It gave off a faint golden light and a massive wave of time god power. Xianxia and the other 2 stood on the ground and looked at the massive stone statue. Xianxia lightly laughed and said, "Let's go up and take the test." Xianxia smiled and nodded. Xianxia put the fat cat on the ground and smiled as she said, "Lil Wine, we're going to take the test. Wait here for us." The fat cat meowed, indicating that it understood. It then took out a jade bottle and hugged it, lightly smelling the wine fragrance coming from within. There was only a little bit of sacred blood wine left, and it could not bear to drink any more. After drinking such a proper wine, it would be gone forever, and it would not be able to obtain more in the future. Right now, the fat cat could only smell the wine every day to satisfy its craving. However, despite this, the fat cat was still quite happy. It held the jade bottle on the ground and smelled the extraordinary wine fragrance, looking quite intoxicated. On the other side, the three goddesses officially began the test. The three of them flew up, and the massive stone statue gave off a massive wave of time god power. Massive golden vortexes appeared in the surroundings, and every golden vortex gave off intense time god power ripples. They gave off massive auras and seemed to be unstoppable. Immediately, that area was in a state of chaos. This chaos was formless, but it was also very terrifying. If an ordinary person were to step forward, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Although they did not seem to be in any danger, taking a single step forward would cause them to fall into an endless vortex of time. It would be impossible for them to escape. Even if you attacked, it would be useless. For example, if you shot an arrow, the arrow would immediately disappear, and you would quickly lose contact with the arrow. Regardless of whether it was arrows or other attacks, they were basically ineffective. Only a powerful force that could destroy time could possibly break this time vortex. Therefore, even if ordinary people entered this place, they would not be able to pass the test. They could only search for some treasures in the surroundings and then leave this place. However, the three sisters were different. They were time gods themselves, and they were not ordinary time gods. Shiyi's expression was quite serious and he did not dare to be careless at all. He looked at the two people beside him and said, "Let's begin." The other two nodded. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive wave of time power exploded out from Shirgue's body. A white gold light shone out from her body and time wheels appeared around her, slowly spinning. These time light wheels were like blurry rings of light. They looked somewhat illusory and emitted a faint light. Immediately, the space around Shirgue started to go through changes, as if scenes from the past appeared. It was unknown how much time had passed. As the past time god, Shirgue could cause a small region of space to go back in time, causing scenes from the past to appear. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as Shirya's body gave off a massive wave of time power. Her body also gave off white gold light as time wheels appeared and also slowly spun. The space around Shirya also started to go through changes, as if some hazy scenes from the future appeared. It was impossible to see what they were. As the future time god, Shirya could cause a small region of space to go back in time, causing scenes from the future to appear. Because there were too many uncertain factors, the scenes were quite hazy. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as Shirning's body gave off a massive wave of time energy. Her graceful body gave off platinum-colored light as time discs appeared and slowly spun around her. The space around Shirning did not go through any changes, unlike her big sister and little sister, who would have scenes appear around them. Because Shirning was the time god of the present, she did not have the power of the past or the power of the future. She only had the power of the present. Even though she did not have the ability to know the past or the future, she was still an integral part of the time cycle. After all, the past and future needed to be connected together. Shirgue flew 10 meters to the left, Shirya flew 10 meters to the right, and Shirning stood in the middle without moving. Boom, at that moment, Shirning gave off a massive wave of time power, and the time wheels around her spread out and flowed into the other two people's time wheels. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Shirning's time energy flowed into the two people next to her. A massive wave of time energy exploded out as massive time wheels covered the three people's bodies and quickly spun. Powerful waves of time spread out, making people feel incredibly terrified. Shirgue flew forward with the many time light wheels, neither too fast nor too slow. The golden vortexes around the stone statue gave off chaotic flows of time, but they did not stop the time wheels at all. At this moment, the time wheel of light was extremely powerful. The three of them were not ordinary time gods to begin with, and now that the three of them fused together, their power became even more terrifying. It was tens of times stronger than when they were separated. This type of time power was no longer the time power of the past, present, or future. Instead, it was the time power of the world. This was because the past, present, and future could form a world's time, and the power that the time wheels gave off could even affect the world's time. This was why it was said that this time energy was incredibly terrifying. The time wheels came before the stone statue at a moderate speed, and what was surprising was that the stone statue looked down at the woman within the wheel of time. It did not give off any might, nor did any magic formations appear. There were only two situations where this would happen. The first was that the person participating in the trial was closely related to a Lord God, and Zhao Fu was the first. The second was when the main god held someone in high regard. The three women understood that they had received the time god's acknowledgement and smiled. They dispelled the time wheel of light and flew to the ground before respectfully bowing to the stone statue. The corners of the stone statue's lips curled upwards, revealing a trace of a smile. Golden light shone from its forehead and a powerful wave of time power spread out, causing the surrounding time to slow down. Boom! 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 3 rays of golden light giving off massive auras shot out from the stone statue's forehead and quickly landed on the 3 women's bodies. A massive wave of the ancient time god's legacy power continuously flowed into the 3 women's bodies. The 3 women stood where they were and closed their eyes. They had traces of smiles on their faces as they absorbed the time energy with all of their strength. The fat cat, who was hugging the jade bottle, looked at this scene and gave a surprised and happy smile, feeling happy for its owner. As Zhao Fu robbed the godly spirits of their god power, he went wherever there were many godly spirits and obtained a lot of god power. At that moment, Zhao Fu sensed that there were many godly spirits gathered, and he gave off powerful auras as he flew over. After reaching that place, Zhao Fu found that this was another time god's legacy land. There was a moon-like planet floating in the air. It was hundreds of meters wide and gave off silver-white moonlight. It gave off a cold aura and a massive aura. There were many godly spirits standing here, and because there were simply too many godly spirits, Zhao Fu did not rob them of their god power. However, even though Zhao Fu did not want to rob their godly spirits, Zhao Fu was still recognized by others, and someone immediately cried out in fear, "The God-stealer is here." The God-stealer was the nickname that the victims had given Zhao Fu. He was someone who stole god power. Hearing this cry, everyone looked at Zhao Fu and looked slightly fearful as they made way for him. Now, many people knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was, and as more and more godly spirits were robbed, many godly spirits recognized Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu's fame was no less than that of a peerless genius. As such, even if Zhao Fu wanted to keep a low profile, he would be quickly recognized, which was why this scene had occurred. Zhao Fu did not mind everyone's gazes and looked at the moon as he gave a delighted smile. This was the entrance to a time god's legacy land. It was most likely the entrance to a time god's legacy land. Before, Zhao Fu had said that he needed to gather the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and yin and yang attributes to obtain the opportunity to awaken the spirit race's emperor star. Now, Zhao Fu only lacked the fire, earth, and yin attributes. He had obtained the yang attribute from the sun god pool after absorbing the ancient sun god's power, and it had become even more powerful. Since the sun god's power could represent the yang attribute, then the moon god's power could naturally represent the yin attribute. The ancient moon god's power was what Zhao Fu lacked. The ancient moon god's power was incredibly terrifying, so he had to satisfy Zhao Fu's request and help Zhao Fu obtain the yin constitution. Zhao Fu smiled as he flew forwards, flying into the moon's domain. Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of cold moon power flow over, and it contained an extremely powerful penetrative power. Even the defensive barrier was unable to stop it. Some people had wanted to charge in, but their bodies had been penetrated by the cold moon power, causing them to fall from the sky. Now, their bodies were curled up, looking frozen. This cold came from the spirit, and it was very difficult to resist or get rid of. However, this massive wave of moon power was not very strong to Zhao Fu. A black dragon inscription barrier appeared around his body, blocking that wave of moon power, and he immediately felt the cold disappear. Zhao Fu directly flew into the massive planet and entered the Moon Lord God's legacy land. The people outside the planet saw that the moon power that had stopped countless people from entering had been easily blocked by that person. This was enough to prove that that person was truly terrifying and that the rumors were not false. Boom! Just as Zhao Fu entered the Moon Lord God's legacy land, he heard a massive explosion, and Zhao Fu looked into the distance. There was a stone statue with a graceful figure and a peerlessly beautiful face wearing a palace dress, looking like a celestial maiden. Her forehead gave off countless traces of silver-white moonlight, and a powerful wave of moon power continuously spread out. A silver-white ray of light giving off a massive aura landed on a woman's body, and massive amounts of ancient moon god power continuously flowed into her body. The woman wore a white palace dress and had jet black hair. She was extremely beautiful, and her skin was white. She had a graceful figure and gave off a cold aura. She was like an unreachable celestial maiden, and her beauty could move anyone's heart. She was the 9 moon's goddess Xianxia. Seeing her here, Zhaofu was not surprised at all. The 9 moon gods were the most powerful moon god faction in the godly world, and their attributes were the same as the ancient moon gods. Moreover, the 9 moon gods had a deep connection to the ancient moon god, and almost every generation's goddesses would come here to obtain ancient moon god power. Boom! At that moment, the stone statue's forehead gave off an even more powerful silver-white light, and an even greater moon god aura spread out. An even more intense silver-white ray of light landed on Yuchan's body, and even more moon god power entered her body. The moon god closed her eyes and focused on absorbing the massive amounts of moon god power. Her body gave off a faint light and gave off a holy aura, and she looked incredibly beautiful. Right now, Zhaofu could only watch from here and could not go up and intervene. This god statue was an incredibly terrifying existence, and if he tried to stop it, he might suffer a calamity. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as the stone statue's forehead continuously gave off intense silver-white light. Rays of silver-white light containing massive amounts of moon power shot towards Yuchan's body. Following this, the light from the stone statue gradually dimmed. Yuchan had obtained 6 ancient moon god legacies in total, and to ordinary people, this was quite shocking. Ordinary people would be lucky to obtain one. The green-clothed man had a divine bloodline and had a terrifying identity, but he had only obtained 7 legacies. This meant that Yuchan was not simple at all, and her talent and power were both terrifying. The light and power from the stone statue gradually dissipated, and Yuchan fused the ancient moon god power into her body. Feeling the power within her body, Yuchan smiled. Yuchan opened her eyes and wanted to leave, but she found a cloaked person standing not too far away. That person's aura was quite ordinary, and there seemed to be nothing special about him. Yuchan thought to herself that he was someone who had come to take the stone statue's trial and obtained ancient moon god power, so she did not pay too much attention. However, looking at how ordinary his aura was, he most likely would not have any chance of obtaining ancient moon god power. Of course, she had already obtained 6 of the 10 ancient moon god powers, and she would not be able to obtain the remaining 4. She did not care who she would give them to. Zhaofu noticed that Yuchan was looking at him and could not help but smile. He looked at Yuchan and sized up her appearance and figure. She was so beautiful that she could cause anyone to be mesmerized, and no less than expected from a famous beauty in the godly world. Sensing Zhaofu's gaze, Yuchan slightly frowned but did not mind because she had experienced such things many times. With her beauty, there wasn't a single man who wouldn't be moved. Basically, they would crazily pursue her, no matter the price. After looking at Zhaofu, Yuchan turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Zhaofu looked away. He was not too interested in Yuchan and had only taken a few glances at her. Now that she had left, it was time for him to test her. The stone statue only had 4 ancient moon god legacy powers left, and he felt that there were not enough. He could not allow anything unexpected to happen, and he had to obtain all of them. Zhaofu flew towards the stone statue. Sensing that Zhaofu was getting closer, the stone statue once again gave off a silver-white light and a massive wave of ancient god power, forming a massive might. Zhaofu did not feel any fear and continued to fly forwards. Boom! At that moment, the stone statue also started to attack. The stone statue exploded out with a terrifying moon god's power, and a shocking aura spread out as a massive silver-white disc appeared behind her. It was 1,000 meters wide, while the stone statue itself was only 1,000 meters wide. Swish, 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 after the silver disc appeared, rays of silver-white light containing ferocious power shot towards Zhaofu. They were incredibly fast and tore through the air. Zhaofu hurriedly stretched out a hand and a powerful energy flowed out of his hand, forming a massive black magic formation that gave off a black light and a terrifying divine power blocking in front of him. Bang, bang. Bang! Explosions rang out as silver beams of light containing immense power struck the black magic array. Shockwaves spread out, and a few cracks appeared on the black magic array. Xiao Fu immediately used even more powerful power, and black power continuously flowed out of Xiao Fu's palm and poured into the black magic formation. The black magic formation became several times larger and gave off even more terrifying power. Bang 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 bang, massive explosions once again sounded out as silver beams of light containing immense power slammed into the black magic formation. The silver light became somewhat blinding, and a shocking aura spread out. At this moment, the black magic array released an even stronger power. Countless rays of black light shot out in all directions, blocking the countless beams of light that shot toward it. Relying on the defensive magic array, Xiao Fu quickly flew forward. During this time, one silver beam after another bombarded the magic array. However, it didn't cause any damage to Xiao Fu. In the end, Xiao Fu still reached the stone statue. The silver light on the stone statue's back disappeared, and a massive might suddenly weighed down on Xiao Fu. A massive silver magic formation giving off a powerful aura floated up from the ground. Because of his previous experiences, this time, Xiao Fu was suppressed by that massive might, causing his body to quickly fall. However, Xiao Fu was able to land steadily. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, the massive power turned into a shockwave that rippled out, causing the ground to crack. That powerful might was still weighing down on his body, but Xiao Fu's expression did not change. He used his body's power to resist that might and continued onwards. As expected, Xiao Fu arrived in front of the stone statue, and the massive might disappeared. The stone statue lowered its head and looked at Xiao Fu, while Xiao Fu looked up at the Lord God's stone statue and looked into its eyes. At that moment, the stone statue gave a trace of a smile, and boundless silver light once again shot out from its forehead. A powerful wave of ancient moon god power spread out, forming a powerful gale. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a silver-white beam of light giving off a massive aura shot into Xiao Fu's body incredibly quickly, and a massive wave of ancient moon god power entered Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu gave a trace of a smile and closed his eyes as he absorbed the ancient moon god legacy power. Boom! 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 3 more explosions sounded out as silver-white beams of light giving off powerful auras shot out and landed on Xiao Fu's body. Massive amounts of ancient moon god power continuously entered Xiao Fu's body. Under this massive amount of ancient moon god power, Xiao Fu's body started to go through changes. At that moment, the light that the stone statue gave off gradually dimmed, and its aura started to dissipate. Even though it had only given Xiao Fu 4 legacy power, because there were only 10 in total, giving Xiao Fu 4 legacy power meant that he had already completed the mission. In the end, the stone statue disappeared, and Xiao Fu stood where he was, his body giving off a silver-white light as he continued to go through changes. This was because the ancient moon god power was quite important to Xiao Fu. Yu Chan had only just left, and her body was still near the planet. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as a massive planet gave off an intense silver-white light within the secret realm. It gave off a massive aura as it turned into a silver-white ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the silver-white planet exploded, and a silver-white wave of light spread out with unstoppable force. A powerful aura spread out, forming a powerful gale. There were 24 magic formations in the sky, and one of them gave off a silver-white light, making it seem as if a circle was filled with silver-white light. Now, there were 4 circles in the sky, and they gave off different lights. This meant that the 4 god legacies had given Xiao Fu all of the legacy power. Because Yu Chan was nearby, she sensed this powerful aura and her expression fell as she looked at the sky. Someone has obtained the remaining 4 ancient moon god power so quickly? Thinking to there, Yu Chan could not help but think of a certain person. Back when she had left, there had only been that person. If there was anyone who had the highest chance of obtaining the remaining legacy power, it would be that person. Moreover, he had been astonishingly fast. She had only just left when he had obtained all of the legacy power, and she felt that he was much faster than her. Before, she had felt that he was quite ordinary, and being able to enter the god legacy land was already incredibly lucky. She had never thought that he would obtain the remaining legacy power so quickly. This time, he had made an error in judgment. He had underestimated that person's strength. However, with his eyesight, he shouldn't have misjudged someone. Unless that person was stronger than him and was deliberately hiding his strength, or this person was very special. Wait. Yuchan suddenly thought of something. This person was faster than her and was quite special. Could it be that he had obtained the legacy power of the previous 3 god kings? It was said that the person who had obtained the legacy power of the previous 3 god kings was most likely the second king of kings. Otherwise, no one would be able to guess who would have such terrifying power. Yuchan felt quite startled. Could it be that that person really was the second king of kings? She had brushed past him and had not recognized him. Thinking about that, Yuchan's mind went blank. She had never thought that such a thing would happen, nor had she thought that she would meet the second king of kings. Back then, she had thought that this person was not only ordinary but had been infatuated by her beauty. She looked down on him and did not like him at all. However, was that person really the second king of kings? Yuchan hurriedly returned to where she had been, but there was not a single person there. In the end, Yuchan could not help but sigh. She had never thought that such a thing would happen. However, regardless of whether that person was the second king of kings or not, she was certain that that person was incredibly terrifying and would not be any weaker than her. Now that he had come to the secret realm, they would definitely meet in the future. When that time came, she would know his identity. This competition of the gods was not simple at all. Not only was the second king of kings hiding among the crowd, but there were also many terrifying existences hidden among the crowd. This competition of the gods would be abnormally intense. Yuchan breathed out and her gaze became resolute. No matter how powerful her opponent was, she would not easily admit defeat, even if it was the second king of kings. Within the moon god legacy land, Xiaofu's body gave off a silver-white light. The powerful ancient moon god's power caused Xiaofu to use the moon god constitution. His hair, eyes, and skin all became a silver-white color. This wave of moon god's power was extremely terrifying, and it was the peak of moon god's power. Even though it was only 4 legacy powers, it allowed Xiaofu to grasp powerful moon god's power. Xiaofu felt like he was the moon god of the 9 heavens. He could control all moonlight, and he could even become a moon, controlling everything in the world. Right now, although Xiaofu had absorbed the power of the ancient moon god, his body possessed a powerful moon god's power, and his soul also emitted a silvery white moonlight. He was still unable to move. But things didn't end there. At that moment, within Xiaofu's body, a black and white yin-yang diagram continuously absorbed the moon god's power before slowly spinning. Now was the most important step. This was more complicated than absorbing the sun god power because Xiaofu wanted to complete the transformation of the yin and yang attributes. In other words, the yang attribute could be transformed into the yin attribute, and the yin attribute could be transformed into the yang attribute. There was yang within yin, and yin within yang. This was Taiji. This was the effect of the Taiji diagram on Xiaofu's chest. It fused the yin and yang attributes into one, causing the 2 powers to become even more powerful. The Taiji diagram continuously spun within Xiaofu's body, and a wave of yin and yang power spread out from within Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu's body no longer gave off a silvery white light, and it instead gave off a black-white light. Xiaofu's body also started to go through changes. After a while, a powerful wave of yin and yang power exploded out from Xiaofu's body, forming a powerful wind that spread out. A massive Taiji diagram appeared around Xiaofu's body, and massive amounts of heaven and earth power flooded into Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu opened his eyes, and one of his eyes became white while the other became black, shooting out 2 rays of light. Now, the Taiji diagram within Xiaofu's body slowly spun, giving off a silvery white light and a golden light. A powerful wave of yin and yang power continuously spread out from Xiaofu's body. This wave of yin and yang power was extremely terrifying. It was the power of the ancient sun god's legacy power and the ancient moon god's legacy power fused together. The 2 powers were incredibly terrifying, and they were the 2 most terrifying powers in the world. However, the power created from the fusion of these 2 powers was naturally even more terrifying than the original 2 powers. Just thinking about it was shocking. Now, Xiaofu also had a powerful yin and yang constitution. Xiaofu's soul flame, after receiving the massive amounts of yin and yang power, became black-white. The white gave off a warm power, while the black gave off a cold and gloomy power. At the center of his soul, a Taiji diagram formed, turning yin power into yang power and yang power into yin power. Zhao Fu's soul flame could now be called the yin-yang soul flame, and it contained massive yin and yang power. Moreover, his soul power had also been greatly strengthened. With the yin-yang soul flame's power, Zhao Fu could easily block any mental attacks and unleash terrifying mental attacks. This was how powerful the yin-yang soul flame was. Now, Zhao Fu had the water spirit's blood, wood spirit's body, metal spirit's bones, and the yin-yang soul flame. He was just lacking the earth spirit's and fire spirit's powers. The formation of the yin-yang 5 elements constitution would definitely be of great help to Zhao Fu. At the same time, he would be able to awaken the spirit race's emperor star, and Zhao Fu felt great anticipation. Finally, with the yin-yang soul flame and yin and yang power, Zhao Fu felt that his control over the 6 paths demon images had become much stronger, and the 6 paths of reincarnation's power had also become much stronger. This completely surpassed what Zhao Fu had expected. Zhao Fu had never thought that obtaining yin and yang power would have such a great effect on the 6 paths of reincarnation's power. It was possible that the 6 paths of reincarnation had some sort of connection to the Taiji diagram. Now, Zhao Fu's cultivation had greatly increased. Zhao Fu's cultivation was now at the extreme divine realm, and he was just a bit away from breaking through to the Emperor Heaven realm. When that time came, Zhao Fu would become an Emperor Heaven realm expert. After inspecting his body, Zhao Fu happily smiled and did not waste any time as he searched for treasures in the Moon God Legacy land. Yu Chan was not very interested in the treasures here because she had a powerful foundation, while Zhao Fu did not have that kind of foundation. All of the treasures here were quite useful to Zhao Fu, so Zhao Fu definitely wanted to collect them. A few hours later, Zhao Fu's body was forcefully teleported out. Zhao Fu had obtained many treasures and had a trace of a smile on his face. Following this, Zhao Fu started to plunder godly spirits' divine power. Because he had absorbed another core god's power, the 10,000 godly power became unbalanced, and he needed even more godly spirit power to balance it out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu gave off a massive aura and descended on an empty area, and a powerful gale blew out. For some reason, there were hundreds of godly spirits gathered here, and Zhao Fu sensed that there were many godly spirits here, so he quickly flew over. When the godly spirits saw Zhao Fu, they immediately felt quite fearful. It was evident that they recognized Zhao Fu. Seeing how fearful they were, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. It would be easy for him to obtain their god power, and he said in a dignified and domineering voice, "Hand over your god power." "Humph. You want my god power? Let's see if you're qualified." A cold harumph sounded out as a well-built man walked out from the crowd, his body giving off a lightning-like aura. Everyone turned their heads to look at the muscular man and exclaimed in surprise. "That's Lei Tianming, his older brother is Lei Tianba, who is ranked 9th among the top 10 absolute geniuses. The Godsizer has kicked an iron plate this time." "That's right. Lei Tianming is Lei Tianba's younger brother, offending him means offending Lei Tianba. That Godsizer is powerful, but compared to the top 10 absolute geniuses, he's still a bit lacking. Lei Tianming is also quite powerful, just a bit weaker than his older brother. However, he's not someone we can offend. It's not that I want to say this, but there's going to be a good show soon. The Godsizer has tried to rob Lei Tianming, so he definitely won't accept it. We'll be able to enjoy their battle later. I'm also looking forward to seeing how intense the battle between these two powerful people will be. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Haha, let's stay away. I feel that Lei Tianming will win because the faction behind him is too terrifying, and the people he nurtured are naturally terrifying as well. As for that Godsizer, he seems quite mysterious, but he's still a bit too weak against Lei Tianming." Standing in the air, Zhao Fu frowned and the smile on his face faded. He had only wanted some god power and had not wanted to start a battle. However, there were still people looking for trouble, and their attitudes were quite vile. Zhao Fu said coldly, "Do I have the qualifications?" "Don't court death." As a member of one of the strongest powers in the divine world, Lei Tianming was naturally not afraid of anyone. With a cold expression, he said, "You're the one courting death. It's not too late to scram now. I'm not like those trash that's afraid of you." These words immediately made everyone present unhappy. Who among them was trash? They were just a little weaker. Compared to the ordinary deities outside the secret land, they were still a little stronger. Xiaofu said contemptuously. Really? A trace of anger appeared on Lei Tianming's face, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, it was all about strength. Boom, an enormous rumbling sound rang out, and an enormous power erupted from Lei Tianming's body. Countless azure lightning bolts exploded around him, flickering in the air, twisting, connecting, and splitting. The lightning was a bit dazzling to the eyes. The godly spirits hurriedly retreated in fear. This was azure sky lightning, and it was an extremely terrifying type of lightning. Ordinary godly spirits would be heavily injured if they were hit by it, and it would deal massive damage to evil creatures. Boom, Lei Tianming brought with him countless azure lightning bolts as he leapt into the sky. He was incredibly fast, and he arrived before Xiaofu in an instant. He clenched his fist, and countless bolts of lightning wrapped around it. He punched out like a bolt of lightning, seeming as if it could shatter anything. In that instant, Xiaofu stretched out a hand, and a massive wave of power flowed out from his palm, forming a black semicircular barrier in front of him. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the fist, bringing with it countless azure lightning bolts, landed on the black barrier, and a shocking power spread out. The defensive barrier shattered with a resounding sound. The fist continued towards Xiaofu, and Xiaofu's body flew to the side, causing Lei Tianming's attack to miss. Lei Tianming gave a disdainful smile as he said provocatively, "Aren't you very strong? Why were you dodging? Who's the one courting death now?" Everyone on the ground looked at the two people in the sky in shock. It seemed that Lei Tianming had a greater advantage, as expected from an expert nurtured by such a terrifying faction. Xiaofu coldly laughed, "You're quite strong, but to me, you're just trash. Perhaps your big brother can fight with me, but you don't have the qualifications." Lei Tianming immediately looked incredibly furious, as if Xiaofu had touched his reverse scale. He hated to hear that he was inferior to his big brother, and that this person dared to call him trash. It was simply laughable. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Lei Tianming exploded out with even more terrifying power. Countless azure lightning bolts exploded out, covering the entire sky, and a terrifying lightning aura spread out. Swish, Lei Tianming's body shot out like an azure bolt of lightning, arriving before Xiaofu in an instant. A punch containing countless bolts of lightning blasted out, wanting to blast Xiaofu into smithereens. This time, Xiaofu did not move, and he coldly looked at Lei Tianming as he lightly cried out, "Celestial mode. Activate." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a celestial-like aura exploded out, forming a powerful gale. A rainbow-colored aura flame appeared around Xiaofu's body. Facing Lei Tianming's incoming punch, Xiaofu gripped his fist, and a rainbow-colored aura flame wrapped around his fist. A terrifying aura spread out, and Xiaofu punched out, seeming to be able to shatter space itself. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the two fists collided with terrifying power, resulting in a massive explosion. A shockwave blasted out, forming an intense gale that blew out in all directions, causing rocks to roll and trees to sway. Xiaofu didn't move at all, while Lei Tianming retreated 4 or 5 steps, a look of shock on his face. Swish, a trace of a cold smile appeared on Xiaofu's face, and his body disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Lei Tianming and raised his leg, giving off a ferocious aura as he kicked towards Lei Tianming. Lei Tianming was given a big fright and hurriedly used his hands to block, causing arcs of azure lightning to appear around them. Bang, an explosion sounded out as Lei Tianming's body fell like a meteor and heavily smashed into the ground, opening up a massive crater. Rubble flew everywhere and dust filled the air. Everyone looked at Xiaofu in shock. This Godsizer was so terrifying and had such terrifying power. It was the first time they had seen him use his true power. Arg! A loud roar sounded out from the crater as countless berserk arcs of azure lightning exploded out, continuously striking the ground. The ground continuously cracked as a destructive power spread out. When the dust settled, Lei Tianming's face was filled with rage as he glared at Xiaofu. Arcs of azure lightning covered his body. Swish, Lei Tianming had already used all of his power. His body disappeared, leaving behind only a few tiny arcs of azure lightning. However, in the next second, Lei Tianming appeared in front of Zhao Fu and punched towards Zhao Fu with terrifying lightning-filled energy. Zhao Fu didn't move at all. He stretched out his hand and easily blocked Lei Tianming's punch. Swish, Lei Tianming's body disappeared, leaving behind a few tiny arcs of azure lightning. In the next moment, Lei Tianba appeared on the other side of Zhao Fu and punched towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his other hand and easily blocked Lei Tianming's attack. Lei Tianming's body immediately disappeared and reappeared behind Zhao Fu. His leg gave off terrifying power as he kicked towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't move at all. A powerful energy exploded out from his body and a circle of runes appeared around him. Each circle gave off a rainbow-colored light, and a rainbow-colored energy barrier was formed. Bang! Lei Tianming's powerful kick landed on the rainbow-colored barrier, resulting in a massive sound. A gale spread out, but the rainbow-colored barrier wasn't damaged at all. Bang! 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 Lei Tianming's body disappeared and attacked Zhao Fu from different angles. His speed was incredibly fast, and it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Arcs of azure lightning quickly flashed in the sky, and the massive sounds of the powerful energies crashing into the defensive barrier could be heard. This aura was quite shocking. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. Lei Tianming's power was terrifying, but the person in front of him was even more terrifying. No matter how much Lei Tianming attacked, he couldn't even break through the barrier. His strength was enough to completely suppress Lei Tianming. Lei Tianming's expression also became unsightly. He continuously used all sorts of attacks, even from different angles. However, he couldn't break through Zhao Fu's defenses. Was the difference between them that great? This made Lei Tianming very unwilling. With a loud roar, his body exploded with countless azure arcs of lightning as he charged at Zhao Fu. Countless arcs of azure lightning continuously condensed, forming an azure qilin made of lightning. It gave off an extremely terrifying lightning energy as it appeared behind Lei Tianming. Lei Tianming clenched his fists and charged towards Zhao Fu, sending a punch towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The fist, along with the cyan thunder qilin, smashed against the barrier. The barrier slowly cracked open and then shattered. Lei Tianming was overjoyed. He had finally broken through his opponent's barrier. At this time, Zhao Fu's lips curled into a cold smile. The moment Lei Tianming broke through his defense, Zhao Fu kicked out with all his might, directly striking Lei Tianming's abdomen. Bang! Lei Tianming's body flew out like a rubber ball, crashing down from the sky and crashing into a few trees. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and his face became pale. Seeing this, everyone sighed. This Godsizer definitely had the strength of a peerless genius. Lei Tianming wasn't a match for him at all. It was just as the Godsizer had said, only his brother, Lei Tianba, would have the strength to fight him. Arg! Lei Tianming didn't give up. He raised his head to the sky and roared with blood in his mouth. Boundless berserk azure lightning spread out, causing the ground to continuously crack. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Lei Tianming was going to fight with his life on the line. Boom! However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu turned into a rainbow ray of light and shot towards Lei Tianming. He brought with him a terrifying power as he slammed into Lei Tianming's body, causing another massive explosion to sound out. A shockwave spread out, and the ground collapsed in an instant. Many stones and wood also shattered in an instant, and then flew out like raindrops. After the dust settled, Lei Tianming could be seen lying on the ground. There was a lot of blood flowing out of his chest, dyeing his clothes blood red. Zhao Fu stood to the side, his body giving off traces of a rainbow aura. Lei Tianming was heavily injured, but he still furiously tried to crawl up. Zhao Fu condescendingly laughed and waved his hand, sending out a powerful wave of energy that sent Lei Tianming flying. This time, Lei Tianming fell to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He didn't even have the strength to crawl up. Zhao Fu looked at him and his voice contained a trace of domineeringness as he said, "Do you understand how powerful you are now? I already said that you were seeking death, yet you still dared to speak to me in such an arrogant manner. I also said that only your big brother has the strength to fight with me. However, your big brother will still lose to me in the end, and it's even more impossible for you." Everyone watched from the side and felt quite shocked. Wasn't this not putting Lei Tianba in his eyes at all? Lei Tianming was one of the top 10 geniuses. What gave this person the confidence to say such a thing? Lei Tianming felt quite humiliated. Not only did this person look down on him, but he also looked down on his big brother. Lei Tianming lay on the ground and furiously glared at Zhao Fu. Seeing how furious he looked, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and casually waved his hand. A wave of energy once again sent Lei Tianming flying, and this time, Lei Tianming fainted and fell to the ground. However, Zhao Fu did not pay any attention to him because there were so many people watching and he was unable to block out the scene. Zhao Fu wanted to teach Lei Tianming a lesson and did not plan on killing him. Zhao Fu turned to look at the other godly spirits standing around. Because of the shockwaves from the battle, more godly spirits had arrived, and there were now 600 of them. Zhao Fu looked at them with a ferocious gaze as he said, "Hurry up and hand over your godly spirits." The 600 godly spirits quickly came to their senses and looked quite afraid. They quickly gathered their divine power, and not a single godly spirit dared to say no. This was because they had personally seen just how terrifying Zhao Fu was. If they did not hand over their divine power, they would end up like Lei Tianming. Following this, the godly spirits condensed divine power orbs and lightly tossed them towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and all of the divine power orbs were put into his spatial ring before Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Boom! A tall man's stone statue gave off boundless violet light from its forehead and a terrifying lightning power spread out. A violet ray of light shot out and landed on a young man's body. The young man had short violet hair that stood on end, making him look like a hedgehog. He was tall and had a coarse face, and he was not wearing any clothes on his upper body. Countless arcs of lightning wrapped around his body, giving off a massive might. He was Lei Tianba, Lei Tianming's big brother, and one of the top 10 geniuses. Lei Tianba closed his eyes and absorbed the primordial lightning god's power. His aura became even more terrifying, and it was as if there was a formless electric field around him that caused everyone's hairs to stand on end. The purple light that shot out was the fifth lightning god's legacy power. After shooting out this legacy power, the light from the stone statue's forehead gradually weakened. Finally, the light and aura from the stone statue disappeared, signifying that Lei Tianba had obtained the fifth lightning god's legacy power. This number was quite shocking, and he only had one less legacy power than Yu Chan. After absorbing all of the primordial lightning god's legacy power, Lei Tianba revealed an excited smile. After absorbing the primordial lightning god's legacy power, his strength had increased by a large amount and he had become quite terrifying. However, not long after, Lei Tianba sensed something and immediately took out a glass orb. This glass orb was only as big as a longan fruit and was quite transparent, and it gave off an intense green light. This caused Lei Tianba to feel quite startled. The glass orb was a miraculous treasure, and there were only 2 of them. If one of them was in danger, the other glass orb would sense it as well. Now that the glass orb was giving off an intense green light, this meant that his little brother was in great danger. Even though Lei Tianba looked quite rough, he cared a lot about brotherhood. Even though his little brother was weaker than him, Lei Tianming still cared a lot about this big brother of his. Seeing that Lei Tianming was in trouble, Lei Tianba did not hesitate and turned into a purple bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. A few hours later, Lei Tianba relied on the glass orb's senses and hurried to the place. He saw Lei Tianming lying on the ground covered in blood, and he was quite shocked. He hurriedly went up and picked up Lei Tianming's body and checked his injuries. He found that they were quite serious, and he roared furiously, "Which bastard did this? I'll definitely kill him." At that moment, some godly spirits had not left yet. Seeing how furious Lei Tianba was, they felt quite afraid. Now that the enmity between Lei Tianba and the Godsizer had been set, Lei Tianba would take revenge for his little brother. There would definitely be a battle between them, and when that time came, they would be able to see just how terrifying a battle between geniuses was. Because Lei Tianba's abilities came from a terrifying faction, and he was also very strong, some people eagerly ran in front of Lei Tianba and told him what had just happened. After hearing these words, Lei Tianba became even more furious. That person had not only heavily injured his little brother, he had also humiliated him and his brother. This was absolutely intolerable. Lei Tianba felt an intense killing intent towards Zhao Fu. He really wanted to kill Zhao Fu right now. Now that so much time had passed, that person should have long since escaped. As such, Lei Tianba didn't chase after him. He first treated Lei Tianming's injuries. Following this, Lei Tianming slowly woke up. Seeing Lei Tianba in front of him, Lei Tianming's expression became quite unsightly, unable to face Lei Tianba. Big brother. I was defeated by someone. It's because I'm not strong enough that you were humiliated. This time, I understand just how strong I am and just how big of a gap there is between us. I swear that I will train with all my might in the future and defeat that person. I will make that person pay the price he deserves. Lei Tianba smiled as he comforted him, saying, I'll take care of this matter. Right now, you should focus on recovering. Lei Tianming could tell what Lei Tianba meant and said earnestly, Big brother, that person is incredibly terrifying. If you meet him, you must be careful. Lei Tianba nodded seriously. Following this, news spread that Lei Tianba was offering a massive reward for finding the Godstealer. Anyone who told Lei Tianba where that person was would receive the massive reward. News of Lei Tianming and Zhao Fu's relationship quickly spread. That person is quite daring. Not only did he steal some ordinary godly spirit's divine power, but he even dared to steal from Lei Tianba's little brother. Did he not know who that person is? Is he someone that ordinary people can offend? I also heard that not only did that person easily defeat Lei Tianming, but he also humiliated his two brothers, saying that they weren't a match for him and that they were just two pieces of trash that he could casually defeat. Those words are too arrogant. No wonder Lei Tianba was so furious and spent such a massive reward to find that person. That's right. Just who is that person? He dares to so brazenly look down on a peerless genius. I'm not sure who he is, but I heard that his power is incredibly terrifying and isn't any weaker than a peerless genius. Perhaps he won't lose to Lei Tianba, and perhaps we'll be able to see a world-shaking battle. I'm also looking forward to the battles between the experts in the later stages of the competition. When that time comes, all of us will be eliminated, and those that remain will all be incredibly terrifying. The battles between them will definitely be incredibly intense. I wonder if that person is the King of Kings. If he joins, the competition will be 10 or so times more exciting. If he doesn't come, the competition will lose some of its luster. This news also reached God Ker's ears. Before, God Ker had been using historical remnants and legacies to increase his power, and his goal was to defeat the two possessors of Emperor Stars. As such, he naturally did not have time to worry about anything else. However, now that he had heard about that Godstealer, he felt quite startled. That person had stolen so many godly spirits' divine power, and it was very likely that he had the ability to devour 10,000 godly spirits. However, this ability was incredibly rare, and he was the only person at the center of the godly world who had it. How could there be another person with such an ability? Moreover, this ability was completely dependent on a certain person. Could it be that that person had come to the secret realm? Thinking to there, God Ker's expression became quite serious, and it even became slightly unsightly. He could not help but feel nervous about that person's arrival. God Ker immediately tried to sense it, but it could not sense anything. What was going on? It should have been able to sense that person's arrival, but it could not sense anything. Could it be that that person had just coincidentally obtained the ability to devour 10,000 godly spirits? After thinking about it, it realized that it could only devour divine power, while that person could devour divinity. Evidently, that person was far more powerful than that person. This allowed God Ker to let out a sigh of relief. However, it did not completely ignore that person. Perhaps that person was related to the person it had been worried about. As such, God Ker announced that it was searching for that Godstealer, and whoever found it would be greatly rewarded. After hearing this, everyone felt quite surprised. Why was God Ker also participating? This matter did not seem to have anything to do with him. Now that he was participating, things became even more lively. Boom! 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 3 massive explosions sounded out as a tall and slim figure wearing a palace dress and a necklace with a bell around its neck gave off an intense golden light from its forehead. It gave off a massive wave of world power and shot out 3 golden rays of light. The 3 golden rays of light landed on the 3 women's bodies, and they were the 3-time goddesses. The three time goddesses had their eyes closed as they absorbed the ancient time god's legacy power. These three legacy power were the third legacy power. Each time, there would be 3 legacy power, so there would be 9 legacy power. The three time goddesses had each received 3 legacy power, leaving only 1 legacy power. Even though each of them had only received 3 legacy power and could not compare to those peerless geniuses, the 3 of them as a group had received 9 legacy power, which was quite shocking. Moreover, the 3 of them represented the past, present, and future. When the 3 powers fused together, they became world time power, and after absorbing the ancient time god's power, their power would become many times more terrifying than before. At that moment, the light and aura from the statue's forehead gradually weakened before disappearing. The statue had left behind 1 legacy power, giving the 3 goddesses 9 legacy power. Right now, the 3 goddesses had their eyes closed, and their bodies gave off a faint light as they refined time power. The time god was the rarest godly spirit and also the most special godly spirit. His power was different from ordinary power, and refining it was quite complicated. Fat Cat, who was lying on the ground and hugging the jade bottle, happily looked at the 3 goddesses. It understood that its 3 owners had all obtained great benefits. Then, it happily took another whiff of the fragrance from the jade bottle and revealed an intoxicated expression. It was a pity that there was only so much of this sacred blood wine. If it could drink a little every day, how great would that be? However, that was impossible. This sacred blood wine required the blood of holy sons to be brewed, so where would it go to obtain holy blood? Back then, it had almost been caught for this small bottle of sacred blood wine. Forget it, it did not want to think about these things anymore. Fat Cat took another whiff of the wine fragrance and looked intoxicated. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind it, reaching out a hand to grab Fat Cat by the nape of its neck, lifting Fat Cat up. Meow meow meow. Fat Cat hugged the jade bottle and cried out in panic, not noticing that someone had appeared behind it. Fat Cat wanted to use its time power to escape, but it found that there was a power that had sealed its time power. In the end, Fat Cat turned around in fear, wanting to know who had grabbed her. But when Fat Cat turned its head and saw the person, it was so scared that its fur stood on end. It didn't even care about the wine bottle it was holding and struggled with all its might, meowing for help. Xiaofu was quite happy and smiled as he held the Fat Cat and said, "Silly cat. You can't escape now, can you?" 10 or so minutes ago, Xiaofu had robbed quite a few godly spirits of their power. He had wanted to find a secluded place to refine the divine power, but he suddenly sensed his bloodline's aura. Because the sacred blood wine was made with Xiaofu's blood as the main ingredient, even though it had been turned into wine, there would still be some residual aura. Perhaps ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense this aura, but as the owner of the blood, Xiaofu could easily sense it. After sensing this aura, Xiaofu was quite surprised. He had never been here before, so why would there be his aura here? Curious, Xiaofu followed the aura and found the entrance to the Time Master God's legacy land. This was relatively easy because the entrance to the land of inheritance had remained there ever since it opened. From afar, Xiaofu could see that the hanging bell gave off a golden light and floated in midair. When Xiaofu sensed the aura from the hanging bell, he was quite surprised. This was the Time Master God's legacy land. If he could obtain the Time Master God's legacy power, he would have powerful time power, and there would be no need for him to search for the Time God. After Xiaofu returned to Qin City, he would be able to mass-produce Philosopher's Stones. This was incredibly important to both Xiaofu and Qin City, so Xiaofu immediately flew over. The golden bell emitted waves of time ripples in the air. They were like waves of golden light that kept spreading out. These ripples didn't cause any damage, but they were very difficult to defend against. This was because if one rushed over, the time ripples would push one back to where one was. This was time power, not ordinary power, so it was quite difficult to defend against those ripples. However, even though time power was quite special and powerful, when it was powerful to the extreme, it could tear through space and stop time. Xiaofu himself had a few ultimate powers that could tear through time power. Xiaofu used the killing sword intent. Xiaofu took out the Emperor Killing Sword and lightly cried out, "Killing Sword Master." Boom, an almost corporeal killing intent and sword intent exploded out from Xiaofu's body as his eyes gave off a black and blood-red light, and his body gave off a terrifying and cold aura. The surrounding temperature quickly fell, becoming incredibly dangerous and making people's hairs stand on end. The golden bell in front of him gave off waves of golden light, and Zhao Fu raised the emperor killing sword and sent a powerful wave of power into it, causing it to give off an intense black and blood-red sword light. Boom, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a terrifying black and blood-red sword light containing power that seemed to be able to slash apart everything slashed out. The spreading waves of mental light were directly slashed apart. Zhao Fu grasped this opportunity and flew into the golden bell. After arriving at the legacy land, Zhao Fu saw a familiar figure lying on the ground, hugging a jade bottle and looking quite satisfied. Zhao Fu immediately understood what was going on and could not help but feel quite happy. Last time, he had paid a great price and made all sorts of preparations, but in the end, that fat cat had still escaped and lost the divine blood wine that he had worked so hard to make. It was simply a humiliation. This time, he had to catch that fat cat no matter what. Zhao Fu used the celestial concealment medallion that Xian Lu had given him to hide his aura and put on a bracelet. This bracelet was called the Time Sealing Bracelet, and its effect was to suppress time power. Zhao Fu had spent a lot of money to buy it, and it was specifically used to deal with the time god. Following this, Zhao Fu stealthily walked over. Because he was worried that the fat cat would discover him, Zhao Fu was quite careful with every step he took. The fat cat hugged the wine bottle and did not sense any danger, which was why the scene had happened. The three-time goddesses heard the fat cat's terrified and panicked cries and understood that something had gone wrong. They hurriedly opened their eyes and looked towards the fat cat's direction, only to see a cloaked figure pick up the fat cat with one hand. Fat cat continued to struggle in his hands, meowing non-stop, calling out to them for help. The three-time goddesses immediately flew over, and Xianxia called out angrily, "Who are you? Hurry up and let Lil Zhou go." Xianxia's expression was quite serious because Zhao Fu did not give off his aura, and he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Zhao Fu looked at the three women and lightly laughed as he said, "Who am I? This damned cat stole something from me, who do you think I am?" Hearing this, Xianxia felt quite startled. What they had been worried about had happened, and they had even come to find them. Xianxia knew that they were in the wrong and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lil Jill likes wine too much, so she stole your wine. We'll compensate you, so please let Lil Jill go." Zhao Fu had a smile on his face as he looked at the fat cat. The fat cat did not struggle and looked at Zhao Fu pitifully, wanting Zhao Fu to let it go. Zhao Fu could already sense that the three women were all time gods, and they were not ordinary time gods either. Moreover, they seemed to have just obtained the time god's legacy. If he could subdue them, it would be 10 or so times better than having time power. After all, Zhao Fu had too much power, and he could not focus on cultivating a single type of power. As such, even if Zhao Fu obtained the time god's legacy power, he would not be able to develop it to its full potential. This would naturally not be as effective as a time god, so it would be best if he could subdue them. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course I can let it go. As for compensation, I see that the three of you are quite good. How about becoming my subordinates?" Xianxia did not expect Zhao Fu to say this, and she looked at her big sister. Ning also looked at her elder sister. They did not have any thoughts of becoming someone else's subordinate. Firstly, they were of noble status to begin with. Secondly, they had come out this time for the primordial time sovereign's power. Once they obtained it, they would return to their faction. Shikuan looked at Zhao Fu sternly. "I'm sorry. We can't agree to this request of yours. Why don't you tell us something else? If we can do it, we will do our best to fulfill it." Zhao Fu's smile faded. "Whether you agree or refuse, you must submit to me today." Shigue's expression changed slightly. There was nothing she could say now. Zhao Fu was tyrannically trying to subdue them and did not care about their opinions. "Do you really want to do this? We don't want to fight with you and are willing to compensate you with all kinds of things, but don't go too far." Xianxia and Ning's expressions were serious as they looked at Zhao Fu. They understood that the battle was about to begin. Zhao Fu sneered, "I only want you to submit to me now." Clang, 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 a massive aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body as chains containing terrifying power shot out from the ground, shooting towards the three women incredibly ferociously. Shigue's gaze became serious and he stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of time energy to flow out and spread out. The chains quickly lost control and retracted back into the ground. Xiaofu did not look surprised because he had fought with the time god before. He immediately lightly shouted, "Celestial mode. Activate." Boom, a massive aura exploded out from Xiaofu's body, turning into a wild gale. A rainbow-colored aura flame appeared around Xiaofu's body as a celestial aura spread out, seeming to lock down spacetime. The chains that had retracted into the ground were instantly dyed with rainbow-colored light and broke free from the bindings of time. They gave off terrifying power as they once again shot towards the three women. Shirgui's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and swiped to the side, causing a wave of golden energy to spread out. Bang, bang. Bang, the rainbow-colored chains gave off immense power as they automatically shot to the side. The countless rainbow-colored chains pierced through the ground, resulting in massive sounds. Rocks flew everywhere and many holes appeared. Shirgui once again said, "We really don't want to become enemies with you. I'll say it one last time, we can compensate you with things, but we definitely won't submit to you." Xianxia said somewhat angrily, "We already said that we're willing to compensate you, yet you still want to attack us. You're too much of a bully, we're not people who can be bullied so easily." Ning did not say anything and coldly stared at Xiaofu. Xiaofu looked at the three-time goddesses seriously. Their time energy was quite powerful, and they could even forcefully twist the chains that contained celestial power. If he could not break their time energy, it would be very difficult to harm them. Thinking about that, Xiaofu coldly laughed and took out the emperor-killing sword. A wave of power locked down the fat cat and he threw it to the ground, saying, "I want to see just how powerful your time god is." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura spread out. The rainbow-colored aura flame around Xiaofu's body disappeared and traces of black and blood-red sword chi came out of Xiaofu's black cloak. A massive wave of killing intent and sword intent flowed out, and the air seemed to be unable to withstand it and started to twist. An extremely dangerous aura spread out, and the world seemed to fall into hell as the sky became blood-red. Xiaofu held a black and blood-red sword as he stood there, his eyes giving off dense blood-red light. His body gave off traces of blood-red aura and his body became hazy, seeming both real and illusory, as if he was a celestial of slaughter. Xiaofu had not left his celestial mode, and now that his killing sword intent and celestial mode fused together, his power was incredibly terrifying. Sensing this power, Shirgui and the other two women's expressions fell as they felt terror, and their bodies instinctively trembled. Boom, Xiaofu's body turned into a blur as he quickly rushed at Shirgui. His aura was incredibly ferocious, and he looked like a terrifying monster rushing at him. Shirgui stretched out a hand and a wave of golden energy flowed out. Time seemed to stop as a golden shield formed. With the stopped time as the shield, it was as if one was in a different time. This attack was incredibly powerful and could block almost all attacks. However, Xiaofu turned into a blur as he appeared in front of the golden shield. He casually slashed out with his sword and a black and blood-red sword arc containing extremely sharp power instantly cut through the stopped time, causing it to once again flow. Shirgui's expression fell and she hurriedly called out to the two goddesses beside her, "Hurry and leave. This person is too powerful." As she spoke, Xiaofu's body turned into a blur as he instantly arrived in front of Shirgui and his sword gave off terrifying power as he slashed towards Shirgui. Seeing that their big sister's life was in danger, Xianxia and Shirqun naturally could not leave. They stretched out a hand and a wave of golden time energy flowed out of their bodies, forming two golden spears. Boom! Boom! The two golden time spears gave off terrifying golden light as they shot towards Xiaofu incredibly quickly. At that moment, Shirqua's body gave off a wave of time energy as a golden vortex appeared around him. The surrounding time became chaotic, and Shirqua wanted to use this chaotic time as a defense to block Xiaofu's incoming sword strike. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the chaotic time was slashed apart and the golden vortex was split in two. Shirqua's body was also hit by a powerful sword energy and was sent flying backwards. At that moment, the two spears gave off terrifying power as they shot towards Xiaofu. These two time spears could not be dodged at all, as they would change according to time and would definitely hit their target. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, sending out a terrifying black and blood-red sword energy that destroyed the two golden spears and caused a massive gale to dissipate. A trace of blood leaked out of Shirkua's mouth and he understood that they would not be able to escape. They could only stay and fight, only then would they have a chance of survival. He said, "This person is too powerful, we need to combine our powers." Xianxia and Ning looked at Zhao Fu in shock as he destroyed the two spears. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying person. Hearing Shirkua's words, the two of them came to their senses. Only by combining their time energy would they have a chance of stopping that person. At that moment, Zhao Fu moved incredibly quickly, leaving behind afterimages as he appeared in front of the two of them. He once again slashed out and an incredibly sharp blood-red arc of light slashed towards the two of them, seeming to be able to slash apart everything. Xianxia and Ning's bodies were slashed apart and turned into countless afterimages that dissipated. These were not their corporeal bodies but afterimages that they had left behind. Boom! 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 By then, Tai's team of three was standing together. The three of them unleashed a formidable power of time, causing three booming sounds to ring out. The three of them each stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu, and their bodies gave off golden light. The different types of time powers they gave off fused together, causing their bodies to give off different types of golden light. A massive wave of power spread out from their bodies. This was a world formed from past, present, and future time power. This time power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Boom! The three time goddesses vigorously pushed out with their hands, and a massive golden ray of light containing terrifying power shot towards Zhao Fu, giving off an unstoppable aura. This was a time attack, and it would change according to time, making it impossible to dodge. Bang! As the powerful beam of light shot over, Zhao Fu blocked it with his sword, resulting in a massive explosion. Zhao Fu's body was forced back a few steps. Zhao Fu's eyes gave off a blood-red light and he gave a cold smile. He looked like a peerlessly ferocious beast as he rushed forwards incredibly quickly, leaving behind afterimages. The three-time goddesses were given a big fright and once again pushed out with their hands. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as an even larger golden beam of light containing terrifying power and a shocking aura shot towards Zhao Fu like a bolt of lightning. He was unable to defend at all. Zhao Fu did not slow down at all as he sent a powerful wave of power into the Emperor Killing Sword. A terrifying wave of power spread out from the Emperor Killing Sword, and the Emperor Killing Sword gave off traces of sword chi. Boom! As the massive golden beam of light shot over, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out with his sword. A sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy all things slashed apart the golden beam of light, causing it to turn into countless motes of golden light and dissipate. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body arrived in front of the three-time goddesses and he prepared to slash out. The three-time goddesses' expressions were quite serious but they did not show a trace of fear. An even greater power exploded out from their bodies, and their eyes became golden like clocks. The golden light from their bodies became even more intense, and the surrounding time seemed to be frozen. Boom! The three-time goddesses vigorously grabbed out with their hands, and a massive wave of time power flowed out. The heavens and earth dimmed as time and space became chaotic and yin and yang collapsed. Zhao Fu felt a massive power lock down on his body. This power came from this world's time power. Illusory time discs appeared around Zhao Fu's body and surrounded Zhao Fu's body. As more and more time discs appeared, they became larger and larger, and they continuously spun around Zhao Fu. The world's time power became stronger and stronger, as if it wanted to seal Zhao Fu within endless time. Seeing that Zhao Fu had been locked in place by the world's time, the three-time goddesses inwardly let out sighs of relief. This was their most powerful attack, and if they could not stop Zhao Fu, they would not be able to stop Zhao Fu. They could only admit defeat and submit to Zhao Fu. Fortunately, they had succeeded this time. This time, they had used this world's time power to seal Zhao Fu, and ordinary geniuses would not be able to stop it. Shiwu looked at the imprisoned Zhao Fu and wanted to say something. However, at that moment, she saw Zhao Fu's lips curl up into a cold and cruel smile, and she felt as if she had fallen into an icy cavern. An extremely terrifying killing intent and sword intent flowed out from Zhao Fu's body, and it was as if the gates of hell were slowly opening. The sun and moon dimmed, and the heavens and earth started to tremble. Xing, 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 boundless black and blood-red sword chi containing terrifying power flowed out from Xiaofu's body, continuously shooting out. Each strand contained berserk killing intent and destructive sword intent as it madly slashed towards everything in the surroundings. The ground, space, rocks, grass, and trees were all slashed apart by the strands of sword chi. Countless strands of black and red sword chi flowed out, seeming to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. The countless time discs were instantly slashed apart, turning into countless images and dissipating. Following this, countless strands of black and blood-red sword chi spread out, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Even though the many experts on the viewing platforms had only seen the scene and were not present, they could sense how terrifying this power was. It was simply world-destroying, and they felt quite shocked. It seemed that they had once again underestimated Zhao Fu. He actually had such terrifying power, and the three-time goddesses were definitely going to lose. Even if they did not die from this attack, they would be heavily injured. The ground continued to tremble as a terrifying aura spread out like a tidal wave, causing the entire world to feel as if it had turned cold. Smoke and dust filled the air, covering countless places. After everything settled down, there was a 1,000-meter wide, 100-meter deep crater in the ground. There were many sword gashes in the crater, looking quite terrifying. There were still traces of sword chi left. The three-time goddesses were lying on the ground, unconscious, covered in blood. The three of them were very useful to Zhao Fu, so Zhao Fu naturally couldn't kill them. He just heavily injured them. The fat cat meowed worriedly, looking quite pitiful. Now, it felt quite guilty. It was because it had stolen the wine that this had happened. However, what it didn't know was that Zhao Fu had set up a trap for it. This had nothing to do with whether it had stolen the wine or not. Zhao Fu went up to check on the three-time goddesses' injuries. He first sealed their powers, fed them some healing medicines, and leaned their bodies against a large rock. Their injuries were too severe, and they needed some time to recover before they could wake up. As such, Zhao Fu could only put them aside and wait for them to recover before subduing them. Zhao Fu's gaze turned to the Time Chief God statue. He didn't know how much time legacy power the three goddesses had obtained, but the statue hadn't disappeared. This meant that there was still some legacy power left. Zhao Fu didn't plan on giving up. It was a good thing that he had time power as well. Moreover, the time attribute was a very special and powerful power. 10,000 godly power also needed Time Chief God power to fuse. As such, Zhao Fu didn't exit the killing celestial mode. This was because Zhao Fu's current state was a combination of celestial mode and killing sword intent. As such, Zhao Fu named it the killing celestial mode. Even though the killing sword intent was powerful, Zhao Fu had not developed it yet, so it was not as powerful as the reincarnation celestial Dao mode. The reincarnation celestial Dao mode was Zhao Fu's strongest state, and the killing celestial Dao mode could not compare to it. However, the killing sword intent still had a lot of room for growth. If it matured, it might even be more powerful than the reincarnation immortal Dao because it was a fusion of pure killing intent and pure sword intent. Within the Heaven Awakened world, this was an extremely terrifying power, and it was one of the most powerful attacks. It could kill gods and celestials, cut apart yin and yang, and could even be destroyed by the heavens and earth. Of course, this required Zhao Fu to develop the killing sword intense power. Now that the Emperor Killing Sword world had grown to a new level, it needed many sword cultivators. Zhao Fu's killing sword power came from the Emperor Killing Sword world, and as the Emperor Killing Sword world became more powerful, Zhao Fu's killing sword power would naturally become more powerful as well. Sword cultivators were essential to the Emperor Killing Sword world's power, and the Emperor Killing Sword world relied on them to grow. In actuality, Zhao Fu's killing celestial mode was quite terrifying, and it could easily break through the world's time restrictions. However, the key thing was that Zhao Fu had not used his full power yet. Zhao Fu's body gave off traces of terrifying black and blood-red sword chi as he flew in front of the time statue. He stepped into the time statue domain. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the time statue, which had lost its powerful aura, once again exploded out with a terrifying aura. Its body gave off an intense golden light as a massive wave of time power spread out. Massive golden vortexes appeared in the surroundings, all of them giving off intense time ripples and giving off terrifying auras. The countless time vortexes messed up time, causing the entire region to become chaotic and giving off a terrifying and dangerous aura. Xiaofu did not have time power, so it was quite difficult for him to obtain the time god's legacy power. Because the 3 time goddesses had time power, they were able to obtain the time god's legacy power relatively easily. However, Xiaofu, who was in the killing celestial mode, did not have to worry at all. Facing this region of chaotic time, Xiaofu slowly raised the Emperor Killing Sword and sent a powerful wave of power into it. Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out as a terrifying sword chi exploded out from the Emperor Killing Sword, forming a terrifying sword chi storm that spread out as a terrifying sword energy spread out from the sword. Xiaofu raised the Emperor Killing Sword with one hand and vigorously slashed forwards. Boom, a massive black and blood-red sword light containing destructive sword energy slashed forwards, seeming as if nothing could stop it. In just an instant, it seemed to split the chaotic time in half. The golden vortexes around the stone statue seemed to have been hit by a massive force and they all collapsed, and the ripples of time also disappeared. Xiaofu held the Emperor Killing Sword and flew forwards at a moderate speed. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as the stone statue gave off a massive might that weighed down on Xiaofu's body, and a golden magic formation appeared on the ground. However, in the killing celestial mode, even though Xiaofu felt his body sink, he was able to withstand this might. On the other hand, Xiaofu flew to the ground and walked towards the stone statue. When he came in front of it, the might on his body disappeared. The stone statue looked down at Xiaofu. Its expression did not change, but it did not give Xiaofu its legacy power. Xiaofu could not help but feel nervous. Even though he had passed these tests, it was up to the stone statue to decide whether or not it would give the legacy power. If it did not give it to Xiaofu, he would not be able to take it by force. Xiaofu thought about it and wondered if the killing celestial mode was too powerful and affected the stone statue. Xiaofu immediately exited the killing celestial mode and the terrifying sword chi around his body disappeared. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the stone statue's forehead gave off an intense golden light and a massive wave of time energy spread out. Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was because of the killing celestial mode. Boom, at that moment, another explosion sounded out as a golden ray of light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, giving off a massive aura as it landed on Xiaofu's body. The ancient time god's legacy power entered Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu closed his eyes and absorbed this massive wave of ancient time god's legacy power. This time power was indeed different from ordinary powers, and as it flowed in, Xiaofu could clearly sense the existence of time. It was as if he could touch and even control time, which made Xiaofu feel quite surprised. Time passed bit by bit, and Xiaofu continuously absorbed the time god's legacy power. At that moment, the light and aura that the stone statue gave off gradually weakened. This was because the stone statue still had a bit of legacy power left, and after giving it to Xiaofu, it disappeared. In the end, the stone statue's aura disappeared, and the golden ray of light from its forehead disappeared as well. The stone statue gradually became blurry before disappearing as well. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the golden bell gave off an intense golden light and gave off a massive aura as it turned into a golden ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the golden orb of light exploded, causing a golden wave of light to spread out with unstoppable force. A powerful aura spread out, and a ripple of time also spread out. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a golden light as if the circle had been filled with gold. Now, there were 5 circles in the sky that had been filled up, giving off different lights. This meant that the 5 core gods' legacies had given out all of their legacy power. This explosion caused everyone in the secret realm to look up at the sky, and their expressions became serious as they felt a wave of pressure. Another core god had given out all of his legacies, and there were only 19 core gods' legacies left. This was a bit too fast, and if all 24 legacies were given out, the secret realm would end prematurely. Now that they did not even have a 9-colored god seal, no matter how powerful they would not be able to become the master of the gods. After all, in order to become the master of the gods, one had to have a 9-colored god seal. If the secret realm trial ended too quickly, it would not be good for anyone, and it was possible that there would not be a master of the gods this time around. Some people sensed the ripples of time and understood that it was a Time Core God's legacy, causing them to look confused. The Time Core God's legacy power was the hardest to obtain out of the 24 core gods. This was because not only would it not appear by itself, but it would also stay in a secret place. Most importantly, only the Time God could find and open the legacy land. As such, most people had no relationship with the Time Core God, as they could not even enter the legacy land, let alone obtain the Time Core God's legacy power. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to find the Time Core God's legacy land. After all, time gods were incredibly rare, and the chances of them finding the Time Core God's legacy land were even lower. Now, the Time Core God's legacy land had been given out so quickly. This was incredibly rare. This was why everyone looked confused. There had been too many changes in the competition, and they wondered who had obtained the Time Core God's legacy power. He hoped that this matter had nothing to do with that person. Otherwise, who would be able to accept the fact that that person had obtained the inheritance power of 5 main gods? Within the Time Legacy land, Xiaofu stood where he was, wholeheartedly refining the power of time. His body seemed to be permeated by the power of time, and his surroundings were filled with the power of time. Now, Xiaofu felt like he could easily control time. This feeling was very powerful, many times more powerful than ordinary divine power. The divine spark absorbed the sovereign power of time, causing the power of the myriad deities to become even more terrifying. At the same time, it also caused the power of the myriad deities to become unstable. Xiaofu immediately sat down on the ground, and orbs of light giving off different colored lights flew out. There were 3,000 or so of them, and they floated in the air, giving off different colored divine power and massive divine power auras. Under Xiaofu's control, the balls of light continuously fused with Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu continued to refine the divine power. Xiaofu's 10,000 deities' power was already quite unstable, so he had wanted to find a place to refine the divine power. However, he had never thought that he would encounter the Time Legacy land, delaying the process. 3 hours later, Xiaofu finally finished refining the divine power, causing Xiaofu's 10,000 deities' power to stabilize and become even more terrifying. Sensing how powerful this power was, Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile, opened his eyes, and stood up. By now, the 3 time goddesses had woken up, but because their bodies' powers had been sealed by Xiaofu, they could not move at all. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile and walked in front of them. The 3 time goddesses' expressions were quite unsightly, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. They could clearly remember how terrifying the countless strands of sword qi were, and they felt that even dying 100 times would not be enough. As such, they were quite afraid of Xiaofu. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "Right now, the 3 of you have no other choice but to submit to me. If you're not willing, I'll use other methods to force you to submit." Shiring did not say anything and instead thought to herself. Shining coldly looked at Xiaofu. With her personality, she would not submit to someone else and be controlled by someone else. Xianxia thought about how this had all happened because her pet had stolen Xiaofu's wine. As such, she had to take responsibility, so she looked at Xiaofu with teary eyes. "It was Lil Wine who stole your wine, it's my pet. I'm willing to submit to you and listen to you in the future, but you have to let off my 2 big sisters, they had nothing to do with this." Xiaofu looked at Xianxia and directly refused. One time god was not as good as a few time gods, and Xiaofu could sense that the 3 of them had special time power. After fusing, their time power would become abnormally powerful, so he could not afford to lose any of them. "Then what do you want me to do in order to let my 2 big sisters go?" "I'll agree to anything you want, please," Xianxia said to Xiaofu as if she was about to cry. Shining looked at Xiaofu and said angrily, "Don't beg him and don't agree. In the end, you'll just die." Xiaofu did not mind their words and looked at Shiyi's expression. She was the big sister of 2 people, and the other 2 people viewed her as their master. If she was willing to submit to him, the other 2 people would definitely submit to him as well. Xiaofu walked up and squatted down. He lifted Shiyi's chin and looked at her beautiful face as he gave a trace of an evil smile and asked, "Have you thought about it? Are you willing to submit to me? If you don't agree, I'll have to use special methods." Looking at Xiaofu's evil look, Shining immediately cried out angrily, "If you dare to do anything to my big sisters, I definitely won't let you off. My family won't let you off either." Xianxia sobbed as she said, I'm begging you, I'm willing to do anything. Don't do anything bad to my two big sisters. Zhao Fu continued to ignore their words and looked at Xianxia, waiting for her answer. If she did not agree, Zhao Fu would immediately send the 6 desires demonic qi into her body. To Zhao Fu, dealing with women was a very simple matter. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, Tell us who you are and where you came from. Tell us who you are and where you came from. Zhao Fu looked quite startled, he had never thought that she would suddenly ask about his identity. Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he said, Who do you think I am? And where did I come from? Xianxia said calmly, I don't know who you are, but you definitely aren't simple. Since you want us to submit to you, you should tell us who you are. Otherwise, we won't even know who we submit to. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, Alright, I'll tell you who I am. In actuality, you've all heard of me before. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked quite confused. They did not know who Zhao Fu was and had never heard of Zhao Fu before, nor had they heard of such a terrifying killing intent and sword intent. However, seeing how confident Zhao Fu was, it seemed that he was a very famous person in the godly world. However, after thinking about all of the geniuses in the godly world, none of them looked like Zhao Fu. Xianxia said, We can't guess your identity, so just tell us. At that moment, Xianxia thought of that bottle of divine blood wine. That was brewed from fresh divine blood, and since it was Zhao Fu's, it was very likely that Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline, which only holy sons had. Ordinary holy sons only existed in legends, but recently, there had been a person with a divine bloodline who had become very famous. Almost everyone knew about him, and he had caused a great commotion in the Heaven Awaken world. That person was the legendary second King of Kings. Many people in the godly world had heard of him but had never personally seen him. However, they knew that he was an extremely terrifying person, and Zhao Fu fit that description. Moreover, this person did not have time power, but he had been able to pass the trial and obtain the Time God's legacy power. He had even successfully refined time power, which meant that he was not ordinary at all. Xianxia did not dare to be certain and asked carefully, Are you the second King of Kings? Hearing this, Xianxia and Xianning felt quite startled. The second King of Kings was an extremely terrifying existence. Was this the person in front of them? They were not sure, and they looked at him, waiting for Zhao Fu's answer. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'm the second King of Kings. I'm the second King of Kings. Now that you know who I am, you should submit to me. Xianxia and the others' expressions fell as massive waves crashed in their hearts. They had never thought that the person in front of them would be that person, the incredibly terrifying second King of Kings. Xianxia said in delight, Are you really the King of Kings? If I'm willing to submit to you under the hands of a heavenly prodigy like you, then can you let my 2 sisters go? Zhao Fu rolled his eyes at her. Before Zhao Fu revealed his identity, she had already said that she would submit to him and even asked him to let her 2 sisters go. There was no difference between now and before. Zhao Fu continued to look at Xianxia, waiting for her reply. After thinking for a while, Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and nodded. We are willing to submit to you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, retracted his hand, and looked at Xianning. Now that Xianxia and Xianxia were willing to submit to him, she was the only one left. Seeing Zhao Fu look at her, Xianning felt quite hesitant. Now that her big sister and little sister were willing to submit to Zhao Fu, she naturally had to submit as well. She could not resist right now. However, with her personality, she could not accept submitting to someone else, making her feel quite troubled. Zhao Fu looked at her and did not say anything. He leaned over and kissed Xianning, and the 6 desires demonic qi continuously flowed into her body. Xianning started to struggle before intensely responding to Zhao Fu. Seeing this passionate scene, Xianxia's face became bright red, feeling quite embarrassed. However, she could not help but want to see her big sister and Zhao Fu kiss. Xianxia frowned and wanted to say something. However, Zhao Fu stopped and looked at the red-faced and panting Xianning as he lightly laughed and said, Are you willing to submit to me now? Xianning felt quite shy as she softly replied, Zhao Fu grinned. After coming to the godly world for so long, he had finally completed the quest to find the time gods. If he could bring them back, Qin would be able to mass-produce philosopher's stones, and Qin's overall strength would greatly increase. Moreover, the 3-time gods were not ordinary time gods, which meant that the refined Philosopher's Stones would be even more powerful than expected. The Philosopher's Stone combined with the Blood God Pill could forcefully raise a person's cultivation to stage 1. When that time came, everyone in Qin's army would become stage 1 cultivators. When that time came, even if Qin resisted the Flame God faction, the Second Wind God faction, and the Devil Horn faction, it would not be a problem at all. Moreover, this would reduce the gap between them and the cultivator soldiers and would not have to fear them. Qin would be able to expand in the cultivator world and would not be suppressed and bullied. After all, the cultivator soldiers' greatest advantage was that they had cultivator's power. If Qin also had cultivator's power, their advantage would be gone. Moreover, Qin's soldiers also had darkness power, Qin's power, and some core stats. This meant that not only would Qin's soldiers not be at a disadvantage against the cultivator soldiers, but they would also have many advantages, allowing them to suppress the cultivator world. Thinking about this, Zhao felt quite excited. Before, Qin had been suppressed by the cultivator world, and now, he finally had a chance to take revenge. With the Philosopher's Stone, Zhao had another big advantage, which was that after Qin's soldiers died, they could revive using the Philosopher's Stone. Just like the cultivator soldiers, they could greatly reduce the loss of battle power. This was incredibly beneficial to Qin, and Zhao felt quite happy. Now that such an important matter had been resolved, Zhao felt much more at ease. Now, all that was left was to devour a large amount of divine power, become the ruler of gods, and awaken the god race's emperor star. Zhao smiled as he looked at Xianxia. Seeing her frown, he hugged her and kissed her on the lips, continuously sending 6 desires demonic qi into her body. Xianxia did not struggle at all and passionately responded to Zhao, as if she was kissing a lover that she had known for a long time. Xianxia's face became red as she watched Zhao kiss her big sister. Thinking about what would happen after Zhao kissed Zhao, she could not help but feel quite expectant. Zhao stopped and did as Xianxia wished. He brought her into his embrace and kissed her on the lips, continuously sending 6 desires demonic qi into her body. Xianxia shyly responded to Zhao. Zhao was using restrictions to control the 3 of them and did not have any improper thoughts. Zhao was now a very righteous gentleman, and he would not do such erotic things unless it was necessary. Zhao temporarily did not remember how he had used his hands to send in 6 desires demonic qi. Following this, Zhao released the restrictions on them and stood up. Looking at the 3-time goddesses whose faces were red and breathing heavily, he smiled and said, "Let's leave this place together." At the same time, Zhao released the restrictions on the fat cat, and the fat cat immediately ran over and leapt into Xianxia's embrace, meowing, asking what had happened to Xianxia. Xianxia's face became red as she hugged the fat cat and did not say anything. Xianxing's expression did not change. A trace of a smile appeared on Xianxia's face as she looked at Zhao and said with a trace of gentleness, "What are we going to do after we leave this place?" Zhao smiled as he said, "Wait for me at a place because I'm going to go around plundering god power and obtaining the god legacy's power. It's not convenient for me to bring you all." Xianxia could not help but lightly laugh, "So that god stealer was you? Did you come to the god world to awaken the god race's emperor star?" Zhao smiled and nodded, "That's one of my goals." Seeing Zhao speak so casually, Xianxing felt quite shocked. That was the god race's supreme emperor star, and countless geniuses were unable to awaken it. Even they could not do so, yet Zhao was able to do so casually. Xianxing did not doubt Zhao, as Zhao was the 2nd-generation king of kings and had 6 emperor stars. Xianxing asked Zhao, "Why do you want to subdue us? Do you need us to do anything?" Zhao smiled as he replied, "I'll tell you about this later. There's still some time, so let's see if there are any treasures in this legacy land." Xianxing nodded. Following this, Zhao and the others searched for treasures before they were teleported out of the legacy land and returned to the secret realm. Zhao Fu brought them to where Jiao Yun was and had them wait there. Of course, they could also go around. There were countless treasures in this secret realm, so they could just wait for Zhao. Nothing much happened when Jiao Yun and the others met. Jiao Yun treated them warmly, and the 3 of them were also very nice. The fat cat also liked Jiao Yun a lot because he was a god of wine, and it felt like it had found a friend. Following this, Zhao Fu left and continued to search for the god legacy land, as well as plundering the god power of many godly spirits. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu gave off a massive aura and landed at a place where godly spirits were gathered. Seeing Zhao Fu descend with such a terrifying aura, a trace of fear appeared on the godly spirits' faces. Because Zhao Fu was quite famous, some people quickly recognized Zhao Fu. There was no need for Zhao Fu to say anything else. The others immediately expressed their willingness to hand over their divine powers and asked Zhao Fu not to hurt them. Zhao Fu only wanted divine power, so there was no need to kill them. If he did this, it would not be so easy to obtain divine power next time. After a while, the divine power of the many gods was gathered, and one by one, the divine power balls flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and collected all the divine power balls, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. After Zhao Fu left, the gods immediately started discussing. Why did that soul snatcher dare to steal our divine power so brazenly as if nothing had happened? Doesn't he know that Lei Tianba, one of the 10 peerless geniuses, is looking for him to settle the score? Perhaps he is. If he knew that one of the 10 peerless geniuses was looking for him for revenge, he would still be so calm. Ordinary people would have long since gone into hiding in fear and would not dare to show their faces. After all, the person they offended was not someone they could afford to offend. That's hard to say. This soul snatcher's strength is also quite terrifying. Perhaps he knows about this and just doesn't care. Don't you think the saints are a bit too arrogant? One of the 10 peerless geniuses, one of the most powerful people in the godly world, and he dares to not care. Just how monstrous is his strength? I don't quite believe it. I also believe that the soul snatcher cannot be that powerful, and Lei Tianba is not that weak either. Everyone has personally seen how terrifying his strength is, and no one dares to not place him in their eyes. I heard that Lei Tianba has given out a massive reward for finding this person's whereabouts. How about we report this to Lei Tianba and not waste such a large reward? I agree. It would be best to see them fight and see who is stronger and who is weaker. I support Lei Tianba. Just what is that soul snatcher? We've never seen one before. After Lei Tianba found out where Zhao Fu was, he furiously ran over. He wanted to see just who it was that had injured his little brother so heavily. This time, even if he did not kill him, he would heavily injure him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to let go of his anger. However, when the news reached him and he rushed over, he did not know how much time had passed. Zhao Fu naturally could not stay here forever, and he had long since disappeared. After rushing over with great difficulty, Lei Tianba was unable to find Zhao Fu, making him even more furious. He wanted to kill Zhao Fu right now. Zhao Fu had not come into contact with anyone else, nor had he asked around for any information, so he naturally did not know that Lei Tianba had come to settle the score with him. At that moment, Zhao Fu sensed that there were many godly spirits gathered in front of him. He immediately grinned and gave off a powerful aura as he quickly flew over. After arriving there, Zhao Fu discovered that 200 to 300 godly spirits were fishing in an extremely large river. Zhao Fu found that they were using their divine power to fish out a type of gold ore. This type of gold ore was very big, and each one was 1 meter wide. Some were even 2 or 3 meters wide and were completely golden. There were many holes on its surface and it gave off a godly spirit aura. This was divine gold, a top-notch material for creating divine armaments. Even though divine gold was not very rare, there were so many of them and they were so big. No wonder so many godly spirits were fishing here. Zhao Fu was naturally not interested in these things, and he gave off a terrifying aura as he said in a dignified and powerful voice, "Hand over your divine power." The terrifying aura that suddenly exploded out caused the godly spirits who were focused on fishing to be given a big fright. After seeing Zhao Fu's figure, they did not have any objections and all of them handed over their divine power. They had heard of how terrifying Zhao Fu was and did not want to lose their lives for a bit of divine power, so they were quite obedient. It could be seen that having a big reputation had its benefits. After putting away their divine power, Zhao Fu immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. At the same time, there were people who reported that Zhao Fu had come here to Lei Tianba. After hearing about this, Lei Tianba immediately hurried over, but in the end, he still could not find Zhao Fu. After running all the way here and not seeing Zhao Fu, Lei Tianba felt even more furious, and he felt like chopping Zhao Fu into pieces. In the end, Lei Tianba increased the rewards and told anyone who had any news of Zhao Fu to immediately report it. Those who did not report it could not blame him for being impolite. After hearing about this, everyone understood that Lei Tianba was incredibly furious. If he and Zhao Fu met, it would definitely be a life-and-death battle. This was the fury of one of the 10 peerless geniuses, and just thinking about it made everyone feel afraid. No one would be able to withstand it, and facing them, there was only fear. That person had sought death by heavily injuring someone else's little brother. He was definitely going to suffer. God Kerr paid attention to any information regarding that person, but it did not take the initiative to look for him. Instead, it quickly increased its strength. Only with great power would it be able to protect itself. Whether or not that person was the same person from back then, it would definitely meet him in the later stages of the competition and find out who he was. Thinking about that person's identity, God Kerr felt a great deal of pressure. As such, it was doing its best to increase its strength rather than actively looking for him. With God Kerr's current status and strength, even those with the God race's Emperor star would not be able to give it such pressure, yet that person had done it so easily. At that moment, Zhao Fu sensed the entrance to another God's legacy land. The ripples that this entrance gave off were very powerful, and it was very easy to find it. This was the Thunder God's legacy land. Lei Tianba never would have thought that the person he had been searching for would be where he had first left. Zhao Fu hurried to the entrance to the Thunder God's legacy land. There was a massive blue ball of lightning that was formed from violet lightning. It was hundreds of meters wide and continuously gave off bolts of lightning that struck the ground, causing massive explosions and terrifying lightning power to spread out. This was why it was so easy to sense. The ripples from the lightning were simply too powerful, making it difficult to not sense it. There were many godly spirits gathered here, and if anyone tried to enter the domain of the ball of lightning, they would be met with powerful lightning attacks. Lightning was one of the most common elements, so there were many thunder gods. Zhao Fu's 10,000 god power had fused with thunder god power. Zhao Fu immediately turned his 10,000 god power into lightning, and black arcs of lightning appeared around Zhao Fu's body as a powerful lightning power spread out. This caused people to feel a wave of terror. Using the black lightning power, Zhao Fu formed a black lightning barrier and charged towards the ball of lightning. Boom, boom. Boom, a few massive bolts of violet lightning containing terrifying power blasted towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast, and in that instant, Zhao Fu's entire body trembled. However, Zhao Fu was already quite powerful, and adding on the fact that he had the lightning attribute, it was quite easy for him to block the lightning. He flew into the ball of lightning and entered the Thunder God's legacy land. After entering the Thunder God's legacy land, Zhao Fu immediately saw the tall and coarse Thunder God statue. There were many people here, around 20 or so people. It was Zhao Fu's first time seeing so many people. Before, he had only seen 2 or 3 people, so he was quite surprised. At that moment, the lightning stone statue gave off an intense violet light and a massive amount of lightning power. Lightning snakes formed from violet lightning appeared in the surrounding space, swimming around the stone statue and giving off a shocking aura. Those who were in the trial were battered by the lightning snakes. Some people could not take it and were injured, so they temporarily retreated from the stone, while others were to it. However, some powerful people had already come to the violet lightning formation to take on the second trial, which was a test of talent, strength, and willpower. A decent-looking man dressed in azure-colored robes resisted the powerful sovereign's might and came before the sovereign statue. The sovereign statue lowered its head and looked at the man. Suddenly, the statue's forehead shone with violet light, and a powerful wave of lightning power spread out, causing many tiny arcs of violet lightning to appear in the surroundings. Boom, a violet ray of light containing a few arcs of lightning and a terrifying aura quickly shot towards the azure-cloaked man's body, and a massive wave of sovereign's power entered the young man's body. The young man looked rather excited because he had received the acknowledgement of the sovereign statue. To ordinary people, this was an extremely great honor. At the same time, he felt that he would receive the lightning god's legacy power, making him even more powerful. Sensing the massive amount of lightning entering him, the young man closed his eyes and began to absorb it. After a while, the violet light from the statue's forehead slowly dimmed before disappearing, giving the young man a legacy power. However, this legacy power caused the aura that the young man gave off to become 10 times more powerful than before. This caused others to feel admiration and admiration. Obtaining the legacy land of the lightning god was an incredibly difficult thing, and it might even be impossible for them to do so. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as a person was unable to block the lightning snake's attack. His body was sent flying, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Xiaofu didn't waste any more time. The more legacy power he obtained, the more powerful he would become. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Xiaofu exploded out with all of his 10,000 god lightning power. Countless bolts of black lightning exploded out from his body, stretching out in the air, twisting, merging, and splitting. They filled the surroundings, looking extremely terrifying. Bringing with him the countless bolts of lightning, Xiaofu charged towards the statue. Boom, boom. Boom! The moment Xiaofu stepped into the statue's domain, the purple lightning snake surrounding the statue gave off a terrifying aura and charged towards Xiaofu. They were extremely fast, and with a flash of lightning, a few lightning snakes were about to reach Xiaofu. At that moment, Xiaofu controlled the countless bolts of black lightning around him to form a few bolts of black lightning. They brought with them a terrifying power and were extremely fast as they struck towards the few purple lightning snakes in front of him. Bang, bang. Bang! The few massive purple lightning snakes were pierced through by the bolts of black lightning, and their bodies exploded, turning into countless tiny arcs of lightning before disappearing. This sudden development caused the people who were undergoing the trial to be shocked, and they hurriedly turned to look at Xiaofu. At that moment, Xiaofu's speed was extremely fast, and he had already reached the vicinity of the statue. A powerful might slammed onto Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu's body was forced back to the ground. He resisted the immense might and continued to walk forward. When the crowd saw this, they were stunned. Who was this person? How could he pass the trial so quickly? This was way too easy. By now, Xiaofu had already arrived in front of the statue. At that moment, the green-robed man had also finished absorbing the legacy power of the lightning master god. He turned to look at Xiaofu, who had appeared on the other side, and revealed a surprised expression. He had not expected another person to pass the legacy trial so quickly. The statue lowered its head and looked at Xiaofu, and its gaze seemed to penetrate through Xiaofu's body. A purple light shone out from its forehead once again, and a massive power of lightning spread out. Boom! A purple beam of light with a massive aura shot towards Xiaofu's body, and the formidable power of the primordial lightning master god was infused into Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu closed his eyes and absorbed the power of lightning with all his might. Everyone looked at Xiaofu in shock. This was the first time they had seen someone pass the trial so quickly, and even receive the recognition and legacy power of the stone statue. Boom! At that moment, another explosion sounded out as a violet ray of light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, and even more lightning power entered Xiaofu's body. Everyone felt quite startled. This was the second legacy power, and it had been given to that person as well. The azure-clothed young man looked quite confused. He had only received one legacy power, so how could this person receive two? Boom! Boom! Another two explosions sounded out as the stone statue shot out two more violet rays of light, each more powerful than the last. They landed on Xiaofu's body, and even more violet lightning power entered Xiaofu's body. He obtained 4 Thunder God legacy power. Everyone felt quite shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone obtain 4 legacy power. This person's identity was definitely incredibly terrifying. No wonder he had been able to pass the trial so easily. He was not someone they could compare to. Xiaofu closed his eyes and absorbed the ancient Thunder God legacy power, fusing it into his 10,000 God power, causing the 10,000 God power to quickly become stronger. The stone statue had given Lei Tianba 5 legacy power, the azure-clothed young man 1 legacy power, and Xiaofu 4 legacy power. Now, the aura it gave off dissipated, and its body became hazy. In the end, the stone statue disappeared. Boom! A massive explosion suddenly sounded out as the massive violet orb of lightning within the secret realm gave off an intense violet light and countless arcs of violet lightning. It gave off a massive aura as it turned into a violet ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the violet orb of lightning exploded, causing a violet shockwave to spread out with unstoppable force. A powerful aura swept out in all directions, as countless arcs of violet lightning shot out. In the sky, there were 24 magic formations, and one of them gave off violet light as if it was filled with violet light. Now, there were 6 circles in the sky, giving off different lights. This meant that there were 6 god lords who had given all of their legacies. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 6 circles of the magic formation in the sky gave off 6 powerful lights, causing the magic formation to spin and give off an incomparably great power that enveloped the entire secret plane. At that moment, everyone in the secret realm sensed this power and stopped what they were doing as they looked at the magic formation in the sky. Everyone immediately received a system announcement that the first stage of the trial had begun. Those who had not raised their Pantheon imprint to blue grade in 3 days would be forcefully teleported out of the secret realm. God damn it. The first stage has begun so early, and that bastard has obtained another god lord's legacy power. Is he going to let us live? That's right. The first stage is to force us to fight. Originally, we wanted to enter the mystic realm to search for treasures and not fight. But now, if we don't fight and defeat others, it's impossible for the Pantheon mark to rise to the blue level. I knew that there would be a lot of variables in the Pantheon this time. It's no surprise that the first stage would start so early. Fortunately, I've already upgraded the Pantheon seal to the blue level, so I don't have to worry about this. Sigh. It feels so difficult. A white Pantheon imprint can only be raised to blue grade by defeating 10 people with the same white imprint. I reckon a large number of people will be eliminated in the first stage. I just want to know who that person is. He brought the first stage of the trial forward by so much. We're all in trouble. I want to teach that bastard a lesson. I'm so angry. In the Thunder God's Legacy land, Zhao Fu also received the system announcement. His expression did not change. Now that his Pantheon imprint had been raised to gold grade, he did not need to care about the system announcement. After absorbing the powerful lightning god's power, Zhao Fu's 10,000 godly powers attack power had greatly increased. Lightning itself was an extremely powerful type of power, after all. After that, Zhao Fu searched around for treasures before leaving the Legacy land. Everyone could only look at Zhao Fu in awe. They had seen Zhao Fu obtain 4 legacy power with their own eyes, and the system announcement for the start of the first stage had sounded. It was obvious that this person had started the first stage of the trial. The fact that he had obtained 4 legacy power was enough for them to look up to him and not dare to offend him. Zhao Fu left this place and continued to plunder divine power. He had just fused with another god power and needed the divine power of other gods to neutralize it. Suddenly, Zhao Fu, who had been flying in the air, discovered that there was a very large forest of flowers below him. The snow-white trees were covered with silver-white flowers that gave off a faint divine light, forming a silver-white sea of flowers. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and with a light sniff, one would feel refreshed and relaxed. At that moment, a light breeze gently blew through the branches, and the silver-white flowers gave off a clear tinkling sound. The tinkling sounds were very pleasing to the ears, and the swaying flowers seemed to be playing a piece of music. Zhao Fu stopped and felt that this kind of flower was quite special. Zhao Fu had never seen this kind of flower before, and after thinking about it, he remembered that the flower fairy had mentioned this kind of flower before. A delighted smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face because this kind of flower looked quite similar to the soul bell tree flower. The soul bell tree flower was a flower that looked like a tree and would only grow where there were many godly spirits' corpses. The flowers that grew were silver white and would give off a kind of soul sound when lightly trembling. This kind of soul sound was a sound that only souls could hear. In other words, the clear sound that the flower tree had just given off had not been heard by the ears but by the soul. The soul bell tree flower itself had very powerful godly spirit energy because it mainly absorbed the godly spirits of godly spirits' corpses. Each of the 8 wondrous flowers had their own kind of power. The World Wonder flower contained world energy, the Dark Night flower contained sourcing energy, the Evil Spirit Abyss flower contained demonic energy, and the Otherworld Gold flower contained gold energy. The Soul Bell Tree flower contained godly spirit energy. Apart from having different powers, the 8 wondrous flowers also had different abilities. For example, the evil spirit abyss flower's power was quite evil and could control people to do anything they wanted. Ordinary people would find it difficult to resist this kind of control. Once people were controlled by the evil spirit energy, they would not be able to break free at all. The evil spirit abyss flower's power was quite powerful. The otherworld gold flower's power was also quite powerful and could turn everything into gold. This kind of gold energy was quite powerful and was quite difficult to resist, and it could also nurture soldiers made of gold. As for the world wonder flower, which was the world flower, and the dark night flower, because they had not bloomed yet, Xiaofu did not know what abilities they had. The flower fairy had only recovered a trace of her memories and did not have any information about them. The reason why Xiaofu knew about the evil spirit abyss flower and the otherworld golden flower was because Xiaofu had the evil spirit abyss flower's power and had subdued the otherworld golden flower ancestor. The otherworld golden flower ancestor was already in its final form and did not need to be nurtured. In other words, Xiaofu wanted to nurture the world wonder flowers, dark night flower, and evil spirit abyss flower in Qin City into flower ancestors just like the otherworld golden flower ancestor. Xiaofu did not know how long this would take because the world wonder flowers that he had planted for almost 10 years still had not bloomed. Xiaofu did not know how long it would take to nurture them into flower ancestors. Xiaofu did not know what powerful abilities the soul bell flowers had, but it was most likely not simple. It was definitely a very powerful ability. However, Xiaofu looked at the countless flowers and trees below and found that there were countless of them. Logically speaking, the world wonder flowers should be quite rare, so why were there so many of them here? Moreover, the world wonder flowers were incredibly precious treasures, and ordinary people would not let go of such treasures. As such, they should have taken these trees away, so why were there nothing wrong with them? Xiaofu felt quite confused and wanted to go down to take a look. A woman's voice suddenly sounded out, "Don't go down, that's a forbidden region in the secret realm. Who knows how many godly spirits have died there." Xiaofu paused and looked to the side. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a cold aura appeared in front of him. Seeing this woman, Xiaofu had some impression of her. She seemed to be Miao Lu's female attendant. Miao Lu was the destruction god and the owner of an emperor star. She represented the godly domain in the competition. Why was she here? Could it be that Miao Lu had gone in? This time, it was Xiaofu's mistake. Miao Lu was the owner of an emperor star and the most terrifying person in the godly domain. The place she was going to was very dangerous, so she did not bring her maid with her. Instead, she left her to find her own opportunities. The maid's name was Luli. As the personal maid of Miao Lu, she was very talented. Although she couldn't be compared with Miao Lu, she could still be considered as a strong warrior. Miao Lu would never have thought that the opportunity she asked Luli to look for herself would lead to an existence that even she was afraid of. Xiaofu looked at Luli. She did not seem to have any malicious intentions and was just reminding him out of kindness. Xiaofu replied with a smile, "I see. Thank you." Then, Xiaofu continued to fly downward. Luli looked quite surprised. After hearing Xiaofu's words, she had thought that Xiaofu knew how dangerous that place was and would not go there. She had never thought that Xiaofu would directly fly there. Xiaofu, who was continuously descending, immediately sensed that something was wrong with the sea of flowers. From afar, he had felt that the sea of flowers was very beautiful and did not seem dangerous at all. However, now that he was close, he realized how terrifying it was. This sea of flowers had an extremely terrifying power that could devour one's godly soul, and it was like a massive mouth. In front of this mouth, Xiaofu felt as small as a grain of sand. His entire body felt icy cold, and he could not help but feel a trace of fear. Even with Xiaofu's power, he had this feeling. This was enough to prove how terrifying the sea of flowers was. Ordinary godly spirits would definitely die if they stepped into this place without any chance of survival. No wonder it was listed as a forbidden area. However, it was not so easy for this sea of flowers to devour Xiaofu's godly soul. Now, Xiaofu's strength was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, Xiaofu's soul had integrated the power of yin and yang, and became the yin and yang soul fire. He had a strong resistance to this kind of devouring power, and the impact was not very big. Xiaofu still flew down from the sky and landed directly in the sea of flowers. Luli was stunned. How come Zhao Fu flew into the sea of flowers and nothing happened to him? Could it be that the power that could devour the godly soul was gone? This was a forbidden area in the secret land, and no one had ever stepped into it. There were treasures everywhere in the secret land, and there might be some rare treasures in the forbidden area. Thinking of this, Luli flew down. At first, Luli did not feel any danger, but the moment she approached the sea of flowers, the whole sea of flowers immediately turned into a huge mouth and swallowed her. Luli's body seemed to have fallen into ice water, and her body trembled instinctively. The power of Luli's godly soul weakened rapidly. She only felt a strong dizziness, and her body fell directly. Zhao Fu raised his head and looked at Luli, who had fallen down. He stretched out a hand, and a colorful force gushed out and shot toward Luli. It surrounded her and formed a colorful bubble with runes on it. Now, Zhao Fu used the power of immortal mode. Because Zhao Fu had opened the 5 senses of celestial beings, it also had a very strong spiritual defense. Immortal mode based on it also had a very strong spiritual defense. The colorful energy bubble fell in front of Zhao Fu with Luli's body, and Zhao Fu stretched out his hands to catch her body. At this time, Luli's face was a little pale because she had lost a lot of spiritual power. Because of the colorful bubble blocking the devouring power of the sea of flowers, Luli's spirit was no longer devoured. Luli looked at Zhao Fu who was holding her, and a touch of red appeared on her face. Only now did she understand that the terrible power that could devour the godly soul did not disappear, but it had no effect on Zhao Fu. But who was this person in front of her? How could he be immune to such a terrible power that could devour the godly soul? Ordinary people would never be able to do this. Zhao Fu looked at her with a smile. It's very dangerous here. You can't resist it with your strength. You'd better leave here. Luli came down from Zhao Fu's arms and said with a smile, "Thank you for saving my life. I'll leave here immediately. Can you tell me your name? I'll repay you in the future." Now, Luli naturally understood that without Zhao Fu's help, she would have died here. She could not explore this place with her ability. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "No need." Luli did not continue to ask, and said with a smile, "I'll remember your kindness. I won't bother you anymore, but you have to be careful." Zhao Fu responded with a smile. Following that, Zhao Fu began to explore the flower forest, and Luli also left the flower forest. However, she did not go too far and stayed nearby. Luli was a little worried about this dangerous place. She wanted to wait for Zhao Fu to come out and see if there was anything wrong with him before leaving. Moreover, she did not have any place to go. At the same time, she had a hunch that Zhao Fu entering this forbidden area might cause some changes. She did not know why she had this hunch. She did not know Zhao Fu at all, but she had this hunch. Her hunch had always been very accurate, and she was not sure if it was because she had been staying next to the owner of the Emperor Star that she had been greatly affected. Luli was not wrong to think this way. The possessor of an imperial star had an incredibly large amount of fate and was someone who was acknowledged by the heavens. They had a large amount of fate, which was not only beneficial to themselves but also to the people around them. It could even change the fate of everyone around them. It could be said that as long as a person possessed an imperial star, that group of people would be affected by a large amount of fate and would receive countless benefits. This was one of the reasons why ordinary people wanted to follow experts. Zhao Fu walked a few steps in the flower forest and looked around. It was completely silent and there was no sound at all. There was not even the sound of insects, which was quite terrifying. No matter how beautiful the flower forest was, Zhao Fu was not in the mood to look at it. Zhao Fu came in front of a 10-meter-tall flower tree and wanted to see if this flower tree was a soulbell tree flower. If it was, Zhao Fu could just dig one out and solve the problem easily. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed it against the snow-white tree trunk. The tree trunk gave off a devouring power, wanting to devour Zhao Fu's godly soul. However, with its power, it was completely useless against Zhao Fu. Even if Zhao Fu stood there and let it devour, it would not be able to devour him. This was because Zhao Fu's defense was too terrifying, and it was not something that a small tree like this could deal with. After pressing his hand against the tree trunk, Zhao Fu felt that there was a godly soul within the tree trunk, causing the tree to seem to have a life of its own. Boom! A massive wave of power flowed out from Zhao Fu's palm and into the tree trunk, grabbing onto the godly soul within. The godly soul was grabbed by Zhao Fu, and it struggled and howled as if it had gone mad. It was incredibly ear-piercing. Zhao Fu pulled his hand out and pulled the godly soul out of the tree trunk, which was a silver-white ball of light. After the 10-meter-tall tree lost the godly soul, it immediately withered. Silver-white petals fell like rain, creating a beautiful scene. This was especially so when the petals withered, they gave off clear sounds as if they were wailing. The continuously falling petals and the wailing made the scene look quite poignant. After the countless flowers withered, the tree trunk lost its moisture and became dry and cracked. The snow-white color gradually became gray-white, and the aura that the tree gave off became much weaker. This was not a true soul bell tree flower, but a tree affected by the soul bell tree flower's power. A true soul bell tree flower would not be like this. The real soul bell tree flower possessed powerful divine soul power, so it would not be so weak. Furthermore, after death, it would still have a very strong divine power aura. Zhao Fu looked at the silver-white orb of light in his hand, which was the tree's soul. It continuously struggled in Zhao Fu's hand and gave off an ear-piercing cry. Zhao Fu used his power to restrict it and threw it into his spatial ring. Although this wasn't a true soul bell tree flower, the soul it nurtured was the purest kind of soul. Whether it was used to forge god artifacts or anything else, it was a very precious material. Moreover, no matter what it was made into, it would have the power to devour godly souls. This was a treasure that ordinary godly spirits could not obtain, and it was very useful to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the forest of flowers and smiled. Even if he could not find soul bell tree flowers, he would be able to extract the godly souls from the fake soul bell tree flowers. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive black aura flowed out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu controlled the black aura to form black tentacles that shot towards the fake soul bell tree flowers. The black tentacles were incredibly fast and shot into the depths of the divine tree. A powerful energy spread out, covering the divine soul within the divine tree and pulling it out. The flowers on the trees started to wither and countless petals fell like rain, covering the ground and making it seem like there was a carpet made of flowers. That faint floral fragrance also thickened and filled the air. After the godly souls of the trees were extracted, they struggled continuously and gave off ear-piercing cries. The tentacles wrapped around them gave off waves of energy and shackled the godly souls. Following this, the tentacles pulled back the godly souls. Zhao Fu put away the godly souls and continued to control the tentacles made of black aura to shoot towards the trees and extract their godly souls. The flower forest that no one dared to offend in the secret realm had met its nemesis this time. Luli waited outside and watched as the flowers in the flower forest withered and the tree trunks withered. She revealed a shocked expression. She had a feeling that something would happen to Zhao Fu after he entered the flower forest, but she had not expected it to happen so quickly. She did not know what Zhao Fu was doing inside for so many trees to wither. Now, these withered trees naturally did not have the power to devour godly souls, so it would be fine to walk over. Luli thought about it and could not help but walk over out of curiosity. She saw a large amount of black aura coming out of Zhao Fu's body, which formed tentacles that were as thick as 2 fingers and shot towards the surrounding trees. After the tentacles shot into the trees, they extracted a silver-white ball of light. The trees withered and the tentacles retracted, placing the ball of light beside Zhao Fu. Then, the tentacles shot out again and extracted the silver-white ball of light. Now that she felt the huge aura from Zhao Fu, Luli was shocked. Only now did she understand how powerful Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu stopped and turned to look at Luli. He asked with a surprised smile, "Why haven't you left yet?" Luli said with a smile, "I have nowhere to go, so I stayed for a while." "I did not expect you to not only not be afraid of the flower forest but also restrain it and extract their godly souls." Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "It's nothing." Luli looked at a tree and asked with a smile, "Are these really soul bell tree flowers? Can you give me one?" Luli couldn't resist the devouring force formed by a large flower forest, but she could easily resist the devouring force emitted by a few flower trees. Zhao Fu could not help but smile. "These are not the real soul bell tree flowers, but the trees affected by the power of the soul bell tree. Moreover, these things do not belong to me. You can take them yourself if you want." They did not know how many trees there were, and they were not the real soul bell tree flowers. Of course, Zhao Fu would not care about a few trees. Luli responded with a smile. She was not too surprised. As one of the exotic flowers, the soulbell tree flowers could not have so many. However, Luli was very interested in the flowering trees. She came to the front of a 2-meter-high small flowering tree and looked at it carefully. Then she stretched out her hand and grabbed it. A powerful force spread out and pulled out the small flowering tree. Then she put it into her storage ring. Zhao Fu, on the other hand, continued to pluck out the divine souls of the flower trees. After Zhao Fu extracted the divine souls of the trees for a while, even though it was quite fast to extract the divine souls of hundreds of trees, Zhao Fu still felt that it was too slow. This was because the forest was incredibly big, and he did not know how long it would take for him to extract all of the divine souls. At that moment, Zhao Fu thought of an idea, so he stopped and raised a hand. A massive black aura continuously flowed out, forming a black orb in the air. Luli followed behind Zhao Fu and did not disturb Zhao Fu. Looking at the black orb that Zhao Fu had condensed, Luli felt quite curious about what Zhao Fu wanted to do. The black aura continuously flowed out, and the black orb became larger and larger. In the end, it was hundreds of meters wide and gave off a massive might. Zhao Fu stopped the power that flowed out and threw the black orb forward. The black orb brought with it massive power as it quickly shot forward. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the black orb exploded. Countless rays of black light containing immense power shot out in all directions, flashing through the air and disappearing into the flowers and trees. A terrifying power spread out within the trees, and the trunks of the trees gave off a black light. Silver-white orbs of light were forced out by the black power and floated in the air above the treetops. Silver-white orbs of light floated in the air, giving off a faint silver-white light. There were at least 5,000 to 6,000 of them. The trees that had lost their divine souls all started to wither, and petals fell from the trees like a rain of flowers. This scene was quite shocking. Zhao Fu waved his hand and a massive power swept out, collecting the divine souls into his storage ring. Following this, Zhao Fu continued to use this method to extract the divine souls, and the efficiency was more than 10 times faster than before. At the same time, Zhao Fu continued to walk towards the depths of the forest. Luli followed behind Zhao Fu. Because Zhao Fu had extracted many divine souls, the soul-devouring power had disappeared, so Luli did not have to worry about this. Zhao Fu did not refuse and allowed her to follow behind him so that she would not hinder him. At this moment, Zhao Fu arrived at the inner part of the flower forest. The trees here were tens of meters tall, and their trunks were 6 meters thick. The trunks were snow-white, and the treetops were very big. There were many small silver-white flowers blooming on them, and the fragrance they gave off was even richer. It looked very spectacular. Moreover, these flowering trees did not look young. They all looked like ancient trees that were 100 meters tall. The god spirit aura that they gave off was also very powerful. Zhao Fu looked at the many flowering trees and was about to continue extracting their divine souls. Suddenly, the flowering trees gave off powerful auras and countless rays of silver-white light shot out. The small flowers swayed in the wind and gave off clear sounds. Soldiers wearing silver armor and holding spears with cold expressions and giving off powerful godly spirit auras walked out from the trees and looked at Zhao Fu. These soldiers were all divine souls of the flowering trees. Not only could they leave the trees, but they also had powerful attacks. Their bodies were not corporeal but illusory. Zhao Fu looked at the divine souls in front of him. These divine souls could not be compared to the ones outside. Not only were their grades quite high, but they were also quite powerful. They were more than 10 times more valuable than the divine souls outside. There were over 10,000 divine soul soldiers in front of Zhao Fu, and they stood densely in the flower forest, giving off a powerful conquering aura. Facing so many divine soul soldiers, Zhao Fu did not feel much fear. The divine souls had cold expressions and gave off powerful auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Because they were divine souls, they had powerful soul-devouring power, and they were many times more dangerous than the flowering trees outside. Other people might be afraid of soul-devouring power, but Zhao Fu did not fear it at all. After all, Zhao Fu had the 5 celestial senses, a divine bloodline, and a yin-yang soul fire. In front of him were the divine soul soldiers holding spears. Zhao Fu stepped forwards and gave a trace of a confident smile as he met the divine souls, giving off a carefree and heroic aura. Luli stared at Zhao Fu from behind, feeling quite fascinated. She did not want to cause trouble for Zhao Fu, so she did not get too close to Zhao Fu. Kill! 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 The group of Divine Soul soldiers had cold expressions and held spears as they gave off murderous roars. They were quite fast and soon reached within 10 meters of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and gave a confident smile as a massive aura spread out. Clang, 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 the sounds of chains rang out as chains containing powerful auras shot out from the ground, shooting towards the Divine Soul soldiers like black bolts of lightning. The complexions of the Divine Soul soldiers changed. They waved the weapons in their hands, knocking away the incoming chains or dodging them. However, there were too many chains and they were constantly shooting out from the ground. Some Divine Soul soldiers had just dodged one iron chain, but another iron chain quickly bound them. Some Divine Soul soldiers swung their spears to knock away one iron chain, but another iron chain shot out from a corner and bound their arms. There were also some Divine Soul soldiers who released thin defensive barriers to block, but they were pierced through by several chains. The Divine Soul soldiers' bodies were bound. The Divine Soul soldiers who had been charging forward with ferocious momentum were all bound up in just a few moves. The smile on Zhao Fu's face did not change. The chains that bound the Divine Soul soldiers started to pull them down, causing black holes to appear in the ground. Now, Zhao Fu had pulled all of the Divine Soul soldiers into the sealed space and left them there for now. He would deal with them later. After tens of thousands of Divine Soul soldiers were pulled into the sealed space, tens of thousands of flower trees withered at the same time. Countless flower petals fell like rain, filling the sky like a rain of flowers. The scene was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Zhao Fu's expression did not change and he continued to walk forward. Luli looked at the beautiful scene in front of her and could not help but sigh in amazement before continuing to follow behind Zhao Fu. Within the flower forest, there were flower trees that were over 100 years old. Each of them was dozens of meters tall and had already given birth to their own Divine Soul soldiers. In the eyes of others, they were very terrifying, but in front of Zhao Fu, they could not resist at all. The Divine Soul soldiers gave off powerful auras, and just as they walked out from the flower trees, chains quickly shot out, dragging these Divine Soul soldiers into the sealed space. Right now, it was not Zhao Fu who was afraid of these Divine Soul soldiers, but the Divine Soul soldiers who were afraid of Zhao Fu. Boom! 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 After a while, Zhao Fu's actions finally angered the powerful existences within the flower forest. For massive auras burst out and a terrifying aura spread out like a tide. Under this terrifying aura, the flower forest became even more dangerous, causing people to feel a trace of fear. The four auras seemed to be spread out in all directions, and after exploding out with powerful auras, they rushed towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly. Zhao Fu stopped and his expression became serious. Luli looked ahead with a serious expression. She understood that something terrifying was about to rush out, and from the massive auras, she would not be a match for it. In less than half a minute, 4 figures giving off massive auras appeared in front of Zhao Fu. These 4 people were generals riding on horses. The horses were 3 meters tall, and the generals were 4 or 5 meters tall, making them seem even taller. The generals and horses were silver white and did not have corporeal bodies. The generals were dressed in armor, and one of them held a silver white sword, one held a spear, one held a scimitar, and one held a large axe. Moreover, the 4 of them looked different. The one who held the sword was a cold-looking man, the one who held the spear was a resolute young man, the one who held the scimitar was a ferocious-looking woman, and the one who held the large axe was a muscular man. After the 4 of them appeared with massive auras, their gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body. The sword-wielding man asked coldly, "Who are you? You dare to recklessly destroy the Soulbell flower forest?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. These 4 people were also godly souls and had their own consciousnesses. They were much stronger than ordinary godly soul soldiers. Zhao Fu said calmly, "I came here to find the Soulbell flower. If you hand over the Soulbell flower, I can leave." The axe-wielding man said furiously, "You're seeking death. There's no need to waste words, let's kill this person together." The 4 people did not say anything and gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear, and a massive black aura flowed out. Zhao Fu's thick hand controlled the black aura, forming 4 massive hands that grabbed towards the 4 people. Bang! 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 The 4 people also used great power and swung their weapons, giving off terrifying power that destroyed the 4 massive hands, causing them to turn into black motes of light and dissipate. The 4 people then rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also took out the Emperor Killing Sword and sent a powerful wave of power into it. A massive wave of sword chi exploded out from the sword, causing a sword wind to blow out. At that moment, a person riding a horse arrived before Zhao Fu. A sword slashed towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it a powerful sword light. Boom! Zhao Fu also slashed out, and a massive sword energy containing massive sword chi slashed towards that person. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. However, the person riding the horse charged out of the explosion and arrived in front of Zhao Fu, slashing towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu blocked with his sword, while that person rode past Zhao Fu. Another person rode in front of Zhao Fu on his horse, and as he galloped forwards, he raised his large axe and chopped down. Xing! Zhao Fu swung his sword, blocking this axe. The 2 weapons clashed, causing sparks to fly everywhere. That person rushed past Zhao Fu, and another person riding a horse held a scimitar as he hacked towards Zhao Fu, but he was still blocked by Zhao Fu. The final person holding a spear sent large amounts of power into his spear, causing it to give off an intense silver-white light that illuminated the surroundings, and an extremely powerful soul power spread out. That person held a spear as he rode towards Zhao Fu incredibly quickly and gave off a ferocious aura. Zhao Fu stood where he was and raised the Emperor Killing Sword. He sent large amounts of power into it, causing the Emperor Killing Sword to give off an intense sword light. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed down, and an enormous black sword light containing immense sword energy slashed forwards, seeming to be able to split apart the ground. That person held a spear that gave off boundless light and stabbed towards Zhao Fu with shocking power. Bang! A massive explosion rang out as the 2 powers collided. A powerful shockwave spread out, creating a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground. This also forced the spear-wielding people to stop rushing over. Seeing this, Chen Feng's expression changed. However, they were not just one person, the other 3 people also attacked Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu continued to fight with them. They charged and attacked, which was quite disadvantageous to Zhao Fu. It was not easy for him to unleash any attacks, and they were easily dodged. The soul horses were also incredibly fast. Zhao Fu flew into the sky and raised the Emperor Killing Sword. A black sword light shot into the sky, and heaven and earth power quickly gathered in the surroundings. A massive sword formation giving off a destructive aura appeared, and a massive sword aura spread out. Boom! 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 Zhao Fu slashed out, and the sword formation started to spin. Terrifying sword lights gave off an aura that seemed to be able to slash apart everything as they slashed towards the 4 soul generals. Zhao Fu wanted to use this attack to deal with the 4 soul generals. Facing such a terrifying attack, a small silver-white flower appeared between the eyebrows of the 4 divine soul generals. It contained an extremely powerful divine soul power. This small flower floated above their heads and a silver barrier of light spread out, covering their bodies. Bang! Bang! Terrifying sword lights descended, shattering the ground. Countless rays of sword light shot everywhere, causing rocks to fly everywhere as terrifying shockwaves spread out. After everything calmed down, a 1,000-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground. Additionally, there were even traces of terrifying sword energy coming out from the crater. However, the 4 soul generals at the center of the crater were not injured at all, and the 4 silver-white barriers only had cracks on them. Thinking about this, Zhao Fu frowned and lightly cried out, "Celestial mode. Activate." Boom! A massive aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, forming a shockwave that spread out. A rainbow-colored aura flame ignited around his body, and a celestial-like aura spread out. The 4 divine soul generals on the ground had solemn expressions and cold gazes. The protective barrier that protected them dissipated and a powerful force was emitted from the 4 divine soul generals. Their bodies emitted a dazzling silver-white light. Boom! 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 The 4 soul generals rode large horses and gave off massive auras as they turned into 4 rays of silver-white light and shot into the sky. The 4 rays of light were incredibly fast, and they arrived in front of Xiao Fu in an instant. Xiao Fu slashed out, blocking the rays of light, but the rays of light spread out and attacked Xiao Fu from different directions. Bang, bang. Bang, Xiao Fu stood in the air and continuously swung his sword, sending out sword lights that clashed with the silver-white rays of light, resulting in massive sounds. These godly soul generals were quite difficult to deal with, and even though Xiao Fu had activated celestial mode, he did not have much of an advantage. Just as Xiao Fu was about to unleash his other powers, bang! Bang, fist-sized black orbs appeared around the 4 rays of light, following which a series of explosions occurred. Waves of destructive power exploded out, forming powerful shockwaves. Even though the explosions did not harm the 4 godly soul generals, the 4 rays of light dissipated, revealing the 4 godly soul generals' bodies. On the ground, Luli stretched out her hand and gave off a black light. A destructive aura spread out, and it was evident that she had been the one to unleash that attack. Because Xiao Fu had saved her life, she saw that Xiao Fu did not have an advantage and was unable to deal with the 4 godly soul generals, so she wanted to help Xiao Fu. Luli was not very strong, so the 4 soul generals did not pay much attention to her at first. Instead, they focused on Xiao Fu, who was extremely dangerous. However, Luli dared to attack them, causing a trace of killing intent to appear in the 4 soul generals' eyes. A big man holding a large axe turned his horse around and gave off a massive aura as he rushed over. He wanted to kill Luli. Seeing this, Xiao Fu immediately stretched out a hand and chains shot out from the air, bringing with them immense power as they shot towards the big man. The big man turned and swung his axe, sending out a massive arc of light that seemed to be unstoppable. Clang, 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 many of the iron chains that shot over were instantly severed by the arcs of light. Countless broken iron chains fluttered in the air, emitting crisp sounds. Boom, Xiao Fu's gaze became serious and he sent out a wave of powerful celestial power into the golden pupil in his left eye. The golden pupil became a rainbow-colored pupil, giving off boundless rainbow-colored light. Clang, 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 rainbow-colored chains bringing with them waves of celestial power shot out from the air, flying towards the big man like rainbow-colored streams of light. The big man rode on his horse and brandished the axe in his hand. Axe lights slashed out, cutting down the rainbow chains. However, there were too many chains, and they shot out from all directions. The big man had no way to defend against them. First, the horse was bound by the chains. Then, the man was also bound by the chains. The man struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the 7 colored chains. His strength was truly strong. Some of the 7 colored chains could not withstand his strength and had already broken apart. The other 3 divine soul generals immediately attacked Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu did not use his sword. Instead, he used his rainbow-colored eyes to look at the 3 incoming soul generals. The rainbow-colored chain-like eyes quickly spun, and a powerful force spread out. Clang clang clang, the rainbow-colored chains gave off immense power as they shot towards the 3 soul generals from all directions, and they were incredibly fast. The 3 soul generals immediately released a silver-white defensive cover, covering their entire bodies. Then, they waved their weapons and slashed out rays of cold light, cutting down the incoming chains. Liuli, who was on the ground, stretched out her hand and pressed down on the air. A massive destructive power gushed out from her hand, and black balls appeared around the 3 soul generals. Bang bang bang, another series of explosions rang out as waves of destructive power exploded out, seeming to destroy everything in their path. Some cracks appeared on the defensive cover of the 3 soul generals, and more rainbow-colored chains shot towards the 3 soul generals with immense power. The soul generals could only slash out rays of cold light, cutting down the incoming chains. Some of the chains shot out from the other side, hitting the defensive cover, forcing the 3 soul generals to choose to defend. Boom, once again, flowing pair emitted a huge destructive force. Black balls with destructive aura appeared around the 3 divine soul generals. Then, they all exploded, and waves of destructive force spread out. This wave of explosions caused more and more cracks to appear on the defensive cover of the 3 soul generals. It would not be long before the defensive cover would be broken. Arg! At that moment, the big man bound by the chains loudly roared and his body gave off an intense silver-white light. A terrifying wave of godly spirit power flowed out, causing the rainbow-colored chains binding him to continuously break. Xiaofu coldly harumphed and grabbed out with his hand. Crackle, countless blood-red arcs of lightning containing terrifying power flowed along the rainbow-colored chains and hit the big man's body. The big man's body violently trembled, and the intense pain caused him to howl. He stopped struggling, and more rainbow-colored chains shot out, continuing to bind his body. Xiaofu looked at how much pain the big man was in, and it seemed that the god-slaying power had greatly harmed him. God-slaying power countered godly spirits, and godly spirits contained godly power. God-slaying power could suppress godly power, and lightning could cause great damage to souls. Understanding this, a trace of a smile appeared on Xiaofu's face, and a powerful god-killing power exploded out. Crackle, countless rainbow-colored chains wrapped in blood-colored arcs of lightning lashed out at the three divine soul generals. It was a frightening sight to behold. The three soul generals' expressions were quite grim, and they gave off even greater power as they swung their weapons, continuously slashing out cold lights that contained shocking power towards the incoming chains. Bang, bang. Bang, the metal chains and the cold light continuously clashed in the air, resulting in massive sounds. Gusts of wind blew, and arcs of lightning formed from the god-slaying power swirled around them. The rainbow-colored chains became even more powerful than before, and they greatly countered Soul General's power. Many of the rainbow-colored chains were not destroyed, and they instead lashed against the three Soul Generals' defensive barriers with terrifying power. More and more cracks immediately appeared on the defensive barriers. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaofu's face as he released even more chains and god-slaying power. The chains gave off immense power as they slammed against the defensive barriers, and the three Soul Generals' defensive barriers were finally unable to withstand the power and shattered. The rainbow-colored chains shot out and bound up the three Soul Generals' bodies, and the blood-red arcs of lightning mercilessly struck their bodies. Arg, the three Soul Generals' bodies violently spasmed, and when the blood-red arcs of lightning struck their bodies, they felt as if their bodies were going to be torn apart. They could not help but howl in pain. It could be said that Hua Lin had met his greatest nemesis. Xiaofu had the 5 celestial senses and a divine bloodline. The yin-yang soul flame made it so that Hua Lin's devouring power was useless, and now, he even had the god-killing power to counter divine souls. Now, Hua Lin, the forbidden region of the secret realm, was about to suffer. After Xiaofu used the rainbow-colored chains to bind up the 4 soul generals, the blood-red arcs of lightning continued to strike their bodies, causing immense pain. Their injuries became more and more severe, and they lost the ability to fight. In the end, Xiaofu dragged them into a sealed space and sealed them there. After dealing with the 4 soul generals, Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile and said to Luli, "Thank you for just now." Even though Xiaofu had dealt with the 4 soul generals by himself, Luli had also helped by distracting the 4 soul generals. Luli smiled as she said, "No need to thank me, you saved me before." Xiaofu laughed and did not continue on this topic, and he said, "Let's go then. Don't go so far away and stay by my side." Luli could not help but smile and lightly nod. Following this, the two of them continued onwards towards the depths of the flower forest, where the true Soul Bell flower tree should be. After all, Xiaofu had said that he would leave after taking away the Soul Bell flower tree, and the 4 soul generals seemed quite angry, feeling that Xiaofu had offended someone. From this, it could be deduced that there was definitely a Soul Bell flower tree. Along the way, Xiaofu continued to extract soul generals, and the flower trees continuously withered, creating a poignant and beautiful scene. In the end, Xiaofu and Luli came to the depths of the flower forest. What came into view was a sea of white bones that covered the ground. It was hard to tell how many there were at a glance. It was like a sea of bones. There were human bones, dragon bones, demon bones, giant bones, dwarf bones, orc bones, angel bones, beast bones, and so on. It was unknown how many bones there were, but they all had one thing in common, which was that their bones contained divine power. These were the bones of godly spirits. It was unknown how many godly spirits had died to form such a sea of bones, and seeing this scene, Xiaofu felt quite shocked. The sky was a grayish-white, and the sea of bones was deathly silent. The countless bones did not give off a deathly aura, but there was a bone-chilling feeling, as if one was in an ice purgatory, which was quite terrifying. Standing next to the sea of bones, Zhao Fu felt his hair stand on end. It was quite dangerous inside, and the Soulbell flower tree was most likely within the Sea of Bones. Before, it had been said that the Soulbell flower tree only grew in places where there were many godly spirits' corpses. Now that so many godly spirits had died here, just what sort of terrifying existence would the Soulbell flower tree become? It was no wonder that such a large forest of flowers had been formed under its influence. Right now, Zhao Fu had not extracted all of the tree's souls. He had only extracted a small portion, which was enough to clear a path. There were still many trees that he had not extracted. This forest of flowers covered an area of 10,000 miles. It would take a very long time to extract the divine souls of so many flower trees, so Zhao Fu came to the depths of the flower forest in advance. Otherwise, by the time Zhao Fu finished extracting the divine souls, the competition might have already ended. Zhao Fu turned his head and looked at Luli beside him with a serious look. It may be very dangerous ahead. If you want to follow me in, then follow me closely and don't leave my side. Luli nodded seriously. Then, Zhao Fu and Luli flew into the Sea of Bones. They didn't encounter any danger, and the Sea of Bones was still dead silent. After more than an hour, Zhao Fu and Luli came to the depth of the Sea of Bones. It was very strange here. There was no bone on the ground, but a green grassland with a width of tens of thousands of meters. A tree grew in the middle of the green grassland. This tree was only a dozen meters high, with a trunk of 3 or 4 meters thick. The trunk was snow-white, and its surface was smooth without any lines. It didn't feel like a tree trunk. The crown was very big, and it opened around like an umbrella. There were many small silver-white flowers blooming on it. Each flower had a divine character imprinted on it, and the divine characters flickered within them. Now, standing in the distance, Zhao Fu could smell the charming fragrance of the flowers. Just a slight sniff made him feel comfortable and relaxed as if he was in heaven. Standing beside the grassland, Zhao Fu hesitated for a moment. He knew that it would be very dangerous ahead, but he had to go ahead. So, he lifted his feet and stepped into the grassland. However, nothing happened. Zhao Fu was a little surprised, but he continued to move forward. Seeing that nothing happened, Luli also followed behind Zhao Fu. The two walked forward, and each step was very careful. They were vigilant against accidents that might happen at any time, but in the end, nothing happened. In the end, Zhao Fu and Luli came to the front of the flower tree, which was only a dozen meters away from the tree. Ding-ling ding-ling ding-ling. At that moment, the flowering tree gently swayed, and the countless silver-white flowers gave off a clear sound. Each flower gave off a musical note, and the countless musical notes formed a melody that pulled people into a dream. Zhao Fu came to a place shrouded in fog, which was filled with dense white fog. He couldn't see the scenery in front of him clearly, and there were white bones on the ground. It was very humid here, and the air was filled with moisture. Howls could be heard from time to time. Seeing that he had come to this place, Zhao Fu knew that he had entered an illusion, but Zhao Fu wasn't afraid because Zhao Fu also had something to deal with illusions. Zhao Fu stood where he was and lightly shouted, "Sage mode. Open!" Boom, a powerful aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and a massive celestial aura spread out like a tide. His body burned with a rainbow-colored aura flame. Not only did Sage mode have a powerful mental defense, but it was also very effective against illusions. Ordinary illusions were useless against Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu could directly break through powerful illusions by activating Sage mode. However, after Zhao Fu activated Sage mode, his surroundings didn't change much. Zhao Fu didn't feel too nervous, and a wave of celestial power flowed into the glass pupil in his left eye. Zhao Fu also had the glass illusory pupil, which had powerful illusions. Moreover, it was a celestial technique, and it could easily break through all illusions. Zhao Fu's glass pupil gave off a rainbow-colored light, and everything around him collapsed and dissipated. In the end, Zhao Fu returned to his original place, which was in front of the flower tree. Zhao Fu turned his head to look at Luli, who was standing there like a statue. His face was very pale, and he was most likely trapped in an illusion. His godly soul and divine power were being greatly drained, and if this continued, he would definitely die here. Without any hesitation, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and a massive wave of rainbow-colored power shot out and flowed into Luli's body. Luli quickly woke up and understood what had just happened. She was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat, and she weakly said to Zhao Fu, "Thank you. You've saved me again." Zhao Fu laughed and said, "It's all right, you should recover your strength first." Luli nodded before turning and leaving this grassland. Now that she knew that it was very dangerous, she didn't want to cause trouble for Zhao Fu. After coming to the Sea of Bones, Luli sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a few medicinal pills, and consumed them, and started to recover her strength. Zhao Fu looked at the flower tree in front of him. "Come out, I know of your existence." "Your illusion is useless against me," Zhao Fu said seriously as he looked at the flowering tree. Zhao Fu could sense the flower ancestor's aura from the flowering tree, and Zhao Fu was quite familiar with this aura. Not only had he seen the first evil spirit abyss flower's flower ancestor, but he had also seen the golden flower ancestor. Even though the flower ancestor's aura was not as powerful as the evil spirit abyss flower ancestors, it was far more powerful than the golden flower ancestor's aura. The golden flower ancestor had grown for countless years and had relied on Zhao Fu's divine blood to become a flower ancestor. This flowering tree had been a flower ancestor for many years. It definitely had its own consciousness and should be able to communicate. Perhaps it could turn into a human form. Most flower ancestors had this ability. However, after waiting for a while, Zhao Fu did not receive a reply, making the situation quite awkward. Zhao Fu felt quite confused and wondered what was going on. Could it be that the flower ancestor did not want to talk to him? Zhao Fu continued onwards. Boom! At that moment, the flowering tree exploded out with a shocking aura and gave off countless traces of silver light. Divine runes lit up within the small flowers and shot out countless traces of light. Divine runes appeared in the air one after another. Each divine rune was extremely complex and profound. They gave off a silvery white light and surrounded the tree. They gave off a supreme divine might, as if they were the emperor of the gods. They made people want to kneel down and worship them. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. This divine might was not inferior to the divine might given off by the god race's supreme emperor star. It was definitely a terrifying divine might. Luli, who had been cultivating in the Sea of Bones, sensed this boundless divine might and felt quite shocked. He opened his eyes and looked at the flowering tree surrounded by divine runes. So this is the true Soul Bell Tree Flower's power. It was the first time Luli had seen the Soul Bell Tree Flower's power. Before, he had only heard about it and felt quite shocked. As one of the 8 great wondrous flowers, it was indeed extraordinary. Now, the flowering tree was giving off such a terrifying divine might that directly pressed down on Zhao Fu's body. This divine might was a type of pressure on one's body and mind, and ordinary geniuses would not be able to withstand it and would directly kneel on the ground. The void seemed to be filled with this kind of silvery white light. Space appeared to be distorted and solidified under this kind of divine power. The position near the tree and the position not near the tree were like 2 different worlds. At this time, Zhao Fu was suppressed by this pressure. Not to mention taking a step forward, even standing up was very difficult. The peerless divine aura emitted by the flowering tree was powerful, but Zhao Fu was no ordinary person. He was also a very terrifying existence. It was absolutely impossible for Zhao Fu to kneel on the ground and submit to this supreme divine might. Boom! Under this terrifying divine might, Zhao Fu released all of his divine bloodline's power without holding back at all. A terrifying aura flowed out of Zhao Fu's body like a flood, and no one could resist it. Luli, who was recovering his strength in the Sea of Bones, was given a big fright when he sensed that powerful aura. He stood up from the ground and looked at Zhao Fu in shock. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense black light, and faint dragon inscriptions appeared as his aura became more and more powerful. Boom! His aura finally reached a critical point, and a black dragon inscription light beam shot into the sky, giving off a massive explosion as waves of black light rippled out. A massive black pillar of light formed and stood between the heavens and earth, giving off an arrogant and powerful aura. Boom! A transcendent pressure that was above all else, that was not bound by any laws, instantly enveloped the entire world, and the world froze in that instant. Within the secret realm, the countless terrifying geniuses, whether it was Miao Lu, God Ke, Lei Tianba, Yu Chan, or Shen Qianhua, all felt this might from a pure divine bloodline, and their expressions fell as they looked in that direction. A divine bloodline. Everyone looked in that direction, looking quite shocked. This competition between gods was incredibly intense, and even a holy sun was participating. Moreover, from this might, it was definitely not an ordinary holy sun. As people with 2 emperor stars, Tianyu and Miaolu also felt a wave of pressure. A holy sun came from a divine faction, which was much more powerful than an imperial faction. Even though they had emperor stars, they could not be careless. After all, their bloodlines were only at the peak of the imperial bloodline, and facing a divine bloodline, they would be suppressed. This was quite disadvantageous for them, and if they were careless, they could lose. Moreover, a holy sun had a higher chance of awakening an emperor star than an emperor star. Who knew if that holy sun had a supreme emperor star? God Ke and Xia Ming's expressions became quite serious. A holy sun's appearance meant that it would be even more difficult for them to obtain the Master of Gods. After all, not only would they have to face someone with 2 emperor stars, but they would also have to face a holy sun with a divine bloodline. If even those at the top felt like this, those at the bottom felt even more pressure. Now, they did not have much confidence in obtaining the Master of Gods because there were simply too many terrifying figures participating. The young man in green was the one who had obtained the Tree Lord God's legacy, and his name was Lu Ming. He had a divine bloodline, so he was quite sensitive to this aura. Now, Lu Ming's expression was quite unsightly. This holy sun's aura was much more powerful than his divine bloodline aura. Which terrifying figure from a divine faction was participating in this competition? Only a famous holy sun from a divine faction would have this kind of power, otherwise, Lu Ying could not think of anyone with such terrifying holy sun's aura. Now, Lu Ying felt a headache coming on. There were simply too many changes. First, there were people continuously obtaining core gods' legacies, and now, such a powerful holy sun had appeared. His advantage was not very big. As for the few people hidden in the crowd, when they felt the aura, their expressions turned solemn. They did not dare to underestimate or be careless. This situation had greatly exceeded their expectations. With their status and power, they knew just how terrifying the person who gave off this aura was. News of a holy sun's appearance quickly spread throughout the secret realm, causing it to be sent into an uproar. Everyone looked incredibly excited, wanting to see what this legendary holy sun was like. At the same time, they felt even more anticipation. Now that a holy sun was participating, the battles in the later stages could only be described as incredibly wretched. These ordinary people did not even have a trace of hope of obtaining the Master of Gods. They were spectators, so they wanted to see who would obtain the Master of Gods and the terrifying battles between experts. Of course, there were also some people who could comprehend some things through the battles between powerhouses and thus increase their own strength. Needless to say, because of the appearance of a holy sun, the secret realm became even more lively. The experts' expressions were all serious, and they continuously wanted to increase their strength. The ordinary people looked quite excited, and they discussed this matter with others while searching for treasures. Many of the experts in the stands looked at the powerful black light pillar that was emitting terrifying fluctuations, and they were all shocked. They knew more than the others, and they also knew who was the one who emitted this black light pillar. Who would have thought that he would have a divine bloodline and be a holy sun? Things are becoming quite interesting. It's quite rare to see so many holy suns participating in this competition. We felt that he wasn't simple at all. At first, we thought that he was someone from the Demon Emperor, but we underestimated his identity. However, this all explains why he has such great power. God Ke has the power to devour 10,000 godly creatures, and this holy sun also has the power to devour 10,000 godly creatures. Now that the two of them are clashing, there'll be a good show to watch. I wonder who will win. That's right. I thought that this person was inferior to God Ke, but it seems that he's not any weaker than God Ke. I don't know who will win either, but we'll find out when the time comes. It seems that the second King of Kings also has a divine bloodline, and this person has obtained so many god legacies. It's much more likely that he's the King of Kings. Flowingly looked at the intense black light emitted by the light beam in front of her and felt the terrifying fluctuations. Her body felt as if it had fallen into ice water, and her whole body began to tremble. She had never thought that a holy sun like Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. However, she understood why Zhao Fu was so mysterious and had such shocking power. The flower forest that ordinary people feared was useless against him. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu controlled this otherworldly might to blast against the Soul Bell tree flower. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two terrifying might collided. An extremely terrifying power exploded out, and the space around them seemed to collapse. The scene was incredibly terrifying. A trace of coldness appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes as he stepped forwards. Boom! The pressure that seemed to be above everything became even more terrifying as it heavily pressed down on the Soul Bell tree flower. The Soul Bell tree flower was unable to withstand this might, and the silver-white divine runes around it started to crumble. More and more divine runes crumbled, and the might that the Soul Bell tree flower gave off became weaker and weaker. Finally, the might from the Soul Bell tree flower disappeared, and the entire Soul Bell tree flower was suppressed by Zhao Fu might. It seemed to be locked down and was unable to move at all. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and walked in front of the Soul Bell flower's trunk. He pressed a hand against the trunk and sent a wave of energy into it. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered a world filled with Soul Bell flower trees. There were Soul Bell flower trees everywhere, creating a beautiful scene. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Zhao Fu did not continue looking. He had already seen this sort of scene in the flower forest, but this one was even bigger and more shocking. Zhao Fu flew into the sky and continued onwards. Zhao Fu found an extremely beautiful woman lying on a bed. She had peerlessly beautiful looks and had silver-white hair. There were a few faint green flowers on her head, and she wore a silver-white dress. Her figure was mature and she gave off a trace of an emperor's domineering aura. Zhao Fu found an extremely beautiful woman lying on a bed. This woman had peerlessly beautiful looks and had silver-white hair. There were a few faint green flowers on her head, and she wore a silver-white dress. She had a mature figure and gave off a trace of an emperor's domineering aura. After discovering this woman, Zhao Fu did not immediately go up. This woman was most likely the Soul Bell tree flower's soul, and if he rashly went up, he would be in great danger. After seeing this woman, Zhao Fu did not directly go up. This woman was most likely the Soul Bell tree flower's soul, and if he rashly went up, he would be in great danger. However, after waiting for a while, Zhao Fu did not hear anything, and the woman did not show any signs of waking up. He walked up to the woman. Her body was still emitting a faint fragrance, but she still didn't look like she was going to wake up. Zhao Fu felt quite confused, just what was going on? Why was the Soul Bell tree flower's soul sleeping here and not waking up? Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and touched her face, feeling the warmth from her skin. He lightly stroked it and found that the Soul Bell tree flower still did not wake up. This was a great opportunity. Since she did not resist, she could not blame him for being despicable and taking advantage of her. Zhao Fu decided to first control her before waking her up. That way, he would be able to subdue her. Because the Soul Bell tree flower's power was incredibly terrifying, Zhao Fu planned to split off a 6 desires demonic seed to control her. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed out, continuously condensing in his hand. It formed a black seed that was as big as a walnut, and it gave off a powerful demonic chi. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand to the woman's abdomen and pressed down, causing the black seed to enter her body. Following this, a wave of 6 desires demonic chi spread out and covered her entire body. Following this, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and did not withdraw his hand. A powerful wave of energy entered the woman's body, and Zhao Fu planned to wake her up. However, even though Zhao Fu sent a wave of energy into her body to wake her up, it was to no avail. Her consciousness space was completely silent and did not show any signs of movement. Zhao Fu stopped. Seeing that ordinary methods would not be able to wake her up, Zhao Fu thought of the flower celestial's power. The flower celestial was the goal of all flowers in the world. If he used the flower celestial's power as a catalyst, he would be able to wake the woman up. Zhao Fu's hand on the flower celestial's abdomen gave off a rainbow-colored light, and a wave of flower celestial's power flowed into the woman's body. The woman's consciousness space quickly reacted. The flower celestial's power was indeed useful. However, it seemed that the woman's consciousness had matured for too long, and only a trace of her consciousness had awakened. It would take a long time for her to fully awaken. Zhao Fu did not want this to continue, and he thought of another power, which was the god-killing power. The god-killing power greatly countered souls, and if he used its power, he would be able to stimulate the woman's consciousness and increase her stats. As such, Zhao Fu's hand on the woman's abdomen gave off traces of blood-red lightning that swam towards the woman's consciousness space. Under the stimulation of the lightning, the woman's consciousness greatly reacted. The woman's consciousness awakened in a small area. Zhao Fu had no idea how long she had matured for her to be in such a deep sleep. After a while, the woman still did not wake up. Zhao Fu thought of the final power, which was the 6 desires demonic chi's power. The 6 desires demonic chi greatly countered women, so it would be quite effective. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. Looking at the woman's peerlessly beautiful looks, it was not inferior to Yu Chan's at all. It seemed that he would have to make another sacrifice. Zhao Fu leaned over and kissed the woman's lips, and a wave of 6 desires demonic chi continuously flowed into her body. The 6 desires demonic seed within her body was affected and quickly grew. Under the stimulation of the 3 powers, the woman's consciousness was greatly awakened, and she instinctively responded to Zhao Fu. Her eyelashes slightly trembled, and in the end, the woman slowly opened her silver-white flower eyes. She immediately saw Zhao Fu's face and sensed what Zhao Fu had done to her. Pa! A clear sound rang out as the woman's gaze became cold and she slapped Zhao Fu, sending Zhao Fu flying. Zhao Fu fell to the ground and felt the pain on his face. He looked quite surprised that he had been slapped by the woman. Zhao Fu had not expected the woman to wake up so quickly, so he had been caught off guard. Otherwise, with Zhao Fu's power, she would not have been able to hit Zhao Fu so easily. The woman sat up on the bed and looked at Zhao Fu with her silver-white flower eyes, looking quite angry as she said, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu touched his face, which was still in pain, and stood up from the ground. He was within the Soul Bell flower tree's consciousness space, so people outside could not know what was going on here. At that moment, Zhao Fu looked at the woman and said with a confident and domineering voice, "I am the ruler of the Qin Empire, and I woke you up from your slumber. Now, you belong to me." The woman said coldly, "Who belongs to you? You bastard, you dared to violate me while I was asleep, I'll kill you." The peerlessly beautiful woman said angrily as she raised her hand, preparing to attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Luckily, he had been prepared from the start, so he was not afraid at all. He directly activated the 6 desires demonic seed within the peerless woman's body. The peerless beauty, who had been giving off a massive aura and was about to attack, suddenly felt an evil energy spread out. Her body became hot and powerless, and her face became red. His strength was also rapidly weakening. Even if he wanted to attack Zhao Fu, he did not have much strength left. The peerless beauty's face flushed red with anger. "You bastard, what did you do to me?" Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I already said that I was the one who awakened you, so you belong to me now. There's no point in resisting now." The absolute beauty felt her body become hotter and hotter, and her body became even more powerless as she cursed, "You despicable person, perverted thief, doing such a thing to me." Zhao Fu smiled and did not say anything else as he continued to urge the 6 desires demonic seed to grow. The peerless beauty's body powerlessly lay on the bed. Her face was bright red as she panted and softly moaned. At that moment, Zhao Fu walked in front of the peerless beauty and pinched her chin as he lightly laughed and said, "There aren't many women in this world who would dare to slap my face. Today, you need to be punished." Following this, Zhao Fu started to train the peerless beauty. 3 hours later, the peerless beauty was naked, and her face was red as she panted in Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu also obtained information about the peerless beauty. Her name was Hua Ling. She was a very ancient Soul Bell tree flower. She was very powerful and had already reached the Void Realm. In the past, she was even more powerful. She was even more powerful than ordinary almighty beings. Her power was comparable to a half-immortal's. However, the secret realm did not allow such powerful existences to appear. Hua Ling had been heavily injured by the Pantheon mirror and had fallen into a deep sleep. Only now had she been woken up by Zhao Fu. Outside the world of consciousness, the Soul Bell tree flower's attacks had been instinctively unleashed by the Soul Bell tree flower and had not been controlled by Hua Ling. Zhao Fu now felt quite fortunate that Hua Ling had been heavily injured by the Pantheon mirror and her strength had fallen greatly. Otherwise, with her half-immortal strength, even if Zhao Fu had the 6 desires demonic chi, it would be useless. The difference in strength was simply too great. However, this was enough to prove just how terrifying Hualing's power had been back then, for the Pantheon Mirror to suppress her. The Pantheon Mirror was a supreme divine item in the godly world and had existed since the godly world had been born. Back then, that peerless genius had detonated the first god race Supreme Emperor star and had not been able to harm the Pantheon Mirror at all. It had unimaginably terrifying power. Moreover, Hualing herself was a Void Realm expert, which was above the Emperor Heaven Realm. She had the strength to suppress ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts, which would be of great help to Zhao Fu. If he brought her back, she would become the #1 expert in Qin City. The #1 expert in Qin City had been the demon domain's #1 beauty, Demoji. However, her cultivation was only at the peak of the Emperor Heaven Realm and was just a bit away from breaking through to the Void Realm. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to control an Emptiness Realm expert. First of all, they wouldn't just lie there and let you set down restrictions. Moreover, Emptiness Realm experts could easily break through restrictions, as Emptiness Realm experts were definitely many times more powerful than Zhao Fu. Now that Zhao Fu could control Hualing, he had a great advantage. She lay there and did not resist at all, allowing Zhao Fu to plant the 6 desires demonic seed in her. Secondly, Zhao Fu's power was incredibly great, and the 6 desires demonic seed was not an ordinary power. Finally, after sleeping for so many years, Hualing had not fully grasped her power yet, so she could not resist much. Apart from Hualing's power, she also had special abilities. Each of the 8 wondrous flowers had their own unique abilities, and the Soulbell Tree Flower's ability was to give birth to godly souls. The Soulbell Tree Flower could give birth to a large number of godly souls. These godly souls looked like ordinary godly souls, but their main use was to fuse into other people's bodies and give them a portion of godly souls' power. Even though with Zhao Fu's current strength, ordinary godly souls were quite weak, they were still godly souls that countless commoners worshipped. They were lofty and powerful godly souls. Moreover, these godly souls had the power to devour godly souls, causing the soldiers who fused with godly souls to become even more powerful. If an army had godly souls' power and the ability to devour godly souls, the scene would be quite terrifying. It could be said that if they were nurtured, Qin City would have a powerful army, which was quite important to Qin City. Moreover, the Soulbell Tree Flower could use soul sounds to create illusions. The little silver-white flowers that grew out of it could lightly sway and give off soul sounds. This was a sound that only souls could hear, and it was quite special and difficult to resist. Its power was naturally even more terrifying and could be used even more effectively. However, only true Soulbell Tree Flowers had such an ability, and they were one of the 8 wondrous flowers. There were not many of them, so this ability was not very useful to Zhao Fu. Now, there were 5 wondrous flowers: Dark Night Flower, Evil Spirit Abyss Flower, Otherworld Gold Flower, and Soulbell Tree Flower, and Zhao Fu was missing 3 more before he could gather the 8 wondrous flowers. Of the remaining 3, 1 was a devil attribute, 1 was a spirit attribute, and 1 was a water attribute. Collecting the 8 wondrous flowers would not only allow the flower fairy's power to quickly recover, but the 8 wondrous flowers' power would also be of great help to Qin. As such, Zhao Fu had to collect them all. Combining all of this information, it seemed that subduing the Soulbell Tree Flower would be incredibly useful to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and looked at Hualing, who was panting and not wearing any clothes, and said, "Put on your clothes and let's leave this place." Hualing glared at Zhao Fu and said angrily, "Who's going to leave with you?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he lifted her chin and said, "Don't blame me if you're still so stubborn." Hualing understood what Zhao Fu meant. She remembered how Zhao Fu had taught her, so she blushed and swatted away Zhao Fu's hand before angrily putting on her clothes. She had once been an existence that could rival a half-step celestial, and now she had to submit to Zhao Fu. She felt quite angry and could not accept this. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and smiled as he left the Soulbell Tree Flower's mental world and returned to his body. In the real world, Zhao Fu withdrew his hand from the Soulbell Tree Flower. The Soulbell Tree Flower gave off a silver-white light and continuously changed before turning into Hualing's appearance. It was said that Hualing was a flower ancestor and was even older than the golden flower ancestor, so she could take human form. Now all the strange phenomena had disappeared. Luli looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. It seemed that Zhao Fu had subdued the soul bell tree flower. Luli wanted to congratulate him, but she suddenly thought of Zhao Fu's identity as a holy son, and she was just a maid beside him. The difference in their identities was too big, which made her a little hesitant. However, Luli thought of Zhao Fu's gentle attitude towards her. He should not be the kind of arrogant person who regarded her as a friend, so Luli still smiled and stepped forward. Congratulations. He subdued the soul bell tree flower. At this moment, Zhao Fu smiled and pulled Hualing into his embrace. Hualing struggled a few times and found that she couldn't break free, so she could only let Zhao Fu hug her and look at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Hearing Luli's words, Zhao Fu replied, "Yeah. Thank you." Looking at Hualing in Zhao Fu's embrace, Luli felt quite complicated and uncomfortable, and the smile on her face became quite stiff. At that moment, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Now that the greatest danger in the flower forest has been resolved, there might be some treasures within the flower forest. Let's go and have a look, perhaps we'll have great gains." Luli returned to normal and happily smiled as she nodded. At that moment, Hualing lightly harumphed and said, "Where I grew up, there are many god source bones, which are incredibly precious materials." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and looked at Hualing in his embrace. He had never thought that she would take the initiative to say that there were good things there. Hualing turned her face away, she did not want to give such precious materials to others. Moreover, she was now Zhao Fu's woman, and even though she was quite unwilling, this was the truth. As such, she was thinking for Zhao Fu's sake. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and let go of Hualing before waving his hand towards the place where Hualing had grown up. A wave of energy rippled out, tearing open the ground and revealing many platinum-colored bones. God source bones were formed from countless godly spirit bones, and they were incredibly precious. They could be used to forge Emperor Heaven armaments, and ordinary people would not be able to obtain them or even see them before. The platinum-colored bones came in all sorts of shapes. There were skulls, hand bones, foot bones, and even wild beast bones. Zhao Fu put away all of the bones, and there were 160 or so of them in total. Zhao Fu took out 3 and handed them to Luli as he said, "This is for you." Luli gave a delighted smile. These god source bones were incredibly precious to her, and she had never thought that Zhao Fu would give them to her. Luli felt that she had not done anything for Zhao Fu, yet Zhao Fu had saved her twice, making her feel quite embarrassed. Zhao Fu could tell what Luli was thinking and lightly laughed as he said, "It's fate that we've met, and there are many of these things." Luli did not refuse and smiled as she said, "Thank you." Following this, Zhao Fu and Luli went to other places and obtained some good things. Zhao Fu looked at Luli and smiled as he said, "I'll extract some godly spirits before leaving this place. We'll meet again in the future if fate allows it." Now that he had subdued the soul bell tree flower and obtained many benefits, Zhao Fu's quest had been completed. As such, he would immediately leave and continue to search for the core god's legacy land, as well as plunder the godly spirit's divine power. Moreover, Zhao Fu knew Luli's identity, and she was not Zhao Fu's subordinate, so it was impossible for Zhao Fu to always take her with him. Luli saw that the smile on Zhao Fu's face had faded, and she felt a trace of reluctance in her heart. However, she understood that Zhao Fu and her were not the same kind of people. Moreover, she was Miao Lu's maidservant, and her role was to stay by Miao Lu's side. It was impossible for her to leave with Zhao Fu. In the end, Luli gave a faint smile and nodded as she said, "We'll meet again in the future if fate allows it." Zhao Fu hugged Hualing and flew to a highland forest of flowers, and he stretched out a hand, preparing to extract the godly spirits of the flowers. Only now did Hualing understand why Zhao Fu wanted to extract the godly spirits. She understood that if these godly spirits were extracted, the flowers would all die, so she stopped Zhao Fu and said, "You can't do this." Zhao Fu looked quite startled and immediately understood Hualing's intentions. These flowers were closely related to Hualing, and if he wanted to extract the godly spirits of these flowers, Hualing naturally did not want to see Zhao Fu do this. Looking at Hualing's angry expression, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Now that he had obtained Hualing, these godly spirits were not as attractive to Zhao Fu as before. Moreover, Zhao Fu would leave after extracting a bit more souls. He would not stay here for too long, as that would waste too much time. Zhao Fu had more important things to do. Zhao Fu looked at Hua Ling and smiled as he said, "All right, I won't extract the godly spirits anymore. I won't extract your divine soul anymore. Let's leave this place." Hua Ling felt quite surprised. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would agree so quickly. She had thought that Zhao Fu would forcefully extract the godly spirits, and she would do her best to stop Zhao Fu. However, none of this had happened. Now, Hua Ling looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes, and her anger towards Zhao Fu slightly subsided. At that moment, the flower sensed Hua Ling's aura and felt that something had happened. Boom! Boom! Waves of powerful auras exploded out as 100-year-old trees gave off a silver-white light. Godly spirit soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons walked out of the trees, giving off powerful divine power. "We greet Lord." The countless divine souls knelt on one knee and looked incredibly respectful. Their gazes burned with adoration as they called out in unison. These divine souls had all been formed by Hua Ling's power. Hua Ling was the person who created them, and their power came from Hua Ling. As such, the countless divine souls instinctively respected Hua Ling. Moreover, Hua Ling herself could control these divine souls. These were all 100-year-old trees, and because the divine souls were already very powerful, they could condense into human shapes. Those that were only a few decades old were still orbs of light and could not leave the tree. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised as he looked at the divine souls that covered the entire mountain range. They all knelt on one knee and gave off silver-white light, creating a shocking scene. There were roughly millions of divine souls. These millions of divine souls were incredibly powerful, and if they worked together, even Zhao Fu would not be able to deal with them easily. In fact, he might not even be able to defeat them. Hua Ling could clearly sense the emotions of the trees, so seeing the divine souls appear, she did not seem surprised at all. Zhao Fu thought about it and stretched out a hand, causing a black wave of energy to spread out. 4 large black holes appeared in the ground, and 4 divine soul generals bound by chains slowly floated out. The 4 divine soul generals had been furiously struggling, wanting to break free from the countless chains binding them. However, when they saw the person in front of them, they immediately looked delighted and lowered their heads as they respectfully called out, "Master." They were soul generals guarding Hua Ling in 4 directions, and Zhao Fu felt that their relationship with Hua Ling would be closer. As such, they would most likely listen to Hua Ling's orders. Everything was as Zhao Fu had thought. As long as he could subdue Hua Ling, he would be able to subdue all of the divine souls. Hua Ling looked at the 4 divine soul generals and gave a trace of a smile. Back when she had been asleep, she had split off some of her power and sent it into their bodies so that they could protect her. After so many years, the 4 divine soul generals had become so powerful, but they still couldn't resist Zhao Fu. Hua Ling also understood that Zhao Fu was extremely terrifying. Putting aside the fact that he had relied on despicable methods to subdue her, Hua Ling would have taken some protective measures to protect herself while she was asleep. In other words, it was the ability to use sound to create illusions, as well as that supreme divine might. That illusion was incredibly powerful, and the boundless divine might was even more terrifying. It contained the God race's source energy and could rival the might from the God race's supreme emperor star. The Soul Bell tree flower was first formed in that earth-shattering war, which was also the war that the peerless genius had led countless experts to wage against the Pantheon mirror. It grew and metamorphosed amidst the corpses of countless experts. Back then, the Pantheon mirror had given off an unimaginably divine might and a powerful creation god's power. It had sealed 25 main gods, and the Soul Bell flowers within the countless corpses had been affected by the Pantheon mirror's power, forming the Soul Bell flowers. Of course, Hua Ling was not the original Soul Bell tree flower, but that power had been passed down, which was why it had given off such terrifying divine might. However, that supreme divine might had been suppressed by Zhao Fu's bloodline's might. She could not help but wonder what sort of monster Zhao Fu was. If she had not personally experienced it, Hua Ling would not have believed this to be true. Now that 4 powerful godly soul generals had fallen at Zhao Fu's hands, Hua Ling did not feel that it was strange. She had thought that Zhao Fu had killed the 4 godly soul generals. Hua Ling looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu understood and released the chains binding the 4 godly soul generals. The 4 godly soul generals knelt on the ground, looking incredibly respectful and joyful. Their master, who they had protected for so long, had finally woken up. To them, this was the happiest thing. Hua Ling was the center of all the godly soul generals, and the godly soul generals treated her as their master and were willing to listen to her. Looking at the 4 godly soul generals and the countless godly soul soldiers, Zhao Fu thought for a moment before asking seriously, "Are you willing to leave this place with me?" "We are willing to follow our master." The 4 godly soul generals and countless godly soul soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, their voices shaking the surroundings. Standing in front of the countless kneeling godly soul generals, Hua Ling had a trace of a smile on her face. She was like an empress, giving off a domineering and mighty aura. Zhao Fu could sense her aura from behind her. Hua Ling herself had a powerful empress aura, and her fate was also empress fate. If it was not for Zhao Fu subduing her, she would have definitely become an empress in the future. Boom! At that moment, Hua Ling stretched out a hand and a massive silver-white energy flowed out. Divine runes flickered in the sky, covering the entire sky, and a shocking aura spread out. Swish, 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 the divine runes were like tiny rays of light that fell on the trees on the ground, causing them to give off an even more intense silver-white light, causing the ground to become a sea of light. Countless souls stood up from the ground and returned to the flowering trees. Then, the flowering trees began to change and condense. The flowering trees turned into lychee-sized, diamond-shaped silver-white seeds. The trees had all disappeared, making this place seem quite spacious. However, not all of the trees had disappeared, and some trees that had been around for decades remained. This was because these trees' godly souls were too weak and could not be taken away, so they could only remain here. There were still many of these trees, and the power that they gave off to devour godly souls was quite powerful. Ordinary people definitely would not dare to get close to this place. Without Hua Ling, a true soul bell tree, this region's power would greatly decrease in the future. However, as long as these trees continued to grow, this place would become a terrifying forbidden region. Of course, this was not something that Zhao Fu needed to worry about. Hua Ling waved her hand, and the silver-white seeds floating in the air all flew towards her before disappearing. She only needed to bring these seeds back and plant them on the ground. They would form a forest of flowers, and the godly souls would not be weakened. Following this, Hua Ling would use this forest to nurture countless godly souls and create a godly spirit army. After putting away all of the seeds, Hua Ling gave a trace of a smile, seeming quite good. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Now that we've dealt with the forest of flowers, let's leave this place." Hua Ling turned and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she said, "Where are we going? And what are you going to do next?" Zhao Fu briefly explained his plan. He told Hua Ling to wait for him at a certain place and introduce a few people to her. Zhao Fu would continue to search for the god's legacy and the godly power of the gods. However, Hua Ling did not want this at all. She said, "I don't want to wait for you at a certain place. After sleeping for so long, I want to look around. I can help you find the god's legacy and snatch the godly power of the gods." Zhao Fu thought that Hua Ling, as someone from the secret realm, would naturally know more than Zhao Fu. Moreover, she was an emptiness realm cultivator and was more powerful than him. Therefore, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. Now, the first stage of the competition had begun. Only those with blue marks could stay in the secret realm. Those with white marks would be forcefully teleported out of the secret realm. Everyone could not stay in the secret realm. They could only fight and raise their marks to the blue level. This caused the secret realm to become chaotic. Fights broke out everywhere. Some people even started to form groups. A group of people was definitely more powerful than a single person. Therefore, they formed groups to bully a single person. They wanted to raise their marks to the blue level. Moreover, there were no restrictions. Others could do this. However, this was only done by the weaker ones. Some experts disdained to do this. Those who were surrounded by a group of people had no chance of winning, unless they were someone like Zhao Fu. On a flat piece of land, a few groups of people were fighting, and powerful auras spread out. Waves of powerful power spread out, creating shockwaves. Boom, a powerful explosion sounded out as a massive aura pressed down on the countless people's bodies like a massive hand. Everyone's bodies froze as they felt terror. Everyone looked up and saw 2 people appear in the sky. One of them was wearing a cloak. They recognized him as a god Caesar. As for the other person, they did not know her at all. They had never seen or heard of her before. The woman was extremely beautiful and gave off a terrifying aura. This aura was actually the aura of an emptiness realm expert. Oh my god. This is actually the pressure of an emptiness realm expert. However, how could there be someone with such a terrifying cultivation in the secret realm? The secret realm has always restricted people above the Emperor Heaven realm from participating in the competition of the gods. Now that a void realm expert has appeared, I can't figure out who could hide their strength and enter. I don't think so. The entrance to the secret plane is controlled by the Pantheon mirror. Who in the world can hide from the Pantheon mirror? That's impossible. I also think that it's impossible for her to have hidden her strength and come in. She must be someone from the arcane realm, which is why she has such terrifying strength. If that's the case, it makes sense. What's the relationship between the Godstealer and this person? They actually appeared together. Oh right, could it be that the deity Snatcher was afraid of Lei Tianba and asked an emptiness realm expert to support him? That is possible. After all, Lei Tianba is too powerful. Humans would definitely be afraid of him. However, the divine Snatcher has the support of an emptiness realm expert. He can do whatever he wants in the secret realm. How envious. The Soul Snatcher actually managed to hook up with a concealed stage expert. Next up, there is no need to worry about anything else. All he has to do is lie down and win. Now that Zhao Fu had such a powerful person with him, there was no need for Zhao Fu to do anything. It would be too wasteful if he didn't use it. Therefore, he let Hua Ling exert her pressure. Her pressure would make people more fearful, making it easier for them to hand over their godly power. The crowd was confused. It wasn't that Zhao Fu was currying favor with the emptiness realm expert. Instead, it was Zhao Fu who was the emptiness realm expert's master. If this were to spread out, it would probably scare people. It was like a dream for an extreme divine realm expert to subdue an emptiness realm expert. With a smile on his face, Zhao Fu looked at the many deities below and said, "I don't want to talk nonsense. Hand over your godly power." The many deities immediately reacted and began to condense their godly power. Under the pressure of the emptiness realm expert, no one had any objections. After condensing the many godly power balls, the deities threw them. The godly power balls glowed with different colors and flew towards Zhao Fu. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Fu kept all the godly power balls into his storage ring. Following this, Zhao Fu took Hua Ling and left the place, not staying for a moment. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The news that a Godstealer had brought along an emptiness realm expert quickly spread. Countless people were shocked. An emptiness realm expert's power was far more terrifying than an Emperor Heaven realm expert's power. Ordinary Emperor Heaven realm experts would take a detour if they met an emptiness realm expert, as they would not be able to fight against an emptiness realm expert. Even peerless geniuses would not dare to be careless when facing an emptiness realm expert. An emptiness realm expert was enough to threaten their position. Now that an emptiness realm expert had suddenly appeared in the secret realm, it was simply too unexpected. That emptiness realm expert had instantly become the person with the highest cultivation in the secret realm, and everyone could not help but feel afraid. If they met such an existence, they would only be crushed. At the same time, everyone felt envious of Zhao Fu. With the help of such a powerful person, Zhao Fu would definitely be able to pass the final trial. Moreover, no one would dare to offend him in the secret realm, and he would not have to be afraid no matter where he went. Just thinking about this felt incredibly good, and there was nothing to worry about. They did not know how Zhao Fu had managed to curry favor with an emptiness realm expert. Now, they could curry favor with one as well, and Zhao Fu would not have to do anything. It was a pity that there were emptiness realm experts in the secret realm. They had heard that there were very few of them, so how could they curry favor with an emptiness realm expert and have her help them? Everyone could only think about it, but to them, this was impossible. After hearing about this, Lei Tianba's expression became quite unsightly, and his heart was filled with anger. This Godstealer had found an emptiness realm expert to support him, so if he wanted to teach Zhao Fu a lesson, he would have to defeat an emptiness realm expert. An emptiness realm expert was incredibly powerful, and he would not be able to easily deal with one. Moreover, this was an emptiness realm expert in the secret realm, which meant that this person was even more powerful than an ordinary emptiness realm expert. Was he going to give up on teaching Xiaofu a lesson? That was simply impossible, and Lei Tianba could not swallow his anger. He decided to teach Xiaofu a lesson when he had the chance and make him suffer from his fury. Lei Tianba did not plan on continuing to chase after Xiaofu. After chasing for so long, he still had not caught up to him, and now that Xiaofu had another emptiness realm expert, he was in a very disadvantageous situation. Not only was it possible that he would not be able to find Xiaofu, but it was also possible that he would not be able to defeat the emptiness realm expert after finding Xiaofu. That would be too humiliating. As such, he decided to increase his faction while paying attention to any news related to Xiaofu. Godker also heard about this, and his expression became quite unsightly. Now that Xiaofu had the help of an expert, it would be even more difficult for him to deal with Xiaofu. Just like everyone else, it was Xiaofu who had subdued Hualing, not sucking up to her. As for the reason, it was because an extreme divine realm expert could not possibly control an emptiness realm expert. Everyone was shocked by this news, and they started to fight. Explosions continuously sounded out as terrifying shockwaves spread out, and intense battles broke out everywhere. Those who were not very powerful and those who surrendered were all teleported to the platform outside the secret realm. Now that these people had come out, it was impossible for them to enter again. They had no fate with the master of the gods. Xiaofu and Hualing flew to a remote area. This time, Xiaofu had plundered a lot of godly powers and wanted to fuse them into his body in this place. Hualing watched in shock as Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground and fused the godly powers into his body. How do you have this ability? This is the first time I've seen someone who can devour 10,000 gods to grow. Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground and smiled. There are many reasons. I will tell you when I have time. Hualing continued to ask, how strong is your godly power now? If you can obtain the godly powers inherited by the 24 overgods and the godly powers here, your power should be able to become the supreme godly power in the godly realm. It will not be weaker than the creation god power given by the Pantheon mirror. Xiaofu smiled as he absorbed the godly powers. He had said something like this before. Sooner or later, his godly power would become the supreme godly power in the godly realm. Now, Xiaofu was confident. However, Xiaofu did not understand what Hualing meant by the creation god power, so he asked. Hualing gave a simple explanation. The creation god power was a type of godly power given by the Pantheon mirror. It was also the supreme godly power in the godly realm. Not only was it very powerful, but it could also make countless people into gods. Back then, the 25 overgods used the creation god power to make countless people into gods, thus starting the era of gods. This kind of creation god power was not passed down. In so many years, only the Lord gods had this kind of power. There was no one else who had pure creation god power. The first soul bell tree flower grew amidst the flesh and blood of countless experts. Under the influence of the Pantheon mirror's creation god power, it became the soul bell tree flower. Right now, the soul bell tree flower had this kind of creation god power, but after some changes, it was unable to directly seal people as gods, but it could create countless divine souls. As for Xiaofu's 10,000 deities power, when it matured, it would also have such terrifying power. After hearing Hualing's explanation, Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile and focused on fusing the various divine powers. Following that, Xiaofu and his soul power continued forward, and under Hualing's senses, he found an entrance to the land of inheritance. This was a green piece of wood that was hundreds of meters wide and was shaped like a hexagon. It floated in the air and gave off an intense green light. It also gave off an incredibly powerful aura, making people feel quite shocked. Xiaofu did not hesitate and flew forward with Hualing boom. The hexagon gave off a massive power and gave off an even more blinding green light. This light shone on the ground, causing plants to quickly grow, and large amounts of plants grew in places where there were no plants. This green light had the ability to turn objects into plants. If a creature was hit by it, its body would grow plants and it would die in pain. When the green light shone on Xiaofu's body, Xiaofu felt a wave of plant power stab into his skin. He immediately released a defensive barrier, blocking off all of the green light, and he flew into a space filled with large trees. This was the legacy land of a tree core god. The attack power of trees was average, and it was life energy. The stone statue was of an elder who looked around 60 years old. He wore a long robe and held a wooden staff. His hair seemed to have many leaves, and his body gave off a powerful godly spirit aura. After obtaining so much legacy power, Xiaofu did not hesitate and flew towards the stone statue, while Hualing waited there. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the stone statue gave off an intense green light. Leaves appeared in the air, covering the entire sky. All of them gave off a trace of cold light and were incredibly sharp. Swish, 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 the green leaves gave off sharp power and shot towards Xiaofu incredibly quickly, leaving behind rays of green light that seemed to be able to cut through everything. Xiaofu's expression did not change, and he did not even use the Emperor Killing Sword. He directly activated Celestial Mode, and a massive wave of power exploded out from Xiaofu's body as a rainbow-colored ring of runes appeared. Boom! A massive wave of celestial power flowed into the circle of runes, causing the rainbow-colored circle of runes to give off terrifying power. It became many times bigger and started to spin, giving off a terrifying wave of power. Bang! Bang! The green leaves giving off cold light were shattered by that terrifying power, turning into motes of light and dissipating, and they were not able to harm Xiaofu at all. Xiaofu continued to fly forwards, and a massive might blasted against Xiaofu's body. The elderly man's stone statue gave off an intense green light and a massive aura, and a green magic formation appeared, giving off a faint green light and a powerful life force. Xiaofu was prepared for this, and he flew down from the sky. He resisted the massive pressure and easily came before the stone statue. The stone statue looked down at Xiaofu and was not surprised. Its forehead gave off a green light and a powerful wave of tree power spread out. Boom! A green ray of light containing immense power and a shocking aura quickly shot towards Xiaofu's body, and a powerful wave of ancient tree god's power continuously flowed into Xiaofu's body. Following this, 2 more explosions sounded out as 2 more rays of light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, giving Xiaofu 3 legacy powers in total. After giving Xiaofu all of the legacy powers, the aura and light that the stone statue gave off quickly became weaker. Within the secret realm, the hexagonal piece of wood gave off an intense green light and a shocking aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the green orb of light exploded, and a wave of green light blasted out with unstoppable force. A powerful aura blasted out, and a wave of tree power also spread out. There were 24 magic circles in the sky, and one of them gave off a green light. It was as if the circle was filled with green light. This was the 7th chief god's legacy power, and out of the 24 chief god's legacies, there were only 17 left. After obtaining this legacy, Xiaofu continued to take Hualing to plunder other godly spirits' divine power and to search for the chief god's legacy land. 3 days later, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive 24-circle magic formation in the sky slowly spun, and a massive power spread out, covering the entire secret realm. Some of the people in the secret realm were covered by this power and felt as if they were being forcefully pulled, causing them to disappear. Now that 3 days had passed, those who had not raised their pantheon mark to blue grade were all forcefully teleported out of the secret realm. Those who were able to stay in the secret realm were all at least blue grade. After successfully passing the first stage, everyone let out a sigh of relief and hoped that the second stage would not come so soon. At that moment, Xiaofu came to a valley in delight. As expected, there were many benefits to bringing Hualing with him. Under Hualing's guidance, Xiaofu found a chief god's legacy land. In front of Xiaofu was a massive earthen orb that gave off an intense yellow light. It gave off a heavy aura, and the ground seemed to be unable to withstand this aura. Cracks appeared on the ground, and some trees and rocks were crushed into pieces. This was most likely a Earth Chief God's legacy land, and Xiaofu wanted to see if he could obtain Earth spiritual power by obtaining the Earth legacy power. The Earth Chief God was of the Earth element, so if he obtained the Earth legacy power, he should be able to obtain Earth spiritual power. Before, Xiaofu had obtained Yin and Yang powers by obtaining the Sun legacy power and Moon legacy power. Xiaofu now had the Yin-Yang soul fire, the metal bone, the wood body, and the water blood. He was only lacking earth and fire spiritual power. This was the perfect time to obtain earth spiritual power through the earth legacy power. Xiaofu brought Hualing and flew over. The massive ball of earth gave off an intense yellow light and gave off a terrifying gravitational force that covered the surroundings. The air seemed to twist, and the ground below continuously collapsed, giving off massive sounds. Zhao Fu used a defensive barrier to resist the gravity and easily flew into the earthen ball. The two of them came to a space where the sky gave off a yellow light. The ground was made of rocks and there were no plants. There was also a stone statue. The stone statue was a short and fat elder with a kind face. He wore ancient clothes and his body gave off a yellow light and an earthly aura. A powerful godly spirits might cover the surroundings. There were already some people in the Great Earth God's legacy space. They wore yellow robes and gave off the Great Earth God's aura. It seemed that they belonged to a faction. Moreover, their auras were very strong, which meant that their faction should be very powerful in the God world. Otherwise, they would not be able to nurture such powerful people. Zhao Fu was about to approach. However, that group of people blocked in front of Zhao Fu. A valiant-looking young man said rudely, "This is our territory, please leave or else don't blame us." Zhao Fu frowned. This was a legacy land, and anyone with ability could obtain legacies. Even with his strength, he had never taken the initiative to chase people away, and yet these people were so domineering, saying that this was their territory and telling him to leave. By now, there were already a few people undergoing trials. These people most likely wanted to take over this legacy land so that their people could obtain all of the legacy power. Zhao Fu looked at that group of people and said unhappily, "Scram before I get angry." These words caused those people to look quite furious, and the valiant-looking young man said, "Kill those two." Boom, boom. Boom, those people gave off powerful auras and directly attacked Zhao Fu. Immense power entered their weapons, and cold lights ferociously slashed towards Zhao Fu, giving off massive sounds. Those people had traces of smiles on their faces. With so many attacks landing on that person's body, even if that person did not die, he would at least be heavily injured. However, after the lights dissipated, Zhao Fu was completely fine. A rainbow-colored energy barrier protected Zhao Fu, blocking all of the attacks. Everyone looked quite confused. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such great power. Hua Ling lightly laughed. These people did not even know Zhao Fu and dared to act so domineeringly in front of Zhao Fu. They were simply seeking death, and Hua Ling looked quite amused. Zhao Fu looked at them condescendingly. He was now in celestial mode, and he raised a hand. A powerful wave of power gathered, and his palm gave off a rainbow-colored aura as he vigorously slapped forwards. Boom, a massive rainbow-colored power gave off a ferocious aura as it rushed forwards. The valiant-looking young man and the others' expressions fell, and they hurriedly unleashed yellow defensive barriers. Bang, bang. Bang, the yellow defensive barriers were shattered, resulting in massive sounds. The people were sent flying back dozens of meters, and a trace of blood leaked out of their mouths as they looked at Zhao Fu with unsightly expressions. They had indeed offended a terrifying person this time, and the situation had become quite difficult to deal with. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed but did not stop. His body disappeared and reappeared in front of the valiant-looking young man, and he vigorously kicked at the valiant-looking young man's body. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out as the valiant-looking young man's body quickly flew backwards, smashing open a large crater on the ground. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. Zhao Fu punched out, hitting another person's chest. A few ribs on that person's chest were broken, and his body flew back. The others looked quite afraid because the power that Zhao Fu had temporarily released was simply too great. Bang, bang. Bang, Zhao Fu continuously unleashed attacks, sending massive waves of power towards the group of people. Those people were unable to defend at all, and they were all heavily injured as they fell to the ground. Not a single one of them was able to escape. The people who had been taking the test noticed what was happening, and they could only temporarily stop attacking and fly over to Zhao Fu. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women, and the leader was a fair-skinned young man. The auras that they gave off were much more powerful than the others. The fair-skinned young man looked at Zhao Fu, and his expression was quite unsightly as he said, "You're that god-stealer." With Zhao Fu's fame, ordinary people might not recognize Zhao Fu, but with the fair-skinned young man's status and power, it was impossible for him not to know Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the fair-skinned young man and coldly replied, "Mem." The fair-skinned young man looked at Hua Ling, who was behind Zhao Fu, and said, "My people offended you just now. I'm very sorry." Even if the fair-skinned young man did not apologize, there was nothing he could do. It was rumored that Zhao Fu alone had the power of an exceptional genius, and he also had an emptiness realm expert by his side. Ordinary exceptional geniuses would not dare to offend him. The fair-skinned young man was incredibly powerful, but facing a void realm expert, he could only be suppressed. They could not afford to offend such a person. If they did not apologize and offended such a person, it was possible that they would not be able to escape and would most likely die here. The fair-skinned young man and the others all looked quite fearful. They had already been taught a lesson by Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu had vented his anger. They could only hope that things would end here and that Zhao Fu would not pursue this matter. Zhao Fu glanced at them and ignored them. If they did not apologize, Zhao Fu would not mind heavily injuring them. Following this, Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura as he flew over and came before the stone statue. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the stone statue gave off an intense yellow light and a massive earthen aura spread out. The ground continuously trembled as dirt continuously gathered, forming a dirt giant that was hundreds of meters tall. It gave off a massive aura and a powerful aura of suppression, making people feel quite afraid. Zhao Fu did not mind and took out the emperor-killing sword and casually slashed out. A sword hum sounded out as a black crescent containing immense power slashed out, hitting the earthen giant's abdomen and splitting it in half, causing it to collapse. Boom! Another massive aura spread out as the dirt quickly gathered, forming a massive dirt giant. It raised its hand and gave off terrifying power as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu held his sword and his expression did not change. His body slowly floated forwards and he vigorously slashed out, sending out a powerful black sword light that slashed against the dirt giant's chest. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the earth giant was once again split in half by Zhao Fu's strike. It turned into countless chunks of earth and collapsed, causing dust to fly everywhere. Boom! Boom! Massive sounds continuously sounded out as dirt giants that were hundreds of meters tall continuously formed, giving off terrifying power. Their auras flooded out, shaking the surroundings. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he floated forwards and continuously slashed out sword lights with the emperor-killing sword. Bang! 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 Massive sounds continuously sounded out as the dirt giants giving off immense power and charging at Zhao Fu were slashed apart. Their bodies crumbled and turned into dirt, causing dust to fill the air. In the end, Zhao Fu floated in front of the stone statue, which once again gave off a massive might and blasted against Zhao Fu's body. However, Zhao Fu descended from the sky as if nothing had happened and walked in front of the stone statue. The stone statue looked down at Zhao Fu and gave a pleased smile. A yellow light came from its forehead and a wave of earth and power spread out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a yellow ray of light shot out from the statue's forehead, giving off a massive aura as it shot towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast, and in just an instant, a massive amount of earth and power entered Zhao Fu's body. Sensing the massive power in his body, Zhao Fu smirked and closed his eyes as he focused on absorbing this earthen god's power. Zhao Fu's body gave off a yellow light as his body was filled with earthen power, and his body gave off a powerful earthen aura. By now, the fair-skinned young man had already saved the people who had been heavily injured by Zhao Fu. Seeing Zhao Fu obtain the god's legacy power so quickly, everyone felt quite shocked. Those rumors had been true, that Godsizer had the same power as a peerless genius. Fortunately, there had not been too much conflict with him, or else the outcome would have been quite tragic. Back then, some people had felt that the fair-skinned young man apologizing to Zhao Fu was too shameful. After all, their faction was a famous faction in the godly world, and they were usually the ones bullying others. Now that Zhao Fu had not only hit their people, but they had also taken the initiative to apologize, they felt incredibly disgraced. Moreover, they had only heard about how powerful Zhao Fu was and how he had an emptiness realm expert by his side. However, they had not seen it for themselves, so they could not tell if it was true or not. They had wanted to attack Zhao Fu, but the fair-skinned young man had taken the initiative to apologize. The fair-skinned young man was the person with the highest status and was also the most powerful person in the faction. Since the fair-skinned young man was their leader, they could only endure it. Now, it seemed that the fair-skinned young man's decision was right. Boom! At this moment, the stone statue's forehead gave off an even brighter yellow light, and an even more powerful aura spread out. A yellow light shot out with the enormous power of the earth and landed on Zhao Fu's body, and a massive amount of power flowed into him. Zhao Fu frowned. The earthen god was very powerful, and its element was also of the earth element. However, it did not give Zhao Fu the power of the spirit of the earth. Instead, it gave Zhao Fu the power of the god of the earth. The power of the god of the earth and the power of the spirit of the earth were two completely different types of power. One belonged to a deity, while the other belonged to a spiritual body. Zhao Fu had thought wrongly. He could not obtain the power of the god of the earth to obtain the power of the god of the earth. However, when he obtained the power of the sun and the god of the moon, why did he obtain the power of yin and yang? After thinking about it, Zhao Fu realized that the Tai Chi diagram on his chest had been very useful. It had transformed a portion of the two types of godly power into pure yin and yang spirit energy. The Tai Chi diagram itself was of the yin and yang element, so it could transform them. However, it was not of the earth element, so it could not transform the spirit energy of the earth element. It seemed that he would not be able to obtain the remaining earth and fire spirit energy in the godly realm, so he would have to go to the spirit domain. After awakening the god race's emperor star, Zhao Fu definitely had to go to the spirit domain because he needed to awaken the spirit race's emperor star. After awakening the god race's emperor star, only the spirit race's emperor star and the water race's emperor star remained. Zhao Fu did not know how to awaken the water race's emperor star, so he did not know how to awaken it. As for the spirit race's emperor star, Zhao Fu had already found an opportunity, which was to obtain the yin-yang 5 elements constitution. If he continued, he would be able to obtain the spirit race's emperor star. As such, the spirit race's emperor star was Zhao Fu's next target. Zhao Fu did not need to think too much about this and continued to absorb the earth god's power. As the power of 24 ancient gods, the earth god's power was quite powerful and would be of great help to Zhao Fu. Everyone watched on in shock. This was the second legacy power, and it was enough to prove that Zhao Fu had immense potential and was greatly favored by the stone statue. However, the following scene caused them to look dumbfounded, unable to believe that this was real. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as wave after wave of legacy power shot out from the stone statue's forehead. Waves of powerful earth god's power continuously entered Zhao Fu's body. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the end, everyone could only watch as the stone statue passed all 10 of the great master god's legacy power to that person before slowly disappearing. How is this possible? How could he obtain all of the legacy power and not even leave a single legacy power for us? I was waiting for him to leave before continuing the test, but I never thought that something like this would happen. It's the first time I've seen someone obtain all of the god's legacy power. This god-stealer's identity is definitely not ordinary and is far more terrifying than we thought. We can't afford to offend him. Wait. There were rumors that someone could obtain all of the god's legacy power. Could it be this god-stealer? Could it be that he obtained all of the god's legacy power by himself? That's very likely. We saw him obtain all of the god's legacy power by himself, so there's no mistake about it. It's very likely that he obtained all of the other god's legacy power by himself. Don't talk about this for now. Also, it's said that the person who obtained all of the god's legacies was the second king of kings. Could this person be the second king of kings? Crap. Don't scare me like that. Such a terrifying existence has appeared in front of us. This is a small matter, and if we talk about it, we'll be scared to death. That's right, let's not talk about it. Don't forget that our people offended him before. If we talk about his identity, he might kill us. No matter if he's the second king of kings or not, with his power, we can't afford to offend him. As such, it's best not to talk about this or he might hear us. Hua Ling felt quite surprised and looked at Zhao Fu. Before she had fallen asleep, she had heard about how terrifying the first king of kings was. He had led the entire Outlander race by himself and had shaken the heavens and earth, and no one could contend with him. And her lowly and despicable master was the inheritor of such a terrifying existence. Hua Ling could not believe it. The first king of kings had been simply too terrifying, and there was no one in that era who did not know about him. However, after thinking about it, Hualing felt that this was true. Even though Zhao Fu was despicable, his power surpassed her imagination, and facing Zhao Fu, she felt a trace of fear. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body shone with a yellow light. The power of the earth filled every part of his body. Standing on the ground, he could clearly sense the power of the earth. He could even absorb it endlessly. After a short while, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and opened his eyes. Now, Zhao Fu's 10,000 gods' power had become even more powerful, but it was a pity that he had not obtained Earth-type spirit energy. Then, Zhao Fu turned around and flew towards Hualing. Seeing Zhao Fu fly over, Hualing did not say anything. On the way, she asked, "Are you really the second king of kings?" Zhao Fu was startled. He looked at her and chuckled. N. Hualing was shocked. It was true. This master of hers was far scarier than she had imagined. At the same time, Hualing was somewhat convinced. The person who had subdued her had such a shocking background. She could accept being the subordinate of such a terrifying person. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive earthen orb floating in the air gave off an intense yellow light and gave off a massive aura as it turned into a ray of yellow light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the earthen orb exploded, and a shockwave of light spread out with unstoppable force. A powerful aura flooded out, and a yellow dust fog spread out. There were 24 magic circles in the sky, and one of them gave off a yellow light as if the circle was filled with yellow light. Now, there were 8 circles in the sky, giving off different lights. This meant that the 8 god legacies had all of their legacy power. Everyone frowned as they looked at the gigantic spell formation in the sky. Now that 2 more overgods had given them all their legacy power, there were only 4 more overgods before the competition would enter the second stage. Why did it feel like the opening of the first stage was even shorter than the opening of the first stage? Just what was going on? Who was continuously obtaining legacy power so quickly? At that moment, Zhao Fu and Hualing continued to search for the god legacy grounds and to steal godly spirits' divine power. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu stole another few hundred godly spirits' divine power and obtained 2 pieces of information. One was about the killing god's legacy grounds, and the other was about the sword god's legacy grounds. After hearing about these 2 pieces of information, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted, mainly because of the killing sword intent. It was said that the killing sword intent was an ultimate power formed from pure killing intent and sword intent. When it matured, its attack power would be even greater than the 6 paths of reincarnation. As one of the 24 ancient god lords, the killing intent and sword intent that the killing god and sword god had were undoubtedly the most powerful sword intents in the world. If the killing sword intent fused with these 2 types of power, it would become much more powerful. The killing sword intent was such a terrifying power, so Zhao Fu naturally wanted to develop it. He could not waste such a powerful power. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu immediately headed to the nearest sword god's legacy grounds. He saw a simple and unadorned sword that was hundreds of meters long and made of metal, giving off a glass-like light. It floated in the air and gave off a massive sword chi, making the surroundings seem quite dangerous. Swords were one of the most mainstream weapons, and there were many people who used swords. Adding on the fact that news about this place had spread, there were now tens of thousands of godly spirits gathered here. All of the godly spirits here had a sword at their waist, and their bodies gave off powerful sword chi that seemed to be able to cut through people's skin. They were incredibly dangerous, and no one dared to get close. They were either sword gods or people with powerful sword energy. There were tens of thousands of them, and they surrounded the massive sword at the center. This scene was quite shocking. Looking at so many people with powerful sword chi, Zhao Fu could not help but think about other things. The Emperor Killing Sword World needed tens of millions of sword cultivators, and if they could satisfy this requirement, the Emperor Killing Sword World would become 10 times more powerful. It did not necessarily need 10 million sword cultivators here. For example, some people with powerful aptitude and power could be equivalent to a few people, or even dozens, hundreds, or thousands of people. If he were to turn 1,000 sword gods into sword obsession, it would be extremely terrifying. This was because the sword god was a divine spirit that focused on the sword and contained an extremely powerful sword energy. His comprehension of the sword would definitely be much stronger than others. A single sword god's power could be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, and this was based on the power of ordinary sword gods. Even more powerful sword gods would be equivalent to even more people. A single sword god was equivalent to hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, 10 sword gods were equivalent to 1 million sword cultivators, 100 sword gods were equivalent to 10 million sword cultivators, and 1,000 sword gods were equivalent to 100 million sword cultivators. This exceeded the number that the emperor-killing sword world needed, but Zhao Fu still wanted to capture 1,000 sword gods. If he could capture these 1,000 sword gods, Zhao Fu would not have to look for sword cultivators for a long time. Moreover, with 1,000 sword gods as the core of the emperor-killing sword world, the emperor-killing sword world's power would become even more powerful and would contain a trace of divine power. This way, the emperor-killing sword world's power would become even more terrifying. Of course, the emperor-killing sword world needed geniuses in the way of the sword, and the stronger the genius, the better. However, Zhao Fu could not find that many geniuses in the way of the sword, so he could only use sword gods. Now, he had to figure out how to capture these sword gods. There were tens of thousands of godly spirits here, and Zhao Fu could not just foolishly act. After all, it would be quite difficult for Zhao Fu to deal with a few hundred godly spirits, let alone tens of thousands. Zhao Fu thought about it and had an idea. Moreover, with a Void Realm expert like Hua Ling here, Zhao Fu would not feel as much pressure. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to obtain the sword god legacy, capturing 1,000 sword gods was more important, and Zhao Fu could only choose to capture sword gods first. Right now, the sword god legacy land had attracted so much divine power. If Zhao Fu obtained the legacy, the entrance to the sword god legacy land would definitely disappear, and the sword gods here would scatter. Zhao Fu would not be able to gather so many sword gods. Zhao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face as he turned and said to Hua Ling, "Let's go." Hua Ling felt quite surprised and did not know what Zhao Fu was doing, so she followed Zhao Fu and left. Shing, a massive sword hum sounded out from a mountain, and a corporeal sound wave spread out, tearing through rocks and piercing through gold. A massive wave of sword energy flooded out from the mountain, sweeping out in all directions. Countless black and blood-red sword lights pierced through the mountain, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl as the mountain continuously collapsed. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a black and blood-red sword light containing immense power shot into the sky, forming a black and blood-red sword pillar. A massive sword chi spread out, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere, revealing a sword stabbed into a mountain. The sword looked simple and unadorned, and it was black and blood-red in color. It was inserted into the rocky ground, and the blade of the sword was a finger deep into the ground, emitting a powerful black and blood-red sword light. Waves of terrifying sword chi spread out with this place at the center, seeming to cover the entire world. The heavens and earth became icy cold and became incredibly dangerous, making people's hair stand on end. In the sky, the black blood-red light continued to spread, and the sky seemed to be dyed red by black blood. It continued to spread in all directions, and the bone-chilling cold continued to surge in all directions. The godly spirits around the massive sword sensed this terrifying sword chi, and their expressions fell. Their bodies felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and they could not help but tremble. Clang clang clang, sword hums sounded out as the swords tied to the godly gods' bodies started to tremble as if they were terrified. The godly spirits looked in a certain direction and looked incredibly shocked. Just what was going on for there to be such terrifying ripples? Most importantly, this ripple came from a sword, and they could sense the aura that this sword gave off. Almost everyone present was a sword cultivator, so sensing this terrifying sword chi, they naturally would not stay here. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as the godly spirits turned into rays of light and gave off powerful auras as they flew in that direction. After everyone arrived, they saw a black and blood-red sword pillar that connected the heavens and earth. Waves of terrifying sword chi swept out like wild gales, and the world seemed to be dyed black and blood-red. There was also an extremely terrifying sword energy that covered everything, causing the heavens and earth to continuously tremble as if they were afraid. Everyone looked incredibly shocked as they stared at that sword. Just what sort of sword is this? How can it give off such terrifying ripples? Even though everyone did not know what sort of sword it was, just from their senses, they could tell that it was definitely a supreme god weapon. If anyone could obtain such a sword, it would be equivalent to obtaining a supreme treasure in the world. There would be countless unimaginable benefits. Countless people's gazes became passionate as their hearts thumped. They were sword cultivators, so they wanted this sword even more than ordinary people. Just as everyone was about to fight over it, something unexpected happened. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as if the entire sky was collapsing. Countless cracks stretched out as the image of another world giving off a boundless aura appeared before everyone. The sky in this world was black and blood red, and the ground was desolate. There were many different swords stabbed into the ground, and they did not give off any sound, only boundless deathly silence. Boom, as that world descended, a boundless berserk killing intent and pure sword intent flooded out like a massive flood. No one could resist it at all, and everyone felt incredibly small and powerless. Under this massive sword aura, countless people's bodies felt icy cold, and their legs trembled as looks of despair appeared on their faces. Heavens! Just what sort of sword is this? It's too terrifying. Even though I've seen countless swords, this is the first time I've seen such a sword. This sword is definitely a world-destroying weapon, and it has enough power to easily destroy the heavens and earth. There aren't many swords like this in the Heaven-Awakened world, and all of them are very famous. However, it's the first time I've seen this sword, and I've never even heard of it before. I'm also quite curious. The terrifying power that this sword gives off doesn't contain a trace of the godly world's aura, so it most likely doesn't belong to the godly world. Why would it appear in a secret realm? I agree with what you said, this sword doesn't belong to the godly world at all, and it gives off an emperor's aura. It's most likely an emperor's sword, and the swords in our hands are filled with terror after sensing its aura. That's right. If it wasn't for me suppressing my swords, they would have long since run away in fear. Moreover, the previous owner of this sword was most likely an unimaginably terrifying existence. Perhaps we can deduce the origins of this sword from this. Do you know who it was? I never thought that the emperor would have such a terrifying sword. The legendary King of Kings sword does have such power, but it's completely different from this sword. I didn't think that the emperor would have such a sword. However, I have some impression of the power that the sword gives off. It's a crazy and twisted killing intent fused with a sword intent that can destroy everything. The experts on the viewing platforms outside the secret realm sensed that berserk killing intent and pure sword intent, and they looked incredibly shocked. The scene immediately burst into an uproar. Is this the legendary celestial murdering sword intent? It's just as terrifying as the legends say, making people feel despair and unable to resist at all. That's right, this is most likely the legendary celestial murdering sword intent. Only it has such berserk killing intent and sword intent that can destroy everything. This power is incredibly terrifying, no wonder it caused such a catastrophe. I never thought that after so many years, the celestial murdering sword intent would appear again, and in the gods' competition at that. Don't you know? I remember that the celestial murdering sword intent appeared a few years ago, but I don't know who obtained it. Now that that person obtained it and came to participate in the gods' competition, I really don't know who it is. However, this sword contains such powerful celestial murdering sword intent, not just anyone. Moreover, this sword suddenly appeared here, don't you feel that it's quite strange? I also feel that it's quite strange. Back then, the killing sword world was destroyed by a few terrifying celestials, and only a bit of its power remained. Now that this power has appeared in this sword, who has the ability to use the celestial murdering sword intent to forge a sword? Is that so? I don't think it's that simple. Look at that descending sword world, it's most likely the killing sword world from back then. Not only did that person use the celestial murdering sword intent to forge a sword, but he also created a new sword world. Who has such great ability? To be able to do such a thing, it's most likely a half-step celestial existence. However, why would a half-step celestial place the sword there? Even a half-step celestial would not be willing to part with such a terrifying world-destroying sword. What's more, that place seems to be a trap. I remember now. Back then, when this sword was forged, it caused a massive abnormal sign and shook the entire Heaven-Awakened world. Most people in the Heaven-Awakened world know about it, but they only know of its existence and have never personally seen it. I'm worried that this celestial murdering sword intent will cause a catastrophe like back then. Once that catastrophe spreads, it will be difficult for us to control it. That's hard to say. Now, this sword not only contains the celestial murdering sword intent, but it also contains the Emperor's power. Even though that berserk twisting power has weakened, I feel that the Emperor's power is just as terrifying. This sword was the Emperor Killing Sword. Zhao Fu understood how important the Emperor Killing Sword was, so he blocked off his image and directly disappeared. He also made everyone think that Zhao Fu had entered a valley and did not know that Zhao Fu had come out. Right now, Zhao Fu was within the depths of the Emperor Killing Sword world and had fused his consciousness with the Emperor Killing Sword world. In this place, Zhao Fu was the Emperor Killing Sword world. There were now thousands of godly powers attracted by the Emperor Killing Sword, and more godly spirits were rushing over. Sensing the Emperor Killing Sword's terrifying power, all of the godly spirits felt incredibly afraid and wanted to obtain that sword. With such a world-destroying sword stabbed into the ground, there was no one who did not want to obtain it. This sword had already been enveloped by that world. If one wanted to obtain that sword, they would have to enter that world. Looking at that world, the sky was a black and blood-red color and the ground was desolate. There were different swords stabbed into the ground, and they did not give off any sounds. There was only boundless deathly silence and an incredibly dangerous feeling. Some people could not help but want to go up and obtain that sword, as the temptation of that sword was too great. They were willing to take the risk. A young man holding a large sword with a serious gaze gave off a massive aura as he rushed towards the sword world. The young man's body entered and immediately disappeared. It seemed that this sword world was not the same as what they had seen. Now that someone had taken the lead, others quickly followed. However, some people could enter that world, while others could not. This was very strange. Those who could not enter, as soon as they got close to that world, a black and blood-red sword chi would flood out from that world, sending that person flying. Those who had been sent flying crashed to the ground with pale faces and blood leaking out of their mouths. They were quite injured. Soon, everyone understood the reason. Only sword gods could enter this world, and no one else had the right to enter. This caused some people to sigh. It seemed that they were not fated with this sword. Some people were not willing to give up and wanted to force their way in. A ferocious-looking big man giving off fiery flames held a red hammer and gave off a searing power as he rushed towards the sword world, giving off an incredibly ferocious aura. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive black and blood-red sword chi flowed out from the sword world, forming a large sword made of sword chi that shot towards the big man with great power. The big man sent a massive wave of fire energy into his hammer, causing it to burn with flames. The big man vigorously swung and a massive ball of flames shot forwards, seeming to be able to burn everything. Bang! The sword formed from black and blood-red sword chi gave off a berserk killing intent and sword intent, instantly becoming extremely dangerous. It slashed forward, piercing through the huge ball of flames before dissipating into countless flames. The black and blood-red sword chi did not dissipate and instead quickly shot towards the big man. The big man was unable to react in time and his chest was pierced by the sword chi. Blood flew everywhere and the big man died. This gave everyone a big fright and they did not dare to force their way in, afraid that they would end up like the big man. All of this was naturally under Zhao Fu's control. The reason why Zhao Fu did not let anyone else in was because there were too many people and there was no way for him to control them. Moreover, Zhao Fu only needed sword gods and not other godly spirits. The other sword gods could not help but smile. This was an opportunity that belonged to them. It was impossible for other godly spirits to obtain this world destroyer sword. The sword gods walked into the sword world, but they did not realize just how dangerous it was inside. Clang, clang, clang. After the sword gods entered the sword world, the swords stabbed into the ground continuously trembled and gave off sword hums that sounded like the sound of death. Swish, 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 countless swords flew up from the ground and into the sky, covering the entire sky. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them clearly, and a terrifying sword aura formed, covering the entire world. This caused the sword gods' expressions to fall. They could sense the aura of death from this sword aura. This was not to let them in to obtain opportunities but to slaughter them. Swords floated in the black and blood-red sky. This scene was extremely terrifying, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. Swish, 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 The swords in the sky brought with them streams of black and blood-red light as they shot towards the sword gods below. It was as if there was a rain of swords, as if they could destroy everything. The scene was extremely terrifying. There were already hundreds of sword gods who had entered. Facing the countless flying swords, the sword gods immediately brandished their swords and sharp sword lights continuously slashed out. Clang! 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 The flying swords were slashed into countless pieces and shot out, giving off sounds of metal clashing and sparks. The sword gods did not dare to be careless at all. They knew that if they were not careful, they would die here. Even if they chose to leave the secret realm, it would be useless because they were in the sword world. The sounds of metal clashing continuously sounded out as the sword gods swung their swords, destroying the countless swords that were shooting over. However, there were so many swords that some of the sword gods were unable to block. Their bodies were pierced through, causing blood to fly everywhere. The sword god's body fell to the ground, but he did not immediately die. A wave of black and blood-red aura surged into his body like a tidal wave and started to control his body, causing it to go through a transformation. At this moment, because everyone was busy blocking the flying swords, they did not notice this at all. As the number of sword gods continuously increased, the sword gods understood that if this went on, all of them would die here. As such, in order to survive, the sword gods chose to work together. Boom, boom. Boom, the sword gods gave off different kinds of powers as their bodies gave off different colored sword lights. They threw the swords in their hands into the sky, raised a hand, and grabbed at the air. Clang, clang. Clang, sword hums continuously sounded out as the flying swords were controlled by some sort of power. The swords faced upwards and floated in the air, giving off different sword lights. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the countless swords floating in the air exploded out with an incredibly terrifying rainbow-colored sword energy. It gave off a destructive power as it spread out like a shockwave, causing the ground to crack and collapse. The countless black and blood-red swords that were flying over were also sent flying by the sword energy. Many of the swords broke, and their fragments shot out in all directions, giving off loud sounds. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they had finally blocked the countless flying swords. Zhao Fu sat at the center of the emperor-killing sword world and closed his eyes as he frowned. These hundreds of godly spirits working together would not be easy to deal with. Clang clang clang, sword hums once again sounded out as Zhao Fu controlled the swords to give off an intense black and blood-red light. Waves of killing sword intent flowed out, and each of the swords became incredibly dangerous. Shio shio shio, the sound of the air being torn once again sounded out as the flying swords gave off black rays of light and terrifying power as they shot towards the sword gods. The sword gods' expressions were solemn as they raised their hands to continuously release waves of divine power that infused into the swords floating in the air. The swords gave off different colored sword lights as waves of sword energy continuously fused together. Boom, a massive rainbow-colored sword energy spread out, causing the ground to sink and form a rainbow-colored pillar of light. It looked corporeal and was extremely firm, and a powerful aura continuously spread out. Bang! Bang, the flying swords slammed into the pillar of light, resulting in massive sounds. Many of the swords were blasted away, and a few cracks appeared on the pillar of light. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed as sword hums once again sounded out. The swords continuously gathered together, giving off waves of black and blood-red sword light, forming a massive black and blood-red sword dragon. Roar! The massive black and blood-red sword dragon gave a massive roar that shook the surroundings. It gave off destructive power and an incredibly ferocious aura as it rushed towards the pillar of light. The sword gods understood that they would not be able to block this attack, so they did not choose to defend. They exploded out with immense power as the swords in the air aimed at Zhao Fu, giving off blinding sword light. They continuously moved and changed, forming a massive rainbow-colored flying sword. Boom, the massive rainbow-colored flying sword gave off shocking sword energy as it shot out, leaving behind a massive rainbow-colored sword light. It gave off an incredibly powerful aura and shook the surroundings. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the black and blood-red sword dragon and the rainbow-colored sword collided, causing a terrifying power to spread out. Blinding sword light covered the entire world, causing the ground to continuously tremble and collapse. Everything was destroyed, and a terrifying aura flooded out in all directions. After all of the shockwaves dissipated, a crater that was thousands of meters wide had appeared in the ground. There were savage sword gashes within it, looking quite terrifying. The sword gods' faces were covered with cold sweat as they looked at the massive crater in front of them. They still felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, they had successfully blocked this attack. Suddenly, dozens of sword gods came. Seeing this scene, they did not know what had happened, but seeing the destruction caused by the battle, they felt quite shocked. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion suddenly sounded out as a sword-wielding person appeared in the air above the crater. He wore a black cloak and his body gave off traces of black and blood-red sword chi. His eyes gave off a dense blood-red light and a terrifying sword energy spread out from his body, causing the air around him to twist and collapse. He looked like a killing celestial. The sword in his hand was the sword that countless people dreamed of. It was the World Destroyer sword. Seeing that he had caused so much damage to the Emperor Killing Sword world, Zhao Fu did not plan to control the countless flying swords to attack and instead personally attacked. Right now, he was using the Killing Celestial mode. Sensing the berserk killing intent and destructive sword intent that Zhao Fu's body gave off, the sword gods felt a massive chill and looked terrified. The person in front of them seemed like a peerless demon. This was definitely a trap. It was this person who had lured them in with his sword. As the owner of the World Destroyer sword, just thinking about it caused them to feel a wave of terror. The sword gods only saw the terrifying demon look at them with a pair of eyes that emitted a dense blood-red light. Then, it charged towards them at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The sword gods did not hesitate and grabbed at the air, causing the swords on the ground to automatically fly up. They came before the sword gods and pointed at Zhao Fu. Waves of powerful energy were released from the sword gods' bodies and poured into the flying swords. The swords gave off different colored intense sword lights, as well as terrifying sword energy. Boom! Boom! Flying swords giving off intense sword light shot towards Zhao Fu with terrifying power. They were incredibly fast and looked like rainbow rays of light shooting towards Zhao Fu. They gave off ferocious auras and seemed unstoppable. However, Zhao Fu did not show any fear and continued to rush forwards. As the flying swords shot over, he continuously swung the sword in his hand. Shing, 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 black and blood-red sword arcs slashed out, slashing away the flying swords, causing metallic sounds to ring out and sparks to fly everywhere. Seeing this scene, the sword gods felt quite shocked. They raised their hands and controlled the flying swords that had been sent flying into the sky. They faced downwards and sent a powerful wave of power into them. Countless flying swords floated in the sky and gave off boundless sword light, giving off terrifying sword energy. A massive sword aura swept out, making people feel quite afraid. Boom, boom. Boom, the sword god's hands descended and the countless flying swords in the sky gave off terrifying sword energy as they shot downwards. They gave off terrifying sounds as if they were going to shatter the ground. Zhao Fu's body stopped moving forward, and his blood-red eyes looked at the flying sword shooting down from the sky. The instant the flying sword shot towards him, Zhao Fu's body trembled. Boom, a massive black and blood-red sword chi exploded out of Zhao Fu's body like a flood, giving off massive power as it spread out in all directions. Shing, 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 the mournful cries of swords rang out as the countless flying swords were all caught by the demonic hands. These demonic hands were condensed from the black and blood-red aura, and they also contained a strong killing intent and sword intent. The sword gods' expressions became quite grim and they stretched out their hands, trying to control the flying swords to break free from the demonic hands. However, no matter how hard they tried, the demonic hands tightly grabbed onto the flying swords. At that moment, Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes looked at the sword gods and he controlled the demonic hands to throw the swords in all directions. Shing, 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 one by one, the flying swords were thrown out by the huge force and stabbed into the ground. The swords were a foot deep into the ground and they kept trembling, letting out sword cries. At that moment, Zhao Fu brought with him a massive aura and countless afterimages. His speed was extremely fast, and in just an instant, he had rushed in front of the sword gods. The sword gods were startled and quickly sent out their power. A rainbow-colored energy barrier with swords on it appeared, covering all of the sword gods and giving off a powerful aura. Zhao Fu raised the Emperor Killing Sword and his eyes gave off a cross-shaped blood-red light as he gave a condescending smile. A terrifying power flowed out of the Emperor Killing Sword, causing it to burn with a black and blood-red aura flame as a terrifying sword energy spread out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed down and a massive black sword light containing destructive power slashed out, seeming to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Countless black lightning bolts exploded out in the air. Bang, the sword light slammed into the rainbow-colored barrier, causing it to give off an intense rainbow-colored light and a massive power to block the black sword light. However, the barrier was only able to block for a moment before being shattered by the sword light, causing shards to shoot everywhere. The sword gods within the barrier were hit by a massive power and were all sent flying. They crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The sword gods looked at the demon-like Zhao Fu with pale faces. They understood that they were not a match for Zhao Fu at all, so they quickly got up from the ground and ran. Only by running could they survive. Looking at the escaping sword gods, Zhao Fu did not move at all and gave a condescending smile. Roar! Roar, roar! Beast-like roars sounded out as figures came out of Zhao Fu's body, giving off terrifying auras as they rushed at the sword gods. These figures had blurry appearances and disheveled hair. Their eyes were blood-red and they held swords. Their bodies gave off a berserk killing intent and a pure sword intent, causing people to feel terror. Seeing the sword souls catch up, the sword gods immediately took out a sword and started to fight with them. Clang, 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 the sword gods and sword souls once again fought, giving off sword hums. Even though the sword gods were not weak, the sword souls were extremely skilled, and after killing them, new ones would immediately appear. Arg! A pained cry sounded out as a sword god's chest was pierced by a sword soul, causing blood to fly everywhere. The sword soul flowed into the sword god's body like mist. Because the sword gods had all been heavily injured, facing so many sword souls, some of them were unable to hold on. Some of the sword gods had already been killed, and some of them could not help but beg for mercy. Sir, don't kill me, I'm begging you, I'm willing to do anything. I'm begging you. I don't want to die here, I still have family and friends. Please let me go just this once. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to barge in here, please let me go. Don't kill me, I can serve you. Please spare my life. I don't want the sword, please let me go. I promise I won't be your enemy and will definitely be grateful to you. Hearing their pleas, Zhao Fu was expressionless and did not reply because he needed these sword gods. Moreover, Zhao Fu's hands had long since been stained with blood, so he would not be soft-hearted. Arg, pained cries continuously sounded out as the sword gods were killed by the sword souls. The sword souls flowed into the sword gods' bodies, and a massive wave of killing sword power spread out within their bodies, causing them to go through changes. Now that they were within the Emperor Killing Sword world, Zhao Fu could easily control their lives. As such, even if they were heavily injured, they would not die. Moreover, this was Zhao Fu's world, so no one else would know what was happening inside. Soon, all of the sword gods fell to the ground, looking incredibly pained. The killing sword power continuously corroded their bodies, and it would take some time for them to transform. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and countless traces of black and blood-red aura flooded into their bodies, speeding up their transformation. Things were not over yet, there were only 400 sword gods here, and they still needed 600 more to complete the quest. This time, Zhao Fu had to strictly control the number of sword gods so that there would not be 100 of them gathered together. The godly spirits outside looked at the black and blood-red world and did not know what was going on. Even though they could not enter the sword world, facing such a rare item, they did not plan to give up. After hearing about this, some sword gods continuously hurried over, excitedly entering the sword world. As for what happened, there was no need to say any more. Shing, 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 sword hums sounded out as swords giving off black and blood-red sword light gave off immense power as they flew towards the escaping sword gods, piercing through their bodies. Large amounts of black and blood-red aura immediately flowed out from the ground, flooding into their bodies and causing them to go through changes. Zhao Fu was still in his killing sword mode, and he had just defeated many sword gods. The dozens of sword gods that he had defeated were the final batch, which meant that Zhao Fu had completed his quest. Now, he just had to wait and convert those sword gods. When that time came, the Emperor Killing Sword world's power would be 10 or so times more terrifying than it was now. However, the sword gods were very powerful and had divinity, so they would not be able to completely convert them in a short period of time. Now that he had completed his quest, Zhao Fu prepared to take the emperor-killing sword and leave. The people outside the sword world did not know what had happened, and they found that even the sword gods could not enter the sword world. This meant that something big had happened inside. In fact, it was possible that the Armageddon sword had already been obtained by someone else, or else why would the sword world suddenly be unable to enter? At that moment, a young man came to the side of the sword world. He looked valiant and extraordinary, and he wore black clothes and had a gourd at his waist. He had a long saber covered with countless bandages on his back, and he did not give off any aura. The many godly spirits gathered here basically ignored this incredibly weak person. However, the expressions of the many experts on the viewing platforms became somewhat serious because they felt that this young man was very terrifying. The young man gave a trace of a smile and looked at the sword world with interest as he muttered to himself in shock, "Celestial murdering sword intent?" Following this, the young man thought about it and gave a smile as he took off the long saber covered with countless bandages. He raised it with one hand and the bandages around it slowly unraveled. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as an incredibly terrifying power exploded out. A platinum-colored light shot into the sky, causing the ground and space around it to continuously collapse as the heavens and earth started to change. This sudden explosion of terrifying aura gave everyone a big fright, and they looked at the young man in shock. The young man raised a long saber that was wrapped in countless bandages. The bandages slowly unraveled, revealing a platinum-long saber. As for the platinum-colored saber, it was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. There were circles engraved on the blade, and there was a diamond larger than a lychee at the joint between the hilt and the blade, emitting a resplendent light. As soon as the saber was revealed, a world-splitting saber intent spread out like an apocalyptic flood, instantly drowning out the world. A divine might that could crush all living things also spread out. The thousands of godly spirits here felt suffocated, and their bodies trembled in fear as a hint of despair welled up in their hearts. At the same time, some of the deities quickly recognized the origin of the blade and exclaimed in shock. "This is the heaven and earth godly blade. This is one of the supreme divine weapons of our god race. It has disappeared for God knows how many years, but it has actually appeared here. I'm so excited. I'm actually lucky enough to see such a terrifying saber. This is the supreme weapon of our god race. The heaven and earth godly saber is extremely famous in our god world. Even now, I know of the legends that it left behind, but today is the first time I've seen it. I heard that this heaven and earth godly saber was brought to the celestial world long ago, so no one has ever seen it before. How did it appear in the god world? Could that legend be false? I've heard of that before, but the key is, how did this supreme weapon appear in the hands of that young man? Who is that young man? Why haven't I seen him before? You guys don't have to think about it. He's definitely not from our god world. There's a high chance that he's from the half-celestial world, or even the even more terrifying celestial world. Celestial world? That's a little scary. Even those powerful beings would be afraid of the celestial world, let alone me. The experts on the viewing platform weren't too shocked because they knew that the young man wasn't simple. His bloodline was at least a holy bloodline, and he even had a bit of celestial chi. Even though it was easy to say that he had a bit of celestial chi, the celestial chi that he was emitting was real celestial chi, not just weakened celestial chi. Under normal circumstances, only a half-celestial would be able to do that. This young man was definitely not a half-celestial, but he should have come from a place that contained a large amount of celestial chi, causing his body to have celestial chi as well. That place could possibly be the half-celestial world, or it could possibly be the celestial world. That was why the experts revealed such serious expressions when they saw the young man. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to make them act like that. Finally, there was the matter regarding the heaven and earth godly saber. The heaven and earth godly saber was the first saber in the god world. It was born when the god world was created, and it contained an endless amount of heaven and earth power. This type of heaven and earth power was extremely terrifying. It had already transcended the laws of the world, and it wasn't bound by anything. It was a type of power from the source of the world, and it was also in supreme level power. For the heaven and earth godly saber to possess such a level of supreme level power, one could imagine how terrifying this saber was. It had a few famous masters in history, and every single one of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Among them was an unparalleled genius who started a war against the Pantheon mirror back then. The most famous thing about it was that a person used it to consecutively kill 6 celestial-level existences. Celestials were undoubtedly the most terrifying existence in the world, and the heaven and earth godly saber was able to kill 6 celestials. It was unimaginable how terrifying this heaven and earth godly saber was, and one could only feel endless fear. Of course, the person who used it to kill 6 celestials was also extremely terrifying, and he was extremely famous in the god world. It was rumored that he was also the one who brought the heaven and earth godly saber into the celestial world, and he was also the rumored last master of the heaven and earth godly saber. But now, this saber had appeared on a young man's body. One didn't even need to think to know the identity of this young man, and he was definitely extremely noble and terrifying. Now, no one knew what would happen in the competition of the gods. Even such a terrifying existence had appeared, and no one could be sure who the master of the gods would be this time. The intensity of this competition of the gods would probably be incomparably tragic. Even the supreme geniuses would be defeated in the end. Countless people were looking forward to what would happen. They belonged to a group of spectators, and the more exciting it was, the better. The more intense the battle, the more excited they would be. They didn't dare to participate. Finally, the gazes turned back to the young man. The young man raised the heaven and earth divine blade, and the blade gave off an intense white gold light, dyeing the entire world a white gold color. The wind and clouds continuously changed, and a world-splitting aura spread out from the young man's body. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out as the young man slashed down. A white gold light containing the power to slash apart all things slashed towards the sword world like a bolt of lightning. Nothing could block it. Bang! A massive and muffled sound rang out as the terrifying sword world was slashed apart. Countless black and blood-red auras surged out like a flood, instantly inundating everything. Everyone saw a person appear within the sword world. His eyes gave off a dense blood-red light, and he wore a black cloak. He held an ancient sword, and his body gave off strands of black and blood-red aura. He gave off a frenzied killing intent and sword intent that could destroy everything. The space around him was unable to withstand it and continuously twisted and collapsed. There were many different swords stabbed into the ground around him, and there were dozens of corpses at his feet. Blood flowed all over the ground. That person was like a murderous demon and had a formless power that caused people to feel terror and despair. Seeing this scene, the godly spirits were all shocked. They realized that the corpses on the ground were the corpses of sword gods. The sword in that person's hand was actually the World Destroyer sword. Everyone quickly understood what had happened. The owner of the World Annihilation sword had set up a trap for sword gods to enter, and then he had killed them. Looking at the dozens of corpses, they realized that this was the outcome of the 1,000 sword gods who had entered the sword world. Thinking about that, they felt a lingering fear. Facing such a murderous demon, there was a high chance that they would die inside. Fortunately, it was someone else who had forcefully slashed open the sword world, otherwise they would not have known what had happened. Everyone was also curious about the identity of this person who had the World Annihilation sword. To be able to have such a terrifying World Annihilation sword, his background should be extraordinary. Also, what was his goal in killing so many sword gods? Now that the space around Zhao Fu had collapsed and the aura that Zhao Fu gave off was very different from before, no one realized who Zhao Fu was. The young man held a silver-white saber and looked at Zhao Fu. The smile on his face gradually faded and was replaced with a serious expression. Zhao Fu's blood-red eyes gave off traces of killing intent as he looked at the young man. His emperor-killing sword world had been slashed apart by the person in front of him, causing his source energy to be damaged and would take some time to recover. Because of this, Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious. He understood that the young man's power was incredibly terrifying and was even more terrifying than those with emperor stars. Moreover, his gaze seemed quite familiar, and after thinking about it, Zhao Fu realized that this was the same gaze that had looked at him when he had entered the secret realm. Zhao. And the young man's eyes and a red Zhao and earth. And emperor's eyes and earth and god emperor's god. And he. Waves of terrifying chi waves surged out in all directions. The godly spirits' faces became pale and they hurriedly retreated. What happened next was not something they could participate in. Who are you? The young man looked at Zhao Fu seriously and felt quite shocked. How had such a terrifying person appeared in the godly world? The young man felt an immense threat from this person's body. This person was definitely his greatest enemy. Zhao Fu looked at the young man with his blood-red eyes and asked, "And who are you?" Zhao Fu was also quite shocked that such a powerful person had suddenly appeared, and he was even more powerful than those with emperor stars. This competition was far more difficult than he had expected. The young man lightly laughed and replied, "It's best if you don't know who I am, or else it'll bring about a massive disaster." Zhao Fu said coldly, "Apologies. I won't reveal my identity so easily." The young man felt quite startled and smiled as he said, "All right, let's not talk about it for now. There will definitely be a battle between us, but I hope it won't be now. This time, I'm the one who destroyed your sword world. I can give you anything you want as compensation." In actuality, Zhao Fu did not want to fight with the young man right now because the competition was only at its second stage. If he fought with the young man now, he might be heavily injured, and he would not be able to participate in the next stage. He would not be able to become the ruler of the gods. As for the compensation, Zhao Fu did not care too much, so he said, "No need." Boom, now that he understood that there would not be a battle, Zhao Fu was not interested in staying here. After saying that, he turned into a blood-red ray of light and shot into the sky, disappearing. The young man looked in the direction that Zhao Fu had left and lightly laughed. Countless bandages once again wrapped around the saber, and the terrifying aura quickly weakened before disappearing. The young man once again sheathed the saber on his back and also turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Only after the two terrifying people left did the thousands of godly spirits let out a sigh of relief. Just who were those two people who had been scared into cold sweat? They were simply too terrifying. News about this quickly spread, and everyone was quite shocked. Some people did not even believe that this was true because it was simply too terrifying. Zhao Fu hid all of his aura and disappeared to a place where there was no one around, and he re-entered the Emperor-killing sword world. The Emperor-killing sword world was now repairing the hole that had been created, and it was recovering quite quickly. It would most likely be completely repaired soon. The reason that Zhao Fu had come here was because he had some things to take care of, and he had been interrupted by that young man. Looking at the dozens of sword god corpses on the ground, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a wave of energy covered their bodies. Zhao Fu brought these people's bodies to the side of the pools. This was the Killing Sword Pool, the core of the Emperor Killing Sword world, and it contained the most powerful killing sword power. There were already many people immersed in it. These were all sword gods from before, and only here could they quickly transform. Zhao Fu stood where he was and sensed that the sword god's divinity was currently devouring the Killing Sword Pool's power, and its attributes were quickly changing. If the divinity continued to absorb the Killing Sword power, it would eventually become a Killing Sword divinity. This caused Zhao Fu to smile. A godly spirit with a Killing Sword divinity was incredibly terrifying, and this naturally made Zhao Fu quite happy. After dealing with this, Zhao Fu changed into a cloak and returned to where Hua Ling was. Zhao Fu had told her to wait here. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, Hua Ling asked, "Are you done? Also, was the ripple from before caused by you?" Before this, Hua Ling had been waiting here for Zhao Fu. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying killing aura surge over like a flood. Her body felt cold and she felt a trace of fear in her heart. She was wondering what had happened and why there was such a terrifying aura, but she realized that it actually belonged to Zhao Fu. Hua Ling revealed a surprised expression. How come she didn't know that Zhao Fu had such a terrifying killing power? However, this aura did indeed belong to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, and Hua Ling rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "Just how much more terrifying power does your body have? I can't understand you." Zhao Fu smiled, "I can't even describe how much power my body has. Let's continue to obtain Chief God's power together." Hua Ling lightly nodded. Following this, the two of them returned to the entrance of the Sword God. There were countless people gathered here, and some were undergoing experiments, wanting to fly into the Sword God's legacy ground. Most of them were discussing what had happened, and all of them looked very excited. Hey! You have no idea what happened just now. The scene of those two peerless experts appearing was simply too terrifying. I feel that both of them are even stronger than ordinary peerless geniuses. It's a pity that they didn't fight. Otherwise, I would have been able to see a world-shaking battle. I didn't see it. When I rushed over, they were long gone. Are they really that terrifying? I don't really believe it. You still don't believe it? That terrifying fluctuation just now was caused by that World Annihilation Sword, and that World Annihilation Sword already has a master, and has even killed over 1,000 sword gods. Furthermore, the other person wielding the Heaven and Earth Divine Blade is still not terrifying? That's right. With the sudden appearance of these two terrifying people, I can imagine how intense this competition of the gods will be. Even Miaolu and Tian Yu may not be able to become the master of the gods. I'm curious just who those two people are. They seem to have suddenly appeared, and I've never heard of them before. They're definitely not from the Heaven Awaken world. Hearing these people's words, Hualing looked at Zhao Fu and wanted to know all about Zhao Fu. She felt that Zhao Fu was hiding too much. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he flew forward with Hualing. The others did not know that Zhao Fu was the person who held the Armageddon sword. Clang clang clang, after coming to the massive sword's domain in the air, a massive wave of sword chi flowed out, forming small swords that shot towards Zhao Fu like a torrential storm, seeming as if they could not be blocked at all. Because the attacks were too powerful, many people were unable to block them and were injured, making it impossible for them to enter the sword god's legacy land. However, Zhao Fu did not seem to mind much, and a wave of pure sword intent exploded out from his body, covering Zhao Fu's surroundings. It formed a formless barrier that gave off an incredibly sharp sword energy. Bang, bang. Bang, the sword chi that shot over immediately dissipated after entering the 10-meter radius around Zhao Fu. The countless ferocious sword chi was unable to harm Zhao Fu at all. Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and he brought Hualing and flew into the ancient sword. The scene in front of them blurred, and Zhao Fu and Hualing came to a place with verdant mountains and clear waters. The scenery here was quite beautiful, and there were many different swords floating in the sky. These swords were not corporeal and were illusory images that gave off shocking sword energy. A 1,000-meter-tall stone statue also appeared in front of Zhao Fu. It was a cold-looking young man who wore long robes and had a sharp sword at his waist, giving off an incredibly powerful sword aura. There were already many people in the sword god's legacy land, and there were more than 10 of them who were undergoing the final trial. If they all obtained the sword god's legacy power, Zhao Fu would not have a chance anymore. Zhao Fu needed to gather the legacy power of 24 sword gods, and because it would be of great help to Zhao Fu charged over with a powerful aura. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 1,000-meter-tall stone statue gave off a massive aura. Countless sword lights shot out from its body, forming swords of light that were 3 meters long. Swish, swish. Swish, the sword lights gave off shocking power as they shot towards Zhao Fu, giving off ferocious auras. However, Zhao Fu did not show any intentions of stopping. A massive sword intent flowed out from his body and condensed around Zhao Fu, forming a massive, formless sword that gave off an incredibly sharp aura. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded out as the swords of light were instantly destroyed by the formless sword. Shockwaves spread out, forming a gale. These massive sounds gave everyone a big fright. Everyone turned to look and saw a massive, formless sword suddenly shoot over, slashing through the air and landing to the side with a massive aura. Everyone felt quite shocked as they looked at Zhao Fu. It was the first time they had seen someone pass the first trial so quickly. Boom, at that moment, the stone statue once again gave off a massive aura, and a powerful might weighed down on Zhao Fu's body, seeming to be able to crush a mountain. However, Zhao Fu acted as if nothing had happened and quickly walked forwards. Seeing this, some people started to feel quite worried. There were only 10 legacies in total, and some people had already obtained a few. If someone else obtained a legacy, even if they passed the trial, they would not receive any legacy power. Everyone unleashed their full strength, resisting the might from the stone statue as they walked forwards with great difficulty. As they got closer and closer to the stone statue, the might became more and more terrifying. Under this might, everyone's expressions became quite unsightly and large beads of sweat appeared on their bodies. Their legs felt as if they were bound by iron. However, when everyone saw that Zhao Fu did not seem to be under much pressure and easily walked in front of the stone statue, their expressions became dim. The difference between them and Zhao Fu was simply too great, and no matter how hard they worked, it was useless. They were still not as good as Zhao Fu, which dealt a heavy blow to their hearts. At that moment, the stone statue slowly lowered its head and looked at Zhao Fu. It was expressionless, but countless rays of sword light shot out from its forehead. A powerful sword energy spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a silver light containing a massive sword aura shot out and landed on Zhao Fu's body. A powerful ancient sword god's power entered Zhao Fu's body. Sensing this massive wave of sword energy enter his body, Zhao Fu immediately sensed the shocking changes in the killing sword power. This massive wave of sword energy was indeed very useful. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he closed his eyes and absorbed this wave of energy. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as powerful rays of light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, bringing with them a massive sword aura as they landed on Zhao Fu's body. The ancient sword god's power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Under this massive wave of sword energy, Zhao Fu's entire body was filled with sword energy, and his body even started to turn into a sword. Zhao Fu's killing sword power madly devoured this wave of sword energy and continuously became more and more powerful, becoming more and more terrifying. As Zhao Fu's killing sword intent became more and more powerful, the Emperor Killing Sword World also went through great changes, and the Emperor Killing Sword World's power quickly became stronger. The gash that had been split open was completely healed in a short while. What was shocking was that the sword gods, who were immersed in killing, were quickly changing, and the killing sword power continuously flowed into their bodies at a rate that was dozens of times faster than before. Those were 1,000 sword gods, and they contained massive amounts of sword energy. As they continuously changed and fused with the Emperor Killing Sword World, the Emperor Killing Sword World's surface area quickly increased. Everyone watched in shock as Zhao Fu obtained 5 of the sword god's legacy's power. They could only hope that Zhao Fu would not obtain another legacy land, or else they would not be able to obtain anything at all, and this trial would have been a waste. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as a powerful silver ray of light shot out from the stone statue's forehead, giving off a massive aura as it landed on Zhao Fu's body. Immediately, everyone's expressions became completely dim. They felt that there was no hope at all, as the stone statue had given them all of the legacy lands. The power and aura that the stone statue gave off quickly weakened, and everyone's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body. They could not help but feel some hatred and jealousy towards Zhao Fu. They had worked so hard here, and they might have been able to obtain the power of inheritance. However, Zhao Fu had snatched all of them away, not leaving a single one for them. If they didn't know Zhao Fu's strength, they would definitely kill Zhao Fu right now. But now that they understood that Zhao Fu's strength was more terrifying than theirs, they naturally didn't dare to say anything and hid the jealousy and resentment in their hearts. Zhao Fu continued to close his eyes and absorb that massive amount of sword energy, and the sword god within the Emperor Killing Sword World went through shocking changes. Their eyes became blood red and fangs grew out of their mouths. Their faces became savage and twisted, and their skin became pale. Their hands were like sharp claws and gave off shocking power. Originally, their godhoods had been different colors and radiated different types of sword energy. But now, they were all dyed with blood, and the power they radiated was the same kind of crazily twisting sword energy of slaughter. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as everyone saw the massive sword give off an intense silver light and give off a shocking sword aura as it turned into a ray of sword light and shot into the sky. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the ray of sword light exploded, causing a sharp wave of light and terrifying power to spread out. A powerful wave of sword chi flooded out, looking incredibly terrifying. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a silver light, making it seem as if the circle was filled with silver light. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but curse, "God damn it! Who was it? How did he obtain the legacy power so quickly? Did he want to live?" By now, everyone had only just finished the first stage of the competition, and they could still remember the intense battles in the first stage. They had paid a great price and had barely made it through the first stage with great difficulty. Now, another 3 legacy powers had been obtained. If someone obtained another 3, the second stage of the competition would immediately begin, and it would be even faster than the first stage. If the second stage of the competition began, most people would be eliminated, but no one wanted to leave. They wanted to continue to obtain treasures and materials, which was why they were so angry. However, even if they were angry, there was nothing they could do. Firstly, they could not guess who this person was, and that person's power was incredibly terrifying. Even if they wanted to go and take revenge, they would be seeking death. At that moment, everyone felt a wave of pressure, and their expressions became anxious as they sped up and did all sorts of things. Within the Sword God's legacy ground, Xiaofu opened his eyes. He had already converted half of the 1,000 sword gods, and he only needed the other half to convert all of them. Xiaofu did not hesitate at all, nor did he care about everyone's gazes. He gave off a powerful aura and flew to the side, taking Hualing and leaving this place. Before, Xiaofu had received 2 pieces of information, one was about the Sword God's legacy ground, and the other was about the Killing God's legacy ground. Now, Xiaofu was heading to the Killing God's legacy ground. The Killing Sword's power was formed from killing intent and sword intent. Now that the Sword God's power had greatly increased the Killing Sword's power, and he had converted half of the 1,000 sword gods. If Xiaofu obtained the Killing God's legacy power again, not only would his Killing Sword's power greatly increase, but the 1,000 sword gods would also be completely converted and become existences like the Killing God sword demons. Half a day passed, and Xiaofu brought Hualing to a ball of blood. This ball of blood was hundreds of meters wide and floated in the air, giving off a bloody stench and a powerful killing power. The surroundings were deathly silent, and there was an intense sense of danger. Xiaofu felt quite confused. News of the Killing God's legacy ground had spread far and wide, so why was there no one coming? Just as Xiaofu was feeling quite confused, Hualing understood the situation within the secret realm and explained, the entrance to the Killing God's legacy ground is different from other entrances. It kills many godly spirits and fuses their flesh and blood into the legacy ground. Even though the other entrances are dangerous, they rarely take your life. Moreover, opening the entrance to the Killing God's legacy ground requires a large amount of godly spirits' blood. Now that the entrance has been opened, from the looks of it, it must have fused with the blood of hundreds of godly spirits. Xiaofu understood, this was indeed the Killing God's legacy ground, even the entrance was so bloodthirsty. There were not many killing gods in the god world. Even though this power was quite powerful, it was quite difficult to control, and it was easy for one to go berserk and become a monster that only knew how to kill. Suddenly, a cold-looking young man with blood-red eyes, blood-red hair, and blood-red robes flew out from the blood-red orb. His body gave off a blood-red light, and he gave off a massive killing intent, causing the atmosphere to become quite dangerous. The person in front of him was one of the peerless geniuses, the 4th-ranked Xiaoming. Xiaofu looked at Xiaoming. His entire body gave off a dense stench of blood, and he had most likely just killed a lot of people. Moreover, he was the only one around, so he had most likely killed all of them. Ordinary people who cultivated the Tao of killing, no matter how much they restrained themselves, would not become a monster that only knew how to kill, but they would still be a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for the power of killing to grow. Xiaofu was one of the better ones, because he was too strong and had too much power, he was able to suppress that kind of killing intent, and it was even able to continuously strengthen it. Xiaoming did not even look at Xiaofu, much less care about him. Those godly spirits were indeed killed by him, but it was just to open the entrance to the Killing God's legacy land. Facing Xiaoming, the others naturally could not resist at all. They were either killed or scared to the point of fleeing, which was why there was not a single person here. After Xiaoming came out, he turned into a blood-red ray of light and disappeared. He did not even look at Xiaofu. Naturally, he would not attack Xiaofu, because he had already completed his task. To him, Xiaofu was just an ant in front of him, and he did not care about him at all. Xiaofu did not say anything, nor did he care about him. Now that the entrance to the Killing God's legacy land was open, he did not have to go through all that trouble. Bringing Hualing with him, Xiaofu flew towards the ball of blood. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the ball of blood gave off a dense blood-red light. A berserk killing intent exploded out, sweeping out in all directions like a tidal wave, bringing with it an extremely powerful corrosive power. If an ordinary person was carried in, their body would be corroded by this killing intent, turning them into a monster that only knew how to kill, and they would completely lose their mind. However, this was nothing to Zhao Fu, because Zhao Fu had an even crazier and more twisted killing intent. In fact, Zhao Fu did not even activate his defensive barrier and directly flew into the ball of blood. Hua Ling was powerful and easily blocked that killing intent. After arriving at the Legacy Land, he found that it was a world of blood. There were corpses lying on the ground, and there were all kinds of deaths. Some had their heads chopped off, some had their arms chopped off, some had their bodies sliced in half, and some had their faces twisted in pain. The corpses covered the ground and gave off a dense stench of blood. The sky was also blood red and there were no businesses around, making this place look like hell. At the center of the corpses was a statue of an extremely cold young man. He had long hair and wore long robes. He held a saber in one hand and a sword in the other, and he gave off a terrifying killing intent. Zhao Fu and Hua Ling were not too surprised, as they had seen this scene many times before. Zhao Fu had Hua Ling wait here, and he smiled as he flew over. As long as he obtained the killing god's power, the killing sword power's power would become much stronger. The key was that the 1,000 sword gods would also complete their transformation and become killing god sword demons. When that time came, their power would become even more terrifying. Originally, Zhao Fu had thought that transforming them would take quite a bit of time, but he hadn't imagined that he could use Sovereign's might to speed things up. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as a massive killing intent exploded out from the stone statue's body. Countless blood-red lights shot out in all directions, covering the surroundings. Arg! Howls sounded out as countless remnant souls appeared in the surrounding air. They had all sorts of deaths, but they all had something in common. They all had blood-red eyes and savage looks that were filled with killing intent. These were the remnant souls of the people who had died here. Now that they were controlled by the stone statue's slaughtering power, they were all revealed, and all of them gave off powerful slaughtering power. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as countless slaughtering remnant souls flooded towards Zhao Fu. They gave off ferocious auras as if they could not be stopped at all and would be destroyed. Facing this flood of slaughtering remnant souls, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear at all and instead smiled. Boom! A massive black and blood-red sword chi flowed out of Zhao Fu's body before forming a black and blood-red vortex behind Zhao Fu's back. It was formed from sword chi and gave off a terrifying power, causing the surrounding temperature to fall. Whoosh! The massive black and blood-red vortex spun and gave off a shocking suction force. The countless remnant souls were sucked in like a flood, as if they had found a drain. Zhao Fu was now absorbing these slaughtering remnant souls into the emperor-killing sword world. These remnant souls could all be turned into sword souls, increasing the emperor-killing sword world's power. It could be said that this attack was not harmful to Zhao Fu at all and was instead very beneficial. Zhao Fu smiled as he absorbed all of the slaughtering remnant souls into the emperor-killing sword world and continued to fly towards the stone statue. At that moment, Zhao Fu's body gave off a powerful aura and prepared to resist the stone statue's might. However, he found that the stone statue did not give off any might, as if it had already acknowledged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu came before the stone statue without any resistance. The stone statue looked down at Zhao Fu's body and gave off a blood-red light from its forehead. A powerful slaughtering power spread out, causing people to feel fear. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a blood-red ray of light giving off a powerful aura shot towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast and landed on Zhao Fu's body, and a massive wave of slaughtering power flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body gave off a blood-red light, and sensing that massive wave of slaughtering power, Zhao Fu smiled and closed his eyes as he absorbed this power. The powerful killing god power flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to be filled with slaughtering power. A wave of killing intent flowed into Zhao Fu's mind, and his eyes became a blood-red color. The killing sword intense power quickly increased, and the Emperor Killing Sword world continuously became more powerful. Within the Killing Sword Lake, the 1,000 sword gods once again went through changes. Countless traces of black and blood-red energy flowed into their bodies. Half of their godhoods were black and blood-red, and the black and blood-red color continued to spread until it covered all of their godhoods. In that moment, the 1,000 sword gods' bodies gave off an attractive force, and the Killing Sword Lake's water flowed into their bodies. The amount of water in the lake continuously decreased, and by the time it had decreased by half, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as the 1,000 sword gods within the Killing Sword Lake turned into rays of black and blood-red light and shot into the sky. A massive wave of power spread out, instantly covering the world and causing it to sink. The 1,000 sword gods' bodies gave off intense black and blood-red light, and they looked like they went into sword obsession. They had messy hair, blood-red eyes, fangs, and savage looks. Their hands were like sharp claws, and their bodies gave off dense killing intent. They were different from ordinary sword obsession. Not only did they give off berserk killing intent and pure sword intent, but they also gave off a divine might. This was a divine might formed from killing sword power, and it was far more powerful than ordinary sword obsession. At that moment, the 1,000 sword gods in the sky stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the sword pool below. Shing, 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 sword hums sounded out as swords flew out of the sword pool and quickly shot into the sky, returning to the sword gods' hands. These swords were all their swords. Back then, Jiaofu had not only thrown their bodies into the killing sword pool but had also placed their swords into the killing sword pool. This was because their swords also needed to be converted to the slaughter attribute. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions sounded out as the sword gods held their swords and a terrifying black and blood-red light spread out, forming black and blood-red pillars of light. There were 1,000 of them, and they gave off shocking auras. The Emperor Killing Sword world trembled and boundless killing sword power flooded into the 1,000 black and blood-red pillars of light. The 1,000 pillars of light became larger and larger, and the power they gave off became more and more powerful. In the end, the 1,000 pillars of light formed a massive pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out as the incomparably huge pillar of light erupted with an incomparably vast power. Black and blood-red ripples of light containing immense power continuously spread out, and the Emperor Killing Sword world's area quickly became larger. Space was slashed apart by the ripples of light, causing dirt to condense, and the sky to expand. This continued for an hour or so, and the Emperor Killing Sword world's area expanded by more than 10 times. It was now as big as an entire world. These 1,000 sword gods were simply too helpful to the Emperor Killing Sword world, causing even Zhao Fu to feel quite shocked. The power that the Emperor Killing Sword world gave off could cause people's hearts to tremble. It was a terrifying power. The massive blood-red pillar of light dissipated, and the sword gods held their swords, giving off terrifying killing intent and a powerful might. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered the Emperor Killing Sword world and controlled the 1,000 sword gods to return to the Killing Sword pool, and he had them sit cross-legged and continue to cultivate. They had only just completed their transformations and needed to stabilize their current states. Moreover, they were only at the initial stage of sword obsession and needed a long time to develop. Of course, these 1,000 sword gods had immense potential, and if they reached the final state of sword obsession, they would be unkillable. Even a seal would not be able to seal them, and their power would be incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu's consciousness returned to his body. The Killer God stone statue had given him a total of 4 legacies, and the power that the stone statue gave off gradually weakened until the stone statue itself disappeared. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red light exploded out with a terrifying aura of slaughter. It gave off an intense blood-red light and a shocking bloody aura as it turned into a ray of blood-red light and shot into the sky. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red orb exploded, sending out a blood-red wave of light that seemed to be able to sweep away everything. A bloody aura spread out in all directions, causing the sky to become icy cold. In the sky, there were 24 magic circles, and one of them gave off a blood-red light. It was as if the circle was filled with blood. Sha Ming, who was flying to the side, suddenly stopped. He turned around and frowned slightly. He had obtained 6 legacies in the Legacy Land and only had 4 left. He had just left not long ago, and yet someone had obtained the remaining legacies so quickly. He remembered that he had seen a person at the entrance, but he had not paid much attention to him. It seemed that that person had obtained all of the remaining legacies. Sha Ming felt quite surprised. How could such an unremarkable person obtain 4 legacies? Could it be that the difficulty of the stone statue's trial had been reduced? Otherwise, why would he be given 4 legacies? Moreover, that person had not given off any aura of slaughter, so how had he passed the trial? Xiaoming could not understand this, but he did not think about it anymore. That person had only obtained 4 legacies, while he had obtained 6. He was much more powerful than that person, and he did not take that person to be his opponent. After all, he did not have the qualifications. Xiaoming did not mind too much, and he turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. He did not know who Zhao Fu was, nor did he know how terrifying Zhao Fu was. If he knew who Zhao Fu was, he definitely would not have thought like this. Moreover, Zhao Fu had only come a bit late. If he had come to the Legacy Land first, Xiaoming would not have been able to obtain the legacy power. Zhao Fu brought Hua Ling and left the Legacy Land. This time, Zhao Fu had made great gains. Not only had his 10,000 god power greatly grown, but his killing sword power had also become more than 10 times stronger. Now, his killing celestial mode was only slightly weaker than his reincarnation celestial Dao mode. Following this, Zhao Fu and Hua Ling continued to plunder godly spirits' divine power. Because they had fused with a few core gods' legacies, they needed other godly spirits' divine power to maintain balance. A few days later, Zhao Fu came to another core god's legacy land. This was the Oceanic God's Legacy Land. This was the second legacy land he had found in the past few days. The first was the Life Core God, and the statue was an extremely beautiful woman. She had a graceful figure and gave off a classical aura. She was the first Life Core God, and most of the famous life goddesses after her were elves. Zhao Fu had only obtained one of the Life Core God's legacy power, and it had almost been taken away by someone else. Because the Life Core God's trial was not very dangerous or difficult, many people had gathered there. By the time Zhao Fu had gone, he had already given 9 of the legacy powers to others, and there were countless people fighting over the final legacy power. In the end, Zhao Fu suppressed everyone else and obtained the final legacy power. Because the entrance to the Oceanic God's Legacy Land was at the bottom of a deep lake, it was quite well hidden, so not many people had discovered it. Zhao Fu was the first person to come here. Zhao Fu came to the Legacy Land and saw a boundless ocean. The sky was blue and there were a few white clouds floating about. There was a stage on the surface of the water, and there was a 1,000-meter-tall statue on the stage. The statue was of a woman with long hair. She was quite beautiful and had a mature figure. She wore very little and only covered her important parts. She held a spear and gave off a beautiful aura. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed forwards. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the statue gave off a blue light and a massive wave of oceanic power spread out. The seawater continuously gathered and formed 3 massive sharks. The 3 sharks opened their massive mouths and gave off powerful auras as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out the Sin Dragon sword and sent a powerful wave of power into it. Countless water droplets started to gather on the sword, forming a water sword that was hundreds of meters long and giving off shocking sword energy. Facing the 3 ferocious sharks, Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand and a powerful sword energy slashed out with an intense gale. Bang! 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 The 3 massive sharks were cleaved in half by the sword energy and turned into water, resulting in a massive sound. Zhao Fu held the Sin Dragon sword and continued to rush towards the stone statue. Boom! The stone statue once again gave off a massive wave of power, causing pillars of water to shoot out from the water. They gave off immense power as they smashed towards Zhao Fu, seeming as if they could crush a mountain. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all. He continuously swung out with the Sin Dragon General, sending out sword energy after sword energy, chopping the pillars of water in half and causing them to scatter. After dealing with the countless pillars of water, Zhao Fu arrived before the stone statue. This time, there was no pressure, and Zhao Fu arrived before the stone statue completely unscathed. The stone statue lowered its head slightly and looked at Zhao Fu. It seemed as if it could see through Zhao Fu, and it smiled as it said, "You're actually able to obtain the recognition of so many overgods, you should be the person I've been waiting for." Hearing the stone statue's words, Zhao Fu was stunned. He felt quite startled. This was the first time he had heard the stone statue speak. Moreover, it was not an ordinary stone statue but an ancient overgod. Zhao Fu could not imagine what sort of existence it was. The scene that the experts outside the secret region had been watching disappeared, causing them to become stunned. They had no idea what had happened to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the stone statue and asked, "What do you want?" The stone statue had said that Zhao Fu was the person she was waiting for, so something must have happened, which was why Zhao Fu had asked this. This was because Zhao Fu was not sure what sort of existence she was, but she was definitely extremely terrifying. She was extremely careful and would run as soon as she felt that something was off. Moreover, Zhao Fu had told Hua Ling to make preparations to escape. The stone statue smiled as it said, "I won't harm you. I just want you to take a sliver of my remnant soul away from here and help me recover my strength." Zhao Fu was quite surprised. "You're so powerful, yet you need me to take you away from here? Also, it's very difficult for me to help you with my current strength. The difference in strength between us is too great." The stone statue smiled as it explained, "Due to the God-creating formation's control, I am unable to leave this place. However, after many years of research, I found a way to leave here. That is, when the power of the legacy enters someone's body, that person must be powerful enough to be able to withstand the power of this strand of my soul. Since you were able to absorb so much sovereign's might, it shouldn't be a problem for you to withstand this strand of my soul. Also, because of the formation, I can only take away a sliver of my remnant soul's power. Almost all of my power will remain in the stone statue and continue to give legacy power to others." However, Zhao Fu did not agree. He looked at the stone statue as he asked, "What are the benefits and disadvantages of me? Can the other stone statues leave with me?" The stone statue paused for a moment before lightly laughing as it said, "Now, I can give you the most powerful ocean god's legacy power. If you need anything in the future, I can help you. As for the disadvantages, there are no disadvantages. The other stone statues' remnant souls are different from mine, so they cannot leave this place." Zhao Fu continued to ask, "What's the difference?" The stone statue replied, "It's because this sliver of my remnant soul contains the origin soul's power. Back then, when I created this mystic realm, I intentionally left this sliver of my remnant soul behind so that if anything happens in the future, I can use this sliver of my remnant soul to revive." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked as he said, "You're saying that your main body died? But given that terrifying ancient sovereign power of yours, how could you possibly die?" The stone statue became quite serious as it said, "I'm not too sure about that. I'm just a sliver of my remnant soul, and there are many things that I don't know about my main body. I only know that my main body died in the celestial world and that this matter is most likely related to the Heaven Awakening Realm spirit." Massive waves crashed in Zhao Fu's heart. An ancient god, such a powerful existence, had died in the celestial world. The celestial world was simply too terrifying. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu could understand why the celestial world was so terrifying. It was the final place that celestials went to. Celestials were the ultimate existences in the world, and the celestial world's power was definitely monstrously powerful. Based on what Zhao Fu knew, many terrifying existences were in the celestial world, such as the Six Desires celestial art, the first person to grasp alchemy, and the person who raised the first king of kings. It was very likely that they were in the celestial world as well. Those people were incredibly powerful and had left behind all sorts of legends. Now that everyone heard their names, they could only feel incredibly shocked and worship them. Also, what was a Heaven Awakening Realm spirit? They felt that they were incredibly terrifying existences. As such, Zhao Fu asked about this matter. The stone statue replied seriously, "The Heaven Awakening Realm spirit is the consciousness of the entire Heaven Awakening world, and it is the existence that created everything." Hearing this explanation, Zhao Fu was given a big fright. Before, when he had heard about the Heaven Awakening Realm spirit, Zhao Fu had not dared to think about it, and he had never thought that it really was the Heaven Awakening world's consciousness. Now, all of the system announcements, the laws of the world, everything in the godly world, the underworld, every life in the Heaven Awakening world, and every plant were all controlled by it. It was the ultimate existence in the Heaven Awakening world, and no one could compare to it. It was the origin of everything. This sort of existence had already surpassed celestials and was even more terrifying than celestials. As such, Zhao Fu did not dare to think about it. Everyone in the Heaven Awakening world knew about its existence, but they did not dare to mention it because it was a forbidden region. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt quite curious, why did the ocean god's death in the celestial world have something to do with the Heaven Awakening world spirit, Zhao Fu felt quite confused and asked, "Can you tell me why it has to do with the Heaven Awakening World Spirit and what happened?" The stone statue smiled as it replied, "I'm not too sure, I'm just a trace of a remnant soul and can only faintly sense it. Also, the Heaven Awakening World Spirit is not as simple as you think. It has many secrets, but only the main body knows about these things." Zhao Fu felt quite helpless and wanted to know about these things. However, because the stone statue was just a trace of a remnant soul, it only had a small portion of the main body's memories and power. The stone statue looked at Zhao Fu with its beautiful eyes and said, "Can you promise me now? Take me away from here." The remnant soul within the stone statue had unimaginable power, but it was unable to take away a trace of the legacy's power. After entering Zhao Fu's body, it did not have any power at all. Otherwise, she would have been able to use her immense power to take over Zhao Fu's body and leave this place. She was a high and mighty ancient Lord God worshipped by countless gods, and for her to speak to Zhao Fu like this showed that she valued Zhao Fu greatly. Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that there were no downsides to this, and there were many benefits. The first was that he would obtain even more oceanic gods' power, and the second was that he would obtain an assistant with immense potential. In the end, Zhao Fu had a feeling that she would be of great use when he went to the water domain. The Heaven Awakened world had 8 domains, and the water domain was mostly made up of water. There was very little land, and there were countless water creatures living in the water domain. The water domain was mostly made up of the ocean, and the oceanic god was the most revered god among the water creatures. Ordinary water creatures commoners might not know about other gods, but they definitely knew about the oceanic god. Now that Zhao Fu was taking the oceanic god's remnant soul to that place, perhaps it would be of great help. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded in agreement. The stone statue gave a happy smile, and its forehead gave off an intense blue light as a shocking wave of oceanic power spread out. Runes appeared in the air, and the surrounding seawater started to spin, forming a massive whirlpool. The light from the stone statue's forehead did not shoot out, and the light from its forehead became brighter and brighter. Runes continuously appeared in the surroundings, densely covering the surroundings, and a shocking aura spread out. At that moment, a 3-meter-wide blue orb of light, giving off boundless oceanic power, slowly floated out from its forehead and floated down, fusing into Zhao Fu's body. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of oceanic power enter his body, causing his entire body to turn into an ocean. A terrifying aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu immediately controlled his divinity to do its best to absorb this legacy power. This blue orb of light contained 15 traces of legacy power, and they all fused into Zhao Fu's body in an instant instead of one at a time. Boom boom boom, the orbs of light continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body and Zhao Fu's body shone with an intense blue light. A massive power exploded out, forming shockwaves that spread out and ripples spread out from the surface of the water. Zhao Fu continued to absorb with all his might. Fortunately, Zhao Fu's physique and strength were abnormally strong. Otherwise, anyone who absorbed 15 legacy powers at once would definitely explode. In the end, Zhao Fu completely absorbed this power, and a fist-sized orb of light appeared in his chest. This orb of light was the remnant soul of the stone statue, and it was currently hidden within Zhao Fu's body. After losing the orb of light, the light and aura coming from the stone statue's forehead quickly disappeared. The stone statue seemed to have lost its soul and no longer had any life force, becoming like an ordinary statue. Then, the stone statue disappeared. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive vortex at the bottom of the lake exploded out with shocking power. It gave off an intense blue light and a boundless ocean aura as it turned into a massive blue wave of light and shot into the sky. Bam! A massive sound rang out as the blue light exploded. A blue wave of light spread out with a power that could drown everything as a boundless blue ocean aura surged out in all directions. The entire world trembled as the entire sky was covered by a blue light. A formless might covered the entire world as water droplets fell from the sky one after another. It was as though it was raining, and the rainwater was salty. In the sky, there was a massive formation of 24 circles. One of them gave off a blue light, as though the circle was filled with blue light. Everyone looked at the blue sky in astonishment, not knowing what was going on. Judging from the aura that was being emitted, it should be the power of the Ocean Master God. However, what was going on? Why would the ocean master god give off such a terrifying ripple? This was the first time they had seen such a ripple. They had never seen or heard of something like this before. Many of the powerful beings on the viewing gallery could vaguely guess what was going on. Even though they could not see the scene, they knew that Zhao Fu was at the ocean legacy ground. Right now, the only person who could cause such a huge ripple was Zhao Fu alone. There was definitely no other person. Although they knew that this matter had something to do with Zhao Fu, they did not know the specifics. Moreover, it was the stone statues that were blocking the scene of the ocean legacy ground. This caused everyone to instinctively feel a sense of fear. After all, the stone statues of the ancient master gods possessed an extremely horrifying amount of power. Right now, many of the powerful beings could feel their heads aching. That person had once again formed a connection with the stone statues of the ancient master gods. Not only was he extremely dangerous to begin with, but he also possessed a sacred bloodline. System announcement. The second phase of the trial of the gods has begun. The Pantheon imprint has to be raised to silver grade. If you are unable to raise it, you will be forcefully teleported out of the secret ground in 3 days and lose your right to participate in the trial. Hearing this system announcement, everyone came to their senses. Including the ocean master god, there were another 6 master gods who had given all of their power of legacy. Naturally, the second phase of the trial of the gods had begun. Mother **Cur. Why is the second phase starting again so soon? Just which be **starred as the one who caused this? I'm going to fight it out with him. Someone like that is simply too detestable. Sigh. The second phase is so much faster than the first phase. This is forcing us commoners into a dead end. If we want to attain the silver grade, we'll have to defeat more than 30 people of the same level. Yeah, that's too difficult. None of the people left here are weak. If most of the weak are eliminated in the first phase, there's no hope for me to raise it to silver grade. I'd better see what treasures there are. I feel the same way. Since we can't raise it to silver grade, we might as well make use of this time to get some treasures. So what if we can attain silver grade? In a few days, the third phase will start. Yeah. There are simply too many powerful beings participating in the trial of the gods this time around. So many strange and terrifying things have happened. How could the second phase start so quickly in the past? I'm so pissed. We're going to be teleported out so soon. I haven't gotten many treasures yet. I wonder how that **starred is continuously obtaining the power of legacy of the master gods. I feel like it's the same person from before. Every time a beam of light shot into the sky, it would bring with it an aura. This aura should belong to that person. I wonder who that person is to be able to obtain so much power of legacy of the master gods. There's no use getting angry about this. Do you dare to say anything when you meet someone like that? In the end, you still have to lower your head. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. Zhao Fu's body shone with a blue light and his body was filled with the power of the ocean. It was as if he could control everything in the ocean. He could even sense a certain place in the ocean and communicate with all the creatures in the ocean. This feeling was really magical, as if he was the ruler of the ocean. If he had this ability, it would definitely be of great help to Zhao Fu when he headed to the water body. At that time, he would have to stay in the ocean for a long time. A ball of light appeared in his body. This ball of light was really small and was only the size of a lychee. It looked really weak and most importantly, it had no power at all. Zhao Fu only needed to make a slight move to destroy this ball of light. However, Zhao Fu naturally wouldn't do that because it wouldn't benefit Zhao Fu in any way. Also, because he had obtained 15 legacy powers at once, Zhao Fu's 10,000 god power had increased by a huge amount. Now, it was really unstable. Luckily, Zhao Fu had robbed the power of many god spirits just to use it at a time like this. Zhao Fu sat on the platform and started to refine the god power of many god spirits. Zhao Fu also had Hua Ling look around to see if there was anything good. At that moment, the ocean chief god in Zhao Fu's body was really weak and didn't send out any messages. Moreover, she had to hide herself so that she could leave this place with Zhao Fu. Now, the second stage of the competition started and everyone started to fight. Bang bang bang, a series of loud sounds rang out as the god spirits fought one after another. Cold light shot out in all directions and terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the weather to change and the clouds to rumble. The start of the second stage messed up many people's plans. Initially, most of them wanted to go all out to fight for the position of the Master of the Gods when the final trial started. During this period of time, everyone wanted to obtain as many benefits as possible to increase their strength. But now, everyone was prepared for the final battle. If this went on, the third and fourth stage would start even sooner. The green-robed young man was the one who had obtained the Tree Master God's power. He was called the Tree King and he was flying towards a certain place. Suddenly, a group of gods rushed out with powerful auras and surrounded the Tree King. They still chose to work together to eliminate the smaller groups and the lone ones. There were about 300 gods in this group. Seeing that the Tree King was alone and had an extraordinary aura, they wanted to stop the Tree King and attack him together to obtain benefits from him. If it was just a few people, they would definitely run away when they met the Tree King. But now that they had more than 300 people, ordinary geniuses would have to submit in front of them. This gave them sufficient strength. A valiant-looking woman yelled, "Hand over all of your good things and we'll let you off this time. Otherwise, you'll die here. I advise you to be obedient." The Tree King's eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. "Do you think trash like you can threaten me?" These words caused the many deities to be enraged. They did not say anything and immediately attacked. Streams of power ferociously attacked the Tree King. At that moment, the Tree King released a powerful energy, and its back gave off a jade-green light. Suddenly, countless branches extended out and blocked in front of it, giving off a jade-green light. Bang, 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 massive sounds rang out as countless rays of light shot out in all directions, forming a powerful aura that spread out and formed a powerful wind. However, after everything calmed down, the Tree King stood there unscathed. The branches in front of it dispersed, and the Tree King gave a cold smile as it looked at the many deities. The deities were quite startled. They had thought that Zhao Fu had some power, but they had never thought that the Tree King would be so strong. Even with so many of them attacking him, he was still fine. Now, everyone looked at the Tree King in fear. They understood that he was not to be trifled with, and they looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. The valiant-looking woman said, "Let's go first. There's no need to provoke this kind of person. It's too dangerous." Everyone nodded. They only wanted to bully the weak, and they did not want to deal with those who were too strong. Not only was it troublesome, but it was also possible for them to be injured. Following this, everyone wanted to turn and leave. The Tree King coldly laughed and said, "Have you asked me if you want to leave now?" Boom, a massive aura exploded out from the Tree King's body. The Tree King's body gave off a green light and dozens of roots grew out from its back. There were many deities squatting at the tips of the roots, giving off a cold light. In that instant, the Tree King brought with it dozens of roots and a powerful aura as it charged forward. It was extremely fast, and a green light tore through the sky. Chi, 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 muffled sounds rang out as the Tree King's body rushed past the crowd and stopped. However, the roots pierced through the bodies of the deities, and corpses hung from the roots. The scene was quite terrifying. Everyone was given a big fright. He had killed dozens of deities in an instant without being able to resist at all. This person was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. At that moment, everyone did not hesitate at all and turned into rays of light as they shot in all directions. If they did not run now, they would definitely die here. "You still want to run?" The Tree King coldly laughed as a massive wave of power spread out from its body. Countless rays of green light shot out, and a massive tree giving off a massive aura appeared. It was over 1,000 meters tall and had lush branches and leaves that gave off a green light. Swish, 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 the massive tree trembled and leaves shot out, bringing with them traces of sharp power as they shot out in all directions like raindrops. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them, and it was as if the sky was filled with them. Arg, pained cries sounded out as some of the deities' bodies were sliced apart by the leaves, causing blood to fly everywhere. Without being able to resist at all, their corpses fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. There were originally more than 200 godly spirits left, but after enduring this attack, only about 60 godly spirits remained. Every single one of them was injured. Now, their faces were filled with fear as they understood how terrifying the Tree King was. They immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Lord, we were blind and offended you. Please spare our lives, don't kill us. Now, we know we were wrong." The Tree King gave a trace of a smile and a trace of arrogance appeared in his eyes. "It's good that you know. Seeing how you bunch of trash are admitting your mistakes, I'll spare your lives. Also, my name is the Tree King, and I'm the Holy Son of the half-celestial world. Spread the news that I'm going to be the Lord of the gods this time. Anyone who blocks my way will die." The Tree King did not want to keep a low profile. He was not a low-profile person, and he did not have any misgivings. His goal was to obtain the Master of the Gods, so he did not want to waste time here. Everyone was shocked and stared at the Tree King with wide eyes. They had never thought that they would meet the legendary Holy Sun. No wonder he was so terrifying, and there was no need for him to lie. Some people immediately tried to curry favor with him. "Greetings, Lord Holy Sun. Lord Holy Sun is indeed heroic and extraordinary, and we admire him greatly. I'm so happy to be able to meet the legendary Holy Sun and his people. Lord Holy Sun, I will always respect you. I'm so happy to be able to meet you, Lord Holy Sun. I'm willing to do anything for you. I wonder if Lord Holy Sun can take me in." "That's right. What can I do for you, Lord Saint? Even though we are very weak to you, with your noble status, we can help you do some things. Lord Holy Sun, you're the most noble person I've ever seen in my life. None of the other princes or princes are as noble as you. You're a natural saint, and no one else in the secret realm can compare to you." Hearing these figures, the smile on the Tree King's face became even wider and he said, "You people are still of some use to me, so I'll take you in. Also, if you perform well, I'll give you some benefits." Everyone looked excited and hurriedly kowtowed to thank the Tree King. To be able to become the Holy Sun's subordinates would be an extremely good thing, as they could not come into contact with such an existence. The Tree King's identity immediately spread, causing a sensation in all directions. This was because he had a divine bloodline, which was a bloodline that surpassed the sovereign bloodline and contained immense power. The experts' expressions became serious. Last time, a Holy Sun had already given off the aura of a saint, and now, another Holy Sun had appeared. That was 2 Holy Suns, and this put a lot of pressure on them. This time, the difficulty of the competition had increased exponentially, and it was extremely rare for 2 Holy Suns to appear. However, they had met one in the previous competition. Within the secret realm, countless people felt a wave of pressure and increased their power with all their might, not daring to be careless at all. Outside of the secret realm, there was an uproar. Originally, there were only legendary saints, but now there were 2 of them. It was too exciting. They had seen the legendary saints with their own eyes. Thinking about this competition of gods, everyone smiled in anticipation. Not only would they be able to see a battle between 2 emperor stars, but they would also be able to see a battle between 2 holy suns. As long as he could witness these 2 battles, everything would be worth it. This competition would definitely go down in history. Elsewhere, a gray-white orb of light floated in the air, giving off an intense light and a ferocious aura. It gave off beast cries and was quite terrifying. This was the legacy ground of the Beast Master God, and there were already quite a number of beast gods gathered here. Right now, they were undergoing trials, and there were probably thousands of them. A burly young man with short, blood-colored hair and a rugged face appeared. He was dressed in animal hide. The young man looked at the people present and said savagely, "All of you, scram. Otherwise, I'll die here." These words immediately caused the people present to be quite dissatisfied. Some people directly said, "Who are you, brat? Do I want to die? Do you think he's one of those peerless experts? If you tell us to leave, we'll leave." Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a gray-white aura exploded out from the young man's body. It flooded out in all directions, seeming to be able to inundate everything. Roar, roar, roar. Loud roars could be heard from the grayish-white mist. Powerful beasts appeared from within the grayish-white mist. There were lions, tigers, pigs, wolves, crocodiles, and so on. Each beast was 10 or so meters long and was gray-white. They gave off ferocious auras as they looked at the godly spirits. There were over 10,000 of them, creating a terrifying scene. Sensing these beasts' auras, the godly spirits could not help but feel quite afraid. They could not help but retreat, not wanting to fight with the young man over the legacy power of the beast master god. At the same time, some people recognized the young man. He's from the 10,000 god beast bloodline and has the power to control 10,000 god beasts. He's incredibly powerful and we can't afford to offend him. Let's leave and not clash with someone like that. The 10,000 god beast bloodline isn't just an ordinary kind of terrifying. I heard that they've inherited the legacy of the beast master god and have produced many peerless experts. Everyone in the divine world fears them. With his terrifying aura, he'll at least be able to get into the top 3. There's definitely not a single ordinary person from the 10,000 god beast bloodline. The 10,000 god beast bloodline hasn't appeared in hundreds of years. I heard that they're preparing to become a divine faction. Who would have thought that someone would come to participate in the competition? Divine faction power? Is the 10,000 god beast bloodline really so terrifying? If the 10,000 god beast bloodline becomes a divine faction, then this person will be a holy son. This feels so scary. Let's not talk too much, we'd better be smart and leave this place. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, we'll be the ones to suffer. The godly spirits all left in fear. Not a single one of the thousands of godly spirits dared to stay. This was how terrifying the young man was. The young man's name was Beast War, and he was the most powerful person from the 10,000 god beast bloodline. He had come to participate in the competition to obtain the ruler of the gods and obtain a massive amount of fate. The rumors outside were not wrong. The 10,000 god beast bloodline was about to become a divine faction, and they needed a massive amount of fate. If Beast War could obtain the ruler of the gods and bring a massive amount of fate back to the 10,000 god beast bloodline, it would be of great help to them becoming a divine faction. Even though Beast War's bloodline was not a divine bloodline, it was definitely a peak imperial bloodline and was just a bit away from becoming a divine bloodline. His power was also incredibly great, and he felt that he was not any weaker than God Ke or Sha Ming. It was possible that he was one of the most powerful people to challenge the possessors of the Emperor Star. Originally, Bestial Zhan had wanted to keep a low profile, waiting for the final battle to erupt with his full strength. If he caught his opponent off guard, he would reap great rewards. However, Holy Sun after Holy Sun had appeared, and because they had divine bloodlines, they were much more terrifying than him. As such, Beast War did not hide his power and directly released it. Now that the thousands of godly spirits had been scared away, Beast War gave off a massive aura and charged forwards with the beasts around him. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the gray-white orb of light gave off an intense light. Countless gray-white rays of light containing powerful auras shot towards Beast War incredibly quickly, giving off shocking sounds. Roar! 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 Facing the countless pale white beams of light, the beast horde following Beast War opened their mouths and gave off massive roars. Corporeal sound waves spread out, giving off an unstoppable power. Bang! 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 The beams of light that shot over were shattered by the sound waves and turned into countless specks of light that dissipated. Beast War flew into the orb of light, and the beast horde flooded in. After entering the God's Legacy land, there were lush greenery and all sorts of wild beasts. There was a massive statue on a stone stage. This statue was 1,000 meters tall and looked like an elderly man. He had a long beard and was dressed in robes. He held a wooden staff and there was a tiger statue next to him, giving off a shocking aura. Beast War did not waste any time and gave off a massive aura as he rushed at the statue. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the statue gave off a gray-white light and a wild beast's power spread out. The gray-white light condensed into wild beasts, including tigers, leopards, lions, cows, and others. There were many of them, roughly 10,000 of them. All of them gave off ferocious auras and were pale white in color. Now, both sides had over 10,000 wild beasts, and they all gave off terrifying auras as they ferociously looked at each other. After a short stalemate, the wild beasts from both sides gave off powerful auras as they charged forwards. Bang! Bang! Bang, massive sounds rang out as the wild beasts clashed together, using their mouths to bite each other, using their claws to attack, and using their heads to bash each other. It was incredibly intense and the scene was quite terrifying. After a while, Beast War's wild beasts killed the other wild beasts, and Beast War came before the statue. The statue did not give off any might, showing that it approved of Beast War. At that moment, the statue's forehead gave off a silver-white light as a powerful wild beast's power spread out, accompanied by beast cries. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a gray-white light shot out from the statue's forehead, giving off a massive aura as it landed on Beast War's body, and a massive wild beast's power entered Beast War's body. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as gray-white light continuously shot out from the statue's forehead, giving off a powerful wild beast's power and entering Beast War's body. Beast War absorbed this power with all of his might. This power of the god of wild beasts was very useful in Beast Wars, as it allowed one's own power to return to its ancestral roots. The ancestor of the Beast Wars had a trace of the bloodline of the Beastmaster God, and was also the first person to receive the legacy of the Beastmaster God. Furthermore, it was 10 streams of legacy power. His ancestor had relied on that strand of bloodline, as well as the power of the 10 legacies, to become an unparalleled powerful being and establish the lineage of the 10,000 god beasts. Therefore, the power of the Beastmaster God was able to revert the power of the Beast Wars. This kind of atavism not only increased the power of the beast, but also increased the level of the beast's power. Suddenly, the stone statue's aura weakened, and the stone statue frowned because the stone statue had only given him 7 legacies. The beast warrior was very dissatisfied with this result. He thought that he would be able to obtain 10 powers of inheritance like his ancestor, but now he only had 7, and there were still 3 that he had yet to obtain. Moreover, there was already someone who had obtained 10 legacy powers in the secret land. Although he did not know who that person was, if others could do it, why couldn't he? He did not think that he was inferior to others. However, even if the beast warrior was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. After all, he could not steal the stone statue's beast power. In the end, the beast warrior fused all of the legacy powers and left the legacy land in disappointment and anger. He started to massacre all creatures he saw, and now, he desperately needed to vent the unhappiness in his heart. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as a handsome-looking man's stone statue's forehead shot out a white light that landed on a cold-looking young man's body. This young man was the #1 expert, Tianyu. The stone statue was a world god, and it was currently giving Tianyu an endless amount of world god legacy power. Tianyu closed his eyes and focused on absorbing this power. This power was of great help to Tianyu, so he would not give up. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the stone statue once again shot out a white light, giving off a massive aura as it shot towards Zhao Fu. An even more powerful wave of world god power entered Tianyu's body. This was already the 8th legacy power, and there were still 2 more legacy powers before he would have 10 legacy powers. Tianyu felt quite confident. With his power, status, fate, and the fact that he had an emperor star, he would normally be able to obtain 10 legacy powers. Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the stone statue shot out a white light, giving off a massive aura as it shot towards Zhao Fu. An even more powerful wave of world god power entered Tianyu's body. Tianyu continued to absorb this power, but after a while, Tianyu was shocked to find that the stone statue's power was weakening. This meant that the stone statue could only give him 9 legacy powers. What was going on? Normally, he would have obtained all of the legacy powers, but why were there only 9? Tianyu felt that the stone statue had purposefully left 1 behind, or else it would be impossible for it to only give him 9. Why had the stone statue purposefully left 1 behind? Who was this power of inheritance for? Thinking about Tianyu, he could not help but feel a trace of admiration. The stone statue had left behind a legacy power for him, even he did not have such treatment. After absorbing the world god power, Tianyu left the legacy land and continued to increase his power. As the #1 in the competition of gods, the pressure on him was immense. Boom, boom. Boom, massive explosions continuously sounded out as a ferocious-looking young man's stone statue shot out rays of black light, giving off shocking auras as they landed on Zhao Fu's body. The destruction god power continuously entered Miaolu's body. Miaolu gave a trace of a smile as she absorbed this destruction power with all her strength. To her, this power was of great help. Miaolu was also quite confident that since she had obtained 10 legacy powers, she would not be inferior to others. If others could obtain all of the legacy powers, she would definitely be able to as well. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the ferocious stone statue shot out a black ray of light towards Xiao Fu with a massive aura, and an even more powerful destruction core god's power entered Mia Glaze's body. After a short while, Miaolu looked quite shocked. She also found that the stone statue's power was weakening, but this was only the 9th legacy power. With her status, power, fate, and the god star, she had only obtained 9 legacy powers? Miaolu was very unconvinced. However, the stone statue's power had clearly weakened, and it had only given Miaolu 9 legacy powers. Miaolu also found that the stone statue had purposefully left behind 1 legacy power. Miaolu felt quite curious as to who the legacy power was for and why the stone statue had done this. Since the stone statue did not want to give it to him, Miaolu could not take it by force. As such, he could only leave and continue to increase his power. There were too many experts in this competition, and Miaolu did not have full confidence that he would be able to obtain the title of King of the Gods. At that moment, Hikari Kamui was flying towards a certain place. He had just obtained 5 light legacy powers. Suddenly, a skinny young man with black hair and black clothes gave off a massive darkness aura as he blocked in front of Hikari Kamui. This young man was a darkness god. Even though he had not entered the top 10 geniuses, his power was still quite terrifying. He was just below Hikari Kamui, and his name was Dark God. Darkness and light were 2 opposing attributes, and the darkness god and light god were each other's greatest enemies. They instinctively hated each other, and whenever they were together, they would fight. The battle between Hikari Kamui and Dark God had lasted for a long time. Last time, Hikari Kamui had defeated Dark God with a slight advantage and become one of the top 10 geniuses. On the other hand, Dark God had been defeated by Hikari Kamui and had no chance of becoming one of the top 10 geniuses. Now, Dark God had found Hikari Kamui because he wanted to fight him again. He wanted to defeat this old enemy of his and become even more powerful than him. Now that the second stage of the competition had started so quickly, Dark God's plans were disrupted. He had wanted to challenge Hikari Kamui later on, but with so many changes happening in the competition, he was worried that Hikari Kamui would be defeated by someone else. Out of the top 10 geniuses, Hikari Kamui was ranked 10th. If someone wanted to challenge him, Hikari Kamui would be the best choice. However, Dark God only wanted Hikari Kamui to be defeated by him, so he had acted early. Hikari Kamui frowned and looked at the Dark God. He understood why the Dark God was looking for him. The Shadow God did not waste any more words. A massive wave of darkness power, bringing with it a massive aura, flowed out, and the surrounding light seemed to be devoured. The Shadow God's eyes coldly looked at Hikari Kamui as he directly attacked. Hikari Kamui also gave off a powerful light power, and his body gave off an intense white light that illuminated the surroundings as a shocking aura spread out. The Dark God's speed was very fast. With a black spear in his hand, he rushed in front of Hikari Kamui. The spear was imbued with the power of darkness as it stabbed towards Hikari Kamui, leaving behind a huge black stream of light. Hikari Kamui also took out a white spear and a powerful wave of light power entered the spear, causing it to give off a blinding white light. He vigorously stabbed forwards, and the white spear gave off shocking power as it stabbed forwards. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the black and white spears gave off shocking power as they collided, resulting in a massive explosion. The black and white spears shot out in all directions, and a shocking aura spread out. The Shadow God's expression became cold as he put away the spear in his hand and sent a powerful wave of power into it. He then raised the spear and slashed downwards, stabbing towards Hikari Kamui. Hikari Kamui used his spear to blocking the incoming spear. The Shadow God suddenly felt a wave of pain from his darkness power, and he pushed out with his spear, causing Hikari Kamui's body to retreat 5 or 6 meters. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as a massive wave of darkness power exploded out from the Shadow God's body. A massive black disk appeared, and the surrounding heaven and earth power quickly flowed into it. The black disk absorbed countless amounts of heaven and earth power and gave off a powerful aura, causing people to feel a sense of danger. Swish, 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 rays of black light containing shocking power shot towards Hikari Kamui incredibly quickly. There were thousands of them, and they seemed to be able to pierce through everything, giving off terrifying sounds. Boom, facing the countless rays of black light, Hikari Kamui's expression was serious, and he exploded out with a terrifying light power. A gale blew as Hikari Kamui's back gave off a white light, and a massive pair of white wings of light spread out with immense power, instantly forming a white defensive barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, the rays of black light containing immense power slammed against the white barrier, resulting in explosions, and massive waves of power rippled out. The thousands of rays of black light were unable to harm Hikari Kamui at all, and they only caused a small crack in the defensive barrier. Hikari Kamui coldly looked at the shadow god and said, "It's my turn now." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Hikari Kamui spread out the wings of light on his back. The wings of light gave off a piercing light, and a shocking power spread out. Bang! Bang! 2 rays of white light shot out from the wings of light, giving off a power that seemed to be able to purify everything. They shot towards the shadow god with an unstoppable force. The shadow god's expression fell, and he stretched out his black spear. A massive wave of darkness power flowed out, forming a black circular defensive barrier of light. Bang! Bang! 2 massive sounds rang out as the 2 rays of white light slammed against the black defensive barrier. The massive black defensive barrier was shattered by the 2 rays of light, and the massive power sent the shadow god flying back 100 meters, a trace of blood leaking out of his lips. Boom! The shadow god looked furious as he raised his spear, and a massive wave of darkness power exploded out. The black light disk behind him quickly spun, and black ripples of light spread out, causing the light to dim and darkness to cover the surroundings. A terrifying darkness aura continuously spread out like a flood. Sensing this aura, the countless creatures in the surroundings felt as if they had fallen into boundless darkness, and they could not help but feel terror. Hikari Kamui sensed an intense sense of danger, and his expression became serious as he also exploded out with a powerful wave of light divine power. The wings of light behind him spread out, giving off a brilliant white light that illuminated the surroundings. A massive wave of light power spread out, and the countless creatures felt as if they were bathed in sunlight. There was no longer any fear or darkness in their hearts. Boom! The black light disk on the shadow god's back shot out an incredibly massive ray of black light, giving off world-destroying power as it shot towards Hikari Kamui. It was incredibly fast, and as it streaked through the air, space continuously collapsed. Boom! The pair of white wings on Hikari Kamui's back gave off a brilliant light, and a massive ray of white light, giving off world-purifying power, shot forwards like a bolt of lightning. It was impossible to defend against. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 2 massive rays of light clashed together. A black and white orb of light, giving off destructive power, blasted out. In that instant, the ground, trees, boulders, and grass were all destroyed. A berserk gale brought with it countless rocks and sand, and the ground continuously trembled. The scene was incredibly terrifying, as if it was a natural disaster. Everyone nearby sensed these terrifying shockwaves and their expressions changed. Such terrifying battle shockwaves could only be released by peerless geniuses. Just which 2 peerless geniuses were fighting? Everyone could not help but rush forwards. They were greatly looking forward to a battle between geniuses, and their hearts were thumping. After everything settled, there was a massive crater that was thousands of meters wide in the ground. In the air, blood leaked out of the dark god and Hikari Kamui's mouths, and they looked at each other with pale faces. Both of them had been heavily injured by this attack. Hikari Kamui said coldly, "With your strength, you still can't defeat me, you should just give up." The dark god looked furious. "Is that so? I'll show you my true power." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the dark god exploded out with immense power. Countless rays of black light shot out from his body, and the dark god's body turned into a massive snake. This massive snake was 10,000 meters long and had 9 heads. Its body was covered with black scales, and its eyes were blood red. There was also a black and gold horn on its head, and it gave off a massive might. Its body gave off a dark aura that spread out like a flood. Everyone had just arrived, and when they saw the massive black snake, they felt quite shocked. In front of this massive snake, they felt incredibly small, and a wave of terror welled up in their hearts. The dark god had turned into a massive black snake, and its 9 heads ferociously looked at Hikari Kamui. It opened its massive mouth and gave off a powerful dark aura as it bit towards Hikari Kamui like a bolt of lightning. Hikari Kamui's expression slightly fell, and he swung his spear, sending out massive arcs of white light towards the incoming 9 heads. Bang, bang. Bang, the gigantic arcs of light struck the snake's head, but they did not cause any damage to the snake's head. The black scales contained a strong power of darkness, and each one of them was extremely hard. The snake's head continued to move towards the light god's mercy. Boom, at this moment of danger, the massive wings of light on Hikari Kamui's back gave off an intense light, and a massive white defensive barrier covered Hikari Kamui's body, giving off an aura of light. Bang, bang. Bang, the 9 heads gave off terrifying power as they slammed against the defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. Hikari Kamui's body flew backwards like a rubber ball, smashing into the ground and opening up a large crater. The massive black snake gave a savage smile and quickly crawled towards Hikari Kamui. Its 9 heads gave off immense power as they bit towards Hikari Kamui. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a white light containing immense power shot into the sky from the ground, forming a white pillar of light. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed into the pillar of light, causing it to give off intense light and dyeing the sky white. A massive power spread out as Hikari Kamui's body became 10,000 meters large. He was wearing white armor and he held a white spear, giving off immense power and giving off a divine aura. Bang, Hikari Kamui, who had become 10,000 meters large, swung his spear and gave off terrifying power as he stabbed towards the massive black snake, causing the air to explode. The massive black snake was hit in the abdomen and its massive body flew back hundreds of meters before crashing into the ground, smashing open a massive crater and causing the ground to continuously tremble. When the spectators saw a massive person and a massive snake, they understood who was fighting. It turned out that it was Light God and Dark God fighting. They were old rivals, and no one knew who would win this time. Jiaofu looked at Light God and Dark God, and he looked at Light God. Bang! Bang! Hikari Kamui held the white spear and rushed at the massive black snake. He raised his foot and stomped down on the ground, causing the ground to cave in and massive footprints to appear. SSSS, the massive black snake furiously crawled up from the ground and gave off massive hisses. Its body gave off an intense black light as a terrifying darkness power exploded out from its body. Boom, boom. Boom, the 9 massive black snake heads opened their mouths and shot out 9 massive black rays of light that gave off destructive power as they shot forwards, sending out massive shockwaves. Hikari Kamui stretched out his hand and formed a white defensive barrier that gave off an aura of light. Bang! Bang! Massive sound sounded out as the 9 black rays of light slammed against the defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. The black rays of light sent Hikari Kamui flying back hundreds of meters. The massive light god's mercy smashed into a mountain, and the terrifying power caused the mountain to collapse, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. A trace of golden blood leaked out of Hikari Kamui's lips. The massive black snake's eyes savagely looked at Hikari Kamui and it once again opened its massive mouth. Countless rays of black light shot out and a shocking power spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sound sounded out as the black rays of light containing shocking power shot towards Hikari Kamui incredibly quickly. They gave off shocking auras as they tore through the air, sending many rocks and sand flying. Hikari Kamui half-squatted on the ground and was about to stand up when he saw the 9 rays of light and a massive wave of light energy float out. A massive pair of white wings appeared on Hikari Kamui's back, and they slowly spread out, giving off boundless light energy as a white defensive barrier appeared in front of him. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds once again sounded out as the 9 rays of light containing immense power slammed against the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier successfully blocked the 9 rays of light and only a few cracks appeared on it. Hikari Kamui looked at the massive black snake and sent a powerful wave of light energy into his wings as he vigorously flapped them. Boom, boom. Boom, countless white rays of light containing shocking power shot out, bringing with them strong gales. There were simply too many of them to count. Roar, roar. Roar. The white rays of light hit the massive black snake's body, opening up wounds and causing black blood to continuously flow out. The massive black snake gave off pained howls. Hikari Kamui's expression was cold as he vigorously flapped his massive wings of light and his body shot out like an arrow. He gave off a massive aura as he rushed in front of the massive black snake and sent a massive wave of power into his spear. The spear gave off boundless white light as a terrifying light energy spread out, seeming to be able to turn everything into nothingness. Boom! Hikari Kamui vigorously stabbed towards the massive black snake with his spear. The spear gave off a ray of light and a power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything, and it was incredibly terrifying. A massive explosion sounded out. The massive black snake gave off an intense black light, forming a massive black energy barrier that covered its massive body, and a massive wave of darkness energy spread out. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the massive black barrier was pierced through by a white spear. Chi! A muffled explosion sounded out as the spear gave off immense power and stabbed into the massive black snake's abdomen, causing blood to fly everywhere. SSSSS. The black serpent's abdomen was pierced by the spear, and the intense pain caused its 9 heads to hiss in agony. Hikari Kamui's expression was icy cold, and a massive wave of power flowed into the spear in his hand. The spear gave off an even more intense white light, and an even more terrifying power surged out as Hikari Kamui once again stabbed out with all his might. Poochie! The white spear directly pierced through the black serpent's body, causing black blood to spurt out, and the black serpent once again hissed in pain. The spectators watched this scene in shock. Now that the black serpent's body had been pierced by the spear, it seemed that the black serpent was definitely going to lose, and it might even die at Hikari Kamui's hands. However, the dark god's power was truly terrifying, and the black serpent's power was so terrifying that it could easily cause a disaster. It was just a pity that it was not as powerful as Hikari Kamui. Hikari Kamui was worthy of being one of the top 10 geniuses. This was something that everyone was convinced of. Most of the spectators also believed that the black serpent had lost. The people from Hikari Kamui's faction were slightly worried that Hikari Kamui would kill the dark god, which would be very troublesome. The people from the dark god faction stared coldly at the people from Hikari Kamui's faction. Suddenly, just as everyone thought that the outcome of the battle had been decided, something unexpected happened. The black serpent, which had gone berserk from pain, opened its 9 heads and gave off a ferocious aura as it charged towards Hikari Kamui. It was incredibly fast, and Hikari Kamui was unable to react at all. One of the serpent's heads bit Hikari Kamui's shoulder, another bit Hikari Kamui's arm, one bit his waist, one bit his thigh, and some other parts of his body. Hikari Kamui vigorously struggled, wanting to break free from the serpent's head that was biting his body. However, the serpent's strength was too great, and Hikari Kamui could not break free for a moment. Moreover, the hand that held the spear was bitten by 3 of the serpent's heads, and he could not break free at all. Suddenly, the dark serpent's back emitted countless rays of black light, and the dark god appeared from within. He had a cold smile on his face as he looked at Hikari Kamui and said, "Do you think I'm still the same as before? I specially prepared this move for you." The dark god stretched out a hand and a massive wave of darkness power flowed out as he shouted, "9 God Snake Seal." Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The black snake that had bitten Hikari Kamui emitted an intense black light. Then, it turned into a stream of light that wrapped around Hikari Kamui's body. Like a black vortex, it wrapped around Hikari Kamui's body. A massive dark aura spread out as the black vortex pulled Hikari Kamui into the darkness, wanting to seal Hikari Kamui within the endless darkness. Ah! Hikari Kamui raised his head and roared as a massive wave of light god power exploded out from his body. Countless blinding white rays of light shot out and pierced through the black vortex, illuminating the surroundings and causing a massive wave of light aura to cover the surroundings. Seeing this, the dark god did not panic, and he instead gave a cold smile as he stretched out his hand and pressed down, causing a massive wave of darkness power to flow out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as 9 ferocious serpent heads came out of the black vortex and bit into various parts of Hikari Kamui's body, causing a wave of darkness power to flow into his body. Hikari Kamui's expression was quite unsightly, and the white light that he gave off gradually weakened. A wave of darkness power started to pull him deeper into the darkness, and Hikari Kamui's body started to disappear. Everyone looked quite confused. Hikari Kamui had clearly won, so how had the tables turned so quickly? Why did it seem as if Hikari Kamui was going to lose? The Dark God's power was quite terrifying. The Dark God's black eyes looked at Hikari Kamui and gave a trace of a savage smile. This time, I've won. I will replace you as one of the top 10 geniuses and will continue to challenge other peerless experts. I won't stay at 10th place. Suddenly, Hikari Kamui stopped struggling and his expression became calm as he looked at the Dark God and said, "You are indeed much more powerful than before to be able to force me to this extent. However, can you really defeat me? Light will definitely defeat darkness." Hearing this, the Dark God's expression changed and he was about to do something. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Hikari Kamui exploded out with a massive wave of light power, causing a blinding white light to shine out from his back. Before, Hikari Kamui only had a pair of white wings on his back, but now, 2 more pairs appeared. Boom, the 3 pairs of white wings gave off massive power as they vigorously spread out, causing a terrifying wave of light power to explode out. The black vortex around Hikari Kamui collapsed, causing countless rays of white light to shoot out as a light aura flowed out of the darkness. The Dark God's expression greatly fell and he vigorously pushed with his hand, causing a massive wave of darkness power to flow out. The black vortex's power became much stronger, and the speed at which it was collapsing decreased. Arg! Hikari Kamui once again loudly roared and the 3 pairs of wings once again vigorously spread out, causing a massive wave of light power to explode out, forming a white shockwave that swept out with power. The black vortex around Hikari Kamui completely collapsed, turning into countless motes of black light and dissipating. The white shockwave swept out, causing the ground to be lifted up. The trees, grass, and rocks were all shattered, and countless fragments flew out, causing a massive wind to blow in all directions. The Dark God's body flew backwards and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He had suffered a backlash from this power. Hikari Kamui looked at the Dark God coldly and the 3 pairs of wings on his back vigorously flapped, causing a massive wave of light power to flow out. Swish, 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 rays of white light containing light power tore through the sky and shot incredibly quickly towards the Dark God. There were simply too many of them to count, and the white light illuminated the surroundings as if it could destroy anything. The Dark God hurriedly stretched out a hand and a massive wave of darkness power flowed out, forming a massive black circular shield of light that gave off a powerful darkness power. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the rays of white light containing immense power slammed against the black shield of light, causing it to shatter. The Dark God was sent flying and crashed to the ground, his body covered with blood. Seeing how weak the Dark God was, Hikari Kamui withdrew his power and his body quickly shrank back to its original size as he said, "You've lost." The Dark God's expression was quite unsightly, and he did not say anything else as he weakly lay on the ground. At that moment, the Pantheon imprint on the back of Hikari Kamui's hand gave off a 3-colored light. He had obtained a large number of points from his battle with the Dark God, raising the Pantheon imprint to a 3-colored level. However, Hikari Kamui had used up a lot of his power in this battle, and he did not have much power left. Hikari Kamui ignored the Dark God, and because of his identity, he would not kill him. He turned into a white ray of light and disappeared. He needed to find a place to recover his strength. Right now, the land of the gods was quite dangerous, and it was possible that someone would come looking for him soon. As such, he had to recover his strength first, or else he might lose. The mark on the back of the Dark God's hand became white. Even though the Dark God had lost, his body had not disappeared, meaning that he still had a chance, provided that he could quickly raise the God's mark's level. Everyone looked incredibly excited. As expected, Hikari Kamui was powerful and had defeated the challenger, the Dark God. Everyone was not disappointed by this battle, as it was incredibly powerful and shocking. They had truly witnessed the power of a peerless genius. Even though it was impossible for them to have that kind of power, being able to witness it made them feel incredibly happy, and they greatly admired and liked Hikari Kamui. It was not just them, the countless ordinary people and experts facing the God Mirror all had traces of smiles on their faces. This sort of intense battle was what they wanted to see. The news quickly spread, and everyone knew about the battle. The second stage of the competition had begun, and battles had been taking place everywhere. After hearing about this, the scene became quite lively, and the battles became more and more intense. At the same time, many people felt that it was a pity that they could not personally witness such a battle. Under a large tree, Lei Tianming said to Lei Tianba, "Big bro, everyone is talking about Hikari Kamui. Everyone is talking about God's mercy. He's in the limelight now, and I heard that he's preparing to challenge you." Lei Tianba smiled confidently as he said, "I don't view him as an opponent at all. Now that the battle has been brought forward, I don't want to wait any longer. I feel that this is the right time to challenge 100 Shogun." Lei Tianming said seriously, "Big bro. I believe that you'll definitely win." Lei Tianba happily smiled, "Don't worry, I've gained quite a bit this time. Let alone 100 Shogun, I'm even confident in defeating Devourer." Lei Tianming nodded. Following this, Lei Tianba and Lei Tianming started to search for information on 100 Shogun. He was currently ranked 9th, while 100 Shogun was ranked 8th. This was the first obstacle in front of him, so he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Halfway up the mountain, Lei Tianba blocked 100 Shogun and arrogantly laughed as he said, "I don't want to waste words, let's begin." A trace of anger appeared on Bai Shogun's face, and he disliked this attitude as he said coldly, "Very well. I also want to teach you a lesson and let you know that you are wrong." "You want to teach me a lesson? No way." Lei Tianba wildly laughed and a huge amount of lightning energy surged out. Arcs of purple lightning wrapped around his body and an astonishing aura surged out. Bai Shogun's body also erupted with a savage 100 beast power. A blood-red aura surged out of his body, giving off a powerful might. Whoosh, there was a flash of lightning in the sky. Lei Tianba's body disappeared from his original place, and he instantly appeared in front of Bai Shogun. His fist was covered with countless purple lightning bolts, and it fiercely punched toward Bai Shogun. Bai Shogun clenched his fists, which were wrapped in a bloody aura. Then, he punched out with a savage and ferocious power. Bang! When the two fists collided, a loud sound rang out and a strong gust of wind blew in all directions. The surrounding trees and grass swayed. Lei Tianming, who was standing by the side, obediently retreated to the side. He understood that this was a battle between geniuses, and it would be very difficult for him to participate. In fact, he might even be injured. Lei Tianba pulled back his fist and kicked towards Bai Shogun with shocking power. He was incredibly fast and moved like a bolt of lightning. Bai Shogun sent a powerful wave of power into his arm, causing his arm to give off countless traces of blood-red aura. He vigorously punched forwards with great force. Bang! The leg and fist collided, resulting in another explosion, and a powerful wind blew out in all directions. This time, Bai Shogun retreated a few steps, looking quite furious. Crackle! Lei Tianba laughed as his body gave off countless purple arcs of lightning, giving off shocking power as he attacked Bai Shogun. He was incredibly fast and flashed by, giving off terrifying sounds. Roar! Bai Shogun loudly roared as a massive blood-red tiger came out of his body. It gave off a massive roar and gave off ferocious power as it rushed at Lei Tianba. Bang! The blood-red tiger and the purple lightning collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to collapse and a strong wind to blow out. Roar! A blood-red tiger once again came out of Bai Shogun's body and gave off a massive aura as it rushed in front of Lei Tianba, ferociously rushing at him. Lei Tianba gripped his fist and punched out with a few purple arcs of lightning, hitting the blood-red tiger's abdomen. The purple lightning pierced through the blood-red tiger's body. At that moment, Bai Shogun loudly shouted, "Explode!" Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood-red tiger blew itself up. The explosive power blasted open a crater that was dozens of meters wide, and the crater was filled with rubble. Lei Tianba looked quite wretched as he stood within the crater. His body gave off an intense purple light and traces of lightning. Lei Tianba looked quite furious as he looked at Bai Shogun. He stretched out a hand towards the sky and a formless energy spread out. The sky was quickly covered by dark clouds and a stifling feeling spread out. Rumble! A thunderclap sounded out as a massive purple lightning bolt quickly descended from the sky, ferociously striking towards Bai Shogun incredibly quickly. Bai Shogun dodged to the side, avoiding the lightning bolt. Bang! The lightning bolt struck the ground, opening up a large crater. The ground was charred black and gave off a dense burnt smell. Lei Tianba ferociously looked at Bai Shogun and controlled bucket-thick bolts of purple lightning that contained shocking power as they blasted down from the sky with unstoppable momentum, seeming as if nothing could stop them. Bai Shogun's body gave off a powerful aura as a blood-red aura flame appeared around his body. His speed quickly increased as he moved left and right, avoiding the descending lightning bolts as he rushed towards Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba looked at Bai Shogun, who was about to reach him, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. He raised his hand and a massive wave of lightning energy rushed into the sky. Crackle, massive sounds rang out as countless purple lightning bolts appeared in the sky. They continuously spread, split, fused, and twisted, looking like a pool of purple lightning that shined in all directions. A massive lightning might spread out and covered the surroundings, causing people's hairs to stand on end and feeling fear. At that moment, Bai Shogun rushed in front of Lei Tianba and sensed how terrifying the lightning lake in the sky was. His body gave off a large amount of blood-red aura, forming a 1,000-meter-long blood-red tiger. Bai Shogun brought this blood-red tiger towards Lei Tianba. The massive blood-red tiger behind him gave off a terrifying power and gave off a ferocious aura as it charged towards Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba heavily slammed down his raised hand. Boom! Boom! Massive explosions sounded out as the lightning lake in the sky shot out tens of thousands of purple lightning bolts, giving off destructive power as they slammed towards Bai Shogun. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the tens of thousands of purple lightning bolts landed on the ground, causing blinding light to spread out. The ground instantly collapsed and countless rocks shot out as a shocking aura spread out. Within the purple lightning, the massive blood-red tiger gave off massive power, wanting to defend against the countless bolts of lightning. However, under the countless bolts of lightning power, the blood-red tiger's body started to collapse, turning into blood-red aura and dissipating. The purple lightning devoured Bai Shogun's body. Standing by the side, Lei Tianming's eyes became serious as he thought to himself, "Did my big brother defeat Bai Shogun?" Lei Tianba gave a trace of a smile as he controlled the lightning lake in the sky to continuously shoot out lightning. The ground continuously collapsed and the massive temperature caused the ground to become charred black. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out as a blood-red shockwave containing terrifying power instantly spread out. The countless bolts of purple lightning instantly dissipated, and the ground cracked in that instant. A powerful gale blew out, causing countless rocks to be blown into the air. Lei Tianba's expression fell as he looked ahead and saw a powerful monster standing within the crater. This monster had the horns of a cow, the head of a lion, the body of an ape, the arms of a tiger, the legs of a leopard, and the tail of a crocodile. Its body was covered with a blood-red aura flame, giving off terrifying power and causing wild gales to blow out. 100 Beast Divine Body. This was Bai Shogun's most powerful state, and it could be seen that he was going all out. Swish! Bai Shogun's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Lei Tianba, kicking out with terrifying power. Lei Tianba felt quite startled and hurriedly used his hands to block. Bang! Lei Tianba's body was still sent flying by the kick. His speed was extremely fast and he continuously knocked down who knows how many trees before stopping. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Shogun said coldly, "You want to defeat me with your strength? Dream on." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Bai Shogun gave off a massive aura and quickly rushed towards Lei Tianba. He was incredibly fast, and in an instant, Bai Shogun arrived in front of Lei Tianba and prepared to attack. Lei Tianba stood up from the ground. His injuries were not very serious, and he looked at Bai Shogun furiously as he roared, "Emperor Thunder God." Boom! A massive rumbling sound rang out as Lei Tianba unleashed a vast amount of lightning power. His body shone with an intense purple light, illuminating the surroundings. The ground continued to crack and collapse as purple lightning arcs appeared in the sky. His body started to turn into light, which was to become illusory, and he became a person made of purple lightning. His body was covered with countless arcs of lightning and gave off shocking lightning power, making him seem like a ruler of lightning. The Emperor Thunder God was Lei Tianba's most powerful power, and in order to defeat Bai Shogun, he used all of his power. Boom! Seeing Lei Tianba become like this, Bai Shogun did not feel any fear and gave off an even greater aura as he turned into a blood-red ray of light and rushed towards Lei Tianba. Boom! Lei Tianba's gaze was cold as he gave off terrifying lightning power and gave off a terrifying aura as he turned into a ray of purple lightning and rushed towards Bai Shogun. Bai Shogun arrived in front of Lei Tianba and raised his fist, giving off a destructive power as he punched towards Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba also punched out, giving off a powerful lightning power. Bang! A massive sound rang out as countless blinding lights spread out. In that instant, the ground once again collapsed, and everything shattered as a shocking shockwave swept out in all directions. Lei Tianba and Bai Shogun both retreated a few steps, and Lei Tianba immediately attacked. He rushed forwards and vigorously punched out, causing countless bolts of lightning to hit Bai Shogun's abdomen with immense power. Bai Shogun gave off a blood-red aura flame, greatly reducing the lightning power. He only took a few steps back before disappearing and reappearing behind Lei Tianba. He vigorously kicked out, causing the air to explode. Swish! Lei Tianba's body instantly disappeared, leaving behind a few arcs of lightning in the air. In the next moment, Lei Tianba appeared above Bai Shogun's head and grabbed out, causing countless bolts of lightning to give off ferocious auras as they shot towards Bai Shogun. Bai Shogun's body also disappeared in an instant, and the countless bolts of lightning struck the ground, causing it to shatter. Bang! Bai Shogun appeared in front of Lei Tianba and punched out with ferocious power towards Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba did not feel any fear and also vigorously swung out with the others, giving off a powerful aura. Bang! The two fists collided, resulting in another explosion. A shockwave spread out and the two of them were sent flying back. Both of them were incredibly fast and had great power. Bang! 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 The two of them turned into two rays of light, one blood-red ray of light and one violet ray of lightning. They continuously collided in the sky, causing shocking auras to spread out, causing the weather to change. Bang! Lei Tianba vigorously punched out, sending Bai Shogun flying back and giving off a muffled sound. After flying back, Bai Shogun loudly roared and a shocking power exploded out. The blood-red aura flame around his body became 10 or so times larger and turned into an enormous mouth that gave off a terrifying aura as it bit towards Lei Tianba like a wild beast. Lei Tianba's expression slightly fell and he had wanted to dodge, but the mouth gave off a massive suction force that sucked his body towards it. Boom! Lei Tianba's body exploded out with countless traces of violet lightning, forming an enormous violet orb of lightning. It gave off shocking lightning power as it rushed towards Bai Shogun, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the massive blood-red mouth and violet orb of lightning collided, causing a powerful gale to spread out. The massive blood-red mouth and violet orb of lightning continuously collapsed, resulting in an intense explosion. A terrifying shockwave spread out, instantly sweeping out 1,000 kilometers. The ground continuously collapsed, countless trees were uprooted, and rocks were sent flying. The people in the distance saw that the area ahead was covered by a layer of haze, giving off an incredibly terrifying aura. Only peerless geniuses had this sort of aura, and seeing another peerless genius start a battle so quickly, everyone excitedly hurried over. A battle between peerless geniuses was incredibly terrifying and was rarely seen. The intensity of the battle caused everyone to feel excited, and no one wanted to miss this battle. Outside the mystic realm, experts from all over the world, as well as countless ordinary people, were all focused on this battle. The two of them were instantly the center of attention. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Lei Tianba's body flew backwards and smashed open a massive crater on the ground, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Bai Shogun's body also flew back hundreds of meters and a trace of blood leaked out of his mouth. His injuries were evidently lighter than Lei Tianba's. Everyone could tell that Bai Shogun was stronger than Lei Tianba by a bit. Bai Shogun was ranked 8th, so he was stronger than Lei Tianba, so no one was surprised. Boom! Bai Shogun once again gave off a massive amount of power, and a massive blood-red aura flame appeared around his body as he turned into a massive tiger and rushed at Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba looked furious as his body gave off an intense light. Berserk lightning continuously flowed out and struck the ground, causing it to continuously collapse. Roar! Lei Tianba brought along countless purple lightning bolts as he charged forward. The countless lightning bolts instantly formed a purple lightning dragon. It let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar as it charged forward with an aura that could sweep away everything in its path. Roar! Shogun controlled the massive tiger and it opened its mouth with terrifying power as it gave off a massive roar. The roar seemed to be corporeal, and it gave off an incredibly ferocious and invincible aura. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the purple lightning dragon and blood-red tiger collided, causing a terrifying destructive power to spread out. The surrounding tens of thousands of meters was instantly destroyed, and everything was reduced to pieces. A shocking shockwave swept out, carrying with it countless dust, gravel, and wood fragments that shot out in all directions. They were like raindrops that smashed into various places, giving off loud sounds. The weather changed as the sun and moon dimmed and auras became chaotic. It was as if a catastrophe was about to arrive, and the scene was quite terrifying. This time, Shogun lay within a large crater with blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. Lei Tianba also had blood at the corner of his mouth, but his injuries were slightly lighter than Shogun's. 100 Beast Gone roared towards the sky and gave off an enormous aura flame. It rushed into the sky and formed a huge pillar of aura flame. Heaven and earth power surged into it like a tide. Lying on the ground, Shogun's injuries were rapidly recovering. His strength had also become even more terrifying. His monstrous body had grown 2 meters in size. His body was full of explosive muscles. Even the void could not withstand his strength and was constantly distorting. Lei Tianba's eyes were solemn. His body made of purple lightning started to collapse. Huge purple lightning bolts shot out from his body, twisting around him like snakes. In the end, Lei Tianba's body completely collapsed, leaving behind massive bolts of purple lightning that continuously moved about. Heaven and earth power continuously flowed into them, causing the purple lightning to give off a brilliant light, as if it was releasing world-destroying lightning. The purple lightning was the first to attack. Massive bolts of purple lightning containing destructive power blasted towards 100 Shogun on the ground, and they were incredibly fast. Shogun stood up from the ground with a ferocious look on his face. He faced the first purple lightning bolt and punched out with a terrifying force. Bang! The massive purple lightning bolt was shattered by the punch, turning into countless tiny purple arcs of lightning and dissipating, and a strong wind blew out. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning with astonishing power blasted towards Shogun from the side. Shogun turned around and kicked out with his leg. The powerful force once again shattered the bolt of purple lightning, causing it to turn into countless tiny arcs of electricity before disappearing. Bang! Bang! Massive bolts of purple lightning containing destructive power continuously attacked 100 Shogun, while 100 Shogun continuously kicked out with his fists and feet, continuously shattering the bolts of lightning. Lei Tianba's body had already turned into countless bolts of lightning. Seeing that he could not harm 100 Shogun, the purple lightning shot into the sky. Countless dark clouds started to condense together, covering the entire sky. A massive wave of lightning power spread out, enveloping the heavens and earth. Traces of lightning continuously flashed within the dark clouds, causing the sky to become incredibly dangerous. It was as if it contained boundless killing intent. Boom! A purple lightning bolt that was a few meters thick, bringing with it terrifying power and an incredibly powerful aura, descended from the sky. It flashed past and blasted towards 100 Shogun with unstoppable force. Bang! 100 Shogun vigorously punched out, and a terrifying force shattered the lightning bolt. However, 100 Shogun was forced back 2 steps, and there were many arcs of lightning around his fist, causing his arm to feel somewhat numb. This lightning was no longer ordinary lightning, it was heaven and earth lightning that Lei Tianba had used heaven and earth power to form. This lightning bolt represented the heavens and earth punishing a sinner. Boom! Another massive bolt of purple lightning containing terrifying power quickly descended from the sky. This time, 100 Shogun did not choose to take it head-on, and he instead dodged to the side. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the massive lightning bolt blasted open a 10 or so meter wide crater in the ground. The crater was scorched black and gave off a very high temperature. 100 Shogun ferociously glared at the thick dark clouds in the sky and loudly roared. Massive waves of blood-red aura continuously flooded out, and a ferocious and barbaric power spread out. The ground continuously cracked as if it was unable to withstand this power, and the air seemed to condense. The blood-red aura continuously condensed and formed various animals. There were cows, horses, pigs, tigers, lions, and other different creatures. There were hundreds of them, and all of them were hundreds of meters long. All of them gave off terrifying power. The black clouds in the sky continuously gathered, becoming thicker and lower, as if the sky was going to collapse. Violet arcs of lightning continuously flashed, and a world-destroying lightning aura spread out, causing the world to become icy cold. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as 100 Shogun led the 100 massive beasts and gave off ferocious power. They gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they rushed into the sky, seeming to be able to destroy the sky. Boom, boom. Boom! Tens of thousands of bolts of purple lightning descended from the dark sky, bringing with them world-destroying power. They blasted towards the ground as if they wanted to destroy the world, and the purple lightning lit up the sky as thunder boomed in all directions. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the two extreme powers collided, resulting in a terrifying shockwave that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth rippling out. The ground was lifted up, trees were uprooted, boulders were blown into the sky, and mountains collapsed. The secret realm started to tremble, and at that moment, everyone looked in that direction. A look of shock appeared on their faces. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. After everything calmed down, a crater that was tens of thousands of meters wide had appeared on the ground. The crater was filled with arcs of lightning and a blood-red aura. It gave off a terrifying power, making people not dare to approach it. The ground around the crater was lifted up. Countless trees were destroyed and rocks were shattered. It was a complete mess, as if a disaster had just happened. Lei Tianming stood in the air and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This was a battle between absolute geniuses. He understood that he did not have this kind of power. Compared to his brother, he was indeed much weaker. Back then, that person had said that he was not a match for him at all and that only his brother had the ability to fight against him. He was right. Many people standing in the periphery looked at the terrifying scene in front of them and also revealed expressions of shock. This was simply apocalyptic, and they were excited. To be able to see such a battle, it was worth it to waste some time searching for treasures. Who do you think won? That last move was simply too terrifying. I don't know who won at all. I feel that it should be Bai Shogun. He is ranked 8th, so he is definitely a bit stronger than Lei Tianba, who is ranked 9th. That's right. Just now, when I saw Bai Shogun leading his beasts into the sky, it was really terrifying. It felt like the sky was going to break. Bai Shogun should be able to win. I don't think so. Lei Tianba turned into heavenly lightning and borrowed the power of the world. It was also extremely terrifying. The last move he used seemed to destroy everything. I feel that Lei Tianba might win. I think so too. Lei Tianba directly turned into heavenly lightning and punished the sinner on behalf of the world. Not only is the lightning terrifying, but it is also supported by the endless power of the world. Who can resist it? It doesn't matter to me who wins or loses. To be able to see such a terrifying battle is already worth it. It is too exciting and happy. In any case, I am going to be eliminated. It was not just them. Countless people outside the secret realm stared at the crater, wanting to know who had won. Suddenly, a few sounds rang out as a few purple lightning arcs pierced through the rubble. Lei Tianba stood up with a few wounds on his body. Although Bai Shogun was nowhere to be seen, Lei Tianba's mark of gods had turned into 5 colors. This meant that Lei Tianba had won. Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba. Lei Tianba. Seeing that Lei Tianba had won, countless people excitedly shouted. They did not like Lei Tianba, but they worshipped experts and victories. This battle was not fake at all. It was incomparably intense and exciting. Everyone was extremely happy, which was why they were so enthusiastic. If it was a battle between ordinary people, they would not even bother to watch. Lei Tianming smiled and quickly flew in front of Lei Tianba as he said happily, "Big bro. You win." Lei Tianba revealed a trace of a smile as he replied. Even though he had won this battle, it had been extremely difficult. He had underestimated Bai Shogun's power. If he had not borrowed heaven and earth power in that last attack, it was very likely that he would have lost. Right now, he had used up a lot of his power and he needed to recover as quickly as possible. Lei Tianba brought Lei Tianming with him and quickly left the place. Now that Lei Tianba had defeated Bai Shogun, the ranking changed. Lei Tianba was only ranked 8th, while Bai Shogun was ranked 9th. Soon after, the crowd found Bai Shogun, who had fainted in the rubble. The other geniuses looked away, and their expressions became even more serious. It was only the second stage of the competition, and there had already been 2 battles with peerless geniuses. The situation had become even more difficult. It was possible that there would be many peerless geniuses fighting, and no one could avoid them. They had to participate in the battles, and now, they had to make preparations to prevent anything unexpected from happening. They also had to quickly increase their power. They were not completely confident that they could obtain the Master of Gods title. In fact, even their position as peerless geniuses was greatly threatened. The battles became even more intense, and they were all affected by the 2 terrifying battles. Explosions sounded out everywhere as terrifying auras continuously spread out. Zhao Fu looked away. He had felt quite shocked after sensing those terrifying ripples, and he understood that there were peerless geniuses fighting. Even though he had not personally witnessed the battle, the ripples were incredibly terrifying. In the Outlander world, Zhao Fu had fought with these peerless geniuses before, and he understood how terrifying they were. However, Zhao Fu did not plan on fighting with them because he could obtain legacy power to obtain points without fighting with them. Moreover, Zhao Fu's goal was not to fight with them but to obtain the Master of Gods title. At that moment, Zhao Fu found another legatee from a god's land. There was a gray-white orb of light floating in the air, giving off intense light and a ferocious aura. It gave off beast cries and gave off terrifying sounds. Logically speaking, with such a powerful aura, there should be many people here, but there was not a single person here. Zhao Fu felt quite confused. However, after looking around, Zhao Fu did not find any danger, so he gave off a powerful aura and rushed forwards, while Hua Ling followed behind Zhao Fu. Now, she knew Zhao Fu's goal, to fuse 24 gods' powers. Over the years, she had never heard of anyone being able to do this, and only the person in front of her could do it. Now, she could not help but feel admiration and respect towards Zhao Fu. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu approached. The pale white orb of light gave off a ferocious aura, and rays of pale white light containing terrifying power shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu immediately unleashed a defensive barrier, blocking the pale white beams of light that shot over. The rays of light were quite powerful, and when they hit the defensive barrier, they caused it to tremble. However, it still blocked the attack. Following this, Zhao Fu brought Hua Ling and flew into the pale white orb of light. Zhao Fu looked at the 1,000-meter-tall statue in front of him. It looked like an elderly man with a very long beard. He wore a long robe and held a wooden staff, and there was a statue of a tiger next to him, giving off a shocking aura. This statue was most likely the statue of a beast core god. Zhao Fu felt that someone had been here before. Perhaps 100 Beasts Gone had obtained legacy power, and his 100 Beasts power was a type of beast power. Zhao Fu did not say anything and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed over. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the statue gave off a gray-white light, and a ferocious beast power spread out. The gray-white light condensed into wild beasts, including tigers, leopards, lions, cows, and so on. Roar! Roar, roar! The wild beasts gave off massive roars and gave off great power as they charged at Zhao Fu. They were like a beast tide that swept through everything, giving off terrifying auras. Facing the incoming beast tide, Zhao Fu's expression did not change. He took out the sky demon sword and raised it, pointing it at the sky as a massive wave of demonic chi flowed out from his body. Ever since Zhao Fu had obtained the demon race's emperor star, the demonic chi around Zhao Fu's body had become demonic chi from a demon lord, greatly suppressing all demonic chi and the demon race. Sensing this massive wave of demonic chi, Hua Ling looked quite confused. How could Zhao Fu's body have such terrifying demonic chi? Boom! Before Hua Ling could react, Zhao Fu gave off a large amount of demonic chi, which turned into a pillar of demonic chi that shot into the sky with immense power. A massive explosion sounded out as a massive demonic wind blew out. The sun in the sky seemed to have been tainted by demonic chi, turning into a black demonic sun and giving off a massive demonic might that covered the heavens and earth. Xing, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, causing a massive sword hum to ring out. A massive black sword light containing enough power to slash through the heavens and earth slashed forwards with unstoppable might. Boom, the ferocious beast tide was slashed apart, and the massive black sword energy devoured countless beasts. Countless beasts' bodies directly collapsed and turned into nothingness, and the ferocious beast tide completely disappeared without a single one remaining. Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura as he held the sky demon sword and rushed forwards. The beast god stone statue did not give off any massive might, as if it had acknowledged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu directly flew in front of the beast god stone statue and felt quite confused. Even though he had a lot of power within his body, he did not have beast power. Logically speaking, the beast god stone statue should not have liked him, so why had he been acknowledged so easily? The stone statue's forehead gave off a pale white light, and a wave of beast power spread out as wild beast roars sounded out, giving off terrifying sounds. Boom, a massive rumbling sound rang out as a pale white beam of light shot out with a tremendous aura, landing on Zhao Fu's body. The massive power of the beast master god was continuously channeled into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and absorbed this massive amount of power. This wild beast's power was a very savage and ferocious power, and it filled his body, making him feel as if he had gone berserk and become a wild beast. At the same time, his strength greatly increased. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the stone statue's forehead gave off an even more intense light. A pale white ray of light containing a massive aura shot towards Zhao Fu's body, and even more power entered Zhao Fu's body. After Zhao Fu absorbed this massive amount of power, he felt that his body had changed. Now, Zhao Fu seemed to be able to turn into all sorts of animals, such as lions, tigers, elephants, water buffaloes, and wild boars. However, some things that were too small could not be changed, such as mosquitoes, butterflies, worms, lizards, and frogs. Zhao Fu felt that this ability to turn into all sorts of animals was quite special, and it felt quite good. Perhaps it would be useful in the future, and Zhao Fu happily smiled as he continued to absorb this massive amount of power. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as the stone statue's forehead gave off an intense light. In the end, a pale white ray of light containing a powerful aura landed on Zhao Fu's body, and the massive beast legacy power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. The stone statue's aura started to dissipate, and it became hazy before disappearing. Boom, a massive explosion suddenly sounded out as the pale white orb of light gave off an intense pale white light and a ferocious beast's power. It gave off a shocking aura as it turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the ray of light exploded in the sky, sending out a ferocious shockwave that contained terrifying power. Wild beast roars sounded out in the sky, sounding out in all directions. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a pale white light, as if the circle was filled with a pale white light. Sensing this ripple, everyone was not too surprised. After experiencing it so many times, they were already used to it. Beast Zhan, the young lord of the 10,000 God Beast faction, sensed this ripple and felt quite surprised, and he stopped walking. He understood that the beast god's power had just been obtained by someone, and he was quite curious who had obtained the remaining 3 legacies. Beast Zhan felt that it was quite a pity that he had only obtained 7 legacies and not all of them. After Zhao Fu finished absorbing the beast's power, a trace of a smile appeared on his face, and his body started to turn into all sorts of animals, a ferocious tiger, a massive bear, a mighty-looking lion, and a powerful bull. It was Zhao Fu's first time turning into all sorts of beasts, and it was quite special. After changing a few times, Zhao Fu returned to his original appearance and brought Hua Ling to search for the beast god's legacy land. It was most likely because he had the remnant soul of the oceanic god, but Zhao Fu could faintly sense the legacy lands. As such, Zhao Fu quickly found another entrance to the legacy land. This entrance was a square orb of light, and different scenes appeared on its 4 sides. One side was a dense forest, one side was a tall and majestic mountain, one side was a damp swamp, and one side was a desolate desert. The aura that the orb of light gave off was that of a world's aura, and it was incredibly powerful. It was even more powerful than ordinary orbs of light. This was most likely a world god's legacy land. Zhao Fu flew forwards. Boom, the square orb of light gave off a white light and exploded out with a powerful aura. A massive wave of world's power spread out, forming a massive defensive barrier that covered the square orb of light. Xiaofu felt quite startled. It was the first time he had seen such a defensive entrance to the legacy land. The defensive barrier gave off a tough power, and ordinary people naturally would not be able to break through it. However, Xiaofu was no ordinary person. He took out the Sky Demon Sword and sent a terrifying wave of demonic energy into it, causing the Sky Demon Sword to give off an intense sword light as a shocking sword chi spread out. Boom, Xiaofu vigorously slashed out, and a massive black sword light containing terrifying power slashed out, slashing against the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier started to crack, and the shards shot out. After easily dealing with the defensive barrier, Xiaofu and Hualing flew in and entered the legacy land. After entering the legacy land, the world god's legacy land seemed quite ordinary, and there was not much of a difference between it and a normal scenery. There was a stone stage and an empty area, and there was a statue of a handsome young man on it. He was 1,000 meters tall and wore ancient clothes. His long hair fell to his shoulders, and he gave off a massive godly spirit's aura. Xiaofu flew forwards, and the statue exploded out with great power. The stone statue gave off an intense white light and 3-meter-tall soldiers dressed in white armor appeared. They held large swords and had cold expressions. There were tens of thousands of them and they filled the sky, giving off terrifying auras. Xiaofu looked at the divine weapons and did not become careless. After all, the god lords of this world were stronger than the other god lords. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as an enormous 7-colored aura flame burst forth from Xiaofu's body. A powerful aura spread out like a wild gale as Xiaofu activated celestial mode. Kill! The tens of thousands of soldiers roared and charged at Xiaofu, giving off killing auras as if they were soldiers charging on a battlefield. Xiaofu's expression did not change and he took out a green sword. It was the royal wood sword. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Xiaofu sent a wave of celestial power into the royal wood sword, causing it to give off a 7-colored light. A massive sword energy spread out, covering the heavens and earth and forming a formless might. The countless soldiers flooded over, and Xiaofu vigorously swung the royal wood sword, causing it to spin out with shocking power. Bang, bang. Bang, the royal wood sword gave off immense power as it spun and shot into the group of soldiers, chopping them in half. Their corpses flew everywhere before turning into motes of light and dissipating. The royal wood sword continued to slash forwards, killing many divine weapons. However, the royal wood sword spun out and only killed over 1,000 divine weapons. There were still tens of thousands of divine weapons rushing towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he stretched out a hand and vigorously grabbed at the air. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the royal wood sword gave off an intense light and a massive wave of energy spread out. Sharp branches giving off sharp auras shot out incredibly quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the royal wood sword gave off an intense aura. Chi, 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 countless divine weapons were pierced by the countless tree branches, and they died incredibly horrifying deaths. Not a single person was able to escape, and they were all pierced by the tree branches. A large tree with countless corpses was formed, creating a terrifying scene. Countless corpses turned into white spots of light and dissipated. Xiaofu reached out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The tree disappeared and turned into a sword that returned to Xiaofu's hand. The royal wood sword was made from the world tree, and other than having a powerful life force, the world tree also had a bit of world energy, which was exceptionally destructive towards those divine weapons. Xiaofu wielded the royal wood sword and flew to the front of the stone statue. Again, he did not feel any pressure. The stone statue's forehead shone with an intense white light and a vast amount of world divine power surged out, forming a powerful aura that spread out. Boom, a white ray of light containing a powerful aura shot out and landed on Xiaofu's body. Massive amounts of world energy continuously flowed into Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu closed his eyes and focused on absorbing this energy. This world lord god's power was very powerful, and it was even more powerful than ordinary divine power. Moreover, it was very beneficial to one's constitution. It could allow one's body to possess world power, which would greatly increase one's cultivation speed. After a while, the aura emitted by the stone statue slowly dissipated, and the stone statue also disappeared. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the square-shaped orb of light gave off an intense white light and a shocking wave of world energy. The orb of light turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the white ray of light exploded in the sky. A powerful shockwave blasted out with unstoppable force, and a massive wave of world energy flowed out. In the sky, there were 24 magic circles, and one of them gave off a white light. It was as if the circle was filled with white light. Tianyu, who was on a hill, sensed this aura and his expression became quite unsightly. He now understood who the stone statue had left behind a trace of legacy power for. It was for this person. This person had obtained so much God's power in a row, which was already quite shocking and gave everyone a formless pressure. However, the stone statue had left behind a trace of legacy power for him. What sort of treatment was this? He did not even have a God race emperor star, so who did that person have to receive such treatment? Even the God stone statues were on his side, which made him feel quite angry. However, Tianyu could sense that that person was extremely terrifying. The God stone statues were the most terrifying existences in the secret realm, and for them to act like this, he definitely was not simple at all. It was possible that that person was his greatest competitor for the position of World Lord, and no one could compare to him. Now, that person gave Tianyu such great pressure. After absorbing the World Lord God's power, Xiaofu felt a bit disappointed because there was only one trace of such powerful World Lord God's power. Following this, Xiaofu continued to search, and he found another entrance to a legacy land. The entrance was within a valley, and it looked like a crack in space. It gave off a destructive power, and everything in the surroundings collapsed. The scene was quite terrifying. From this aura, it seemed that this was the Destruction God's legacy land, and Xiaofu gave off a powerful aura as he flew over. The crack gave off a massive wave of power that sucked Xiaofu in, but in the next moment, a massive wave of destructive power covered Xiaofu, wanting to crush and destroy him. Xiaofu directly unleashed a defensive barrier, blocking this wave of destructive power before flying forwards and entering another region. This region was completely empty, there was no sky or ground, and there was only a statue ahead that gave off destructive power. In front of him was the Destruction God stone statue, and Xiaofu gave off a powerful aura as he rushed over. He unleashed a few attacks and easily passed the Destruction God's test. This test was even weaker than the tests from before. Logically speaking, given how powerful the Destruction God was, its test should be a bit stronger as well, and it should be the same as the World Lord's. However, it seemed as if the stone statue was quite satisfied with Xiaofu. The moment it saw Xiaofu, it gave a trace of a smile and did not give off any might. When Xiaofu came in front of it, a black ray of light shot out from its forehead, bringing with it massive destructive power as it entered Xiaofu's body. Even though Xiaofu was quite surprised, he continued to absorb this wave of Destruction God's power. Bang! A black orb of light shot into the sky with a massive aura and gave off a massive explosion, causing a wave of destructive power to spread out. In the sky, there was a massive magic formation with 24 circles, and one of them gave off a black light, making it seem as if the circle was filled with black light. Mia Glaze, who was in the sky, had an ugly expression on her face. She understood who the Lord God statue was leaving behind this legacy for. Mialu felt about the same as Tianyu. That person was incredibly terrifying and gave her a lot of pressure. She also felt that he was her greatest opponent, and if she did not defeat him, she would not be able to obtain the God ruler's inheritance. Moreover, the God statue was on his side, and this dealt a big blow to Mialu. She was the #1 expert in the godly domain and had the God race's supreme emperor star, but she had not received such treatment. At first, everyone did not pay too much attention to the first explosion because they expected that someone would soon obtain a God ruler's legacy. However, 3 explosions sounded out in such a short period of time, and no one could accept this. That bastard! He obtained 3 God rulers' legacies so quickly. He's only 3 more legacies away from the 3rd stage of the competition, and the 2nd stage hasn't even ended yet. How infuriating! In the 2nd stage, everyone is doing their best to obtain points to stay in the secret realm. However, the 2nd stage hasn't ended, and the 3rd stage is about to begin. Who can obtain so many points so quickly? AI. These peerless geniuses only care about obtaining benefits for themselves. Why would they care about ordinary people like us? No matter how hard we work, we can't compare to them. It's best to just accept our fate. You're wrong. Not only have we been greatly affected, but those geniuses don't have many points either. They don't want to start the next stage so early either. It's all because of that person. That's right. It's all because of that person. Don't you feel that all the beams of light that shoot into the sky give off the same aura? This time, she's truly angered everyone. It's not just us, I'm sure even those geniuses want to find that person. That person caused the competition to start so early, and even I want to teach him a lesson. Of course, I don't have the strength to do so, so please beat that bastard up together. He's simply too infuriating. At that moment, Zhaofu smiled as he continued to search for the God Ruler's legacy ground with Hua Ling. Now that he had fused with the Destruction God's legacy power, Zhaofu felt that his 10,000 God power was terrifyingly powerful. If he fused all 24 types of God power together, it would definitely be a supreme level power that would not be any weaker than the 6 paths of reincarnation power. Ah! A pained cry sounded out as an ugly-looking young man with disheveled hair opened his massive mouth and devoured a beautiful woman. This young man was Devourer, ranked 7th in the top 10 geniuses, and he had a powerful devouring power. There was also a beautiful woman next to him. Seeing this scene, she knelt on the ground in terror and begged for mercy. She knew that facing such a terrifying genius, it was impossible for her to escape. A cruel smile appeared on the corpse devourer's face as he walked towards the beautiful woman. The woman was so scared that she lowered her head and knelt on the ground. Her body continuously trembled from fear and she did not dare to move. However, the corpse devourer went up and stepped on the woman's head, causing it to smash into the ground. It then bent down and grabbed the woman's hand. It vigorously pulled, tearing off the woman's arm. Blood sprayed everywhere as the woman cried out in pain. The corpse devourer had a cruel smile on its face as it opened its massive mouth and ate the arm in one bite before grabbing the woman's arm. The woman begged in pain, but the corpse devourer did not have any intentions of letting her off. It forcefully pulled, causing blood to spurt out. The woman cried out in pain as she struggled on the ground, but she could not break free at all. Just as the corpse devourer was about to eat the woman's arm, a young man with a saber on his back appeared. It was the owner of the Heaven and Earth Divine Saber. Seeing this, the young man slightly frowned. The corpse devourer, who was about to eat the arm, stopped and its expression became serious because it could feel how terrifying the young man was. The young man looked at the corpse devourer. "You're a bit disgusting. Leave before I get angry." Even though the corpse devourer understood how terrifying the young man was, it was still one of the top geniuses and was ranked 7th. How could it fear this person so easily? It coldly laughed and threw the arm away before stomping on the woman's head, causing it to explode. "What if I don't leave?" The young man's eyes became cold and his body instantly disappeared. In that instant, he appeared in front of the corpse devourer and punched towards it, bringing with it a powerful palm wind. The corpse devourer was shocked and hurriedly released a wave of power, forming a gray-white energy barrier that gave off an evil aura. Bang! The palm slammed into the barrier, causing it to shatter. The palm hit the corpse devourer's chest, sending it flying 10 or so meters away. However, it was not injured. "You deserve to die." The corpse devourer furiously crawled up from the ground and glared at the young man as it loudly shouted. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a terrifying gray-white aura flowed out from the corpse devourer's body, turning into powerful ravenous ghosts. There were dozens of them, and all of them gave off terrifying power. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew towards the young man, giving off a terrifying aura. The young man's expression was serious as he stretched out a hand and a powerful wave of power exploded out. His body gave off a platinum-colored light, and platinum-colored saber images formed in the air around him, giving off a massive saber aura. Arg! The ravenous ghost's green eyes greedily looked at the young man as they roared, wanting to devour the young man. They were incredibly fast and had already arrived in front of the young man. Chi, 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 the young man vigorously pushed out with his hand, and saber images containing immense power slashed out, piercing through the ravenous ghosts. The ravenous ghosts turned into countless traces of gray-white aura and dissipated. The platinum-colored saber lights continued to give off immense power as they shot towards the corpse devourer. The corpse devourer did not move, and a powerful wave of power gathered in its hands. Its hands turned into a pair of sharp claws that gave off a chilling cold light. Bang, bang. Bang, the corpse devourer vigorously swung its claws a few times, sending out arcs of light that shattered the saber lights, which turned into countless motes of platinum light and dissipated. Bang, the corpse devourer vigorously stomped on the ground and shot out like an arrow. It flashed through the air and arrived in front of the young man. Its sharp claws gave off immense power as it clawed towards the corpse devourer, wanting to tear the young man apart. The young man's expression did not change. His palm gave off a platinum-colored light as he sent a ferocious palm strike towards the corpse devourer. Bang, the two waves of power collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A powerful gale blew out, causing the plants in the surroundings to sway. A trace of viciousness appeared in the corpse devourer's eyes. Seeing that it was unable to harm the young man, its body instantly disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared behind the young man, and its claws ferociously clawed towards the young man. The young man dodged to the side, easily dodging this claw attack. The corpse devourer looked furious and vigorously swung its claws, sending out 5 sharp arcs of light towards the young man. The young man stretched out a hand, which gave off a platinum light. A platinum light barrier appeared, blocking the incoming arc of light. Arg! The devourer roared and gave off a powerful aura as it leapt towards the young man like a monstrous beast. The young man stood where he was and pushed with his hand. A powerful wave of power flowed out and the platinum light barrier smashed towards the devourer, sending him flying 10 or so meters. Outside the secret realm, everyone's gazes were focused on these two people. One was the 7th-ranked genius, and the other was the person with the heaven and earth divine blade. It seemed that the young man was stronger than the devourer, and with the heaven and earth divine blade, he was far more terrifying than the devourer. Even higher beings would fear him because he was simply too terrifying. Boom, the devourer roared and a massive gray-white aura flooded out like a flood. The gray-white aura continuously condensed and formed a ravenous ghost's head. This ravenous ghost's head was dozens of meters wide and had a massive mouth filled with fangs. This mouth seemed to take up his entire face and gave off a terrifying evil aura, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the ravenous ghost's head opened its massive mouth and sucked, causing a massive devouring power to explode out. The ground was lifted up layer by layer, trees were uprooted, and rocks flew into the air. They were all sucked into the large mouth endlessly, as if the ravenous ghost was devouring the heavens and earth. The young man gave off a platinum energy barrier, but he was still being pulled forward by that suction force. This suction force was incredibly powerful. The devourer had a savage look on his face as he controlled the massive ravenous ghost's head and sucked, causing an even greater suction force to spread out. The young man's body was pulled even faster towards the ravenous ghost. At that moment, the young man looked at the devourer and said seriously, "I've underestimated you. However, as one of the godly world's top 10 geniuses, you have the right to make me draw my blade." Hearing this, a look of anger appeared on the devourer's face. He was one of the top 10 geniuses, yet he dared to be so arrogant and say that he had the right to make him draw his blade. The devourer's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the ravenous ghost's head opened its mouth as wide as it could, seeming to be even bigger than its face. It furiously sucked, and an incredibly terrifying suction force spread out. The ground was quickly lifted up layer by layer. Rocks were sent flying into the air. Countless trees were uprooted and poured into the mouth. It was as if it could devour everything and could never be satiated. The young man was pulled forward step by the suction force. He stretched out his hand and took out the saber that was wrapped in countless bandages. The bandages slowly unraveled, and countless rays of platinum light shone out. A saber intent that could split the heavens and the earth appeared to be enveloped by a pressure. Boom, the young man gripped the saber with one hand and vigorously slashed forwards. A terrifying platinum-colored saber light containing power that seemed to be able to slash apart everything flew out, bringing with it a massive saber wind. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the massive ravenous ghost's head was split open by the saber strike. A massive shockwave blasted out, causing the ground to crack and a massive wind to blow. The devourer was sent flying by this shockwave and crashed to the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. It looked at the young man holding the platinum saber with an unsightly expression. The young man looked at the devourer seriously and swung the saber in his hand, sending out a terrifying platinum-colored saber light that contained immense power towards the devourer. The devourer immediately dodged to the side. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the saber light slammed into the ground, opening up a 10 or so meter long and 5 or 6 meters deep gash, causing rocks to fly everywhere. A casual attack from the devourer contained such terrifying power, making everyone feel quite shocked. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as the devourer's body gave off a large amount of gray-white aura that flooded out, inundating the surroundings. Ravenous ghosts' heads that were 4 or 5 meters wide condensed. These ravenous ghosts' heads were similar to the ravenous ghosts' heads from before, but they were smaller. However, there were dozens of them, and they floated around the devourer, giving off shocking auras. The devourer glared at the young man and ferociously roared, "Eat him!" Arg! The ravenous ghosts' heads howled and gave off powerful auras as they flew towards the young man. They opened their mouths and gave off terrifying devouring power. The ravenous ghosts' heads were incredibly fast, and they arrived in front of the young man in an instant and ferociously bit towards him. Facing so many ravenous ghosts' heads, the young man did not feel any fear. He swung the platinum-colored saber in his hand, sending out terrifying saber lights that slashed apart the ravenous ghosts' heads. After being slashed apart, the ravenous ghosts' heads turned into gray-white aura and dissipated, not harming the young man at all. Suddenly, the remaining 30 or so ravenous ghosts' heads rushed at the young man from all directions before exploding. Massive explosions sounded out as terrifying explosive power blasted out, causing the ground to violently tremble and rocks to fly everywhere. A massive crater that was hundreds of meters wide and 20 meters deep had appeared in the ground. The explosive power of each ravenous ghost's head was quite terrifying. However, the young man stood on the earthen pillar in the middle and used a saber to block in front of him. The saber gave off a platinum-colored barrier of light, blocking all of the explosive power, and the young man was not injured at all. Swish! A cold light flashed in the young man's eyes as his body turned into a ray of light and shot towards the devourer. He arrived in front of the devourer incredibly quickly and raised the platinum-colored saber in his hand. A powerful wave of power flowed into the platinum-colored saber, causing it to give off traces of saber chi. A terrifying saber energy burst out, causing the space around it to seem as if it was being torn apart, causing cracks to appear. Boom! The young man vigorously slashed down with his saber and a massive saber light containing destructive power slashed out. It was unstoppable as it slashed towards the devourer. The platinum-colored light covered the surroundings, causing everything to collapse. The devourer's expression fell and it hurriedly chose to defend. Countless gray-white aura flowed out from its body, forming a massive shield. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the gigantic shield was split apart. The devourer's body was sent flying by the saber strike, and the ground continuously collapsed, giving off massive sounds. After everything settled, a 10,000-meter long and hundreds of meter deep saber gash appeared on the ground, giving off traces of shocking aura. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. That young man's power was simply too terrifying, and it was not something that ordinary people could defend against. As expected from someone who had the heaven and earth divine saber, it caused everyone to feel immense terror. Devourer losing to such a person was not shameful at all, as he was far more powerful than ordinary geniuses. Moreover, he did not seem to have used his full power. Arg! Suddenly, a massive roar sounded out as a terrifying gray aura flame rushed out from a pile of rubble. The massive power sent countless boulders flying, and a terrifying and evil aura flooded out. Within a large crater, Devourer stood there. His appearance had greatly changed, his hair had become much longer and fluffier, and his eyes had become pure black. A bone horn had grown on his head, and his skin was pale. His hands had become much larger like claws, and there were many mouths filled with fangs on his back. The power that Devourer gave off was incredibly terrifying, and it seemed to be able to devour everything. Because of his appearance, the heavens and earth started to change. Everyone felt quite surprised, they had never thought that Devourer would not lose and would explode out with such terrifying power. Boom, boom. Boom, Devourer gave off an aura that seemed to devour the heavens and earth as he rushed at the young man. The ground and space seemed to be devoured by a formless energy, giving off massive sounds. The ground and sky quickly disappeared, creating a terrifying scene. In just an instant, the corpse devourer once again rushed up to the young man and raised a sharp claw, giving off destructive power as it grabbed towards the young man. It gave off a sharp aura. The young man swung his saber, and a platinum-colored saber light containing immense power slashed out. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the claw and saber collided, causing a powerful gale to blow out. Seeing that one of its claws had been blocked, Devourer's expression became savage as it swung its other claw, giving off ferocious power as it grabbed towards the young man. The young man immediately retreated, dodging Devourer's claw. Devourer stretched out a hand, and a gray-white hole appeared at the center of his palm. A terrifying devouring power flowed out, forming a massive orb that shot towards the young man, devouring the ground and space. Bang! The young man swung his saber, and a sharp saber light slashed out, destroying the gray-white orb. A shocking devouring power exploded out, and everything in the surroundings seemed to have been devoured, causing a massive crater to appear. The young man was forced back a few steps by this power, and he looked quite surprised. Devouring corpse gathered a massive amount of power into its outstretched hand, and a circular hole appeared in its palm. Waves of devouring power surged out, turning into massive spheres that shot towards the young man. Bang bang bang, the young man swung the saber in his hand, and platinum-colored saber lights containing shocking power slashed towards the gray-white orbs, causing them to explode. The orbs exploded and gave off a devouring power that devoured everything in the surroundings. This caused the young man to continuously retreat to avoid being injured by the devouring power. Suddenly, the devourer's body appeared above the young man's head. It pointed a hand at the young man and a terrifying devouring power surged out, instantly enveloping the young man's body, forming a huge grayish-white circle that enveloped the young man. At that moment, the corpse devourer's face revealed a savage grin. He controlled his devouring power to devour the young man with all his might. At that moment, the corpse devourer really wanted to devour the young man to vent the anger in his heart. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as countless platinum-colored saber lights shot out from the gray-white orbs, and a terrifying saber energy spread out. The corpse devourer's expression fell and it could not react in time. The gray-white orbs shattered and the saber in the young man's hand gave off a blinding saber light. He vigorously slashed out and a massive saber light containing immense power slashed towards the corpse devourer. Bang! The corpse devourer was sent flying hundreds of meters and crashed to the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. A gash appeared on its abdomen, from which large amounts of blood flowed out. Arg! The intense pain caused corpse devourer to howl in pain. Following that, the mouths filled with fangs on his back all opened up, emitting a terrifying devouring power. All of the power in the surroundings was devoured, and corpse devourer's injuries quickly healed. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the corpse devourer ferociously looked at the young man and exploded out with all of its devouring power. The fanged mouths on its back opened to their fullest, and waves of devouring power flowed out. The devouring power wrapped around the devourer's body, forming a gigantic illusory lizard. The moment the lizard was formed, it gave off a world-devouring power. The ground and space continuously disappeared as a jet-black primal chaos appeared, and it continued to spread, covering the surrounding thousands of meters. The terrifying aura caused people to feel despair. Boom! The corpse devourer's illusory lizard gave off terrifying power as it rushed at the young man. Everything in the world disappeared, as if it was going to devour the world. The young man's gaze was serious as he raised his saber and lightly shouted, "World extermination!" Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the saber exploded out with countless traces of saber chi. These traces of saber chi formed a 9-meter-wide orb, and the saber chi continuously shot out in all directions. Each trace of saber chi contained destructive power, and the entire orb gave off a destructive saber energy. It was as if space itself was unable to withstand the power of the saber. Long cracks appeared and the ground continuously collapsed. Everyone within a radius of 10 kilometers could sense how terrifying this power was. The illusory lizard gave off an all-devouring power as it rushed at the young man. The young man vigorously slashed out, and the orb of saber flew out with shocking power. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the all-devouring power collided with the massive saber chi, resulting in a terrifying explosion. A semicircular barrier appeared and spread out in an instant. The ground, trees, boulders, and grass within were all turned to dust. The ground violently trembled as terrifying auras continuously flowed out, causing all creatures in the surroundings to run in terror. Some of the people nearby sensed this terrifying power and understood that there were peerless geniuses fighting. They excitedly smiled and quickly flew over. They did not want to miss this battle. Even though the people outside the secret realm could watch through mirrors, it was not as realistic as being there. This was an advantage that they did not have. After everything settled, there was a massive crater that was tens of thousands of meters wide in the ground. There were also saber gashes on the ground, looking quite terrifying. The corpse devourer lay at the center of the crater, covered with blood, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Looking at the bloodied corpse devourer, the young man wanted to kill him, but he gave up on that thought. He did not fear the faction behind the corpse devourer, but he felt that it would be quite troublesome and would ruin his plans. As such, the young man coldly harumphed and sent out a wave of power. Bandages once again appeared and wrapped around the saber. Seeing that the young man had not killed Corpse Devourer, the people from the Corpse Devourer faction let out a sigh of relief. Facing someone with a supreme weapon like the Heaven and Earth Divine Saber, they felt quite wary. If Corpse Devourer had really been killed by the young man and they took revenge, it would cause a great disaster. Everyone else looked over and saw that the young man had easily defeated Corpse Devourer, and they all looked at him in awe. This young man was simply too powerful, and they felt that he had not even used his full strength. At the very least, he could enter the top 3. News quickly spread. Just who was this young man? Why did he have the Heaven and Earth Divine Saber and such a terrifying identity? No one had ever heard of him before. Before, only a small group of people knew about this young man, but now that they heard that he had defeated the 7th-ranked genius, everyone in the secret realm knew about him. This was especially so for the top 10 geniuses. Tianyu frowned. Things were becoming more and more out of his expectations. Everything was messed up and terrifying people jumped out one after another, making him feel a trace of unease. Tianyu instinctively felt threatened by the person with the Heaven and Earth Divine Saber, and it was a powerful threat that he could not ignore. Miaolu also felt a headache. She understood how terrifying the Heaven and Earth Divine Saber was. This person would definitely fight for the position of the ruler of the gods, and he was another powerful competitor. It was simply too difficult to obtain the position of the ruler of the gods. Not only was it the owner of the Heaven and Earth Divine Saber, but it was also that person who had obtained countless Lord God's legacies. He was someone who even the Lord God statues were inclined towards, and it was likely that he was the legendary second King of Kings. After hearing about this, Miaolu felt a headache, and God Ker's expression became even more unsightly. He had wanted to use the ruler of the gods to awaken the god race's Emperor Star, but now that so many terrifying people had appeared, it would be very difficult for him to obtain the ruler of the gods. Xiaming, Xianxia, Yu Chan, and the others' expressions were also quite unsightly. Their chances of obtaining the ruler of the gods were quite small, and with so many terrifying people, it would be very difficult for them to surpass them. They could sense that in the later stages, these truly terrifying people would fight, and they would only be able to watch. Now, there had been 3 battles between geniuses, and 2 geniuses had been defeated. Even though they still had a chance of not being teleported out of the secret realm, they would not be able to obtain the ruler of the gods. After all, someone who had lost to someone else would not be able to obtain the ruler of the gods. The ruler of the gods had to be the strongest and would not be defeated by someone else. At this moment, the young man looked at the corpse of the woman whose head had been crushed. He stretched out a finger and tapped it lightly. A platinum-colored light shot out and entered the body of the corpse. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the corpse gave off an intense white gold light and a powerful aura spread out. At the same time, the woman's divinity gave off a blue divine power. Even though the woman's head had been exploded by the devouring corpse, she could sense her surroundings through the king's devoured body. She understood that it was the young man who had saved her, and she gratefully knelt on the ground, saying, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I am willing to be sir's servant and listen to sir's orders." This young man was a terrifying person who could defeat even geniuses, and his power was terrifying. Staying by his side would definitely bring unimaginable benefits. As such, not only was the woman extremely grateful to the young man, but she was also willing to be his servant. The young man lightly laughed. "Apologies. I didn't intend to do that." The woman knelt on the ground, unwilling to give up, and she pleaded, "Sir, please allow me to repay your kindness. Someone of your status needs a servant to take care of you, and I am willing to do my best to take care of Sir. If Sir doesn't like it, it won't be too late to chase me away." Hearing this, the young man thought about it and smiled as he said, "All right then. What is your name?" The woman gave a happy smile and said respectfully, "Sir, my name is Lan Lu. How should I address Sir?" The young man gave a trace of a smile as he replied, "I understand, you can call me Hao Dao." Lan Lu looked at the young man and smiled as she nodded. She felt that even though Hao Dao's identity was terrifying, he was very gentle, and Lan Lu could not help but like him. Zhao Fu felt that terrifying ripple and felt that it was somewhat familiar. This was a heaven-splitting saber chi, and only the young man he had met before had it. Even though Zhao Fu did not know which geniuses had fought, the result was definitely that person, the young fire god. Zhao Fu was quite wary of this person and felt that he was very ordinary. He would definitely fight with him in the future. "What's wrong?" Hua Ling asked as she looked at Zhao Fu, who was standing there in deep thought. Zhao Fu came back to his senses and hugged Hua Ling as he lightly smiled and said, "It's nothing. Let's continue searching for the core god's legacy land." Hua Ling's face became slightly red and she did not resist. She obediently followed Zhao Fu and flew to the side. After searching for a while, Zhao Fu could not sense the entrance to the legacy land nearby because he was quite close to where Zhou Yun and the others were waiting. Zhao Fu understood that the third stage of the competition would begin soon, and he needed to raise his god's mark to the gold level. Now that Zhou Yun and the others were waiting for him, they would not have many points and would only be at the silver level. If they could not reach the gold level, they would be forcefully teleported out of the mystic realm. After teleporting out of the mystic realm, they would remain on the platform. There were countless experts there, and Zhao Fu was worried that his identity might be exposed. If Zhou Yun teleported out, he would be in great danger, and many experts could use this to threaten Zhao Fu. Moreover, the three goddesses of time were very important to Zhao Fu, and nothing could happen to them. Otherwise, all of Zhao Fu's hard work would have been in vain. At that moment, more than 100 deities stared at Zhou Yun and the others, who were on the grass. There were battles everywhere in the mystic realm, and they wanted to obtain points to stay. It was all that person's fault for starting the second stage of the competition in advance. Now, the third stage was about to begin. If it had not been for that person, everyone would not have had to work so hard. Everyone in the mystic realm hated that person to the core. The group of deities saw that there were only 4 people in Zhou Yun's group, and the god's mark on the back of their hands was silver. As long as they defeated them, they would obtain a lot of points. Moreover, it would not be difficult for more than 100 deities to face 4 deities. Zhou Yun and the 3 goddesses of time looked a little serious, but they were not afraid at all. After all, they were not ordinary deities. The 3 goddesses of time were very powerful, and Zhou Yun had fused with the God Emperor's power, making her very powerful. It would not be difficult for her to deal with more than 100 deities. A beautiful woman dressed in a red dress coquettishly laughed as she said, "You don't need me to say anything now, right? Hand over your points and we can consider sparing your lives." Zhou Yun smiled as she replied, "Are you that confident? Do you think you can easily subdue us?" The beautiful woman gave a trace of a confident smile as she said, "We have 130 godly spirits, while you only have 4. Adding on Fat Cat, the outcome is obvious. I don't need to say anything else." An ugly big man loudly laughed as he shouted, "Don't waste time, everyone, attack together and take everything from them. The 4 of them are so beautiful, I want to enjoy them." An ordinary-looking young man next to him laughed lewdly as he said, "That's right. Everyone, attack together. If you want to play with them, put in more effort, it's rare to see such beautiful goddesses." Zhou Yun's expression became cold as her body instantly disappeared. In the next second, she appeared in front of the ordinary-looking young man and raised her hand with shocking power as she slapped the young man's face, sending him flying. The young man fell to the ground, half of his face red and swollen, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. This sudden change gave everyone a big fright, and they instinctively retreated. Zhou Yun coldly laughed as she said, "You want to touch me with your lowly status? Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive wave of Emperor God power exploded out and spread out like a tide. A formless might covered everyone's bodies, causing them to instinctively feel fear. The crowd immediately started to panic, and there was a lot of noise. Heavens! It's Emperor God power, and it's even more terrifying than a king god's. I can't afford to offend her, so I'll be leaving first. What happened just now had nothing to do with me, I just came over to take a look. Esteemed lady, if you have anything to say, look for them, this has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving as well. I can't afford to offend her, and after I go out, I'll definitely be hunted down by her faction. Moreover, she's so powerful, I feel like she can beat 30 or 40 of us. If she wants to leave, we won't be able to stop her. Wait for me. I'm leaving as well. Her identity is already so terrifying, and there are 3 goddesses standing there. They're so beautiful and have extraordinary auras, so their identities must be terrifying as well. Going against such a person is courting death. When the 100 or so people saw Zhou Yun display the power of the Emperor God, they were so frightened that they fled in all directions. The Emperor God was even more terrifying than an ordinary royal-level faction. It was not inferior to an ordinary emperor-level faction. A person with such a powerful divine emperor's power was almost on par with a crown prince. Ordinary gods like them wouldn't dare to talk about such a crown prince. Shirkuan and the other 2-time goddesses were speechless. They had just wanted to get rid of these people, but now they had all run away. The beautiful woman and the other 2 men saw that everyone had run away in fear. They did not know each other and had just gathered together. Naturally, there was no unity to speak of. The 3 of them wanted to run away, but Zhou Yun's gaze fell on them. The 3 of them were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They understood that they were no match for Zhou Yun. If they dared to run, they would definitely die there. The 2 men knelt on the ground and said, "Esteemed young miss. We were blind to have offended you, but now we know we were wrong. Please don't kill us." The beautiful young woman also begged, "Sir, please don't worry. I didn't mean to offend you, and I only asked you to hand over your points. I didn't mean to harm your consciousnesses. Please let us off this time." Hearing this, the 2 men inwardly cursed. The young woman's words formed a stark contrast. The young woman only wanted points, while the 2 of them wanted points and people. She was simply trying to kill them. The 2 men knelt on the ground and immediately kowtowed as they said, "Esteemed young miss, we were wrong. We promise we won't do it again. We swear that we're begging you." Zhou Yun looked at the 3 of them and gave a trace of a smile. She did not have a terrifying identity, but her Emperor God's power was quite terrifying. This power was given to her by Zhao Fu. Thinking about Zhao Fu, Zhou Yun felt immense admiration and love. His identity surpassed Zhou Yun's imagination, and everyone knew about him. Zhou Yun's gaze fell on the beautiful young woman, she was the type that Zhao Fu liked. Zhou Yun stretched out her hand and pulled the beautiful young woman into her embrace before grabbing the thing in front of her chest. The young woman looked quite surprised, she had never thought that Zhou Yun would treat her like this. However, in order to live, she actively cooperated with Zhou Yun, and her face was red as she panted. Seeing this scene, the 2 men could not help but react. They wanted to push the 2 women to the ground and have a good taste of these 2 beauties. Suddenly, the 2 men felt a trace of killing intent and felt quite shocked. They immediately wanted to run, but Zhou Yun waved her hand and 2 silver-white beams of light pierced through their heads, causing blood to spurt out. Zhou Yun looked at the 2 men's bodies and coldly laughed. If the 2 men had been more well-behaved and not thought about other things, she might have let them off. However, they had thought about other things, and leaving them alive was a disaster. The beautiful young woman felt quite afraid. Now that the 2 of them had died in front of her, if she did not perform well, she would suffer the same fate. She did not dare to resist, as it would be too easy for Zhou Yun to kill them. With such terrifying power, how could she dare to resist? She did not know who Zhou Yun was, but she definitely could not offend him. She was in big trouble today. In Zhou Yun's embrace, the young woman blushed as she said coquettishly, "Milord, do you want it? I can serve you now." Zhou Yun could not help but lightly laugh, "I'm not interested in you. I just want to see if you have that charm and see if my master will like you. The young woman felt quite shocked. Jiao Yun had such a terrifying identity, yet he called someone else master. That person was definitely even more terrifying than Jiao Yun. However, she did not need to worry about that. What she was most worried about was whether she had that charm. If she did not, she would most likely be killed by Jiao Yun. The young woman asked coquettishly, "My lord, do you think my master will like me?" Jiao Yun lightly laughed and said, "You're not bad, your figure and looks are not bad. Later, I'll give you to my master as a gift. You have to perform well, my master is an existence that you can't touch." Hearing this, the young woman was quite surprised. Now, she did not have to be afraid at all, and there were great benefits. She did not know what kind of existence Jiao Yun's master was. Boom, a ray of light landed on the ground with a powerful aura, and a cloaked person and a peerlessly beautiful woman appeared. Jiao Yun felt quite surprised. She had never thought that just as she mentioned Zhao Fu would appear in front of her. Seeing Zhao Fu, the three sisters felt quite happy. They had been waiting here for a long time, and they hurriedly went up. The young woman understood that the young man in the cloak was Jiao Yun's master. Now, the few of them were hugging and kissing each other. The powerful Jiao Yun and the three goddesses with extraordinary temperaments were now bashful and moving in his arms. "Master, why are you back? We thought that you'd only come back after the competition," Jiao Yun said flirtatiously, her face slightly red. "Didn't you want to obtain all of the gods' power? Did something happen?" Shi Kuei also asked in confusion. Zhao Fu hugged the women and smiled as he said, "There's been a change in plans. I was quite worried about you, so I came to take a look. Also, you'll follow me from now on. You'll receive points when you enter the Legacy Land, and your points will increase. You won't be forcefully teleported out of the secret realm, and I'll take you with me when we leave this place." Shi Kuei gently asked, "Won't we cause trouble for you?" Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, "Right now, you're the most important, this bit of trouble is nothing." A happy smile appeared on the faces of all the women. Jiao Yun suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the beautiful young woman. The beautiful young woman understood and respectfully bowed as she said, "Greetings, sir." Zhao Fu felt quite confused. Jiao Yun happily smiled as she explained, "Just now, a group of people came to cause trouble, and I dealt with them. I saw that she was quite pretty, and most importantly, she was your type, so I left her to serve you." Zhao Fu sized up the young woman. The young woman started to feel nervous and expectant. She understood that Zhao Fu's identity and power were incredibly terrifying, and if she could serve Zhao Fu, it would be incredibly beneficial to her. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pulled the young woman into his embrace. Sensing Zhao Fu's aura, the young woman's body softened into Zhao Fu's embrace, and Zhao Fu kissed her lips, sending 6 desires demonic chi into her body. The young woman was also instantly lost in it as she fiercely responded to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu released the young woman and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The young woman lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and panted with a red face. She felt quite shocked and felt as if she had been conquered by the man in front of her. She did not even think as she replied, "Master, my name is Qing Lu." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "From now on, you will stay by my side." Qing Lu understood that Zhao Fu had accepted her. She smiled happily and said, "Thank you, Master. I will definitely serve Master well in the future." Hua Ling glared at Zhao Fu and said, "How can this fellow be so fickle? He can't reject any beautiful woman. Moreover, he's already a celestial beauty, yet he still wants other women." Zhao Fu looked at Hua Ling and brought her into his embrace. Hua Ling gave her a few good lessons, and Hua Ling panted against Zhao Fu, no longer as angry as before. Following this, Zhao Fu led the others to continue searching for the God Legacy Land. After finding out about Zhao Fu's true identity, Qing Lu looked at Zhao Fu in shock as massive waves crashed in her heart. She had never thought that the person in front of her would be the legendary King of Kings. She would never have dreamed of meeting such a person. Now, Qing Lu was so happy that she could die. This was the King of Kings, and she had become his female attendant without knowing anything. No wonder Jiao Yun had Emperor God power and had taken him as his master. So many women liked him, and now, putting everything aside, she could not help but feel admiration towards Zhao Fu. However, even if Zhao Fu did not have that identity, just the feeling from when Zhao Fu had kissed her was enough to make her submit. In the sky, Qing Lu found out that it was Zhao Fu who had been constantly obtaining sovereign's power. He was the person that everyone in the secret realm hated the most and wanted to teach a lesson to. Thinking to there, Qing Lu could not help but feel delighted. They did not know that this person was the second king of kings, and if word of this got out, they would be scared to death. Zhou Yun stood beside her and smiled as he said, "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? My master is an existence that you can't touch." Qing Lu said gratefully, "Thank you, sir, for letting me serve master." Zhou Yun smiled as he said, "It's good that you know. In the future, apart from listening to master, you also have to listen to me." Qing Lu understood that Zhou Yun wanted to add a helper, so she immediately agreed. After all, her beauty could not compare to Zhou Yun's, let alone Hua Ling, who was as beautiful as a celestial. She needed a helper to stay by Zhao Fu's side. At that moment, Zhao Fu sensed the location of another legacy land and led everyone over. They found a demonic energy ball on a mountain. The demonic energy ball was hundreds of meters wide and was formed from countless traces of jet-black demonic qi. It gave off a faint demonic light and a terrifying demonic might, and the surroundings were filled with an eerie aura. There were many people in the surroundings, undergoing the trial at the entrance. As long as someone came close, demonic souls would flow out of the demonic energy ball and attack those who came close. There were many demonic souls, and they filled the sky, creating a terrifying scene. This was a demon god legacy land, so Zhao Fu naturally did not mind. His body gave off traces of demonic qi as he brought everyone and flew over. Suddenly, in that moment, the countless demonic souls that were attacking others all stopped and looked at Zhao Fu. They all knelt down as if they were worshipping their king. This caused everyone present to feel quite startled, and their gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body. It was the first time they had seen something like this. Just who was this person? Countless demonic souls had knelt before him. Zhao Fu also looked quite surprised, but he soon understood why. Firstly, Zhao Fu's divinity was of the demonic attribute, and secondly, Zhao Fu had the demon race's supreme emperor star and the demon race's supreme constitution. When these demonic souls saw him, they instinctively knelt, as Zhao Fu was the sovereign of the demon race. Zhao Fu and the others flew towards the demonic energy ball, and the demonic souls automatically made way for them. Everyone watched in shock as Zhao Fu and the others flew into the demonic energy ball and disappeared. The scene was incredibly silent, and no one made a sound. After a while, the devil soul returned to its original state and roared, becoming even more excited than before. It started to attack, making it difficult for the group, and they could only defend with great difficulty. At the same time, everyone wondered who that cloaked figure was. Seeing all of the demonic souls kneeling before him was quite shocking. The people in the secret realm felt quite surprised. It was the first time they had seen Zhao Fu unleash such an ability, and they felt that Zhao Fu was becoming more and more suspicious. There were simply too many things that he was hiding, and they could not see through him. Within the Demon Master God's legacy space, the sky was blood red and the ground was black. There were weeds everywhere, and rocks looked quite strange. Some looked like animals, while others looked like other things. There was a stage in front of Zhao Fu, and there was a statue. This statue was 1,000 meters tall, and it was a ferocious-looking man with demon horns on his head. He wore battle armor and held a spear, and he gave off a massive wave of demonic qi, making people feel quite afraid. Zhao Fu had Hua Ling wait here as he gave off a powerful aura and flew towards the statue. However, what surprised Zhao Fu was that the statue did not give off any terrifying attacks. The people who had been undergoing the trial felt quite startled. They were currently being attacked by so much demonic qi and were in danger, so why was that person not attacked? Following this, Zhao Fu came before the statue, but the statue still did not give off any terrifying power and attacked Zhao Fu. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the statue gave off a terrifying demonic might, and its forehead started to shine with demonic light as a powerful wave of demonic power spread out. Zhao Fu could not help but smile. This was the easiest time to obtain Core God's power. There were no trials at all, and he could directly obtain the Core God's legacy power. The Demon Master's constitution was quite good. The people who had been undergoing the trial all looked incredibly envious, wondering who that person was. Why was there no trial at all? Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as a black ray of light shot out from the statue's forehead, bringing with it massive amounts of demonic qi as it shot towards Xiao Fu's body. A massive wave of ancient demon master god's legacy power entered Xiao Fu's body, and Xiao Fu closed his eyes to absorb this power. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as black rays of light continuously shot out from the statue's forehead, and legacy power continuously flowed into Xiao Fu's body, and Xiao Fu continued to absorb this wave of ancient demon master god's legacy power. Everyone stood there and watched in shock as Xiao Fu continuously absorbed the ancient demon lord's godly power. In the end, he absorbed all of it, and the stone statue gradually disappeared. Boom, the magic ball gave off a massive amount of magic power and intense magic light, and it turned into a ray of magic light that shot into the sky before exploding. A wave of magic power spread out, causing everyone to feel a dark and evil aura. There were 24 magic circles in the sky, and one of them emitted a black light. It was as if the circle was filled with black light. Now that the fourth main god had given him all the legacies, there were still 2 more before the third stage of the competition would begin. Xiao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face. Now that he had absorbed the demon master god's power, Xiao Fu felt that the 10,000 gods' power had become much stronger. Because he had the demon master's constitution, Xiao Fu could easily refine this power. Following this, Xiao Fu smiled and left with the others, continuing to search for the chief god's legacy grounds. The few people who were originally taking the test were dumbfounded as they watched the crowd leave. They simply could not figure out who Xiao Fu was. He did not have to go through any tests and had directly obtained the recognition of the main god's statue. Moreover, he had given him all of the legacy power, and he had refined the terrifying chief god's power in just a few moments. Xiao Fu and the others flew in the sky and sensed a terrifying ripple in the mountains, so they flew over. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a 10,000-meter-tall stone giant was slashed by a terrifying platinum-colored saber light. Its entire body collapsed, turning into countless rocks that fell to the ground. Countless clouds of dust spread out. Hao Dao gave a trace of a smile as he put away his saber. Lan Le smiled as she went up and said, "Master, you're so powerful. Such a powerful rock giant was killed by you with a single strike. I'll help you collect the useful materials." Hao Dao lightly laughed and nodded. Lan Le went up and started to collect the materials. Such a massive rock giant had 3 very precious treasures: the rock giant's heart, the rock giant's soul, and the rock giant's eye. At this moment, Xiao Fu flew over with many women. Xiao Fu immediately noticed Hao Dao on the ground. He had never thought that he would meet such a terrifying person. Hao Dao was somewhat surprised. In his heart, the pressure that Xiao Fu gave him was very great, and he was a very difficult opponent to deal with. He had wanted to have a big battle with Xiao Fu later on, but he had never thought that he would meet him here. However, Hao Dao's gaze fell on Hua Ling, and he looked somewhat surprised. It seemed that he understood Hua Ling's identity. Hua Ling frowned and said to Xiao Fu, "You have to be careful of this person. He's very terrifying, and I'm not his match." Xiao Fu had long since known that Hao Dao was very terrifying, and he did not need Hua Ling to tell him. Hao Dao revealed a trace of a smile. "What a coincidence. We meet again. Your luck with women is quite good, and you have so many beautiful women accompanying you. It makes one feel somewhat envious." The corners of Xiao Fu's mouth rose as he said with a trace of a smile, "With your identity, you don't need to be envious of me. What can I not have?" Hao Dao lightly smiled and said, "You praise me too much. I can't get a flower on the level of the flower ancestor. In the immortal world, the heavenly opening 8 great flowers are also very rare items. The heavenly emperor awakening flower formed from the fusion of the heavenly opening 8 great flowers has not appeared in the immortal world for many years." Immortal world? Heavenly emperor awakening flower? Xiao Fu was somewhat shocked. Hao Dao actually talked about the immortal world, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have some understanding of it. Could it be that he was someone from the immortal world? The immortal world was the place where immortals resided, and immortals were the ultimate existences of the ordinary world. They were used to destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth, and distort the power of yin and yang. If Hao Dao was someone from the immortal world, this would scare people, and even almighty beings would not be an exception. This was because they were on two completely different levels. Moreover, he said that the fusion of the heavenly opening 8 great flowers would form the heavenly emperor awakening flower. This was something that even Zhao Fu did not know about, and he had never heard of it before. The flower fairy had not told Zhao Fu about it, nor had the golden flower ancestor or Hua Ling. However, Hao Dao now knew that the heavenly opening 8 great flowers were not from the heaven awakened world but from the immortal world. Finally, if Hao Dao was someone from the immortal world, why would he appear in the heaven awakened world, and what was his purpose? Moreover, why would he participate in the god competition? Now that he knew his identity, Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. With him present, even someone with an emperor star would find it incredibly difficult to obtain the master of the gods. Zhao Fu's expression became serious as he asked, "Are you someone from the immortal world?" Hao Dao smiled as he said, "I said before that I wouldn't tell you my identity, or else there would be a great disaster. You're the most special person I've seen in the heaven awakened world. What is your identity?" Zhao Fu did not know what sort of existence Hao Dao was, so he naturally would not reveal his identity. He lightly laughed as he said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." He lightly smiled as he said, "Apologies, I can't tell you." Hao Dao laughed and said, "All right then. However, even if you don't tell me, I'll find out your identity sooner or later." Zhao Fu understood that if he fought with Hao Dao, his identity would be revealed. After all, facing someone as powerful as Hao Dao, Zhao Fu had to use his full strength, or else he would definitely lose to Hao Dao. However, if he used his full strength and used all sorts of methods, his identity would definitely be revealed. Zhao Fu did not continue this topic and looked at Hao Dao as he asked, "Then, what's your purpose in coming to the heaven awakened world? Is it to obtain the ruler of the gods?" Hao Dao smiled as he said, "This might reveal my identity, so I won't tell you." Zhao Fu felt quite helpless. There was nothing to say here, and there would not be any battles, so he said, "I'll be going then. See you later." Hao Dao smiled and nodded as he said, "I'll remind you out of goodwill that the heaven awakened world is not simple at all. Remember this, if anything happens in the future, don't blame me for not warning you." Zhao Fu frowned. He had heard someone say that the heaven awakened world was not simple, and now that he heard Hao Dao say this, Zhao Fu definitely took it to heart. However, even if Zhao Fu took it to heart, there was nothing he could do. After all, only the origin race knew about the secrets of creation. Zhao Fu had met 2 origin race members, one was Tuoba Qing, and he did not know where she was, while the other was the king of King's sword spirit. Now that he asked Hao Dao, he most likely would not tell him. However, Zhao Fu still felt quite grateful to Hao Dao and said, "Thank you." Following this, Zhao Fu and his group flew away. Lan Le put away all of the materials and went up. Seeing Zhao Fu and his group disappear, she asked curiously, "Master, who was that cloaked person? You seem to value that person quite a bit." Hao Dao smiled as he replied, He's very special and terrifying, and his strength is not inferior to mine. I'm quite surprised that there's such a person in the heaven awakened world. Moreover, he'll definitely become a supreme expert in the world in the future and is worthy of my attention. After leaving the secret realm, we'll meet somewhere else." Lan Lu was a little shocked. She now understood how frightening Hao Dao's identity was. Even a typical son of saint would have to lower his proud head in front of him. But now, he was paying so much attention to that cloaked man. Who was that cloaked man? It must be very scary. Otherwise, Hao Dao wouldn't have paid so much attention to it. But no matter what, Lan Lu was very happy to be able to follow by the side of such a noble and powerful person. Lan Lu took out 3 items and handed them to Hao Dao. "Master, these are the materials I've collected. They're for you." Hao Dao said indifferently, "These are useless to me. Take them. Let's get out of here." The stone man's heart, stone man's soul, and stone man's eye were all precious items, yet Hao Dao said they were useless to him. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Hao Dao's identity was. Lan Le didn't say anything else. She accepted it with a smile and left with Hao Dao. On the other side, Zhao Fu and the others were flying in the sky. Shiwu asked Zhao Fu seriously, "Is that person really someone from the immortal world? He feels so powerful. It's like he's facing a majestic mountain." Hua Ling said, "I'm not sure if he's someone from the immortal world, but his body isn't emitting spirit qi." It's emitting wisps of immortal qi. Zhao Fu replied seriously, I can't determine his identity right now, but he should be the strongest competitor in this competition. Jiao Yun smiled and said, I believe that master can definitely defeat him. Zhao Fu chuckled and didn't say anything. He led the others and flew forward. Not long later, Zhao Fu, who was flying in the sky, discovered another familiar person who was fighting with more than 10 people. That person was stronger and easily defeated those people. Now, he was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he descended. Sir, please let us off this time. We won't dare to do it again. As long as you don't kill us, we'll hand over all of our points, a group of people kneeling on the ground said fearfully. Luli, who was standing in front of them, ignored them. She sensed a massive aura and looked up. Seeing this person, she couldn't help but smile. Luli looked down at the 10 or so people in front of her and said, You can go. I don't need your points. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly ran back in surprise. Zhao Fu and the others landed on the ground. Luli stepped forward with a smile and said, We meet again. Zhao Fu was quite happy and smiled as he replied, I'm quite surprised to meet you here. Have you not returned to your mistress's side yet? Luli looked at the women around Zhao Fu and could tell from their expressions that they were Zhao Fu's women. Luli couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Luli replied, I'm waiting for my mistress here. Jiao Yun looked at Luli and smiled coquettishly as she said, Master, you're quite charming. Your charm is still too great. I don't know when someone will fall in love with you again. Luli's face blushed, and just as she was about to explain, she saw Zhao Fu looking at her with a teasing smile on his face. Luli was unable to speak, and her heart raced as her face turned red. Zhao Fu smiled as he pulled her into his embrace and said, Leave with me, and I'll treat you well. Luli looked up with a blushing face and a happy smile on her face. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would accept her so easily. However, when she thought of Miao Lu, her face became dim and she said apologetically, I'm sorry. I want to stay with my mistress. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked, Why? You should know that my identity isn't simple, and it's better for you to stay by my side as someone's maidservant. Luli smiled as she said, Mistress is very good to me, and we've been together since we were young. We made a promise that we would always be together, so I can't betray mistress. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and let go of Luli as he smiled and said, All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Then I won't make things difficult for you. I'm leaving first. See you in the future. Luli looked quite apologetic and felt quite uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He didn't care too much about this matter and replied, It's fine, you don't have to feel sorry for me. Luli smiled and felt less uncomfortable. She hugged Zhao Fu and blushed as she said, I'll give my body to you here. Zhao Fu bitterly smiled. Right now, Zhao Fu couldn't do it with women at all, and it would be a long time before he made a breakthrough in the 6 Desires celestial art. He didn't know if it was because he had committed too many sins and was suffering retribution. Now, he could only watch and couldn't do anything else, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. What's more, the women in front of him were all so beautiful. Hearing Luli's words, the other women looked at Zhao Fu expectantly, including Hua Ling. Even though she did not want to admit it, she wanted Zhao Fu to dote on her. Seeing Zhao Fu's expression, Luli looked quite confused. Zhao Fu had said that he wanted her to be his woman, so he should have feelings for her. Why did he look like that? She thought of something and asked in a small voice, Husband, are you not good in that area? All of the women present were given a big fright and looked at Zhao Fu. They all took the initiative and were incredibly beautiful, but Zhao Fu did not dote on them. Could it be that he really was not good in that area? Even though Zhao Fu had explained to Jiao Yun that there was a problem with his cultivation technique, Jiao Yun started to doubt whether this was true or not. She did not understand such things. Moreover, Zhao Fu's cultivation technique was incredibly terrifying and could restrain women. Almost no woman could resist it, and they would all fall into desire. Logically speaking, cultivating such a cultivation technique was a cultivation technique that harmed women. However, after following Zhao Fu for so long, no matter how much she took the initiative, Zhao Fu did not dote on her. He cultivated such a lewd cultivation technique, but he did not touch women. This did not make sense, and it was possible that what Luli said was true. Xiaofu was not good in that area, which was why he did not touch them. Perhaps it was also an excuse that he had encountered a problem with his cultivation technique. Now, they were in a miserable state. They wanted to do it with Xiaofu every day, but they could only think about not being able to receive his favor. This was incredibly unbearable and would drive them crazy. Xiaofu rolled his eyes at the women and said, "Do you think that's possible?" Jiu Yun went up and hugged Xiaofu's arm as she asked in confusion, "Then why haven't you doted on us for so long, master? If you can, prove it to us that we all want it." Xiaofu did not have much to say and explained to them, "Didn't I say before that it's a problem with my cultivation technique? It's a problem with my cultivation technique, not with me. Think about it, I have a saint bloodline, and my harem is filled with beauties. I dote on countless women every day, so how could there be a problem?" Hearing Xiaofu's explanation, everyone was skeptical, but they felt that it was true. Shirya looked at Xiaofu and suddenly thought of something. "Husband, is it because you've done it too many times in the past that you can't do it now? I heard that all men are like this." When everyone heard this, they immediately became suspicious of Xiaofu. Xiaofu couldn't say anything, nor could he explain himself. Facing the gazes of all the women, he felt a headache coming on. Boom, a black ray of light landed here and an aura of destruction spread out as a beautiful and powerful woman appeared. She was Miaolu. When Miaolu saw Luli hugging a man, he frowned and asked, "Who is Luli?" Luli came back to her senses and let go of Xiaofu. Her face was slightly red as she explained, "He's someone I met before, and he saved my life." Miaolu continued to ask, "Then why are you hugging him? And why is your face so red? Have you fallen for him?" Luli looked at Xiaofu and nodded seriously before looking at Miaolu and giving a trace of a sincere smile. "Young miss, you're quite good. Miss, I do like him, but I've decided to stay by your side and accompany you." Miaolu looked at Luli, and as their gazes met, the anger in Miaolu's heart dissipated. Xiaofu looked at Miaolu and started to size her up. As someone with an emperor star, Miaolu's body gave off an innate god lord's might, which greatly countered ordinary godly spirits. She also had great destructive power. Miaolu looked at Xiaofu and asked, "Who are you?" Xiaofu lightly laughed as he replied, "I won't tell you." Miaolu coldly harumphed as she said, "I can tell that you're not a good person. You have so many women by your side, but you still came to provoke Luli. I don't know what method you used to make Luli fall for you, but I advise you to stay away from her, or else I won't be polite to you." Xiaofu did not care about Miaolu's threat and gave a teasing smile as he said, "What if I don't agree? Why aren't you angry at me? I'll tell you that you'll become my woman." Miaolu acted as if she had heard something extremely funny as she said, "This is the first time I've heard someone say such a thing in front of me. Do you know who I am?" Xiaofu laughed as he said, "I do. You're Miaolu, the most powerful expert in the divine domain and the possessor of an emperor star." Miaolu had thought that Xiaofu did not know who she was, which was why he dared to say such a thing. After all, not everyone knew who she was. However, this person clearly knew who she was and yet still dared to act so arrogantly. He was simply too daring. "Who gave you the courage? You dare to speak like this in front of me? Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're someone Luli likes." Xiaofu did not feel any fear and smiled as he replied, "Who gave you the confidence? Do you really think that you can kill me?" Boom, hearing this, Miaolu felt a wave of anger within her and could not endure this person in front of her. This person was simply too arrogant, and he directly exploded out with a destructive aura that blasted out like a gale. "Who gave me the confidence? I can kill you right now. If you have the ability, you can defeat me and I'll be willing to be your woman. If you don't, I'll die here." Xiaofu lightly laughed. It was worth it to exchange a battle for an emperor star. However, he would suffer great injuries after the battle, and he needed to recover as soon as possible, or else his battle strength would greatly decrease. Luli looked quite troubled, and she stood up and pleaded, "Miss, please don't be like this. Can I apologize to you?" Seeing how uncomfortable Luli looked, Miaolu could not bear to see her like this. She immediately dispersed her power and coldly harumphed, "All right then, come and leave with me. In the future, don't have any contact with this kind of man." He doesn't look like a good man and only knows how to harm women. I don't understand why you like him. Zhao Fu felt quite displeased. What did she mean by only knew how to harm women? He was a gentleman now and did not remember what had happened in the past. Lu Li looked apologetically at Zhao Fu and said softly, "Husband, we'll meet again in the future. You know who Miss is, so you can go there to find me in the future." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He had wanted to fight with Miao Lu in advance, but it seemed that this would not be possible. Miao Lu was quite angry as she said, "Lu Li, how can you call someone like him husband?" Seeing Zhao Fu nod, Lu Li happily smiled and ran over to Miao Lu and pulled on Miao Lu's arm as she said, "Miss, let's go." Following this, Lu Li and Miao Lu left this place together. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's leave together and continue to search for the core god's legacy land." Jiao Yun hugged Zhao Fu's arm and asked worriedly, "Master, are you really unable to do it? You still haven't answered us." Zhao Fu glared at her and said, "That's impossible." Seeing this, Jiao Yun did not dare to ask any more. She smiled and hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "Master, don't worry. I will also brew wine that strengthens that area. It will definitely be able to cure you, and when the time comes, you can do whatever you want to us." Zhao Fu did not have anything else to say. He felt that he had been wronged and continued to search for the chief god's legacy. Boom, a loud explosion sounded out, and a few people with powerful auras landed beside a lake. The people who came were Xianxia, and a few maids beside her. Beside the lake stood Yuchan, who was as beautiful as a fairy. Xianxia gave a domineering smile as she said, "The god stage is about to start the third stage. I think it's time for us to have a match." Yuchan coldly nodded. Xianxia laughed as she said, "What if I win?" "You're mine." Yuchan looked at Xianxia and asked, "What if I win?" Xianxia laughed loudly as she said, "Then how about I be yours? I'm the goddess of the goddess palace, and the goddess palace is stronger than the 9 moon gods. You won't be at a disadvantage, and instead, you'll benefit greatly." Yuchan rolled her eyes at Xianxia, "I'm not interested in you, but if I win, you have to promise me 3 things. Moreover, no matter who you lose to, you have to marry that person. If you don't agree, this bet will be cancelled." Yuchan did not have full confidence in facing Xianxia, but she also wanted to see Xianxia's power, so she wanted to fight with her. However, if she lost, she would have to become Xianxia's woman. This was something she could not accept, as she did not like women. Even though the person she liked had not appeared yet, he was definitely a peerless hero. If Xianxia was defeated by someone else, she would have to marry someone else. If she did not want to, then the bet would be cancelled. With Xianxia's domineering personality, it was impossible for her to marry someone else. In the end, she would not suffer any losses, and she would also let Xianxia experience the feeling of marrying whoever she lost to. Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared at Yuchan, understanding Yuchan's intentions. However, Xianxia lightly laughed, "I won't agree." This was because Xianxia knew that there were too many strong warriors in the competition of the gods, and there were many people who were even more terrifying than her. There was a high chance that she would be defeated by someone else, and she would definitely not marry someone else, so there was no need for this bet to continue. Yuchan replied with a cold expression, "I don't agree either." Boom, a massive aura exploded out from Xianxia's body, and his body gave off a golden light as he said domineeringly, "Right now, I don't care if you agree or not. If you have the power, come and resist me." Boom, Yuchan's body gave off a massive aura and silver-white light as she coldly replied, "Let's see if you have the power to make me submit." The two massive auras clashed together, resulting in an even more berserk gale that blew out in all directions. Countless trees started to sway, and some gravel was also blown away, causing the atmosphere to become quite dangerous. Clang, Xianxia took out a large golden sword and gave off a shocking power as he rushed towards Yuchan. He was incredibly fast and arrived in front of Yuchan in an instant. He swung the large sword in his hand and slashed towards Yuchan. Yuchan's expression was cold as she stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, causing a silver sword to appear in her hand. She sent a wave of power into the sword, causing it to give off a silver-white sword light. Clang, Yuchan swung the sword in her hand and vigorously blocked. The two swords clashed, causing sparks to fly everywhere and a shockwave to ripple out. Xianxia gave a domineering smile as he put away the large sword in his hand and slashed towards Yu Chan with shocking power. Yu Chan once again used her sword to block. Xianxia continuously swung the large golden sword in his hand, continuously slashing towards Yu Chan with golden sword light. His attacks were incredibly ferocious and gave off shocking sounds. This sort of attack suited Xianxia's personality. Facing Xianxia's attacks, Yu Chan could only continuously block with her sword as she retreated. Boom! Xianxia suddenly sent a powerful wave of power into the large sword, causing it to give off an intense golden sword light. He vigorously swung out, and a terrifying sword energy slashed out. Bang! Even though Yu Chan used her sword to block the attack, her body was still sent flying 10 or so meters back, and she stood on the surface of the lake. Xianxia dragged his large sword and gave a domineering smile as he quickly rushed towards Yu Chan. Yu Chan's expression was cold as she raised the sword in her hand and a wave of power flowed into it. The sword gave off a gentle sword light and ripples appeared in the surrounding space. 1-meter-long silver fish appeared around Yu Chan and swam in the air like real fish. A state of moon spread out from her. Yu Chan's eyes widened. Boom! Yu Chan swung the sword in her hand and the silver fish around her swam towards Xianxia. The massive lunar concept also flowed towards Xianxia, bringing with it a terrifying power that seemed unstoppable. Bang! 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 The silver fish quickly swam in front of Xianxia. Xianxia continuously swung the large sword in his hand, slashing apart the countless silver fish, causing them to turn into motes of silver light and disappear. Boom! A massive wave of moon concept surged up, and Xianxia sent a shocking wave of power into the large sword in his hand. The large sword gave off an intense golden sword light, and he vigorously slashed out, causing a terrifying sword light to slash forwards. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out, and a powerful shockwave rippled out. The surface of the lake trembled, and countless droplets of water shot out. Xianxia was also sent flying by this attack, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Xianxia was not angry and instead smiled as he said, "Yu Chan, I haven't seen you in a while and you've become much stronger." Yu Chan did not reply to Xianxia's words and coldly swung the sword in her hand, sending out a silver-white crescent towards Xianxia. Xianxia did not care and swung the large sword in his hand, easily destroying the incoming silver-white crescent. Following this, he raised the large sword in his hand and sent powerful power into it, causing it to give off a brilliant golden sword light and a shocking sword energy. Boom! Xianxia vigorously slashed out and a massive golden sword light containing terrifying power slashed out. It brought with it a terrifying sword wind, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Yu Chan's body gave off a gentle silver light and a lunar concept spread out. Yu Chan's body seemed to fuse with her surroundings and she stood there without any intention of dodging. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the golden sword light slammed into the surface of the lake, splitting it in half. The water in the two halves flew high into the air before falling to the sides, forming powerful waves and causing countless droplets of water to fall down like rain. Yu Chan's body disappeared like an illusion and her aura could not be sensed at all. It was as if she had truly disappeared and the atmosphere became quite strange. Clang! A sword hum suddenly sounded out as Yu Chan appeared behind Xianxia with her sword. Her sword brought with it a silver ray of light as it stabbed towards Xianxia. Xianxia dodged to the side, dodging the attack. Yu Chan's body instantly flew forwards, the sword in her hand giving off a silver-white sword light. It gave off a powerful aura and was extremely fast, leaving a mark on the surface of the lake. Xianxia gripped his large sword with one hand and vigorously swung it, causing a golden sword light to slash out with great power. Yu Chan's body was slashed apart by the sword and disappeared like an illusion. However, in the next moment, she appeared next to Xianxia and slashed towards him. Xianxia turned and used his sword to blocking the attack as he looked at Yu Chan. Yu Chan had used one of the moon god's most powerful techniques, moon's reflection, which could cause one's body to instantly become illusory. Boom! A massive aura exploded out as Xianxia's body gave off an intense light. He gripped his sword and pushed out, sending Yu Chan flying. Waves of terrifying power continuously flowed out from Xianxia's body, forming shockwaves that rippled out in all directions. Xianxia's body gave off a blinding golden light. Boom, a formless golden wave of light spread out with unstoppable force, instantly covering everything and not causing any damage. A domain's power spread out, controlling the surrounding 10 kilometers. Yu Chan's expression slightly changed because she was currently within Xianxia's domain. Moon's reflections effects were greatly weakened, and Xianxia could easily determine where she would appear. Xianxia gave a domineering smile. Now, this move of yours is useless against me. How are you going to block me now? Boom, Xianxia gave off a powerful aura as he rushed towards Yu Chan. He quickly ran on the surface of the water, causing ripples to spread out. He was incredibly fast, arriving in front of Yu Chan and slashing towards her. Yu Chan also gave off a shocking power, which she sent into the sword in her hand. She vigorously slashed out, sending out a sharp sword light. Clang, the two swords clashed together, resulting in a massive sword hum. A powerful sword wind spread out, ferociously blowing in all directions. Bang, Xianxia forcefully waved his hand, sending Yu Chan flying. However, Yu Chan flew back more than 10 meters, but was not injured. Xianxia continued to rush forward. Yu Chan did not move at all and let go of the sword. The sword was controlled by a formless energy and floated in front of Yu Chan. Yu Chan stretched out a hand and countless traces of power flowed out and entered the sword. The sword gave off boundless silver-white light, and an extremely terrifying sword energy spread out, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Boom, Yu Chan stretched out her hand and vigorously pushed out. The sword gave off terrifying power as it turned into a silver-white ray of light and shot forwards with unstoppable force. Xianxia, who was rushing over, injected an astonishing amount of power into it. The large sword also released countless sword chi, and each strand contained an extremely powerful force that could split mountains and shatter the earth. The moment the sword light shot over, Xianxia forcefully swung the sword in his hand, bringing with it a massive sword light that seemed to be able to split space apart. Bang, the two powers collided, creating a massive explosion. A powerful shockwave instantly spread out, causing the surface of the lake to tremble and countless splashes of water. The sword that was emitting a silver-white light was sent flying by Xianxia, but Yu Chan's body suddenly appeared in front of her. Her palm struck Xianxia's abdomen, causing her body to be sent flying. Yu Chan stretched out her hand and grabbed, causing the flying sword to turn into a ray of light and instantly return to her hand. Yu Chan held a sword in her hand and rushed towards Xianxia. Her speed was also very fast. She rushed in front of Xianxia and forcefully slashed out with her sword, bringing out a powerful silver-white sword light. Boom, a golden imprint appeared on Xianxia's forehead. This imprint looked like a twisted female character, and an incomparably large amount of energy immediately spread out, forming an enormous pressure that pressed down on the surroundings. Bang, Xianxia forcefully swung out, bringing out a large amount of golden sword light that sent Yu Chan flying. Yu Chan flew back more than 100 meters, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Xianxia looked at Yu Chan with her beautiful eyes and laughed loudly. Yu Chan, your strength has increased by a lot, but you are still unable to defeat me. Yu Chan coldly laughed. Is that so? Yu Chan stabbed her sword into the water, and a silver-white crescent appeared on her forehead. A powerful wave of moon god's power exploded out from her body, forming a strong wind that blew out. Yu Chan raised a hand and a formless energy spread out, causing the weather to change. Winds and clouds swirled, and countless traces of heaven and earth power quickly gathered, forming an exquisite silver-white mirror that was hundreds of meters wide and gave off a massive might. Boom! 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 The mirror that was hundreds of meters wide gave off a massive wave of power. Rays of silver-white light brought with them a terrifying force as they shot towards Xianxia. There were so many of them that they seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. Xianxia's expression was somewhat serious as she stood in place without moving. She stretched out a hand and a massive wave of golden energy flowed out, forming a hexagonal shield of light. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the white beams of light smashed into the shield of light. Waves of astonishing power spread out, and some of the white beams of light landed on the surface of the lake, piercing through it. However, Xianxia was still able to block the countless beams of light, and he was not injured at all. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the silver-white mirror shot out a gigantic white beam of light, shooting straight towards Xianxia. It was incredibly ferocious, as if it could destroy everything. Bang! Just as Xianxia reacted, a massive wave of energy poured into the hexagonal shield of light, causing it to emit an intense golden light. The gigantic silver beam of light collided with it, causing a loud sound to ring out as the shield of light shattered, and Xianxia's body was instantly sent flying. Xianxia's body flew back more than 100 meters before stopping. He looked to be in a sorry state, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Yuchan said with a cold smile, "Do you still think you can defeat me?" Xianxia wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a light smile, "That's for sure. The stronger you are, the more accomplished I will feel when I subdue you. Now, let me see your strength." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the mark on Xianxia's forehead gave off an intense light. A massive wave of energy exploded out from his body as strands of golden qi emerged from Xianxia's body. Each strand of qi contained immense power. The terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings, and the air seemed to solidify, causing people to feel fear. Loading the next chapter, Xianxia raised the large sword in his hand and a golden sword light shot into the sky. Heaven and earth power madly gathered and flowed into the large golden sword, causing it to give off an intense golden sword light. It formed a 1,000-meter-long golden sword of light that stood between the heavens and the earth and gave off a massive power. Seeing this, Yuchan's expression became serious. A massive wave of moon god power flowed out from her hand and entered the mirror, causing it to continuously grow until it was 1,000 meters wide. It continuously absorbed heaven and earth power and gave off a silver-white light. It gave off a terrifying power. Boom! Xianxia vigorously slashed out, and the golden sword of light gave off a power that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it slashed forwards. The power was incredibly terrifying, and even the space around it started to crack. Boom! The 1,000-meter-wide silver-white mirror shot out an enormous ray of light that gave off destructive power as it shot forwards. It seemed to be able to destroy everything and was unstoppable. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as a massive explosion blasted out. The surface of the lake, the rocks, and the trees were all turned into nothingness in that instant, and they continuously spread out incredibly quickly. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. A shockwave spread out, forming a massive gale that blew out in all directions. Countless trees were uprooted and rocks were blown into the sky. The massive explosion could be heard from far away. The heavens and earth seemed to change as the sun and moon lost their light and clouds swirled. Countless people stared at the horizon in shock and sensed the massive auras. They understood that there were definitely peerless geniuses fighting, and countless people excitedly flew over. This was another battle between peerless geniuses, and they did not want to miss it. At the end of the battlefield, there was a 10,000-meter-wide crater in the ground. The lake had completely disappeared and the sky was covered by dark clouds. Countless droplets of water fell, making it seem as if it was raining. However, this was not real rain but lake water. Yuchan and Xianxia both had blood at the corners of their mouths as they stood up from the ground and looked at each other. Xianxia loudly laughed as he said, "Yuchan, you didn't disappoint me, but you still haven't defeated me." Yuchan's expression was cold as her body gave off a faint silver light. Her body automatically floated into the air and a massive moon intent spread out. Boom! A massive power tore apart the dark clouds that covered the sky. The dark clouds quickly dissipated and countless rays of silver-white light shot out. 9 massive silver-white moons appeared in the sky, giving off boundless moonlight that illuminated the land. An incomparably powerful might enveloped the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to turn cold. It was filled with the eerie coldness of the moon's power. 9 moons floated in the sky and endless moon energy flowed into Yuchan's body. The moon mark on her forehead shone and her body was covered in a layer of moonlight. She looked incredibly holy and inviolable. At the same time, her strength was raised to the extreme, causing the void to distort. Right now, Yuchan was going all out. This was her true power, absolutely terrifying, as if she was a moon palace fairy. When Xianxia saw this, there was no fear on his face. Instead, he was all smiles. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Xianxia's body gave off countless rays of golden light, forming a golden beam of light that shot into the sky. It formed a massive golden pillar of light as countless heaven and earth power surged into Xianxia's body. The golden mark on Xianxia's forehead spread out, covering both sides of his face. His long hair turned golden, and a golden illusory battle armor appeared around him, covering his body. An extremely terrifying power spread out from Xianxia's body, and her body gave off traces of golden aura. The golden aura was incredibly terrifying, and it was traces of golden celestial qi. Xianxia looked like a female war celestial as waves of massive aura continuously spread out, forming wild gales. Yuchan grabbed out with her hand and a sword stabbed into the ground returned to her hand. She swung it forwards and a silver-white sword light containing sharp power slashed out. Xianxia had a trace of a smile on her face as she casually swung the sword in her hand, causing a massive golden sword light to slash out. Bang! The two sword lights brought with them immense power as they clashed together, resulting in a massive sound. Countless sword lights shot out in all directions. Xianxia flew up from the ground, bringing with her massive golden power as she rushed towards Yuchan. Yuchan did not feel any fear as she held her sword and rushed towards Xianxia. Bang! 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 The two of them continuously fought, causing massive explosions to sound out. Waves of terrifying aura continuously spread out, forming wild gales that caused the heavens and earth to dim and the clouds to change. Bang! Another massive sound rang out as the two of them were sent flying backwards. Xianxia laughed as she said, "There's no need to waste your power like this. Unleash your most powerful attack to decide victory or defeat." Yuchan said coldly, "I have the same plan." Boom! Yuchan raised her hand and the 9 massive moons in the sky gave off intense light. The light continuously condensed, forming 9 silver-white orbs that gave off terrifying power. The light continuously condensed and the 9 silver-white orbs became larger and larger. The terrifying power they gave off became more and more powerful, forming a massive might. Boom! Xianxia raised her sword with both hands and pointed it towards the sky. A massive wave of power flowed into the sword, causing it to give off a brilliant sword light that covered the surroundings. A golden image appeared in the air above the sword. This image was of a woman and her body gave off terrifying power. The world seemed to be unable to withstand it and continuously twisted. Boom! 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 Yuchan's raised hand descended and the 9 orbs gave off massive power as they shot forwards. They were incredibly fast and gave off an oppressive feeling, giving off a dangerous feeling that they could destroy the heavens and the earth. Boom! Xianxia raised her sword with both hands and heavily slammed it down. The golden image brought with it countless immortals as it flew forwards, and the world seemed to be dyed gold. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out, sounding as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. The two powers clashed together and a massive shockwave blasted out, bringing with it a power that could sweep away everything. The ground, trees, rocks, grass, mountains, and valleys were all shattered in that instant. An incredibly massive shockwave blew away countless rocks and wood, giving off a deafening sound. The terrifying aura could be felt from far away, and countless people felt as if their bodies had fallen into an icy cavern. Their bodies could not help but tremble, and an intense fear appeared in their hearts. Everyone outside the secret realm looked incredibly excited as they stared at this place, wanting to know just who had won this battle. Some supported Xianxia, while others supported Yuchan. After everything calmed down, within a massive crater, Yuchan lay on the ground with blood flowing out of her body. Xianxia stood there, her face pale and blood flowing out of her mouth. It was evident that Xianxia had won. Not only could she still stand there, she still had some strength in her body, while Yuchan lay on the ground without a trace of strength in her body. Everyone smiled and excitedly shouted Xianxia's name. This was the glory of being the victor. The surroundings were incredibly lively, and everyone was talking about Xianxia. They talked about how powerful she had been and how intense the battle had been. Xianxia's popularity reached its peak, and she was welcomed, loved, and respected by countless people. As for Yuchan, who had lost, not many people looked down on her because her power was also quite terrifying. It was impossible for them to have this kind of power, and Yuchan had only lost to Xianxia by a bit. Xianxia was currently quite weak, but defeating Yuchan made her feel quite happy. She lightly smiled and said to Yuchan, "You still lost to me. Can you still resist me now?" Yuchan's expression was quite unsightly. She tried her best to stand up, but she did not have a trace of strength. Xianxia gave a trace of a smile as she walked towards Yuchan outside the secret realm. The people from the goddess palace all had smiles on their faces. They did not object to what Xianxia had done. Their goddess palace hated men and preferred women. Moreover, they had developed a secret technique that allowed them to get pregnant without needing a man, and the child they gave birth to would definitely be a girl. As the 9 god moons holy maiden, Yuchan's looks, potential, and strength were ranked in the top 3 in the god realm. They were naturally very satisfied with Yuchan becoming Xianxia's woman. A beautiful woman with a noble aura and a peerlessly beautiful face wearing a purple robe said to the 9 god moons moon lord with a dignified smile, "I approve of this marriage. I, Xianxia, am superior to Yuchan in all aspects, and I have personally defeated her. You won't object to this marriage, right?" The 9 god moons moon lord was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and wore a white dress. She had a perfect face and gave off a holy aura. She frowned and said, "I won't make the decision, Yuchan can choose for herself." Although they were both women, the Moon Lord did not like the way the goddess palace did things. It was very domineering, barbaric, and cruel, especially to men. If there was a disagreement, they would cut off a man's private parts. Usually, if one offended the goddess palace, they would either die or end up like that. All the men in the god realm were afraid of the people from the goddess palace. However, the goddess palace became the most popular faction among women. However, the 9 moon goddesses faction was different. Even though they all looked cold and aloof, they did not reject men and were willing to interact with other people. Also, regardless of whether he liked a man or a woman, it was all up to him to choose, and not to crazily advocate liking women. The palace lord of the goddess palace gave a confident smile. "It's good that you don't object. I believe that Xianxia will be able to obtain Yuchan's heart and make Yuchan willingly be with her." The Moon Lord did not say anything. Her beautiful eyes looked at the scene in the mirror. Xianxia came to Yuchan's side and stretched out her hand to help her up, smiling as she looked at Yuchan. Yuchan looked at Xianxia coldly, looking a little repulsed. However, Xianxia did not mind. With a trace of a smile on her face, she kissed Yuchan. This woman that she had yearned for even in her dreams was finally hers. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded out as a powerful aura descended, causing Xianxia's movements to pause. She frowned and looked in that direction. A man wearing a cloak and a few beautiful women appeared in front of him. The man gave off a very powerful aura, and it was not ordinary either. There was also a woman beside him. Not only was she extremely beautiful, her aura was also very powerful. Xianxia did not know who this group of people were. Yuchan turned to look at the young man wearing a cloak, feeling extremely surprised. She remembered Zhao Fu and understood that Zhao Fu was the person who had obtained all of the moon god's legacies. Back then, she had gone back to look for him, but she could not find him. Xianxia's 6 female attendants stood by the side. One of them was a mature and arrogant woman who immediately recognized Zhao Fu. She could not forget the humiliation that Zhao Fu had given her, and Zhao Fu was the first person to do such a thing. The mature woman immediately said, "Miss, this is the person who snatched the pure body of flesh and humiliated you." Xianxia's expression turned slightly cold when she heard this. She had been searching for the person who had stolen her things, and she had been thinking about how to torture and kill him. Now, that person had finally appeared before her. "You're the person who stole my unconditional body?" Xianxia asked as she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had only been attracted by the terrifying ripples. He never thought that he would meet Xianxia and Yuchan. He also understood that the terrifying ripples just now were caused by the battle between Xianxia and Yuchan, and from the looks of it, Xianxia should have won. Hearing Xianxia's words, Zhao Fu looked at the mature and arrogant woman and understood what was going on. He lightly laughed and said, "I stole your pure body, so what can you do to me?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As a man, he dared to speak like this in front of Xianxia, and he was even more arrogant than her. Wasn't he courting death? Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared at Zhao Fu. "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Xianxia exploded out with a terrifying power and slowly placed Yuchan on the ground. She stood up from the ground and grabbed out with her hand, causing the large golden sword to fly into her hand. Xianxia brought with her aura and quickly rushed in front of Zhao Fu. She vigorously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face as a rainbow-colored rune circle appeared, forming a rainbow-colored barrier of light that covered Zhao Fu's body. Bang! The large sword slammed into the rainbow-colored rune barrier, resulting in a massive sound. A powerful sword wind blew out, but the defensive barrier blocked Xianxia's attack and did not shatter. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "You've just experienced a great battle and only have a little bit of strength left in your body. Do you think that you can kill me with that little bit of strength?" Xianxia's expression slightly changed. She had never thought that Zhao Fu's strength would be so terrifying. Bang! A rainbow-colored aura flame ignited around Zhao Fu's body, and a celestial-like aura spread out, sending Xianxia flying backwards. Xianxia flew back 10 or so meters, furiously staring at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was right, she did not have much strength left, and it would be very difficult for her to kill Zhao Fu. However, with Xianxia's personality, she definitely would not tolerate Zhao Fu. She would use all of her strength to kill Zhao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Xianxia's body ignited with a golden aura flame, giving off a massive amount of divine power. The ground continuously cracked, and with this power, Xianxia continued to rush towards Zhao Fu. Xianxia rushed in front of Zhao Fu and slashed out with an intense sword light, seeming to be able to slash apart a mountain. Zhao Fu dispelled the defensive barrier and grabbed out with his hand, taking out the Sin Dragon sword. He sent a massive amount of power into it and vigorously slashed out, causing a black sword light to slash out with shocking power. Clang! The two swords clashed together, resulting in a massive sound of metal clashing. Countless sparks exploded as a sword wind blew out in all directions. Zhao Fu pushed out with his sword, sending Xianxia flying. He then waved his sword again, slashing out a black sword light towards Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly blocked with her sword, and a muffled sound rang out as the sword light slammed into her sword. Xianxia's body was once again sent flying back 10 meters before stopping, a trace of blood leaking out of her mouth. Seeing this, everyone understood that with Xianxia's current strength, she was not a match for Zhao Fu at all. After experiencing such a terrifying battle, how could she still have the strength to deal with Zhao Fu? However, Zhao Fu did not give off a good feeling, as he was taking advantage of others when they were down. If Xianxia had not used up all of her strength, Zhao Fu definitely would not have it so easy, and he would not even dare to say such arrogant words. The palace lord of the goddess palace frowned. She also hated men, and seeing how despicable he was, taking advantage of Xianxia's lack of strength to bully her, if it wasn't for the fact that she could not enter the secret realm, she would have directly attacked and killed Zhao Fu. The 9 Moons goddesses looked quite surprised, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would suddenly reveal this. She had paid attention to Zhao Fu and felt that he was quite mysterious. Moreover, he had obtained many divine legacies. Xianxia also understood that she was not a match for Zhao Fu right now, but the anger in her heart made her not want to give up just like that. She used all of her strength, not leaving a single bit behind. Boom! A massive rumble rang out and Xianxia's body shone with an intense golden light. Rings of light appeared behind her and an immense divine power surged out endlessly. The greatsword in her hand was controlled by an invisible force. It flew into the air and a powerful divine power poured into it. Clang clang clang, sword hums sounded out as the golden sword gave off sword hums. It became 10 or so meters bigger and rays of golden light shot out, turning into golden swords. There were 36 golden swords in total. Each sword gave off shocking power, and a massive sword aura spread out, causing Zhao Fu's hairs to stand on end. Zhao Fu also raised the Sin Dragon sword in his hand and sent a massive wave of celestial power into it, causing the surrounding water droplets to quickly gather. Roar, 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 massive dragons' roars sounded out as the countless water droplets formed 9 massive water dragons that gave off massive auras as they roared towards the sky. The sound waves seemed to corporeal as they spread out. The 9 water dragons swam in the sky, and a massive aura spread out like a wild gale. Countless rocks and sand in the surroundings were blown away, creating a terrifying scene. Clang, 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 sword hums sounded out as Xianxia controlled the 36 golden swords to fly towards Zhao Fu. They were incredibly fast, and each sword gave off a golden ray of light that seemed to be able to pierce through the world. Roar, roar, roar. Zhao Fu raised his sword and vigorously slashed out, causing the 9 massive water dragons to give off massive dragon roars and give off terrifying power as they rushed forwards, creating a massive gale. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as the 2 waves of power collided, as if 2 worlds had collided. A massive gale continuously spread out, and the ground continuously crumbled. Boom! In the end, the 9 water dragons gave off terrifying power and sent the 36 golden swords flying. The 9 water dragons gave off shocking power as they ferociously rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was unable to defend at all because she no longer had any strength left. She was sent flying by the massive power and crashed to the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. How do you feel now? I already said that with your current strength, you're not a match for me. Xianxia furiously glared at Zhao Fu and said coldly, wait until I fully recover my strength, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, is that so? After saying this, Zhao Fu flew towards Xianxia. Seeing that Zhao Fu was going to harm their young miss, the 6 female attendants immediately rushed over with powerful auras, standing guard by Xianxia's side. As Xianxia's female attendants, they were quite strong. Zhao Fu stopped and looked at the 6 female attendants in front of him. They were all quite beautiful and had mature figures. They had most likely been by Xianxia's side since they were young, and they had feelings for each other. The mature and arrogant female attendant's expression became quite unsightly. She had thought that her young miss would teach Zhao Fu a lesson and cut off something from him, but now, her young miss had lost, and lost in a very sullen manner. This was because Zhao Fu was a despicable person who took advantage of others. She said, back then, I offended you. If you have anything to say, then come at me. Let my young miss go. Zhao Fu laughed and said, I'm not interested in you. Also, even if you block in front of me, it's useless. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and coldly harumphed, what do you want to do? You should know my identity. If you dare to do anything to me, you will definitely die a miserable death. The goddess palace will definitely not let you off. Zhao Fu said with a smile, now that you've said it like that, I'm even more interested in you. This way, after you submit, I'll be even happier. Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu with disdain, you want me to submit? There's no such person in this world. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, perfect. I'm that person. Clang, 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 chains suddenly shot out from the ground, bringing with them waves of ferocious power as they shot towards the 6 female attendants, binding their bodies. They even bound their hands and hung their bodies in the air. The 6 female attendants struggled in panic, but were unable to break free at all. Zhao Fu came in front of Xianxia, whose expression was quite unsightly. She no longer had the strength to escape, and could only choose to leave the secret realm. However, she could not enter the secret realm in the future, which made her very unwilling. However, seeing that Zhao Fu had ill intentions, she had no choice but to leave the secret realm. This caused Xianxia to hatefully look at Zhao Fu, because all of this was caused by Zhao Fu. Xianxia chose to leave the secret realm, and her body was about to disappear, but a massive wave of energy exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. A black dragon inscription barrier instantly spread out, enveloping an area of 10,000 meters. All of the mirrors outside the secret realm disappeared. Everyone understood that Zhao Fu had blocked all of the images. The palace mistress of the goddess palace's eyes released a dense killing intent. Everyone could feel it, and their hair stood on end as they looked at her. Now that Xianxia, as the goddess of the goddess palace, had fallen into that person's hands, no one knew what would happen. The palace mistress also had a bad premonition. Thinking that her most beloved daughter was going to be destroyed by a man, she wanted nothing more than to hack Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces and scatter his soul. However, she was still unable to enter the secret realm and could only watch from here. Within the secret realm, Xianxia's face became somewhat pale, because she realized that she could no longer leave the secret realm. No matter what Zhao Fu wanted to do to her, she did not have the strength to resist. Xianxia could only threaten, you bastard, if you dare do anything to me, I'll definitely kill you. Zhao Fu ignored Xianxia. With a trace of a smile on his face, he stretched out a hand and lifted Xianxia's chin. Looking at her beautiful face and her domineering and arrogant aura, he lowered his head and kissed her on the mouth. Xianxia stared at Zhao Fu with wide eyes, filled with killing intent, as if she wanted Zhao Fu to kill her 100 times. She never thought that she would be violated by a man, and this was even worse than death. Yu Chan's expression was also one of astonishment. She was usually so domineering and had just wanted to violate her Xianxia, but now, she was being violated by someone else, and that person was the man she hated the most. Thinking to there, Yu Chan could not help but laugh. This was retribution. However, Yu Chan felt that Zhao Fu was not a good person either, so he quickly recovered his strength and escaped. He did not want to end up like Xianxia. Waves after waves of 6 desires demonic qi continuously entered Xianxia's body. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was unable to resist at all, and quickly sank into it, intensely responding to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu discovered that her physique was also the body of desire, and it was not an ordinary body of desire. Women with this kind of physique would generally have great needs in that aspect. Looking at Xianxia hugging his neck and madly kissing him, Zhao Fu did not stop her and continued to send the 6 desires demonic qi into her. A peerless genius like her was incredibly difficult to control, and Zhao Fu still needed to plant a 6 desires demonic seed in her body. The 6 female attendants and Yu Chan stared at the scene in front of them in shock. They did not expect Xianxia to become like this, nor did they know what that person had done. More importantly, Zhao Fu actually took off Xianxia's clothes. Thinking to there, Yu Chan's face couldn't help but become red. She turned her face away. The mature and arrogant maidservant was called Duwan, and she angrily shouted, "Don't treat my young miss like this, we can serve you." However, Zhao Fu ignored them and started to continuously train Xianxia. The scene was extremely alluring and fiery. Yu Chan's face was completely red. She did not look anymore and quickly recovered her strength, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. The 6 female attendants' faces became slightly red, and they begged Zhao Fu to spare their young miss, saying that everything would be done to them. Suddenly, Xianxia's body fell limply into Zhao Fu's embrace. Her face was completely red, and she regained some consciousness. Zhao Fu said teasingly, "You seem to want me." Xianxia thought back to what had just happened. She had actually done such a thing to a man, and she had even looked like a slut. Xianxia was about to go crazy. How could this be? Didn't she hate men? Didn't she hate men? Didn't she want to kill all men? Why did she enjoy doing this with the man in front of her? Bastard! I'm going to kill you. Xianxia slapped at Zhao Fu with both hands. Because she did not have much strength, her hands looked very weak, and it felt like she was lightly slapping at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu pressed her under his body and kissed her on the lips again. The 6 desires demonic qi continued to flow into her body, and Xianxia quickly sank into it. In the end, Xianxia was not wearing any clothes. Her face was red as she panted, and her eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not mind. He put down the 6 female attendants and hugged Duwan in his embrace. He then kissed Duwan's lips and sent the 6 desires demonic qi into her. Duwan quickly sank into it and finally understood why her young miss had become like this. She tightly hugged Zhao Fu and passionately responded to Zhao Fu. After Zhao Fu controlled the 6 female attendants, he stood to the side and smiled as he watched them gasp for breath on the ground. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not want to do this because the other party was a peerless genius and the faction behind her was incredibly terrifying. Doing such a thing in public would cause a lot of trouble. However, Xianxia could only be blamed for this. If she had been a bit more polite, Zhao Fu naturally would not have done this. Moreover, subduing a peerless genius was incredibly beneficial because she would definitely become a peerless expert in the future. Zhao Fu thought of something and turned to look at Yu Chan, who was lying on the other side. Since things have already come to this, I don't mind adding Yu Chan to the mix. Seeing Zhao Fu walk towards her, Yu Chan looked quite panicked and hurriedly said, "Don't do that to me, I'll agree to anything you want." Zhao Fu ignored her and pressed down on her, kissing her on the mouth and continuously sending 6 desires demonic qi into her. Unexpectedly, Yu Chan's willpower was quite resolute and she continuously struggled. However, under Zhao Fu's persistence, she still sank into it in the end. Afterwards, Zhao Fu carried her to Xianxia's side and taught them a lesson. Time gradually passed. Shuri walked into the defensive barrier and looked at Zhao Fu teaching the women. Her face became red as she said softly, "Husband, it's already been 2 hours and you're still playing. It's already been 2 hours, and you're still playing. There are a lot of people gathered outside, and some even wanted to break in, but we stopped them." Looking at Shuri walk in, Zhao Fu gave an apologetic smile before looking at Xin Qianhua, Yu Chan, Du Wan, and the other female attendants in his embrace and said, "Put on your clothes and let's leave this place." Yu Chan nodded with a red face and started to put on her clothes. Xin Qianhua hatefully glared at Zhao Fu and the female attendants helped her put on her clothes. The female attendants also quickly put on their clothes. Zhao Fu watched as they put on their clothes and waved his hand, causing a formless energy to spread out. The massive black defensive barrier dissipated. Everyone could see the scene within the defensive barrier. They saw Yu Chan, Xin Qianhua, and the 6 female attendants' faces flushed red, and they unintentionally gave off traces of seductiveness. This was what they looked like after doing it with someone else, and it was a very satisfied look. The scene immediately exploded, and countless people looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would dare to do such a thing. This person is so daring. Doesn't he know who those 2 people are? One is the goddess of the goddess palace, the other is the holy maiden of the 9 mystic moon. Both of them are peerless geniuses, yet that person actually dared to violate them in public. That's right. I reckon that even the number 1 genius, Tianyu, would not dare to do such a thing. The goddess palace and the 9 mystic moon are the top powers of the divine realm. Whoever dares to do such a thing, the 2 powers will definitely kill him at all costs. This is looking down on the 2 great powers too much. Doesn't he know how terrifying the 2 great powers are? If they were to join forces, there wouldn't be a single power in the divine realm that wouldn't fear them. I've always been curious about the other party's identity. To dare do such a thing, either he's an idiot or his identity is extremely terrifying. He even has a holy level bloodline. I wonder how things will develop next. Ha ha ha, this person is quite admirable. Right now, he's the only one in the divine realm who can obtain the bodies of 2 peerless geniuses, and they are also peerless beauties of the divine realm. Just thinking about it makes me excited. That's right, I didn't even dare to dream about it before, but I never thought that someone would be able to do it today. It's really enviable, jealous, and hateful. If it were me, I would rather die. You guys better keep your voices down. Right now, that person is in the secret realm and the 2 powers can't do anything to him. However, if your words are heard by those crazy women from the goddess palace, then you guys will definitely be in trouble. Everyone should indeed keep their voices down. We can't afford to offend those crazy women from the goddess palace, but now that their goddess is being forcefully violated by a man, I'm really happy. I can finally let out a sigh of relief. I've long since disliked those crazy women from the goddess palace. Do they know how to torture and kill men? Now that that person is directly violating their goddess, I really admire him, I really worship him, I really like this person. The goddess palace's palace master's face was filled with killing intent, causing the surrounding temperature to become cold. She had wanted to kill Zhao Fu and make him suffer immense pain, but she had never thought that Zhao Fu would be even more ruthless than she had expected and forcefully ravaged her daughter. Now, she hated Zhao Fu to the extreme and wanted to kill Zhao Fu madly. This was the first time a man had made her like this. I want to know everything about this person. Kill everyone related to him. Leave no one alive. Hearing her orders, the surrounding people from the goddess palace all had murderous looks on their faces as well. Right now, they were also filled with killing intent towards Zhao Fu. This person dared to forcefully violate their goddess, so he had to die. The 9 mystic moon's moon lord's expression was cold, and she was inwardly furious. This person was simply too daring to do such a thing, and she could not tolerate it. She also felt a trace of killing intent towards Zhao Fu. That person did not place the 9 mystic moon in his eyes at all. The Moon Lord also gave out countless orders to find all information about Zhao Fu. 9 God Moon's people's expressions were cold, and they also wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Everyone could not help but turn to look at the 2 major powers. This was an extreme humiliation for the 2 major powers. Ordinary powers would not be able to endure such humiliation, let alone top powers like themselves. If it wasn't for the secret realm's protection, that person would definitely have been blasted to smithereens by the two major powers. However, that person had offended two major powers. If he dared to appear in the god realm in the future, he would definitely be hunted down by countless people. It would be useless no matter where he ran, and his outcome would be extremely tragic. This was the result of offending two major powers. That person was seeking death. Finally, their gazes returned to the secret realm. There were many people gathered around the crater, and they were all attracted by the shockwaves from the battle. Seeing the women's red faces, they felt incredibly shocked. This person was simply too daring, violating two peerless geniuses just like that. However, looking at Xianxia and Yuchan's red faces and the flirtatious looks in their eyes, giving off an alluring aura, everyone felt incredibly envious. Hua Ling and the other women returned to Zhao Fu's side. Seeing Xianxia and the other women's red faces, they naturally understood what was going on. However, they did not say anything, as they were already used to it. Some of the people who wanted to barge in immediately retreated, not daring to charge forward, afraid that Zhao Fu would cause trouble for them. Zhao Fu had a trace of a smile as he looked at Xianxia and the other women and said, "Now, you can all be considered my women. Come with me and leave." Xianxia hatefully glared at Zhao Fu, "Bastard. Who's your woman?" The faces of the 6 female attendants standing behind Xianxia were flushed red. They were still reminiscing about that feeling. They had no resistance against Zhao Fu. Duan, the arrogant and mature woman from before, had never thought that things would develop like this. Back then, Zhao Fu had humiliated her greatly, and she wanted to kill him. However, she had now submitted to him and enjoyed being toyed with by him. Yu Chan's face was slightly red, and she did not know what to do. This was because her body had already been violated by Zhao Fu, and she enjoyed this feeling. However, as his woman, Yu Chan could not do it. This was because she had only met Zhao Fu twice. Moreover, Zhao Fu had forced himself on her without her consent, which was something she could not accept. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not say anything, directly activating the 6 desires demonic seed in their bodies. Yu Chan and Xianxia's faces immediately became red, their breathing became hurried, and their eyes became watery. Yu Chan did her best to resist that feeling, and was also a bit angry in her heart. Zhao Fu had actually used such a method to deal with her. Xianxia angrily threw herself into Zhao Fu's embrace, slapping at Zhao Fu with both hands. However, Zhao Fu hugged her and kissed her, causing Xianxia to sink into it. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that the domineering Xianxia, who hated men to the core and often tortured and killed men, would actually become so flirtatious and intimate with that person in front of everyone. Right now, she did not seem to resist at all. Instead, she was taking the initiative to enjoy it. How did that man do it? In everyone's hearts, he had become a god, because this was something that could not be done. Just now, they had said that he was forcefully violating someone, but now, the other party was saying that he was taking the initiative to cooperate, and that he was enjoying it, winning the admiration and envy of countless people. Following that, Xianxia powerlessly leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace, a trace of charm on her face, and she was still immersed in it. Zhao Fu hugged her and came in front of Yu Chan. Yu Chan's face was currently red, and she struggled to resist that power. However, as Zhao Fu came closer and smelled Zhao Fu's scent, her heart started to beat faster and faster. In the end, she could not help but leap into Zhao Fu's embrace and start to kiss him. This was completely different from her cold and holy appearance from before. After a while, everyone watched in shock as Zhao Fu hugged the red-faced and powerless Xianxia and Yu Chan, as well as the other women, and flew away. 9 Mystic Moon and the Goddess Palace's people looked quite confused, not knowing what Zhao Fu had done to them to make Xianxia and Yu Chan submit to him and become his women. This was simply impossible. However, that person had really done it, and the two factions had never thought that things would develop like this. What should they do now? They had been furious that Zhao Fu had violated their most prestigious people, but now that they had submitted to that man, should they continue to kill him? The killing intent in 9 Mystic Moon's Moon Lord's eyes disappeared, and after thinking about it, she changed her orders to only investigate Zhao Fu for now and not do anything to harm Zhao Fu. she would not object to this. As long as Yuchan liked her, she could follow anyone. Moreover, Zhao Fu's background was not simple at all, and with his divine bloodline, his status was not lower than Yuchan's. The goddess palace's palace master's killing intent became even denser, and at the same time, she felt quite angry. She could not accept that her daughter had fallen in love with a man. Everyone else's expressions were also filled with killing intent. They could not accept that their goddess Xianxia had become that despicable man's woman. Now, they wanted to kill Zhao Fu and bring Xianxia back to her senses. This news immediately spread, shaking the surroundings and causing countless people to feel incredibly shocked. After all, everyone knew that Xianxia and Yuchan were the 6th-ranked and 5th-ranked geniuses, and they were famous beauties in the godly world. Now, they had become that person's women. Countless people felt incredibly envious and jealous. This was something that no one could do, but that person's man had done it. No one knew why they had become that person's women. At the same time, some people sensed the changes in the secret realm's fate. Yuchan and Xianxia had both failed and lost the right to become the ruler of the gods. Of the godly world's 9 peerless geniuses, Xianxia, Yuchan, Devourer, and Bai Shogun had all lost the right to become the ruler of the godly world. Only Tianyu, God Ke, Sha Ming, Lei Tianba, and Hikari Kamui remained. Because Miao Lu was from the godly domain, he was not one of the godly world's geniuses. On the other side, Zhao Fu held Yuchan with one hand and Xianxia with the other as they flew through the sky. Everyone else followed behind them, feeling envious of Yuchan and Xianxia's treatment. At this time, Xianxia and Yuchan had both regained consciousness. Yuchan, who was in Zhao Fu's embrace, helplessly accepted the result of becoming Zhao Fu's woman. This was because she was no longer able to resist Zhao Fu. Her body and mind had also submitted to Zhao Fu. Xianxia glared at Zhao Fu, still looking angry, but she still gently hugged Zhao Fu. Even though she did not want to admit it, she still submitted to Zhao Fu. Right now, she felt a little strange in her heart. She clearly hated men, but she couldn't hate the man in front of her. Instead, she enjoyed the feeling of being intimate with the man in front of her. She understood that a large part of the reason was the power in her body. However, apart from this power, Zhao Fu himself also gave off a formless charm, and she could feel that he was not ordinary. This was something that only those who had close contact with him could tell. Everyone quickly arrived at a dense forest. There was a purple demonic chi here, and there were many powerful auras within the forest. They gave off a very dangerous feeling, and no one dared to take a step closer. Zhao Fu did not mind and directly flew in with his people, because he sensed that there was an entrance to the legacy land there. Roar, roar. Roar, massive roars of demonic beasts sounded out, and waves of powerful auras attacked towards Zhao Fu. These demonic beasts sensed that someone had intruded and immediately charged at Zhao Fu and the others, wanting to kill these intruders. Zhao Fu sensed the auras of these demonic beasts and let go of Xianxia and Yuchan. At that moment, demonic beasts gave off powerful auras and rushed out. There were horned tigers, human-faced black cows, 6-meter-long spiders, violet-scaled pythons, and 2-headed wolves. The countless demonic beasts savagely stared at Zhao Fu, who was standing at the front, and prepared to charge at Zhao Fu. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a purple aura flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body. A massive wave of power exploded out, forming a terrifying might that pressed down on the entire forest. The countless demonic beasts were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. Their bloodlines and souls felt a wave of terror as they looked at the young man in front of them. The young man's left eye socket gave off a powerful aura of suppression, and the purple aura flame around his body faintly turned into a dragon's shape. Every trace of power that his body gave off was incredibly terrifying, and it was a power that they feared greatly. Moreover, it came from their bloodlines, and it was the demon lord's power. Xianxia and Yuchan were also quite shocked. Seeing the massive amount of devil chi coming from Zhao Fu's body, the countless demonic beasts were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, not daring to move at all. Because the others knew who Zhao Fu was, they did not look too shocked. Zhao Fu continued to fly forwards, and the others followed behind him. In the end, Zhao Fu and the others came before a stone door. The stone door was on a grassy ground, and it was 10 meters tall and 4 meters wide. There were pictures of all sorts of demonic beasts carved on it, and every demonic beast seemed to be alive. They were incredibly savage, and the stone door gave off a massive devil power. Boom! At that moment, the stone door exploded out with a massive aura, giving off an intense violet light. Demonic beasts flooded out from the stone door, giving off savage auras as they attacked Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's expression did not change, and another massive wave of devil qi spread out. The countless demonic beasts were so scared that they immediately knelt to the side, not daring to take another step forward. Yu Chan and the others were even more shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. Xiao Fu still did not say anything and his expression was calm as he flew towards the stone door. The stone door automatically opened and countless traces of violet light shot out, as if it was welcoming its owner. Following this, Xiao Fu flew in, and the others followed. Everyone came to a violet space. The sky here was violet, and the grass and trees on the ground were quite lush. There were all sorts of animals everywhere, and there would occasionally be beast roars. There was a statue on a platform that was 1,000 meters tall. It had 2 horns on its head and had long, fluffy hair. It did not look ferocious, and it wore battle armor and gave off a massive might. Everyone knew that this was a demon god statue, and if they went up, they would be able to obtain the demon god's legacy power. Normally, demon gods would go and obtain this power, while other godly spirits would not, as their attributes did not match. Xiao Fu directly flew in front of the statue, and nothing happened. The statue's forehead gave off a violet light, and a massive wave of devil power spread out. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a violet ray of light gave off a massive aura and quickly shot towards Xiao Fu's body. Power continuously flowed into Xiao Fu's body, and Xiao Fu did his best to absorb this power. Xianxia and the others looked even more confused. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. End of chapter 2143. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.